Chapter 2749. Breaking through to the Emperor realm was not without danger. If one was not careful, one could be killed by the impact of world energy. Many cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source realm not only failed to break through to the Emperor realm, but also died. One had to know that Wu Dao died at the threshold of breaking through to the Dao Source realm. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest cultivator in the Heng Luo star field, but even he died at the threshold of the Dao Source realm. The danger of breaking through to the Emperor realm was even greater. Martial Nephew Yang, I haven't heard from you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come to the Spirit Lake Palace today. A person's voice suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang raised his head and saw an old man about 50 years old. His complexion was ruddy, his hair was white, but his complexion was youthful. His vitality was vigorous, and his whole body emitted a vigorous aura. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai understood at a glance. However, as a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he gave off a stronger aura than most cultivators in the same realm. Not to mention the various foundations he possessed, just his aura alone was not something Lidong Zheng could compare to. Yang Kai estimated that if this old man and Lidong Zheng were to fight one-on-one, the outcome would be decided in less than a stick of incense worth of time. Senior is... Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. The old man stroked the beard on his chin and smiled. This old man is Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Yao Li. Yang Kai didn't know many people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Other than Qin Wenhao, there was Wu Chang. Yang Kai didn't know anyone else, but since Yao Li was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he should be an elder in Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Elders were respected, so Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to be negligent. So, it's Elder Yao. Yang Kai greets Elder Yao. Martial nephew doesn't need to be so polite. Sit. Yao Li smiled and gestured. Immediately, a delicate and pretty young girl served them tea. Yao Li looked at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly quite interested in him. After all, this person had refined the extraordinary treasure pill and was most likely an Emperor Realm alchemist. Unfortunately, he wasn't from Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Suddenly, his eyes turned. He looked at Bian Yuqing and said, "This is my cousin." Yang Kai said casually. Bian Yuqing stood up and said, "This concubine greets Elder Yao." Although she and Kai Yang had not discussed this beforehand, Bian Yuqing's performance was watertight. For better or worse, she had wandered the outside world for many years, so she wasn't someone a simple little girl could compare to. "So it's Martial Nephew Yang's cousin. Have a seat." Yao Li was rather amiable. Bian Yuqing couldn't help feeling a little flattered. Before today, people like Yao Li were high and mighty figures she had to look up to. This was something that couldn't be changed even if she had broken through to the Emperor realm. But now, because of his relationship with Yang Kai, he could actually sit here and drink tea with him. An extremely absurd feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. It seemed that after meeting Yang Kai again, his fate had taken a huge turn. "I heard from the disciples that Martial Nephew Yang is here to requisition a cultivation area?" Yao Li didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Although Yang Kai looked extraordinary, he was an elder of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so naturally there was no need for flattery. "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "May I ask if Elder Yao has any of those cultivation areas that are not open to the public?" Yao Li frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Martial Nephew Yang, do you want to use this cultivation area for yourself, or?" He glanced slightly at Bian Yuqing. Although Yang Kai didn't say anything, Yao Li could guess why Yang Kai had brought Bian Yuqing here. Yang Kai said truthfully, "My cousin's cultivation has reached the peak of the Third Order Dao Source realm. If there is a suitable place for seclusion, she may be able to try to break through a bit." Yao Li nodded. "Sure enough." After a pause, he said, "Martial Nephew Yang, to tell you the truth, those cultivation areas that are not open to the public are originally prepared for core disciples like you. But you came at a bad time today. Those cultivation areas are full. If you want to use it yourself, I will arrange for someone to make room for you without any hesitation. But it's someone else who wants to use it, which makes it very difficult for me." "It's full?" Yang Kai was stunned. Although the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Spirit Lake Palace was extremely rich, and those cultivation areas were also extraordinary, but compared with the cultivation areas of the top 3 sects, it was almost the same. Why did the disciples of the top 3 sects come to the Spirit Lake Palace instead of cultivating in their own homes? It's indeed full. Yao Li nodded seriously. Yang Kai suddenly felt embarrassed. He thought that there must be a vacant cultivation area here, so he directly sold Bian Yuqing's green jade token. Now that there was no vacant space here, wouldn't he let Bian Yuqing get nothing? Yao Li said, "Martial nephew Yang, how about this? Although those top cultivation areas are full, I can arrange a heaven-level cultivation area for you. What do you think? The heaven-level cultivation area is not bad. Many disciples of the Emperor realm are waiting in line. If your cousin secludes herself in it, she will definitely gain something." Now that things had gotten to this point, Kai Yang didn't have any better ideas. He couldn't really ask Yao Li to come out and vacate one of the top secret cultivation rooms. Those who could cultivate in the top secret cultivation rooms were all disciples of the 3 great sects, so no one's status was worse than anyone else. If he really did this, not to mention whether Yao Li would agree or not, it might even cause conflicts between the sects. What's more, as an elder of the heavenly martial Holy Land, Yao Li talked to Yang Kai with a sincere attitude, so Yang Kai didn't continue to insist. "How long do I have to wait?" Yang Kai asked. Yao Li smiled and said, "Today is fine." This was cutting the line, and there was no need for the red jade token. From this point of view, Yang Kai's green sun golden token was still very useful. "Cousin, what do you think?" Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing and asked. Bian Yuqing said, "It's up to you." She just wanted to wait 2 months to enter the earth-level cultivation area. Now that there was a heaven-level cultivation area, and she didn't need to wait in line, naturally she was very happy. Seeing that Bian Yuqing didn't have any opinion, Yang Kai thought that this was the only way. When he was about to agree, a voice suddenly sounded from outside. "Is there no extra cultivation area?" "No, I remember there is one." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. When he looked up, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, standing there with a cynical smile on his face. "Brother Xia." Yang Kai quickly got up and looked at Xia Sheng with some surprise. "Why are you here?" Xia Sheng was the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple and was promoted to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Now, he was also an influential figure in the Southern Territory. In time, he would definitely have no problem reaching the Second Order Emperor realm, and even the Third Order was expected. Yang Kai didn't expect to see him here and was pleasantly surprised. On the contrary, Yao Li's expression suddenly became a little unnatural as he picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. "Brother, I am one of the 3 great stewards of this Spirit Lake Palace. I am here all year round." Xia Sheng walked up with a smile. "One of the 3 great stewards?" Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking about it, he immediately understood. The Spirit Lake Palace was jointly managed by the 3 great sects, so naturally, each of them had to have a steward in charge to prevent their disciples from being treated unfairly here. At the same time, they could also monitor the income. When the heavenly martial Holy Land disciple brought Yang Kai in, he only said that he was looking for the steward master, and then Yao Li appeared. Yang Kai didn't think much about it and only thought that Yao Li was in charge of the Spirit Lake Palace. Now, after hearing Xia Sheng's words, he knew that wasn't the case. "The temple master is actually willing to let you out." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xia Sheng said, "I just broke through to the Emperor realm not long ago. The temple master said that I needed to experience the mortal world and stabilize my cultivation, so I was sent here." As he spoke, he had a bitter look on his face, as if this was a hard job. "How are the temple master and Elder Gao now?" Yang Kai asked. "They are all good. But you, little brat, haven't returned to the sect for many years." Yang Kai said awkwardly, "I was busy with worldly affairs, so I was planning to go back in a few days." Xia Sheng suddenly lowered his voice. "When you go back, you have to avoid Elder Gao. Elder Gao said that if she sees you again, she will definitely teach you a lesson." "That's not necessary." Yang Kai's forehead instantly sweated. Xia Sheng gloated, "Anyway, that's what Elder Gao said." Elder Gao's temper? He couldn't help but shudder as he spoke. By the way, I have some bad news for you. Elder Gao broke through to the Second Order Emperor realm 2 years ago, so even if you are also an Emperor realm master, you definitely won't be able to beat her. Elder Gao broke through? Yang Kai was surprised, but immediately felt happy for Gao Shueting. The last time he saw her was in the Eastern Territory, trapped in a medicine garden inside a sealed world. At that time, she was only a First Order Emperor realm master, so he didn't expect her to break through so quickly. Good luck. Xia Xing patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a look of pity on his face. By the way, brother, you just said that the cultivation area is not full. What do you mean? Kai Yang furrowed his brow. Yao Li had said it all, but now Xia Xing had come up with a different explanation. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Xia Xing smiled slightly, looked at Yao Li and said, there are a total of 9 top-secret cultivation sites. Each of our 3 sects has 3. My Azure Sun Temple only uses 2 secret sites. How come I don't know when the last one was used? Steward Yao, may I ask which disciple of my temple is in retreat there? Yang Kai heard this and frowned even more. Although he knew that the Spirit Lake Palace had special cultivation areas reserved for the disciples of the 3 great sects, he didn't know that there were such rules. And looking at the attitude of Xia Sheng and Yao Li, it seemed that there was some conflict between the two. Yao Li patted his forehead and smiled. Yes, yes, yes. Steward Xia, if you didn't mention this old master would have forgotten that your Azure Sun Temple only uses 2 of the 3 cultivation areas. I'm really old and confused. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank, and the good impression he had of Yao Li disappeared in an instant. Chapter 2750. If it weren't for Xia Sheng's sudden appearance today and telling the truth, he would have been led by the nose by Yao Li and even had to be grateful to him. Although the top secret cultivation areas were not too different from Heaven Grade, and were only a little better, for someone who hoped to break through to the Emperor realm, this little difference was the difference between success and failure. This kind of thing could not be sloppy. Martial Nephew Yang, this old master was so busy today that he actually forgot that there was still 1 secret area left in your Azure Sun Temple. It's my fault, Yao Li said with a look of self-blame. But how could this kind of thing be wrong? There were only 9 top secret cultivation areas. It was impossible for someone from the Emperor realm to not remember this. Yang Kai said with a cold face, it's good that Steward Yao remembered. Yao Li said, it's just that these 9 secret areas can only be used by the disciples of the 3 great sects. Those who are not disciples of the 3 great sects can't enter them. Steward Xia is also clear about this. If you want to let your eldest cousin enter seclusion, I'm afraid it's still not possible. I'll use it myself. Yang Kai said, turning to look at Xia Sheng and asked, this time, I want to bring my eldest cousin in as a protector. Is there a problem? Xia Sheng grinned and said, there's definitely no problem. He turned to look at Yao Li and said, Steward Yao, I still need you to arrange this matter. He directly ordered Yao Li, and Yao Li did not show the slightest displeasure. He nodded and said, this old master will arrange it now. Saying so, he turned and walked out. Yang Kai stared at his back with a slightly gloomy gaze. He couldn't help but feel a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he met Xia Xing here today. Otherwise, he would have been fooled by this Yao Li. Are you curious why this old man listened to me? Xia Xing asked with a smile, as if he had guessed the doubts in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai nodded. Xia Xing said, under normal circumstances, the 9 top secret areas can't be filled up. Most of the disciples of the 3 major sects will cultivate in seclusion in their own sects, but this secret area is empty, so they will privately sell it to some cultivator who needs it or take care of their own descendants. The remaining secret area of my temple is occupied like this, and I'm usually too lazy to care about this matter. But since Junior Brother wants to use it, we can't let them get away with it. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Let's go. I'll take you there. Xia Sheng called out and took the lead. The 3 of them were halfway through their journey. 2 people walked over. One of them was Yao Li, and the other person behind him had a cultivation base of the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. At this moment, his face was filled with anger and helplessness. When they met, The cultivator glared hatefully at Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing. But he quickly turned his gaze away. He had spent a lot of effort to buy a place to cultivate in the top secret plane from Yaoli. It was not easy for him to enter a deep level of cultivation, but in less than 10 days, he was suddenly interrupted by Yaoli, who told him that someone wanted to use this secret plane and could no longer cultivate in it. How could he not be annoyed? However, he did not dare to act up. Whether it was Yao Li or Yang Kai, neither of them were people he could easily provoke, so he could only swallow his anger. Needless to say, he was extremely aggrieved. Fortunately, Yao Li had also promised him that if there was an empty secret area, he would continue to cultivate inside, otherwise, the loss would be too great. The two sides brushed past each other, Yao Li still smiling and nodding to Xia Sheng and the others as if nothing had happened. Not long after, the three of them came to a stone door. Xia Sheng held a token in his hand and pushed his Emperor Qi gently, causing the stone door to open. A light suddenly emerged from the space inside. Like a prairie fire, it quickly spread around, and in the blink of an eye, the entire stone room was filled with a gentle light. Xia Sheng said, "Under normal circumstances, everyone can cultivate in a secret area for a month. Even the disciples of our three great sects are no exception to this. However, junior brother, you can use it for 2 months." Yang Kai asked, "Will this make things difficult for you?" Xia Sheng smiled slightly. "Their butts are not clean, brother is not afraid of them." Saying so, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Cultivate well, don't mess around." Bian Yuqing's face suddenly became unnatural. How could she not know what Xia Sheng meant? "Let's go in," Xia Sheng smiled slightly. Yang Kai cupped his fists and entered the stone room with Bian Yuqing. The stone door closed, isolating this world. What rich world energy! Bian Yuqing walked to the center of the stone room and took a deep breath, her eyes full of shock. She had never felt such rich world energy in her life. Not only was it rich, but it was also extremely pure. Looking around, the entire stone room was filled with world energy visible to the naked eye. It was as if she was immersed in clouds, and every piece of her body exuded a pleasant aura. No wonder the disciples of the great sects could cultivate so quickly. The cultivation environment was different, so naturally, it was not something that the disciples of small sects could compare with. If she cultivated here for 2 months, her 50% chance of breaking through might increase by another 10%. "These are for you." Yang Kai waved his hand and a large pile of source crystals appeared on the ground. Bian Yuqing stared at it and exclaimed, "High-rank source crystals." And looking at the number of source crystals in the pile, there were at least 1 million. 1 million high-rank source crystals, that was 100 million mid-rank source crystals, and 10 billion low-rank source crystals. Bian Yuqing was stunned by Yang Kai's actions. One had to know that she and Ko Wu had only managed to buy a blue jade token worth 20 million mid-rank source crystals, which was nothing compared to Yang Kai's wealth. "It's too much," Bian Yuqing hurriedly said, "and didn't you help me sell the blue jade token for 40 million mid-rank source crystals? That's enough, I don't need this." "Take it." Yang Kai waved his hand slightly. "High-rank source crystals are more effective for cultivation. I can still afford these things." Bian Yuqing opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. After meeting Yang Kai this time, she had received too much kindness from him, so she secretly made up her mind to break through to the Emperor realm no matter what. Otherwise, not only would she be letting down the dead Ko Wu, but she would also be letting down Yang Kai. As long as she could break through to the Emperor realm, she would be able to go to his sect to help. Her experience in managing a sect could come in handy. A small sect was not afraid. As long as it developed step by step, there would be a day when it would grow strong. Sitting down cross-legged silently, Bian Yuqing said, "I've implicated you and will have to stay here with me for 2 months. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This place can't hold me. You should enter seclusion. Well, I'll come to see you in 2 months. And I'll take my leave first." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed forward, releasing the power of space principles. The air in front of him suddenly rippled and gently spread out. Yang Kai stepped forward and merged into the ripples, strangely disappearing. Only his words echoed in Bian Yuqing's ears, Don't have any doubts about yourself. Breaking through to the Emperor realm is not as difficult as you think. Bian Yuqing was stunned for a moment, and after a while, she whispered, Space Divine Technique. With this step, one's whole body strangely disappeared. Undoubtedly, only a cultivator proficient in the Space Divine Technique could do this. This was a legendary technique, and Bian Yuqing never thought that she would one day be able to witness it with her own eyes. After a short while, she suppressed the shock in her heart, calmed her qi, and closed her eyes to meditate. Outside the Spirit Lake City, the space suddenly became distorted and unstable. Then, a figure emerged from the void. A cultivator happened to pass by, and when he saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He thought he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, so he hurriedly wiped his eyes and looked forward again. However, there was nothing in front of him, as if the person he saw before was just an illusion. The cultivator suddenly became a little suspicious and quickly left this place, not daring to stay any longer. 300 kilometers outside Maplewood City, in front of a quiet manor, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. In front of the manor, a girl about 16 or 17 years old was sweeping the fallen leaves. Her movements were gentle, and her hair was flying in the wind. There were shouts coming from the manor, and it seemed that someone was cultivating. Yang Kai swept the manor with his divine sense and saw the situation in the manor. A big stone was lifted from his heart. This was the Zhang family, Ruoxi's family. After being away for so many years, Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City had undergone great changes. There were countless powerhouses in the vicinity, and there were fights and bloodshed every day. Yang Kai was really afraid that something would happen to the Zhang family. If that were to happen, Ruoxi would definitely be sad. But now, it seems that although the Zhang family didn't have a powerhouse, they were still able to live a peaceful life as usual. You? Who are you looking for? The girl who was sweeping the floor suddenly saw Yang Kai and was startled. Her big black eyes looked at Yang Kai, and her hands nervously grasped the broom as she asked nervously. It's been almost 10 years since Yang Kai took Ruoxi away from the Zhang family. This girl was now only 15 to 16 years old. Even if she vaguely remembered some of the things that happened back then, it was impossible for her to remember clearly. Naturally, she didn't know Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately showed a harmless smile and said amiably, I'm looking for old Madame Zhang. Looking for great-grandmother? The girl tilted her head and asked. Yes, please inform her that Yang Kai is asking for an audience. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Although he could enter the Zhang family at will, this was Ruoxi's family, so Yang Kai naturally had to abide by the etiquette. You are Lord Yang? The girl's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Yang Kai with surprise and joy. You remember me? Yang Kai was a little stunned. The girl shook her head, then nodded. He didn't know what she wanted to say, but her expression was extremely happy. Throwing away the broom in her hand, she went straight to Yang Kai's side and grabbed his arm to pull him into the manor. Great-grandmother, great-grandmother. The silence of the manor was broken as the girl's clear voice echoed. The manor wasn't too big, so the girl's shout instantly alarmed everyone in the Zhang family. One figure after another flew in from all directions, bringing a burst of flapping sound. Chapter 2751. The girl brought Yang Kai to the courtyard and was immediately surrounded by 10 people from the Zhang family. Who's there? Someone shouted loudly with a vigilant look. Lord Yang, it's Lord Yang. The girl was so excited that she grabbed Yang Kai's arm and kept repeating to the surrounding people. Little girl, what's with the shouting? A familiar voice sounded, followed by the sudden appearance of a plump and beautiful woman. Her appearance was vaguely similar to Ruoxi's. Grandmother, it's Lord Yang. The girl hurriedly shouted. What Lord Yang? The beautiful woman frowned slightly and came to the front to take a closer look. She covered her red lips in surprise and joy. Lord Yang. Mrs. Zhang, how have you been? Yang Kai smiled slightly. This beautiful woman was none other than Ruoxi's grandmother, Ning Suan. Ning Suan was absent-minded for a long time before she smiled. Lord Yang is also as elegant as ever. After a pause, she suddenly woke up and said to the girl who grabbed Yang Kai's arm, Ruoyu, Go and ask your grandmother to come out. The girl named Ruo Yu quickly rushed inside. Ning Suan looked behind Yang Kai but didn't find the figure she was looking for. Her pretty face changed slightly and she said in a trembling voice, Lord Yang. Ruoshi, she. Yang Kai smiled. Mrs. Zhang, don't worry, Ruoshi is fine. It's just that she couldn't come this time because of some matters. Hearing Yang Kai say so, Ning Suan covered her chest with her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid of hearing bad news from Yang Kai. When the Zhang family was bullied, it was Yang Kai who came out to save them. Later, Zhang Ruoshi left with Yang Kai for 10 years without any news, so Ning Suan naturally missed her very much. The outside world was not as peaceful as the Zhang family. Although Kai Yang's performance in the past was not bad, after all these years of broadening their horizons, the Zhang family members also knew that Kai Yang was not that powerful back then. If they really provoked a powerful opponent outside, they were afraid that it would implicate Ruoshi. Fortunately, Yang Kai came and told her that Ruoshi was fine. Lord Yang, please come in. Ning Suan felt relieved. She reached out her hand. Although she had a lot of questions, her temperament had become a lot calmer after years of polishing. Naturally, she knew it wasn't a good time to ask. Once the host and guest were seated, tea was immediately served. Before they could say a few words, an old voice suddenly came from the outside. Lord Yang is here? Yang Kai hurriedly got up and saw an old woman coming in step by step under the support of Zhang Ruoyu. When the cloudy eyes looked at Yang Kai, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. It's really Lord Yang, this old woman greets Lord Yang. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately reached out to help her up. He said in a panicked voice, Old madam, this junior doesn't deserve this. You mustn't. Old Madam Zhang said, It's only right. If it wasn't for you, the Zhang family would have long been gone. I'm only doing what I was asked to do. There's no need to mention the past again. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He personally helped old Madam Zhang to the head of the table and helped her sit down. Then he returned to his seat. Ning Suan quietly watched this scene. The corner of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a gratified smile. Although the Zhang family also agreed to Yang Kai taking Ruoshi away. But everyone knew that when a young man like Yang Kai took a beautiful girl with him, something was bound to happen. It was only a matter of time before Ruoshi was taken in by Yang Kai. In other words, Ning Suan had long regarded Yang Kai as the son-in-law of the Zhang family. It's just that this son-in-law was stronger than the Zhang family. Although she recognized it in her heart, it wasn't good to show it. Now, looking at it again, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest arrogance. Respecting the old and loving the young, his temperament was very good. Lord Yang. Old Madam Zhang sat down. Just as she opened her mouth, Yang Kai waved his hand. Old Madam, you can call me by my name. Don't mention the word master again. Old Madam Zhang said, How can this be? Ning Suan smiled. Mother, since Yang Kai insists, why do you have to be so estranged? Hearing this, old Madam Zhang seemed to have understood something and smiled. Then this old one will take advantage of my seniority. It's only right. Yang Kai nodded slightly. How is Ruoshi now? Ning Suan said, Yang Kai said before that Ruoshi is fine. Mother, you don't have to worry about her. Really? Old Madam Zhang looked at Yang Kai seriously. Really? Yang Kai smiled. It's just that Ruoshi was in closed-door training some time ago. It was inconvenient for her to come out, so she couldn't come back with me this time. It's good that she's fine. It's good that she's fine. Old Madam Zhang's face was filled with relief. By the way, what's Ruoshi's cultivation level now? The Zhang family had suffered a loss because they didn't have a master. Although the Zhang family had been conserving their strength over the years and had produced a few disciples with good aptitude, due to the decline of the family, there weren't many resources for them to cultivate. Therefore, their progress was slow and their cultivation wasn't high. On the other hand, Ning Suan was a little stimulated by the accident that year. Her cultivation had improved a lot, but she was still in the first-order Dao source realm. In the entire Zhang family, except for her who was in the first-order Dao source realm, There was no other Dao Source Realm master. Old Madame Zhang was in the Origin King realm, but she was old and her vitality had declined. She couldn't fight at all. In other words, the Zhang family had been supported by Ning Suwen all these years. Ruoxi is in the third order Dao Source realm. Yang Kai thought about it but still didn't dare to tell the truth. Ruoxi's current cultivation was really difficult to judge. Before the accident, she was indeed in the third order Dao Source realm, but in the third order Dao Source realm, even the Emperor realm wasn't her opponent. Now that she had inherited the mysterious power of heaven's punishment in the blood door, it was unknown how much she would grow once she came out. As soon as Yang Kai said this, the entire Zhang family's living room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded. There was no joy or excitement, only some distrust. It wasn't that they didn't trust Yang Kai, it was just that his words were a little too shocking. One had to know that when Yang Kai took Zhang Ruoxi away, she was only in the Origin Returning realm. After that, there was the Origin King realm, and then the Dao Source realm. The gap between the Origin King realm and the Dao Source realm was a huge barrier that not everyone could break through. Otherwise, the Zhang family wouldn't have so few Dao Source realm masters. Even if Ruoxi's aptitude was good and she really broke through to the Dao Source realm, it was impossible for her to reach the third order Dao Source realm in 10 years. How could it be possible for someone to grow from the Origin Returning realm to the third order Dao Source realm in 10 years? Subconsciously, Ning Suwen and old Madame Zhang felt that Yang Kai was comforting them. Ruoxi really is in the third order Dao Source realm. Yang Kai saw their distrust and said solemnly. Ning Suwen and old Madame Zhang glanced at each other before asking, Yang Kai, what is your cultivation? Yang Kai didn't answer. He just pushed his Emperor Qi, and a clear Emperor intent instantly spread out. The Emperor realm! Ning Suwen exclaimed. The other Zhang family juniors also instantly widened their eyes. The Emperor realm in the flesh. Although there were many masters in the Emperor realm in Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City, these masters weren't people they could meet whenever they wanted. Now, there was actually an Emperor realm master sitting in the Zhang family's living room. So, you should believe me now, right? Yang Kai was a little speechless. Fortunately, he didn't tell the truth, otherwise, the Zhang family would probably suspect that there was something wrong with his head. Ruoxi, is she really in the third order Dao Source realm? Ning Suwen asked in a trembling voice. If Yang Kai had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, then it wasn't impossible for Zhang Ruoxi to be in the third order Dao Source realm. It's absolutely true. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Good. God bless my Zhang family. The Zhang family finally has a third order Dao Source realm. Ning Suwen's excited expression was overflowing with words. Even the white-haired old Madame Zhang showed a happy expression. The Zhang family juniors standing in the living room were even more fascinated. The third order Dao Source realm, in their opinion, was an unreachable existence. The Zhang family actually had one, and it was an existence of the same generation as them. Especially the girl named Zhang Ruoyu, the burning light in her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to melt ice. The main reason I came to the Zhang family this time is to discuss something with you. Yang Kai waited for them to calm down a little before opening his mouth to speak. Tell us, as long as it's not too difficult, our Zhang family will agree, Ning Suwen hurriedly said. There was nothing they could do if they didn't agree. How could they refuse a request from the Emperor realm so casually? Yang Kai said, I want to take you to a place. But Ning Suwen was stunned. My sect. Yang Kai said, it's safe there, and the cultivation environment is no worse than the Spirit Lake Palace. If you go there, you won't have to worry about your cultivation life anymore. There will be people there to guide the Zhang family disciples in cultivation, and you won't have to worry about cultivation resources. With every sentence Yang Kai said, the eyes of the young Zhang family disciples brightened up a little. All of them were looking forward to it. Yang Kai's words were like a picture scroll unfolding in front of them. The picture scroll was full of beautiful futures. There's such a place. Ning Suwen was slightly absent-minded. Ruoxi is there too? Old Madame Zhang asked. Not now, but in the future, Yang Kai said. Good, this old one agrees. Yang Kai, how can my Zhang family not appreciate your kindness? Ning Suan nodded after a moment of silence. If it's really as good as Yang Kai described, then there's naturally a lot of benefits. Although the Zhang family is now in a remote corner of the world, but in recent years there have been too many strong cultivators coming in from Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City. Any one of them has the ability to destroy the Zhang family. If they continue to stay here without the protection of a strong cultivator, then there's no telling when the disaster will befall them. Chapter 2752. Brother-in-law, take care. Come back soon to pick us up. Zhang Ruoyu's tender voice came from behind. Yang Kai, who was flying in the direction of Maplewood City, almost fell from the sky. The Zhang family seemed to really believe that there was something going on between him and Ruoshi. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain. After discussing with the Zhang family's old madam, he told them to pack their luggage and prepare to leave at any time. However, Yang Kai still had some things to deal with, so he naturally couldn't leave immediately. He told them to wait at the Zhang family's residence and take them back to the sect after he finished with his trivial matters. Before leaving, Yang Kai left 7 or 8 blood beasts at the Zhang family's residence, just in case. These blood beasts were refined when he was still weak. As his strength increased, they were basically useless. However, they still had the strength of a Dao Source Realm Master, so they would be a great help to the Zhang family. As long as there were no masters from the Emperor realm to make things difficult for the Zhang family, these blood beasts would be able to resist. Of course, Yang Kai also left his contact information with the Zhang family. If something really happened, Yang Kai would know immediately. Maplewood City. It had been a few years since he had last seen it. Now that he had stepped foot in it again, it was truly different. Just like in Spirit Lake City, Dao Source Realm Masters were common among the cultivator traffic. The Emperor Realm Masters flew high in the sky, and even the law enforcement team could only watch helplessly, not daring to interfere. Yang Kai walked in the direction of the Qin family's residence with ease. A manservant wearing a round hat in front of the door saw Yang Kai striding over and asked respectfully, "Master, who are you looking for?" "Qin Choyang, the patriarch of the Qin family. Please pass on my message," Yang Kai replied. "Looking for the patriarch?" The manservant was startled and asked cautiously, "May I ask how I should address you?" "Tell him that an old friend surnamed Yang is here to visit." The manservant nodded, excused himself, and turned to enter the Qin family's residence. Yang Kai stood outside the door with his hands behind his back. After a long time without any movement, he frowned and swept his divine sense towards the Qin family's residence. Wherever his divine sense passed, everything would be revealed. It wasn't much different from when he had left. The Qin family didn't seem to have benefited much from the rise of Maplewood City. This wasn't surprising, as the Qin family was just a small family to begin with. It was true that Maplewood City had risen, but it wasn't like they could get a piece of the pie just because they wanted to. But overall, the cultivation of the Qin family's cultivator had improved. After all, they had lived here for a long time, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Maplewood City was much denser than before. Qin Yu. Yang Kai suddenly found Qin Yu in the secret chamber. After not seeing her for a few years, this little girl had actually reached the second-order Dao Source realm. Her previous weakness had been swept away, and her body had grown a lot. Her cheeks were rosy, and she was currently cultivating in secluded retreat, as expected of the heaven and earth segmented body. Although there was a great calamity, once that calamity was resolved, there would be great good fortune. Qin Yu, who was cultivating in secluded retreat, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes looked directly at Yang Kai through the layers of obstacles. A profound light flashed in those eyes, as if it could see through all illusions and see the essence of things. Fated fortune, heavenly pupil. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly used his divine sense to isolate himself. His entire body turned into nothingness, and he stood there awkwardly while rubbing his nose. If Qin Yu, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, really found out that he was peeping, he would lose a lot of face. But Qin Yu's change still shocked Yang Kai. Not to mention the drastic increase in her cultivation, this fated fortune heavenly pupil seemed to be extremely mysterious. He was from the Emperor realm, and his soul cultivation was extremely powerful. Qin Yu still found out that he was secretly spying on her. If Qin Yu was allowed to grow, her future would be promising. Shifting his divine sense, Yang Kai continued to investigate other places in the Qin family. Inside the secret room, Qin Yu frowned slightly, and there was a puzzled look on her face. She clearly felt a probing gaze just now, but when she tried to track it down, she didn't find anything. There were only two possibilities for this situation. One was that she was just imagining things, and the other was that the person's cultivation was far beyond her imagination. Qin Yu guessed that it was the latter possibility. There were masters appearing in Maplewood City from time to time, so it was normal for them to inadvertently investigate. The main thing was that Qin Yu didn't feel any malicious intent. Since there was no malicious intent, it didn't matter. Master Luo, this Qin really has no other way. Can you give me a few more days? When Yang Kai's divine sense probed a side room, he suddenly found traces of Qin Chaoyang. But at this moment, he had a bitter look on his face and was pleading with a young man in brocade clothes. The two maidservants next to him stood there with pale faces, trembling in fear. No other way? The young man surnamed Luo looked at Qin Chaoyang with a sneer. If there's no other way, then think of a way. Steal or rob. You don't need me to teach you this, do you? Qin Chaoyang's face changed and he whispered, "How can this be? How can this be?" The young man surnamed Luo snorted heavily. He suddenly pointed at the two maidservants beside him and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly what the two bitches you sent today look like. Are they worthy of serving this young master with their dog-like appearance?" The two maidservants with low cultivations instantly turned pale and knelt down, trembling all over, as if they were afraid of this person. Qin Chaoyang's face was bitter. He was the eldest brother, yet he was being spat on by a junior. He was furious, but he didn't dare to vent his anger. In fact, although the two maidservants he brought today weren't very good-looking, they were still delicate and pretty. However, the young man surnamed Luo's requirements were too high. They had to be stunning beauties, and they had to be replaced every day. The Qin family's maidservants who were slightly more beautiful had all been ruined by him. Qin Chaoyang had also bought some maidservants from ordinary families, but they still couldn't satisfy the young man's needs. It seems that your Qin family doesn't need this young lord's protection. That's fine, this young lord is too lazy to serve you. However, the Qin family's head should know better than me what happened to the Du family. The young man surnamed Luo said as he walked out. Qin Chaoyang's face changed and he hurriedly stopped him. "Master Luo, please wait." The young man surnamed Luo coldly snorted. "What else do you have to say?" Qin Chaoyang said with difficulty, "Master Luo, please give me 2 more days. No, 1 more day. I'll think of a way to satisfy Master Luo." When the young man surnamed Luo heard this, he sighed and said, "Qin family head, this young lord has been with your Qin family for quite some time now. With this young lord overseeing your Qin family, has anyone come to cause trouble for you?" "Never," Qin Chaoyang hurriedly replied. Although this young man surnamed Luo wasn't easy to serve, he was only a lecherous man. He was happy without a woman every day. Although the Qin family wasn't a large family, they still had the ability to find beautiful maidservants. The key point was that this guy changed women too quickly. 2 beautiful maidservants were sent in only a few days before they were replaced. He was like a pig, plowing day and night without stopping. However, as he said, with him overseeing the Qin family, no one came to cause trouble for the Qin family. On the other hand, the Du family offended a powerhouse a few days ago and was uprooted. Over 100 people in the family were killed overnight, and even their servants were wiped out. Maplewood City didn't have the same rules and regulations as Spirit Lake City. Although the City Lord's mansion maintained order, who could the City Lord's mansion deter? Many powerhouses didn't put the City Lord's mansion in their eyes. Even if they abided by the law on the surface, they were secretly vicious. Because of this, each of the large families in Maplewood City would hire someone with strength and status to oversee the safety of the family. Of course, the price to pay wasn't small. The Qin family situation was considered good. They only had to pay a few beautiful maidservants to serve this young man surnamed Luo. Some families had to hand over 70% of their annual income, which was simply a nightmare. The head of the Qin family is also a reasonable person. The young man surnamed Luo faintly smiled and calmly patted Qin Chaoyang's shoulder, saying, "This young master has a proposal, but I don't know if the head of the Qin family is willing to accept." Qin Chaoyang's heart jumped. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling, but he could only brace himself and say, "I'd like to hear the details." The cultivator surnamed Luo chuckled and said in a low voice, "Doesn't the head of the Qin family have a granddaughter? As long as—" "No." Qin Chaoyang turned pale with fright and hurriedly refused. It was because he saw that this cultivator surnamed Luo was extremely lecherous that he had asked Qin Yu to enter secluded cultivation in the secret room and not come out unless there was something important. He didn't expect that this cultivator would still think about it. Ever since Yang Kai returned from the Four Seasons realm and brought back the tribulation fruit, Qin Yu had shown extraordinary cultivation aptitude. In just a few years, she had already reached the second-order Dao Source realm. It was even possible for her to break through to the Emperor realm in the near future. The future of the Qin family was pinned on Qin Yu. Not to mention his own granddaughter, even if she was an ordinary descendant, Qin Chaoyang wouldn't make a deal with her. Qin Chaoyang had also made it clear to the maidservants that he bought to serve the cultivators surnamed Luo. Only when they agreed would Qin Chaoyang bring them back to the Qin family. Qin Yu would never agree to this kind of thing, and Qin Chaoyang wouldn't consider it either. Why not? The cultivator surnamed Luo's face suddenly became gloomy, as if his dignity had been challenged. "No, no, no." Qin Chaoyang waved his hand repeatedly. His attitude instantly angered the Qin family and he sneered, "You think it's impossible, but this young lord thinks it's possible. Don't worry, as long as your granddaughter is willing to give herself to this young lord, everything in the Qin family is negotiable. All right, I'll go find her. You don't need to worry about this." Saying so, he walked out as if he already knew where Qin Yu was. Qin Chaoyang was shocked. Just as he was about to stop him, that cultivator surnamed Luo slipped behind him like a loach, causing him to grab empty air. Opening the door, the cultivator surnamed Luo was startled. He didn't know when, but someone was standing in front of the door, blocking his way. Scram! The cultivator surnamed Luo was in a hurry to find Qin Yu. How could he be in the mood to stay here? He immediately struck out with his palm. That person didn't move at all. He only stretched out his hand and pointed forward, the tip of his finger poking the cultivator surnamed Luo's palm. A heart-wrenching pain came in an instant. The cultivator surnamed Luo felt as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled and he suddenly jumped back. He looked in front of him in shock and horror and shouted, "Who is it?" Qin Chaoyang was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. It wasn't until a bloody smell lingered at the tip of his nose that he suddenly woke up. He raised his head and looked, his eyes dazed. "Little brother Yang." Chapter 2753. Qin Chaoyang stared blankly at the figure blocking the door. He didn't expect Yang Kai to appear at this critical moment and injure Luo Ping with a single finger. His face changing, Qin Chaoyang panicked. Yang Kai didn't know who this Luo Ping was, but he did. He wasn't someone he could casually provoke. If not for this, he wouldn't have been qualified to lead the Qin family. "Qin family patriarch, I trust you have been well since we last met." Yang Kai smiled slightly. At this time, the young man wearing the round hat appeared behind him and said with a bitter face, "Patriarch, this person said he wanted to see you. This little one came to report, but after hearing some noise inside, I didn't dare to intrude. I didn't expect." Qin Chaoyang waved his hand, "You can leave." The young man wearing the round hat felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly ran out. "Who are you and why are you so vicious?" Luo Ping gritted his teeth and shouted. The power of Yang Kai's finger just now had pierced through his palm, leaving a bloody hole. "This is vicious?" Yang Kai grinned. "Compared to what you're about to do, this isn't vicious at all." Turning to look at Qin Chaoyang, he asked, "Who is this guy?" After listening for a long time, he didn't know who this guy was, but Qin Chaoyang seemed to be afraid of him. Qin Chaoyang showed a bitter expression, but before he could speak, Luo Ping shouted, This young lord is a disciple of Star Soul Palace. You dare hurt me? You're dead. Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai frowned. Luo Ping grinned. What? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, kneel down and kowtow to this young lord and maybe I'll spare your life. Is he really a disciple of Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai looked at Qin Chaoyang seriously. Qin Chaoyang said with a wry smile, absolutely. Yang Kai nodded. Star Soul Palace's disciples could not be casually impersonated. In the Southern Territory, impersonating the disciples of the other three great sects might not be a problem as long as they were not exposed on the spot, but if anyone impersonated a disciple of Star Soul Palace, they would definitely be met with disaster. The person in front of him was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. His aura was steady and steady. He wasn't old, so he should be from a big sect. Furthermore, since Qin Chaoyang said so, he must have confirmed the other party's identity. In other words, this Luo Ping was really a disciple of Star Soul Palace. No wonder he was so arrogant and showed no fear in the face of the Emperor Realm. It was because of his identity as a disciple of Star Soul Palace. Kneel. Luo Ping clenched his bleeding hand and shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly raised his palm, his emperor chi surging. He said lightly, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out of here. If you are still here after 3 breaths, I will clean up your sect on behalf of Star Soul Palace. Luo Ping was stunned and couldn't help feeling a little dumbfounded. He thought that after he reported his identity, this person would panic, but who would have thought that this person would not take him seriously and even shamelessly say that he would clean up Star Soul Palace? Was this for real? Was there something wrong with this person's head? He was a disciple of Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai, don't be impulsive. Qin Chaoyang was shocked and his face turned pale. If Luo Ping really died in their Qin family, the Qin family would be finished. Yang Kai? Hearing Qin Chaoyang's call, Luo Ping's eyes widened and he carefully looked at Yang Kai, his pupils shrinking as a look of fear appeared on his face. He suddenly remembered the message he received from his sect some time ago. The name and figure described in the message were very similar to this person in front of him. Was this person Yang Kai? If it was really him, then his identity as a disciple of Star Soul Palace was not enough to deter him. Seeing the power in Yang Kai's palm grow stronger and stronger, he did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed as he hurriedly fled out of the Qin clan like a bolt of lightning, and he didn't even dare leave behind a single ruthless word. Qin Chaoyang was stunned as he looked in the direction Luo Ping disappeared. His mind was a little confused. What was going on? A dignified disciple of Star Soul Palace was running away like a stray dog. Was he seeing things? Even if Yang Kai showed the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, he would not be so scared. Was this really a disciple of Star Soul Palace? Qin Chaoyang even wondered if Luo Ping's identity was real or fake. In a small alley in Maplewood City, Luo Ping stopped with a pale face. Releasing his divine sense, he did not feel any aura of Yang Kai. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and fall to the ground without a care for his image. His bearing as a disciple of a great sect was gone. It was not until this moment that he felt a burst of fear and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. His identity as a disciple of Star Soul Palace was not fake and he was an inner sect disciple with some status in Star Soul Palace. For a disciple like him, even if he encountered most of the people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, he would not put them in his eyes, but this person named Yang Kai was different. He was different from all the people from the Emperor Realm. Some time ago, he received a message from the sect asking the disciples who were staying outside to pay attention to the whereabouts of a person, and that person was Yang Kai. Luo Ping did not know why the sect wanted to pay attention to such a person until he met a brother in Spirit Lake City and asked a little about it. This Yang Kai was actually related to the killing of Elder Tan Juanhao and Deacon Wu Ming, and there were all kinds of signs that indicated that Elder Tan and Deacon Wu had died at his hands. This matter had been jointly confirmed by more than 20 masters from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, so there was nothing false about it. Elder Tan was one of the only 4 third-stage Emperor Realm elders in Star Soul Palace. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was incredibly powerful, yet he was killed by Yang Kai. When he heard this news, Luo Ping could not believe it at all. A third-grade Emperor Realm Master could die? In comparison, Wu Ming's death did not seem to be much of a shock. An elder and a deacon of Star Soul Palace being killed was a big deal, and the entire Star Soul Palace paid great attention to it. Countless people were searching in all directions to find traces of this person named Yang Kai. However, after the incident in Flowing Shadow City, Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated, and only now appeared in Maplewood City. "You dare hurt me? You're dead." Luo Ping gritted his teeth, took out a communication artifact, and probed the surroundings like a thief before sending his divine sense into it. After receiving a reply, Luo Ping smiled sinisterly. "The masters of the sect will soon arrive in Maplewood City. Let's see how you die." In the Qin family, Yang Kai was silent for a long time after learning the truth. According to Qin Chaoyang's explanation, this Star Soul Palace disciple named Luo Ping was invited by the Qin family. Currently, Maplewood City was not stable, and the rise of Maplewood City had attracted many masters. Although the previous great families had the advantage of time and place, they were not strong enough, so they could only survive in the cracks, and 2 of them had even been destroyed. It was thanks to Luo Ping's protection that the Qin family was able to survive. However, although Luo Ping did not ask for cultivation resources, he was extremely interested in women. He was even somewhat insatiable, causing Qin Zhao Yang to be unable to satisfy him, which led to today's matter. "Yang Kai, you should leave quickly. Luo Ping will definitely send a message to Star Soul Palace, so it is not wise for you to stay here any longer," Qin Chaoyang advised with some concern. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's fine if the people from Star Soul Palace don't come looking for me, but if they do, I have a grudge to settle with them." He had killed Tan Junhao and Wu Ming, so Star Soul Palace would definitely not let this matter rest. In any case, they would demand an explanation from Yang Kai, otherwise, Star Soul Palace's supreme dignity would be challenged. Yang Kai had never thought of hiding from Star Soul Palace. If it were in the past, he could only look up to such a colossus, but now he vaguely had the capital to negotiate with Star Soul Palace. And since the Bright Moon Great Emperors were able to become Great Emperors, they must not be unreasonable people. The 20 or so chess pieces he had arranged in Flowing Shadow City should have played their role at this moment. Qin Chaoyang was furious. The one they had offended was Star Soul Palace, not some random sect, so how could Yang Kai still be so calm? Yang Kai smiled and said, "Let's not talk about me. Where should the Qin family go?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Chaoyang was stunned, and only after a while did he sigh heavily. Now, not only had the Qin family lost Luo Ping's protection, but they had also offended him. It was likely that their future would be difficult, and there would no longer be a place for the Qin family in Maplewood City. "I don't know, but we will definitely have to leave Maplewood City." Qin Chaoyang seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. "Where can we go after leaving Maplewood City?" "The entire Southern Territory belongs to Star Soul Palace." Qin Chaoyang was speechless. Indeed, even if they left Maplewood City, the revenge would still come, unless they left the Southern Territory and escaped the sight of Star Soul Palace. But how could such a thing be easy? Yang Kai said, "How about I arrange a place for you to go?" Qin Chaoyang raised his head and said, "Where?" "The Northern Territory." Yang Kai said. Qin Chaoyang opened his mouth and said with a bitter smile, "It's too far, and the cultivation of my Qin family disciples is uneven, so it's impossible to travel that far." "You don't need to travel there, as long as the Qin family agrees. I will send you to the Northern Territory in 10 days. 10 days? Qin Chaoyang was shocked, and his first thought was that it was impossible, but after thinking about it, there was still a trace of possibility. Of course, it would require the use of legendary items. "Can we really reach the Northern Territory in 10 days? Qin Chaoyang asked in a trembling voice. If it was possible, then the Qin family would definitely be able to escape this disaster. The Northern Territory and the Southern Territory were like heaven and earth, and Star Soul Palace's hand couldn't reach there. Absolutely. Yang Kai nodded seriously. If the Qin family head trusts me, then I can arrange it immediately, and we'll set off in 2 days. Qin Chaoyang's expression instantly became conflicted. Deep down, he was willing to trust Yang Kai, but this matter concerned the future of his entire family, so he had to be cautious. After a while, he finally made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "Then I'll have to trouble little brother Yang." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I won't disappoint the Qin family head." Speaking of which, he didn't plan to bring the Qin family to the High Heaven Palace. This trip was just to take a look, but since the Qin family had nowhere else to go, it didn't matter if he brought them along. To Yang Kai, it didn't make much of a difference whether he released one sheep or herded a flock of sheep. Moreover, this way, he would be able to gain Qin Yu. With Qin Yu's current cultivation aptitude, it was very likely that he would break through to the Emperor realm in the future, and the High Heaven Palace would have an additional source of strength. For the sect, there were only benefits. Chapter 2754. Maplewood City, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce Branch. Maplewood City was no longer the same as before, and it had risen rapidly. As one of the two largest chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had naturally set up a branch here, and it even had a master from the Emperor Realm stationed here. The constant flow of cultivator traffic between Maplewood City and the nearby Spirit Lake City had brought great profits to the Chamber of Commerce, so the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce naturally attached great importance to it. The branch had 50 shops under its jurisdiction, as well as a large auction house. Over the past few years, the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had made a lot of money in Maplewood City. Walking into the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch, Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many cultivators in the hall. Most of them were talking in low voices, while some were browsing the goods placed here. The hall was very large and built in a very imposing manner, showing the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's extraordinary financial resources. In the corner, a few beautiful girls who were whispering to each other saw Yang Kai walk in and immediately walked over, stood in front of Yang Kai, and bowed. "Greetings, master. What does the master need?" Yang Kai could tell at a glance that she was a maid who had been specially trained to receive customers. Many chambers of commerce had such an existence. The girl was young, about 28 years old, but she had a delicate appearance, a sweet smile, and a gentle voice. It was easy for people to have a good impression of her. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I have a business to discuss with your Chamber of Commerce." The young girl's beautiful eyes brightened. Maids like her were most happy to hear this kind of words. This was because every business they did had a commission. Although the number of commission wasn't large, if it was really a big business, then once they started, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for several years. Previously, she had seen Yang Kai's extraordinary bearing, so she was even more certain of this now. For a time, the girl became even more enthusiastic and said with a faint smile, "What business does the master want to discuss?" This servant can make the decision for anything below 10 million source crystals. Low-rank source crystals? Yang Kai asked. The girl nodded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then tell your manager to come out." The girl was slightly startled. She quickly reacted. The business this master wanted to discuss was probably not something she could decide. 10 million low-rank source crystals was a huge number to her, but it was nothing to some people. This was especially true for Emperor Realm Masters. From the looks of it, this was what the master wanted to talk about. With a solemn expression, the young girl said, "Master, please follow me into the private room for a moment." Yang Kai nodded slightly and followed the girl in a certain direction. Not long after, they arrived at an independent private room. The young girl arranged for Yang Kai to enter and served him tea. Then she said, "Master, please wait for a moment. This servant will go and invite the steward master." Yang Kai remained motionless, and just as the girl was about to leave, she suddenly asked, "Right, have you heard of Kong Si Ran?" Shopkeeper Kong was the first friend he made in Maplewood City. Yang Kai was able to obtain Gong Sun Mu's inheritance thanks to Kong Si Ran's guidance. It was just that Maplewood City was too small at that time. After Kong Si Ran advanced to the Dao Source realm, he was transferred away by Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai did not know where he was transferred to. He had not seen him for more than 10 years. Now that Yang Kai had returned to his hometown, he naturally thought of him. he was just casually inquiring, but he did not expect that the girl would ask in surprise, "Master knows Manager Kong?" Yang Kai was stunned. The girl smiled and said, "Master, if you know Manager Kong, then this servant will ask him to come over and discuss with you." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Is Kong Si Ran here?" "Yes, Manager Kong is in this branch." This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai did not expect that his casual inquiry would lead to such a thing. He nodded hurriedly. "Good. Ask him to come over." The girl responded, bowed, and left the room, closing the door behind her. In the private room, Yang Kai sipped his tea. He waited quietly. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Please come in." The door was pushed open and Kong Si Ran's figure appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. When their eyes met, Kong Si Ran was shocked. "Brother Yang. Mountains and rivers will meet again. We meet again, Brother Kong." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Kong Si Ran was surprised and delighted. He closed the door and said, "I was just wondering which old acquaintance came to see me. It turns out to be Brother Yang. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, right?" "Yes, Brother Kong, sit down and talk." Kong Si Ran was quite excited to see Yang Kai again after such a long time. After all, he was able to break through to the Dao Source realm back then thanks to the Dao Source pill Yang Kai gave him. If not for that pill, he might still be stuck at the peak of the Origin King realm, unable to advance any further. He would not have his current cultivation and status. After more than 10 years, Kong Si Ran's cultivation had also reached the second-order Dao Source realm. It seemed that he had worked hard and cultivated well in the past 10 years. After taking a seat, Kong Si Ran could not help sighing. Thinking back, he and Yang Kai were both Origin Kings and had gone through life and death together. Now that they met again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. "Wasn't Brother Kong transferred away? How come you've returned to Maplewood City now?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "Maplewood City is no longer the same as it used to be, so the headquarters naturally paid more attention to this place. Although this Kang's cultivation isn't very high, he has been operating here for half his life and is extremely familiar with the situation here, so he was sent back here." Maplewood City was a good place now, and there were many people from the headquarters who wanted to come here. If it weren't for Kong Si Ran's natural advantage, with his cultivation he wouldn't have been able to obtain this delicious cake. But even so, it was likely that he would be transferred away again after a period of time. That was because the branch had already established a firm foothold here and was gradually becoming familiar with Maplewood City. There was no need for him to guide them. When the time came, there would naturally be people with higher cultivation and stronger connections to replace him. "So that's how it is, that's a good thing." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not understanding some of the intrigue in the Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran smiled and did not explain much. After all, the Chamber of Commerce's affairs were family matters, and although he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, there was no need to mention this. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. As soon as the knocking fell, and before Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran could respond, the door was opened and a young man in brocade robes walked in with a smile on his face. When he saw this person, Kong Si Ran's face instantly sank and he frowned. "Gu Hong, what are you doing? Can't you see that I'm discussing business with a guest?" This Gu Hong was too presumptuous, entering the private room without permission. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai who was sitting here. If it were someone else, Kong Si Ran wouldn't know how to explain it to them. If things didn't go well, they would think that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's confidentiality measures weren't good enough, and the business would be ruined. Facing Kong Si Ran's accusation, Gu Hong ignored it and just looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Friend, this one is Manager Gu Hong of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. How should I address this friend?" Yang Kai glanced at Kong Si Ran, then looked at Gu Hong, his eyes flashing as he grinned, but he didn't say a word. Gu Hong didn't get a response, so he looked embarrassed, but he still said, "Please forgive me for disturbing this friend. It's just that Manager Kang's ability isn't good enough, and this Gu was afraid that if he had a big business to handle, it would ruin it, so he came uninvited to atone for his mistake." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "How can you say that Manager Kang's ability isn't good enough?" Gu Hong smiled and said, "It took him a year to negotiate 3 deals. Isn't that a sign of his lack of ability?" Kong Si Ran's face turned pale as he said coldly, "If no one intervened to stop me, this Kong could have negotiated a few more deals." Gu Hong said, "Manager Kong, there's no need to be angry. This Gu intervened in your business for your own good. You will soon be transferred from here, and when the time comes, the various procedures will be very troublesome. It's better to leave it to this Gu now." Kong Si Ran snorted and said, "Then should this Kong thank you?" Gu Hong smiled and said, "We are all from the same Chamber of Commerce, so there's no need to thank me." Turning his gaze to Yang Kai, he said, "Friend, if you really have business, this Gu is willing to help. To tell you the truth, Manager Kong is indeed about to be transferred, so if you have any business to discuss with this Gu, I guarantee you will be satisfied." Yang Kai turned to look at Kong Si Ran and said, "He's about to be transferred again." Kong Si Ran sighed. Being transferred out of Maplewood City was his own will. Maplewood City was too small and barren, so there was no good future for him if he continued to stay, but now it was different. Maplewood City was a piece of delicious cake that everyone wanted to take a bite of, so how could he be willing to be transferred away? It was just that he couldn't win. Yang Kai nodded. "This one appreciates Manager Gu's kindness, but Manager Kong and I are old friends who have gone through life and death together, so I would like to discuss this business with Manager Kong." "Is that so?" Gu Hong froze for a moment before smiling and saying, "In that case, this Gu won't act like a villain and will take his leave." Yang Kai's words made him understand that he probably couldn't get this business, so he didn't waste any more time and quickly left. Soon, only Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran were left in the private room. Yang Kai asked, "Does Brother Kong not want to leave Maplewood City?" Kong Si Ran nodded and said, "Although there are a few branches in the Southern Territory that are comparable to Maplewood City, they are not places I can join. If I am transferred away this time, it will be difficult for me to come back." "Understood," Yang Kai nodded. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "It's fate. Let's not talk about me for now. Brother Yang, what did you come here to trade with the Chamber of Commerce?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he said, "Space Spirit Crystals and Space Spirit Jades." Kong Si Ran stroked his beard and said, "These 2 things are the main materials for refining space rings, so they are not difficult to find. The branch has some in stock. I wonder how many Brother Yang needs?" "How many do you have in your branch?" Yang Kai asked. Kong Si Ran said, "Let me see." Saying so, he took out a jade slip and checked it. After a while, he looked up and said, "There are some worth about 30 million mid-rank source crystals. If Brother Yang wants them, I can give you a 10% discount. This is my limit. I'll take them all." Chapter 2755. All of them? Kong Si Ran was taken aback. That was 30 million mid-rank source crystals, not 30 million low-rank source crystals. Even if they were converted into high-rank source crystals, they would still be worth 300,000 pieces. All of them? Yang Kai nodded seriously. Kong Si Ran immediately realized that this was probably the biggest deal he had ever negotiated. With this deal as a foundation, even if he was transferred away, he wouldn't end up in such a remote place. Before a look of surprise appeared on his face, Yang Kai continued, "In addition, I would like to ask Brother Kong to continue to help me purchase Space Spirit Crystals and Space Spirit Jades, as many as you have." *C. Kong Si Ran drew a sharp breath. Space Spirit Crystals and Space Spirit Jades were basically used to refine space rings, but in the star boundary, space rings weren't very valuable. Many cultivators carried a dozen or so with them. It was easy to just throw a space ring over when making a transaction. So, the demand for these 2 materials wasn't too high. Yang Kai actually bought 30 million mid-rank source crystals in one go and asked him to continue purchasing. How many space rings did he want to refine? After calming down, Kong Si Ran said, "The branch only has 30 million mid-rank source crystals, but the main guild should have more, and we can transfer them from other branches. Brother Yang, are you sure you want as many as you have? That's not a small number. One branch cost 30 million mid-rank source crystals. 10 branches would cost 300 million. 100 branches would cost 3 billion. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had hundreds of branches in the Southern Territory, so if he really wanted to purchase like this, he would definitely need to spend tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. This was definitely a huge deal. If this deal was successful, Kong Si Ran would be promoted to a branch president. The only problem was that his cultivation was a bit lacking. After all, according to the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, only those in the Emperor realm could serve as a branch president. If it was someone else who came to discuss this kind of business with Kong Si Ran, he wouldn't try to persuade him and would definitely agree, but it was Yang Kai who came to discuss business, so how could Kong Si Ran not consider him? Fearing that Yang Kai wouldn't understand the importance of this deal, Kong Si Ran deliberately calculated the amount. I'm sure. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Can't Brother Kong make the decision?" Kong Si Ran said seriously, "Such a big business. As a small steward, I really can't make the decision." Yang Kai was just joking. He didn't expect the truth to be like this. He couldn't help but be stunned. Kong Si Ran said, "Brother Yang, if you really want to do this business, this Kong will ask the president to come over and talk to you personally." Yang Kai said, "All right." "Wait a moment," Kong Si Ran said before immediately opening the door and walking out. Outside the door, Gu Hong saw Kong Si Ran come out. He smiled faintly and said, "Manager Kong, how did it go? Do you need my help?" Kong Si Ran snorted, "There's no need to trouble Manager Gu." Gu Hong snorted and flicked his sleeve, "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." In front of Yang Kai, he needed to maintain the image of the Chamber of Commerce, so naturally he couldn't show any disdain, but in front of Kong Si Ran, there was no need to endure. Seeing Kong Si Ran go straight up the stairs, Gu Hong frowned. Looking at his posture, it seems he wants to go to the president. Could it be that this business is so big that even a steward can't make the decision? Thinking of this, Gu Hong was shocked. If that was really the case. If that was the case, then Kong Si Ran's contribution would be great, and he might be able to stabilize his position in this branch. There was a burst of anxiety in his heart, and worry appeared on his face. After a while, a person with a strong background from the headquarters would come to take the position of steward, but the number of stewards in each branch was fixed. In other words, if someone came down, the steward here would have to give up his position. Originally, according to performance and cultivation, the person who would give up his position would definitely be Kong Si Ran, but if Kong Si Ran's position was stabilized, it might be Gu Hong's turn. In any case, no matter who it was, one of them would have to leave. Maplewood City was a good place with many cultivator and a large trading volume, so how could Gu Hong be willing to leave? Working here for a year was equivalent to working in another branch for 2 or 3 years. That was why he made things difficult for Kong Si Ran and snatched his business. He wanted Kong Si Ran to give up hope of staying here and be transferred away. But now, he might fail at the last step. This made Gu Hong both shocked and angry. Just as his thoughts were in chaos, he saw the president coming down with Kong Si Ran. Gu Hong's face changed. This business really alarmed the president. How big is this business? He felt indignant in his heart. How could Kong Si Ran have such good luck? In front of the private room, Kong Si Ran gently knocked on the door, and after getting a response from Yang Kai, he opened the door and said respectfully, "President, please." A short old man stepped in and swept his gaze towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his brow, got up, and cupped his fists. "Greetings, President Liu." The president of the branch in Maplewood City was actually the vice president of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, Liu Qi. It was obvious how much importance Violet Source Chamber of Commerce attached to Maplewood City. Yang Kai had seen him in his early years, so he naturally would not forget him. "You recognize this old master?" Liu Qi was a little surprised. Although he was the vice president of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and the president of Maplewood City's branch, he lived in seclusion and very few people had seen him before. Now that Yang Kai recognized him at a glance, he was naturally surprised. But after taking a closer look, he vaguely felt that Yang Kai looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Sweeping out with his divine sense, Lu Qi was surprised because he found that the young man in front of him had a cultivation not inferior to his own. They were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Originally, when Lu Qi heard from Kong Si Ran that a friend of his was coming to discuss a big business deal, he did not take it seriously. What kind of friend could a person with Kong Si Ran's cultivation have? But now, he realized that he was wrong. This person was actually from the Emperor Realm. He immediately withdrew his contempt and said with a smile, "This old master seems to have seen little friend somewhere before." Yang Kai said with a smile, "When Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened in Maplewood City, this junior was there. When the Four Seasons realm opened, I was also there." Lu Qi thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. "You are Yang Kai." Lu Qi's face sank as he shouted in a low voice, "Your courage isn't small, actually daring to show up so openly." His expression changed so quickly that Kong Si Ran was startled. He did not know how Yang Kai had offended Lu Qi. Yang Kai was taken aback, but soon understood why Lu Qi had such an attitude. It should be related to Star Soul Palace. There were some things that Kong Si Ran could not touch, but Lu Qi could. Yang Kai smiled and said, "With a clear conscience, why wouldn't you dare show up?" Lu Qi stared at him and said lightly, "You are indeed bold, but you don't know your destiny." Yang Kai said, "Does President Lu want to discuss business, or do you want to give up? If you don't want to talk, I can go to Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. I believe they should be very interested in this business." "Of course, why wouldn't we talk?" Lu Qi snorted. Yang Kai deliberately brought up Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, an old rival of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, he was playing hard to get, but business was business. Lu Qi would not let it go. Yang Kai gestured and Lu Qi immediately sat down and said, "Little friend, please take a seat." Yang Kai glanced at Kong Si Ran, who was standing next to Lu Qi. Lu Qi said, "Manager Kong, take a seat as well." He muttered in his heart, "Why does this Yang Kai value Kong Si Ran so much? The relationship between the two seems to be very good." Kong Si Ran was a little frightened, but since Lu Qi had spoken, he could only sit with a slightly restrained expression. Lu Qi got straight to the point. "I heard from Manager Kong that the business little friend wants to discuss is worth tens of millions of high-rank source crystals?" "Indeed. I wonder if President Lu can handle it." Yang Kai nodded. Lu Qi smiled and said, "There is no business in this world that my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce cannot handle. What does little friend want to do with so many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "This is not something President Lu should be concerned about, right?" Lu Qi was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, "It is this old master who speaks too much." After pondering for a moment, he said, "Little friend needs a huge amount of goods. It is not that this old master does not trust little friend, but shouldn't little friend show some sincerity?" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai threw out a space ring. "This is the deposit, President Lu. Take a look and see if you are satisfied." Lu Qi took it and swept it with his divine sense, immediately seeing a small mountain of high-rank source crystals. There were at least 10 million of them. His expression turned solemn as he knew that Yang Kai was indeed qualified to deal with the Chamber of Commerce, so he nodded and said, "Very good, little friend is a man of integrity. This old master will also be frank. Within 2 months, this old master can transfer goods worth 40 million high-rank source crystals for you. At that time, I hope little friend can bring enough source crystals to my Chamber of Commerce and complete the transaction." "Good." Yang Kai nodded, "But I have a condition." Lu Qi said, "Please speak, little friend." Yang Kai looked at Kong Si Ran and said, "I will only talk to Manager Kong about this matter, no one else." Lu Qi frowned. "Why is that? Does little friend not trust my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "How can I not trust the Chamber of Commerce's reputation? However, I have a good relationship with Manager Kong, so I feel more at ease when dealing with him." Lu Qi could not help but show an awkward expression, because Kong Si Ran would definitely be transferred away in 1 or 2 months. At that time, he would not be in Maplewood City, so how could he deal with Yang Kai? However, this business could bring huge profits to the Chamber of Commerce, so Lu Qi had to carefully consider it. Raising his eyes, he asked, "Does little friend want to help Manager Kong?" He vaguely guessed Yang Kai's intentions. He wanted to use this method to keep Kong Si Ran in Maplewood City, a rich place. Shaking his head, Lu Qi said, "Little friend, this is meaningless. Although this will keep Manager Kong in Maplewood City for 2 months, after the goods are delivered, he will still be transferred away." Yang Kai frowned and said, "President Lu, is there no other way?" Lu Qi said, "This is the decision of the headquarters. This old master is powerless." Kong Si Ran showed a grateful look and was about to speak, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him and said seriously, "What if I say that I have more business to cooperate with Manager Kong? And it is a long-term cooperation." Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "That depends on what kind of business it is." Yang Kai waved his hand casually on the table and a bright, round, Longan-sized monster beast's monster core appeared on the table. The rolling demonic chi rushed out in an instant. Chapter 2756. A 12th Order Monster Core. Lu Qi was startled, his eyes flashing a brilliant light as he reached out and grabbed the monster core from the table, carefully fiddling with it as he nodded. It really is a 12th Order Monster Core. A 12th Order Monster Core could only be produced in a 12th Order Monster Beast, and a 12th Order Monster Beast was equivalent to an existence in the Emperor Realm. Lu Qi was just a First Order Emperor Realm cultivator. If he really encountered a 12th Order Monster Beast, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. He might even die under the bloody mouth of the monster beast. It could be said that a 12th Order Monster Core was a rare item in the entire star boundary. The weak couldn't get one, and even if the strong got one, they wouldn't sell it easily. After all, a monster beast's monster core had a wide range of uses. Alchemy alone was enough to make countless people scramble for it. What a pity! Lu Qi sighed again. Kong Si Ran asked, "What's a pity?" He was also shocked. When he saw Yang Kai again this time, he suddenly found that he didn't recognize Yang Kai anymore. The first thing he did was talk about a big business deal with him, and now he took out a 12th Order Monster Core. Fortunately, Yang Kai's personality was still the same as before and hadn't changed much. He still remembered that when Yang Kai first came to Maplewood City, even if he wasn't poor, he was still quite shabby. How did he become so rich all of a sudden? Compared to him, Kong Si Ran had lived for more than 10 years in vain. It's a pity that this is only a 12th Order low-rank monster beast's monster core. It's equivalent to a First Order Emperor Realm Master. Lu Qi stroked his beard and shook his head. Even though they were both 12th Order monster cores, the difference in quality and value was like heaven and earth. Just like the Emperor Realm's first, second, and third layers, the higher the quality, the higher the value. "How much is this monster core worth?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Qi said, "If my Chamber of Commerce bought it, it would be 2 million high-rank source crystals. The price is fair." Yang Kai nodded slightly. A 12th Order low-rank monster core. This price was indeed about right. "Of course, if you bring it to the auction house of my Chamber of Commerce, it's possible to sell for 3 million high-rank source crystals." Lu Qi smiled slightly. "Little friend, the business you mentioned before is quite good. You're not referring to this, are you?" This was indeed a good deal. The monster core of a level 12 monster beast was in short supply everywhere, but a low-grade monster core was nothing, even though it was rare. However, he would occasionally run into one at the auction house. "What if I add this?" Yang Kai casually tossed it out again. Lu Qi instinctively took it and stared at it. His eyes widened as he hissed, This 12th Order high rank?" Kong Si Ran's eyes also bulged. If it weren't for the previous low-rank monster core, Kong Si Ran might not have been able to make such a conclusion, but compared to the previous monster core, whether it was the aura it exuded or the feeling it gave off, it was several grades stronger. This was definitely a 12th level high-grade Niden. That was equivalent to a 3rd stage Emperor Realm Master's monster core. Where did little friend get this? Lu Qi couldn't remain calm anymore and stood up abruptly. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, his expression meaningful. Lu Qi's mouth twitched awkwardly. This old master misspoke. This kind of thing was not something he should inquire about. This was a written rule in the Chamber of Commerce, and once violated, even if he was a vice president, he would be punished or even expelled from the Chamber of Commerce. However, he was too shocked that he was lucky enough to see a 12th Order high-rank monster core in his life. For a moment, his grip on the monster core tightened and he was reluctant to let go. "How much is this monster core worth?" Yang Kai asked. 10 million. Lu Qi quickly said, "At least 10 million if it's auctioned. Even 15 million is possible." Yang Kai raised his brow. The difference in price between a 12th Order monster core and a low-grade monster core was quite big. "How is this business?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "It's really good business." Lu Qi nodded seriously. Yang Kai had come. Both of these deals were large orders worth more than 10 million high-rank source crystals, enough for Kong Si Ran to personally receive them. Such large orders were not something one could encounter casually, so with these two deals, Kong Si Ran's performance would definitely soar. He would leave the other deacons in the branch far behind. "But this kind of business, how can we cooperate for a long time?" Lu Qi frowned. He wanted to cooperate with Yang Kai for a long time, but how could a 12th Order monster beast monster core be so easy to obtain? He didn't know where Yang Kai had gotten to from, but he might not be so lucky next time. "In the future, I will trade 2 12th Order monster cores with Brother Kong every year, with no restrictions on the grade. This deal will continue until Brother Kong leaves Maplewood City." Lu Qi smiled bitterly. In the end, little friend still wants to keep Manager Kong in Maplewood City. It's not that this old master doesn't want to help, nor that this old master doesn't trust little friend, but these 12th Order monster cores, little friend, how can you? At this point, Lu Qi's eyes suddenly widened as he stared blankly at the monster cores inserted between the 5 fingers of Yang Kai's right hand. Whether it was the size, color, or aura of these monster cores, each one was not inferior to the one he took out at the beginning. Looking at his left hand, it was the same. Gudong. Even though Lu Qi was used to seeing big storms, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this moment. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Yang Kai flipped his hand and the monster cores suddenly disappeared. "They're all 12th Order?" Lu Qi asked dizzily. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Seeing is believing. Didn't President Lu see for himself?" Lu Qi scratched his head and said, "Little friend, can you sell all those monster cores? Don't even think about it." Yang Kai refused. Although he had so many monster cores that he couldn't use them all, he wouldn't sell them at will. Lu Qi was depressed, but these things were his. Whether he sold or not depended on his mood, he couldn't just snatch them away. Letting out a long sigh, Lu Qi tried one last time. "If little friend can sell all those monster cores to my Chamber of Commerce, this old master can give you a very favorable price." I won't sell. Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. Lu Qi was disappointed but suddenly straightened his face and said, "Good, little friend really does have the capital to cooperate with my Chamber of Commerce for a long time." Just the monster cores he had seen just now numbered 8, in other words, they could cooperate for 4 years. "I will report this matter to the headquarters. Whatever the headquarters decides, this old master can't interfere." Yang Kai smiled and said, "President Lu is too modest. You are a vice president and have a bit of authority, how can you not interfere? And how about this, if I can cooperate with Brother Kong for a long time, how about I sell you 2 12th Order monster cores every 6 months? 6 months, 2 monster cores." Lu Qi's expression brightened as he narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Of course, little friend can rest assured, this old master will speak with the headquarters." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to trouble President Lu." Of course. "You can discuss the rest of the matter. This old master will go gather some space spirit crystals and space spirit jades for little friend so as not to ruin his plans." Saying so, he stood up and placed the 2 12th Order monster cores in Kong Si Ran's hands before sending him a divine sense message and exhorting him a few words before pushing open the door and leaving. After the door closed again, Kong Si Ran held the 2 monster cores and said gratefully, "Brother Yang, I can't thank you enough. If you need this Kang's help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Brother Kong is too serious. I'm not just doing this for you, but also for myself." Kong Si Ran naturally didn't believe him and thought he was just comforting him. Yang Kai said, I have recently established a sect, but it is still in its infancy. When it develops in the future, it will have a huge demand for various materials. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce is a good partner, and with Brother Kong here, I will definitely not suffer a loss when dealing with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran was surprised. Brother Yang, you have actually established a sect? This really shocked him. Although Yang Kai was already an Emperor Realm Master, not every Emperor Realm Master was qualified to establish a sect. First of all, they had to choose a good location, have a wide network of connections, and have strong strength. Then there was the matter of recruiting disciples, which was quite troublesome. It's just a small matter. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Kong Si Ran said seriously, Brother Yang, rest assured, if your sect has any transactions with the Chamber of Commerce in the future, this Kong will definitely do his best. Yang Kai smiled and said, Of course I can rest assured with Brother Kong. And, if you are unhappy in the Chamber of Commerce one day, you are welcome to come to my sect at any time. Kong Si laughed and said, If you hadn't said that your sect and the Chamber of Commerce would cooperate in the future, I would have gone right now. However, if Yang Kai's sect and Violet Source Chamber of Commerce established a cooperative channel in the future, it would naturally be better for Yang Kai if he stayed. After chatting for a while, Kong Si Ran said, The president told me before he left that if Brother Yang is willing to sell these 2 monster cores to the Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce will pay 13 million source crystals. Yang Kai said, Naturally, I will sell these monster cores. Is there any other way? Kong Si Ran said, This is our first cooperation, so the president said that you can sell them directly to my Chamber of Commerce or let my Chamber of Commerce auction them on your behalf. In the future, you won't have the option of auctioning them. Yang Kai did not hesitate and said, Let's sell them to the Chamber of Commerce. Although he would suffer a bit of a loss by selling them at a lower price than auctioning them, if he entrusted them to the Chamber of Commerce, he would still have to pay a certain handling fee. When the time came, it should not be much different from selling them. Since he wanted to help Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai naturally would not be greedy for such small benefits. Alright. Kong Si Ran nodded and said, It just so happens that the Chamber of Commerce will be holding an auction tomorrow night. These 2 monster cores should be able to sell for a good price. As for the source crystals sold, Brother Yang, how about? Yang Kai said, Count it as the purchase of Space Spirit crystals and Space Spirit jades. Good. Kong Si Ran nodded. Yang Kai's straightforwardness made him realize that Yang Kai's net worth might be more terrifying than he had imagined. Otherwise, he would not have put 10 million high-rank source crystals in his eyes. By the way, Brother Kong, I have something to ask you. Kong Si Ran said, Please speak, Brother Yang. Will there be any artifact armors for sale at the auction tomorrow night? Chapter 2757. Can a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor satisfy Brother Yang's needs? Kong Si Ran smiled faintly. Mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor. Yang Kai's expression brightened. There is a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor in the auction? Kong Si Ran nodded. Yes. The finale of this auction is a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor. Is that true? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. This time, he had come to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to purchase Space Spirit crystals and Space Spirit jades in order to prepare for the space array in the future. Moreover, he was looking for an artifact armor. Yang Kai's requirements were not high, but he was from the Emperor realm, so he just wanted to find an Emperor-grade artifact armor. He did not expect that there would be a mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor here, which was much better than he expected. He did not want to become ragged or even naked when he used the dragon transformation secret technique in the future. Is it possible to make a private transaction? Yang Kai asked. Most of the items in the auction house were put up for auction by the cultivator, but many of them were found by the auction house themselves. Regardless of which, Yang Kai was qualified to make a private transaction with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce because of the long-term cooperation between him and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran said guiltily, I'm afraid that won't be possible. If it were any other auction item, it would be fine, but this mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor is the finale, and it was advertised 3 months ago. President Liu will not agree to make a private transaction with you. Is that so? Yang Kai did not look disappointed, as it was already advertised for the finale. He would definitely not sell it in private. After all, this would be a great blow to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's reputation. It's fine, I will bid at that time. Kong Si-ran said, Brother Yang, please wait for a moment, I will prepare an invitation for you. Saying so, he walked out of the room. After Yang Kai waited for a moment, Kong Si-ran came back with a gilded invitation and handed it to Yang Kai. The auction will start tomorrow night. Brother Yang, come early, maybe you will find something you like. Okay, Yang Kai took the invitation and stuffed it into his space ring. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai walked out of the private room and left the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. Yang Kai casually strolled around Maplewood City, Maplewood, and spent a lot of source crystals before returning to the Qin family. The Qin family was now family members were extremely busy. Although they were a small family, they had lived and prospered here for thousands of years. They were reluctant to leave this place so suddenly. However, under Qin Zhao Yang's orders, even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey. They had to take everything they could. Kai Yang walked around the Qin family. Unexpectedly, there was no trace of Qin Zhao Yang. On the other hand, Qin Yu had already come out of seclusion. Yang. Sunday. Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Previously, Yang Kai had investigated Qin Yu and found that she was now a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. This cultivation speed was extremely fast, and perhaps it was related to her world-severed body. With such aptitude, as long as she was given enough time and space, she would definitely be able to grow. It's all thanks to Brother Yang. Qin Yu crossed her fingers and stood in front of Yang Kai. She said gratefully, if it weren't for Brother Yang, I might have died when I was 18 years old. You are my greatest benefactor. This is your destiny, so you don't need to thank me. Yang Kai smiled. Where is your grandfather? Qin Yu brushed her hair behind her ear and said, he is leaving soon. Grandfather wants to sell the Qin family's land deed, so he should be going to the city lord's mansion. She paused for a moment and said, Brother Yang, are we really going to the Northern Territory? I heard that the Northern Territory is very cold and snowy. Yang Kai said with a smile, the rumors are wrong. Although there are many places in the Northern Territory that are snowy, there are also many places where birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. The place I am taking you to is the latter. Your Qin family will have a better future there. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes lit up and she couldn't help showing a yearning look. You go ahead with your work, I'm going to rest for a while, Yang Kai said and walked towards the back hall. Looking at his back, Qin Yu opened her mouth, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. A day passed quickly, and Yang Kai only opened the door and walked out when the next night fell. Qin Yu was walking back and forth in front of the door with a worried look on her face. Hearing the sound of movement, she looked up and saw Yang Kai, so she hurriedly said, Brother Yang, we are all ready. Qin Chaoyang also walked over from nearby and said solemnly, Brother Yang, the Qin family is ready. When are we leaving? Yang Kai said, we will leave at night and wait 500 kilometers southeast of the city. There is another group of people who will be going with you. Qin Chaoyang was stunned. The Zhang family, Yang Kai replied. Qin Chaoyang nodded and said, so, it's them. The Zhang family and Yang Kai seemed to have a good relationship, and Qin Chaoyang knew this. After Yang Kai left, the Qin family took care of the Zhang family, but in recent years, the Qin family couldn't take care of themselves, so naturally, they didn't have the ability to take care of the Zhang family. Now that he heard that the Zhang family would be going with them, Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but feel like they were going through thick and thin together. Brother Yang, where are you going? Qin Yu suddenly asked. I'm going to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction to buy something, Yang Kai replied. He took a step forward and flew out, but suddenly he stopped a dozen meters away and looked back at Qin Yu. Do you want to come with me? The expectation on Qin Yu's face turned into joy, and her tender body flickered as she chased after him. Let's go. Yang Kai called out. His emperor chi surged and wrapped Qinyu, turning into a stream of light and disappearing above the Qin family. The entrance of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction house was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and a red carpet was spread out. It was bustling as if it was a festival. Manager Kang Si-ran and Manager Gu Hong were standing on the left and right respectively, greeting the guests with smiles on their faces. They cupped their fists and greeted the guests. "Sect Master Lu, long time no see. How have you been?" An elderly man strode over with his head held high, and Gu Hong immediately went to greet him. Lu Dong smiled slightly and returned the greeting. "Manager Gu is too polite. I heard that many good things will appear in this auction, so I came here to join in the fun." Gu Hong said, "Sect Master Lu must be joking. If you came here to join in the fun, I'm afraid no one would buy anything." Lu Dongjing said, "You are busy. This old master will help himself." "Sect Master Lu, please forgive my poor hospitality." Gu Hong smiled apologetically and waved his hand. Immediately, a beautiful maidservant came forward and led Lu Dongjing to the auction house. Anyone with a little status would be led by a maidservant, which made them stand out from the others. "Brother Yang." Kang Si-ran also cupped his fists to Yang Kai, then turned his eyes and glanced at Qin Yu, smiling. "Young Lady Qin is also here." He naturally recognized Qin Yu. After all, Kang Si-ran had been operating in Maplewood City for half his life. Qin Yu smiled and returned the greeting. "Manager Kang." "There's no need to greet me, I can go in by myself." Yang Kai smiled slightly. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt a hostile gaze in front of him. Yang Kai looked over and saw Lu Dong staring at him coldly. His eyes were extremely gloomy, as if he had a grudge against Yang Kai for killing his father and stealing his wife. Yang Kai just smiled lightly, not putting him in his eyes at all. Lu Dongjing coldly snorted and turned to leave. Although the two's gazes collided for a short time, Kang Si-ran and Gu Hong saw it clearly. Gu Hong's eyes rolled as he thought of something and he let out a low chuckle. Kang Si-ran, on the other hand, was worried and whispered, "Brother Yang, do you have some kind of grudge with that sect Master Lu?" "A little." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Lu Dongjing had killed 3 of his disciples from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so the enmity between them was not small. Kang Si-ran said seriously, "Then you have to be careful of him. Lu Dongjing is the sect master of Broken Mountain Sect. He broke through to the Emperor realm 100 years ago, and it is rumored that he could break through to the Second Order Emperor realm at any time. Do not underestimate him." Yang Kai cast a comforting smile. "It's fine, I'll go in first." Kang Si-ran nodded and motioned to the maidservant next to him. Immediately, one of them came out, took the invitation card from Yang Kai's hand, and led him into the auction venue. After passing through a spacious and bright corridor, they soon arrived at a private room. Opening the door, a spacious room appeared before his eyes. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. It could accommodate at least 20 people without feeling crowded. In front of him was a huge transparent crystal window. Through the crystal window, everything outside could be seen at a glance. Only very distinguished guests were qualified to have such a private room. The maidservant obviously knew this, so her attitude was extremely humble and respectful. "Master, if you need anything, just let this servant know," the maidservant said warmly after introducing some of the rules of the auction to Yang Kai. "There's nothing I need. You can go out first, I'll stay here," Qin Yu suddenly said, shooing the maidservant out like she was shooing a fly. The maidservant's smile didn't falter. At a glance, it was obvious that she had received good training. She bowed and said, "Then this servant will go out first and wait outside." As he spoke, he left the room and gently closed the door. Qin Yu glanced at Yang Kai and found him looking at her with a smile. She couldn't help blushing and averting her gaze. "Have a seat," Yang Kai said, then found a chair and sat down, facing the auction stage outside. "If you see anything you like, just bid. I'll just watch the fun," Qin Yu whispered, but saw that Yang Kai had already closed his eyes. She couldn't help but pout and find a chair to sit down. The room was silent for a while, which made Qin Yu feel a little uncomfortable. She originally wanted to ask Yang Kai where he had been and what he had done in the past few years, But now that she saw that Yang Kai didn't have the mood to talk, she didn't want to disturb him. Fortunately, the two of them didn't have to wait long before the auction began. A beautiful woman walked onto the auction stage. She was wearing revealing clothes that exposed most of her breasts, and her two beautiful legs were faintly discernible under the gauze. Her peach blossom eyes were full of charm, and she smiled before saying anything. Immediately, the atmosphere of the auction venue was stirred up, making Qin Yu blush and secretly disdain her. She secretly glanced at Yang Kai and found that his eyes were still closed. Only then did she feel much better. Chapter 2758. The auction hall was bustling with noise and excitement. This auction held by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was of a very high standard. Many people from the Emperor realm were participating, and every auction item was sold at a very high price, causing the beautiful woman standing on the auction stage to smile. Spirit pills, miraculous medicines, and rare treasures were taken out like flowing water, and the sounds of bidding rose and fell in succession from all directions. The next item to be auctioned is a drifting cloud butterfly hairpin. The beautiful woman on the stage suddenly raised her voice, and her beautiful eyes swept across the audience as she lightly opened her red lips and said, "Friends who have brought a female companion or are preparing to give a female companion a gift, please pay attention. This mistress can guarantee that this is absolutely the best gift." No matter how this beautiful woman dressed, as a qualified auctioneer, she naturally knew how to raise the price. Therefore, when these words came out, many people showed expressions of interest. After all, this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was a piece of jewelry just from the name. It was impossible for ordinary jewelry to be auctioned, and only some valuable artifacts were qualified to be auctioned. Everyone was curious about what kind of jewelry this drifting cloud butterfly hairpin was and what kind of power it had. Under everyone's gazes, a maidservant holding a tray came from the back and stood beside the beautiful woman auctioneer. The tray was covered with a red cloth, making it impossible for people to see the true appearance of the auction item. After the beautiful woman had whetted the appetite of the crowd, she revealed a faint smile and reached out to remove the red cloth. In an instant, a faint blue light suddenly flew out, bringing with it a string of blue light that illuminated the auction stage. It was a magnificent sight. A burst of exclamations rang out as many women stared at the high stage with wide eyes. This kind of beautiful thing could always attract the attention of women. When they saw it clearly, the women exclaimed again because the blue light was none other than a fluttering butterfly, and every time it flapped its wings, it brought with it a beautiful fluorescent light. It was a dazzling sight. After a moment, the butterfly suddenly descended and stopped on a jasper-like hairpin, its wings still gently flapping as if it was alive. But everyone knew this butterfly was not alive at all, and it existed in a special form as an ornament on the hairpin. Everyone gasped in amazement. Not only did the women reveal expressions of love, but even some men were interested. If he bought this kind of jewelry and gave it to a woman, it would definitely make her happy. Who knows, it might even be a good thing. This artifact isn't just for decoration, right? May I ask what kind of power it has? A magnetic voice came from a private room. This question struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Although the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin looked extraordinary and extremely beautiful, if it was only an ornament, its price would be greatly reduced. Only some women would like things that looked good but were useless. But it was a man who paid for it. The beautiful woman on the stage smiled faintly and said, "How could the artifact refined by Grandmaster Ho be just a decoration? What? This hairpin is a secret treasure refined by Grandmaster Ho? Is that true?" The words of the beautiful woman on the high platform caused an uproar below the platform. Waves of exclamations sounded, as if Grandmaster Ho was an extraordinary figure. Yang Kai also opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Who is this Master Ho?" After asking this question, he didn't get a reply. Turning his head, he saw Qin Yu pursing her red lips, her beautiful eyes staring at the high platform without blinking. Her face was full of interest, obviously very interested in the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. Yang Kai asked again, waking Qin Yu up. Blushing, she said, "Grandmaster Ho is a new artifact refining grandmaster who rose to prominence in the past 10 years. All the artifacts refined by him are of high quality, but what? But Grandmaster Ho is extremely low-key. No one has ever seen his true face, and no one even knows whether he is a man or a woman. So mysterious? Yang Kai raised his brow. Qin Yu smiled and said, yes, in the past 10 years. Many good artifacts have appeared in the Southern Territory, all of which were refined by Grandmaster Ho. What's more, he seems to be extremely proficient in refining each kind of artifact, whether it is defensive, offensive, or auxiliary. In any case, this person is a very powerful artifact refining Grandmaster. Yang Kai asked, since no one has seen him, how do you know these artifacts were refined by him? Qin Yu replied, the artifacts he refines all have a mark, and on each artifact there is a hidden symbol of a monkey head. At this time, on the high platform, the beautiful woman said, if you don't believe me, you can check this jade hairpin in this mistress' hand to see if it was refined by Grandmaster Ho. As soon as these words fell, countless divine senses spread out from all directions and fell on the jade hairpin. Yang Kai's divine sense was also among them. Carefully sweeping the jade hairpin, he found that, as Qin Yu said, there was a lifelike monkey head on the side of this jade slip. At first glance, this monkey head seemed to be scratching its ears and cheeks. It really is Grandmaster Ho's work. There's no doubt about it, and it's a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Good, this old master wants this artifact. Old Fart Joe, you're already so old, what use do you have for this? Leave this opportunity to the young. This old master recently took in a new concubine and wants to give this artifact to her. Do you have any objections? On the high platform, the beautiful woman looked down at the noise below and said, the number of artifacts refined by Grandmaster Ho is not many, but each of them is the best of the best. Even the Emperor Artifact Masters of my Chamber of Commerce hold Grandmaster Ho in high esteem and feel that Grandmaster Ho has reached the level of an Emperor Artifact Master. I believe everyone is also very curious about what kind of artifact this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin is. There were only a few types of artifacts, but most of the jewelry and artifacts used by women were defensive and offensive types, but their numbers were much fewer than the former. This flowing cloud butterfly hairpin had a good appearance, so if it was a defensive type, its price would naturally be higher. The beautiful woman didn't beat around the bush and said with a smile, this jade hairpin is neither offensive nor defensive, but, as she spoke, she circulated her source qi, causing the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin in her hand to suddenly expand to a length of 10 meters. At first glance, it looked like an enlarged butterfly, its huge wings gently flapping, causing a dense light to ripple out. The beautiful woman formed a seal with her hands and pushed her source qi, causing the huge butterfly to turn into an orchid light and fly around the auction hall a few times before returning to the stage. A flight-type artifact. Everyone exclaimed. Previously, everyone had been guessing what kind of artifact this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was, but none of them had expected it to be a flight-type artifact. If that was the case, its value would be enormous, and judging from the speed it had just displayed, it seemed to be extremely fast. The beautiful woman said, I haven't refined it yet, so this mistress can only display half of the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin's speed. However, according to the appraisal of my Chamber of Commerce's experts, if this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin is used at full strength, its flight speed won't be as fast as the Emperor realms, but it won't be far off. It's definitely a great tool for escaping. Of course, the orchid light of this artifact can also be concealed, so there's no need to worry about exposing your whereabouts. With all kinds of flattery, the beautiful woman was trying to express one thing: good stuff. It was indeed a good item. Whether it was its appearance or its practicality, it was enough to tempt many cultivators. Seeing that the promotion was about done, the beautiful woman shouted, Dao Source Grade High-Rank Flight-Type Artifact, Flowing Cloud Butterfly Hairpin. The starting price is 50 million mid-rank source crystals, and each increase must be no less than 1 million. Everyone please. As soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, a wave of bids rang out. In the blink of an eye, the starting price of 50 million mid-rank source crystals rose to 60 million, but it didn't stop there. After another 10 breaths, the price had climbed to 70 million. 20 breaths later, 80 million. Qin Yu's expression changed again and again. The previous joy was swept away and replaced with a look of disappointment. She also knew that with her financial resources, it was impossible for her to compete for such a good item, but when she heard such a terrifying price, she still felt powerless. 80 million mid-rank source crystals. Even if she went to the Spirit Lake Palace to buy blue jade tokens, she could buy 4 of them. However, compared to the value of the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, 40 million was far from the bottom line. The appearance of this jade hairpin set off a wave of bidding. After 40 million, the cultivators sitting in the hall could no longer participate in the bidding. Only the guests in the private rooms continued to compete. This was especially true for the old man who had just said that he had a new concubine. He bid extremely quickly, as if he was determined to win. When the price climbed to a terrifying 130 million, there were only 2 people left in the hall, and each time they increased the price, they seemed to have to think carefully, unlike before. 141 million. Old Zhou, if you can go higher than this price, I'll let you have this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. A person's voice came from a private room. The old man surnamed Zhou laughed and said, "Since Brother Wang is so kind, this old man will naturally appreciate it." 142 million. You win. The old man from the Emperor realm sighed slightly. 142 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 142 million high-rank source crystals. The masters from the Emperor realm definitely had this much wealth, but it also depended on what they wanted to buy. It was just a piece of jewelry for a woman, so naturally they couldn't spend so much. The auction was only halfway through and there were still many good things to come. If they spent too much, how would they bid later? "Thank you for letting me win." The old man surnamed Zhou laughed and rushed to the high platform. "Hurry up and count down, no one is bidding anymore." The smile on the beautiful woman's face didn't fade as she looked around and said, "Anyone else? If no one else." 150 million. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out. Inside the private room, Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. He didn't expect the man who had been silent all this time to speak at this time. Who was he buying it for? He definitely wouldn't buy such a valuable item for himself, so who could occupy such an important position in his heart? The old man surnamed Zhou's laughter came to an abrupt end, and he became a little flustered and exasperated. 160 million. The item that could have been bought at 142 million was now even more expensive because of Yang Kai's interference. Naturally, he was in a bad mood. Chapter 2759. I'm at home today, so there will be 2 updates. But starting tomorrow, I'll be busy again, so please forgive me. 170 million. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, while Qin Yu was surprised. 180 million. The old man surnamed Zhou roared. 2 million. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The old man surnamed Zhou burst into laughter and said, "Boy, you're confused. 2 million, high-rank source crystals." Yang Kai added. The old man surnamed Zhou's mocking laughter was instantly extinguished. 2 million high-rank source crystals was equivalent to 200 million mid-rank source crystals, but in an auction, 200 million mid-rank source crystals couldn't be exchanged for 2 million high-rank source crystals. In other words, although 2 million high-rank source crystals was theoretically no different from 200 million mid-rank source crystals, its value was much higher. If the old man surnamed Zhou wanted to increase the price, he would have to pay with high-rank source crystals. He immediately fell silent. On the high platform, the beautiful auctioneer smiled sweetly as she stared at Yang Kai's private room and said, "The friend in Heaven Room 3 has bid 2 million high-rank source crystals. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" Naturally, no one increased the price. One had to know that Yang Kai only sold a 12th grade low-rank monster core to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce for 2 million high-rank source crystals. The value of this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was almost equivalent to a 12th grade low-rank monster core. However, not everyone could get their hands on such a thing. Congratulations to the friend in Heaven Room 3. The beautiful auctioneer smiled faintly, but she was also suspicious in her heart. She felt that Yang Kai's voice was unfamiliar, and she didn't know when the Chamber of Commerce had such a big customer. Not just anyone could enter the heavenly class VIP room. Moreover, this person occupied one of the top rooms in Heaven Room 3, so he should be an extremely important guest to the Chamber of Commerce. Just as Yang Kai opened his mouth to bid, Ledong's eyes flashed coldly as he sat in another heaven room. Since he had dealt with Yang Kai before, he naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. He glared in the direction of room 3 with hatred in his eyes. After all, he was a big customer of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. However, even with his status, he was only able to obtain the 9th-ranked room. How did that young man manage to obtain the 3rd heaven room? After pondering for a while, he said to the maidservant kneeling in front of him, "Go and call Steward Gu over." The maid got up and walked out. Not long after, Gu Hong knocked on the door and entered. He cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master Yu, are you looking for me?" Lu Dongjing said, "The person in the 3rd room, what is his background?" Gu Hong was startled and said awkwardly, "Why does Sect Master Yu ask about this? You know the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. Although this Gu is a steward, this guest's information is absolutely not allowed to be leaked." Lu Dongjing smiled and said, "There are always exceptions, aren't there?" Gu Hong said, "Sect Master Yu, you are making things difficult for me." Lu Dongjing frowned. After dealing with Gu Hong for so many years, they both knew each other's nature. This Gu Hong was not a person who would play by the rules. He sighed softly. He said, "I won't hide it from you, this old master has a grudge with this boy." Gu Hong asked curiously, "How did he offend Sect Master Yu?" Lu Dongjing coldly snorted, "It's fine if he only offended you, but 3 of my disciples from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm died at his hands, and one of them was this old master's descendant." What? Gu Hong was shocked. No wonder Lu Dongjing asked him for information about that person. It turned out that there was such a big grudge between them. Lu Dongjing said, "Steward Gu, you also saw that this boy didn't hesitate to bid. He is quite rich. If I can get him, I will definitely make a profit. How about I give Steward Gu 30%? Gu Hong bitterly said, "Sect Master Yu, it's not that this Gu doesn't want to help you, 50%? This. Gu Hong pretended to think for a while, then slapped his thigh and said, "Sect Master Yu, I don't know much about this person's origin. He suddenly appeared in the Chamber of Commerce yesterday, but I have never seen him before. It seems that Steward Gu is unwilling to help this old master with this small matter. Fine, this old master will not come to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce to do business in the future." Lu Dongjing coldly snorted. Gu Hong smiled bitterly and said, "Sect Master Yu, although I don't know his origin, after I arrange for him to leave the auction, I can inform Sect Master Yu of his whereabouts." Lu Dongjing's eyes flashed and he nodded, "Then I will have to trouble Steward Gu." Gu Hong rubbed his hands and said, "Then, the 50% that Sect Master Yu mentioned before, I won't forget about it." Lu Dongjing waved his hand. Gu Hong cupped his fists and said, "Then, many thanks, Sect Master Yu. I wish Sect Master Yu good luck and success." Leaving the door, Gu Hong's eyes flashed coldly. "Boy, don't blame me, it's your appearance that has hindered my future." After Yang Kai appeared yesterday, Gu Hong clearly noticed that Branch President Lu Qi's attitude towards him had become colder and more enthusiastic towards Kong Si Ran. Thinking about what had happened before and after Yang Kai came to the Chamber of Commerce, Gu Hong knew that Kong Si Ran had used him to negotiate a big business deal. This business deal was likely to be an amount he could not imagine. Only by doing this could Kong Si Ran be a salted fish, and if Kong Si Ran was a salted fish, Gu Hong would be the one to suffer. Someone from the branch would definitely be transferred away, and if Kong Si Ran stayed, he would definitely be transferred away. But if Yang Kai died, Kong Si Ran would lose his support and naturally have nothing to fear. In Heaven Room 3, a maidservant delivered the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. Yang Kai paid 2 million high-rank source crystals before holding the hairpin in his hand and playing with it for a while. Although he had not refined it and could not understand the true power of this flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, Yang Kai could feel that this jade hairpin had been refined with great care. It was a rare top-grade item. The monkey head symbol on the side was even more exquisite and lifelike. After admiring it for a while, Yang Kai casually tossed the jade hairpin to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was still in a daze and hurriedly caught it before looking at Yang Kai in amazement. "I'll give it to you." Saying this, Kai Yang closed his eyes again to meditate. "It's for me." Qin Yu held the jade hairpin in her hand, her heart inexplicably pounding and her cheeks burning. Just now, she was wondering which woman occupied such an important place in his heart that he would not hesitate to spend 2 million high-rank source crystals to buy this thing, but in the blink of an eye, this jade hairpin was in her hands. Did Big Brother Yang buy this for me? Do I have such an important place in his heart? Qin Yu couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She raised her head and looked at Yang Kai timidly, but when she did, her fiery heart was immediately doused with cold water. Yang Kai had already closed his eyes, as if what he had given her was not a flight-type artifact worth 2 million high-rank source crystals, but something that could be found everywhere on the street. "Big Brother Yang, this thing is too expensive," Qin Yu calmed down and hurriedly refused. 2 million high-rank source crystals was an astronomical figure even for the entire Qin family. She was not related to Yang Kai, so how could she accept such a generous gift? Saying so, she handed the jade hairpin back. Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked, "You really don't want it?" Qin Yu bit her lip and shook her head. This thing was too expensive for her to accept. Yang Kai smiled, "If you don't want it, it's useless for me to take it back." Qin Yu lowered her head and whispered, "You can give it to Big Brother Yang. Any woman you like will be very happy." "But I've already given it to you," Yang Kai said. "But I'm not." Qin Yu's voice became even smaller. Yang Kai said, "Your Qin family's myriad sword has been in my hands for a long time and has made contributions to me several times. This jade hairpin is my thank you gift to the Qin family, so don't feel burdened." "It's not the same." Qin Yu shook her head. If he was not close to her, what was the point of giving her a piece of jewelry? Moreover, it was such a precious piece of jewelry. "Then I can only return the myriad sword to your Qin family," Yang Kai said seriously. "Don't." Qin Yu hurriedly shook her head. Although the myriad sword belonged to the Qin family, it was an emperor artifact. The Qin family did not have the ability to protect it now. In fact, it was thanks to Qin Chaoyang that they had let Yang Kai take the myriad sword away. If the emperor artifact had been left in the Qin family, it might have been implicated. "Since you don't want it, just take it. It's only 2 million high-rank source crystals. Your Big Brother Yang doesn't put it in his eyes." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, and her mood inexplicably relaxed a lot. It turned out that 2 million high-rank source crystals was an astronomical figure for the Qin family, but it was nothing to him. In other words, what he gave was not a particularly expensive thing, but a simple thank you gift. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt a little relieved. Then, "Thank you, Big Brother Yang." Qin Yu held the jade hairpin in the palm of his hand and thanked him in a low voice. "In your eyes, this is just a simple thank you gift, but in my eyes, this is the most expensive gift I have ever received in my life. It has nothing to do with the price." The auction continued. After the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin was sold for an astonishing price, the atmosphere became even more heated. It seemed that everyone's competitive spirit had been aroused, and the price of each auction item rose steadily. An hour later, the auction was gradually coming to an end. After a short break, the beautiful female auctioneer walked back to the high platform and said in high spirits, "The next item is the finale of this auction, the flying great ink dragon armor." As soon as she finished speaking, she gestured with her hand and 2 strong men immediately walked up from behind, carrying a fine iron box. They walked up to the auction stage step by step, seeming to be extremely strained. In an instant, thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on the high platform, and many people's breathing suddenly became rapid. The flying great ink dragon armor had been advertised by the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce 3 months ago, so many masters from the Emperor realm had their eyes on this flying great ink dragon armor. It could be said that the value of this artifact armor was higher than all the previous auction items combined. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk when the 2 strong men put the box on the ground, a dull sound came from the high platform. It seemed that the flying great ink dragon armor was extremely heavy, and many people were awestruck by it. However, everyone knew that as long as it could be refined, even the heaviest artifact armor would become as light as a feather. Otherwise, this alone was enough to reduce the value of the flying great ink dragon armor. Chapter 2760. In the auction venue, many people's breathing suddenly quickened as countless divine senses swept towards the high platform from all directions, wanting to see it first. An emperor artifact was extremely valuable, not to mention a defense-type emperor artifact. Moreover, it was an emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor. However, to everyone's disappointment, the box, which looked like it was made of fine iron, actually blocked the probing of divine senses, making everyone return empty-handed. On the high platform, the beautiful woman chuckled as she looked around, and she said in a soft voice, "This armor wasn't refined by the current equipment refinement masters, and it came from an ancient abode. It's an item from a very long time ago, and it was accidentally discovered by a friend and sent to be auctioned off by my merchant association." As soon as she said this, many people showed envious looks on their faces. Ancient cave mansions were common in the star boundary, but not everyone could come across them. Even if they did come across one, they might be trapped in the spirit array and be unable to escape, let alone obtain a treasure from it. Being able to find an ancient cave mansion, escape unscathed, and obtain such a treasure, one could imagine how lucky that person was. Why can't I get such a good thing? Everyone asked themselves, gnashing their teeth in hatred. If they could encounter such a good thing, they would not have to worry about cultivation materials for several lifetimes. Because of its age, although this artifact armor is mid-rank, it has some flaws. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the auction venue suddenly fell silent. After a while, a voice came from a private room in the heaven room. "Dare I ask, what kind of flaws are they?" Many people from the Emperor realm had come for this artifact armor. Previously, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had advertised that an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor would be auctioned, but now, this beautiful woman was telling them that this artifact armor had flaws. Yang Kai was also taken aback when he heard this, as Kong Si Ran had not told him about this. However, with his friendship with Kong Si Ran, if Kong Si Ran had known about it in advance, he would not have concealed it. In other words, even Kong Si Ran was not aware of this secret. After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt relieved. Although it had flaws, it was still an Emperor-grade mid-rank artifact armor, so there was no need to make it too clear when advertising. It was enough to attract people. At this very moment, the beautiful woman smiled and said, "Everyone will know in a moment. Now, I invite President Liu to test the power of this armor." She tilted her body and gestured behind her. She saw a figure that wasn't very tall coming over quickly. It was Lu Qi who was overseeing this place. He arrived at the beautiful woman's side. Lu Qi cupped his fists to the customers in the private rooms without saying a word. Suddenly, he circulated his Emperor Qi and pointed his finger at the iron box. With a series of whooshing sounds, thumbnail-sized pieces of armor flew out from the iron box, forming a long black line that shot towards Lu Qi with a series of crackling sounds. The thumbnail-sized pieces of armor actually covered Lu Qi's body in an extremely orderly manner, forming a piece from the neck down. It was a black armor that covered all the way to the back of his feet. Clad in his armor, Lu Qi's temperament suddenly became incomparably powerful, like a war god. His First-Order Emperor realm aura seemed to have been strengthened, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Looking at it, this artifact armor wasn't very heavy. Instead, it looked extremely light. Lu Qi moved about on the high platform with great agility. The joints were not affected in the slightest, but everyone could clearly see that although this artifact armor basically covered Lu Qi's entire body, there was a gap of about a foot around his waist. The gap was jagged. It wasn't the design of the artifact armor itself, but it gave people a feeling that something was missing. It was as if this artifact armor had once suffered a very strong attack and lost a piece at the waist. This flying great ink dragon armor was originally complete, but unfortunately, a part of it is missing, the beautiful woman explained. With such a serious loss, is this armor still useful? Someone asked. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "The methods of the ancient artifact refining grandmasters are not something we can imagine. Everyone can rest assured that although this armor is missing a lot, it still retains most of its power. Of course, although this artifact armor is still Emperor-grade mid-rank, it can only display the defensive power of an Emperor-grade low-rank artifact armor. As the beautiful woman spoke, Lu Qi suddenly let out a light shout. The ink armor on his body creaked and flew off from his body, floating in mid-air and reforming into the appearance of the artifact armor. Lu Qi raised his hand and a thick, yellowed ancient book appeared in his palm. The Dual Rights Record. Someone exclaimed. This ancient book was Lu Qi's Emperor artifact, the Dual Rights Record, and it was extremely powerful. Circulating his Emperor Qi, the Dual Rights Record shot out two beams of light, one yin and one yang, which intertwined and shot towards the artifact armor suspended in midair. The surging power fluctuations caused everyone to pale. No one doubted that if these two beams of light hit an unprepared person from the Emperor realm, even the Emperor realm would be instantly killed. With a rumble, the beams of light hit the ink armor, but they only caused sparks to fly. The surface of the ink armor flashed with black light, but it was still intact. The beautiful woman's voice rang out at the right time, her voice much louder. This armor has been jointly appraised by several grandmasters of my Chamber of Commerce and has been confirmed to be refined from the scales of an adult ink flood dragon. Although there are many flood dragons in the star boundary, ink flood dragons are extremely rare and have always been known for their amazing defensive power. The flying great ink dragon armor refined from the scales of an ink armor has incomparable defensive power to an ordinary emperor artifact. This can save your life at a critical moment. It's actually refined from the scales of an ink flood dragon. All flood dragons have the bloodline of the dragon race. Doesn't that mean the scales of an adult ink flood dragon also have a trace of dragon nature? Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Although it's good, the price. The crowd was bustling for a while, and the beautiful woman's smile became even brighter. After a while, she opened her mouth and said, "Flying great ink dragon armor. The starting price is 10 million high-rank source crystals, and any increase is optional. Everyone please." As soon as these words came out, gasps could be heard. Previously, the highest price sold at the auction was a bottle of Emperor-grade spirit pills, which was worth 6 million high-rank source crystals. But now, the starting price of this flying great ink dragon armor was 10 million high-rank source crystals, so one could imagine how terrifying the final price would be. This starting price alone was enough to make 90% of the people give up on bidding. Only those from the Emperor realm who were well prepared were eager to bid. Although 10 million high-rank source crystals was a lot, Lu Qi's test just now showed everyone that this armor was not afraid of the attacks of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. With this armor, one would be almost invincible against a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and even a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master might be able to contend against him. No one wanted to miss such a good thing, and the competition would probably be fierce. No one wanted to be the first to stand out, and everyone wanted to see the situation first. For a while, the auction hall quieted down. The beautiful woman stood on the auction stage with a smile on her face. She did not urge anyone. She had hosted auctions many times, so she knew what these people were thinking. Even if the flying great ink dragon armor had some flaws, it was still a rare treasure. After 10 breaths of silence, a person's voice suddenly rang out, 20 million. Those from the Emperor realm who were still waiting to see what would happen were startled and looked in the direction of the voice. The person in the third room was the guy who had won the bid for the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. In an instant, many people's faces turned black, and some people even cursed the person in the Heaven Room 3 in their hearts. What was the meaning of raising the starting bid to 20 million when the starting bid was 10 million? Even if he was rich, he shouldn't be so reckless. Could it be that the Purple Source Chamber of Commerce arranged this? Many auctions had such people, and their task was to drive up the price of the auction items and arouse the emotions of the bidders so that they could buy the items at a higher price. Thinking so, some people immediately felt that the person in the Heaven Room 3 was really a prop. Inside the Heaven Room 3, Qin Yu covered her red lips with her hand as she looked at Yang Kai in shock and said in a trembling voice, "Big brother Yang, that's a high-rank source crystal. She was afraid that Yang Kai did not understand the starting bid and mistakenly thought that it was a mid-rank or low-rank source crystal, so she hurriedly reminded him so that he wouldn't be unable to close the auction. I know, Yang Kai nodded and grinned. Qin Yu was stunned and then remembered what he said when he gave her the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin. It turned out that he really didn't care about 2 million high-rank source crystals. Damn boy. Boy, go eat shit. Boy, do you dare tell us your name? This old master wants to see whose disciple you are. The people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms could no longer remain calm at this moment and began cursing one after another. Inside the Heaven Room 9, Li Dongjing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although Yang Kai had just spent 2 million high-rank source crystals to win the flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, which made him feel that Yang Kai was quite rich and that he would be able to obtain some benefits if he could really take him down, he never expected that Yang Kai's wealth would be so great. 20 million high-rank source crystals. What was his bottom line? 30 million? 40 million? No matter how much, he definitely had a lot of high-rank source crystals on hand. Good, 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 the heavens are really protecting my Broken Mountain sect. Li Dongjing suddenly laughed. The richer Yang Kai was, the happier he was. In any case, as long as he could kill Yang Kai, all of his belongings would be his. As for Gu Hong, he could just give him a small fraction. What 50%? That was simply a pipe dream. A bunch of old fools, how dare they participate in the auction without any strength? Madam, I suggest that they be disqualified from bidding and driven out of the auction venue to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai shouted at the beautiful woman on the high platform with an ashen face after being scolded. When the beautiful woman heard this, she frowned and said, "Are you all here to participate in the auction or to quarrel? If you are here to quarrel, please move aside and don't disturb the auction process." As soon as she spoke, the people from the Emperor realm quieted down and no longer dared to act rashly. Chapter 2761. The Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was one of the 2 top chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory and had business dealings with many sects in the Southern Territory. Offending them would not be good for their sects. This old master bids 21 million. Boy, if you have the guts, follow me, the old man in the private room coldly snorted, seemingly certain that Yang Kai was a fraud. 30 million. Fifth. The old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely ugly. Originally, he thought that Kai Yang was just someone who had arranged for the auction house to drive up the price. Since he was here to drive up the price, then he would add another 1 million and the other party's task would basically be completed. Although he hated it so much that his teeth itched, but 21 million was still a good harvest. But he did not expect the boy in the third room to raise the price to 30 million in one breath. Not a fraud. Absolutely not. There could not be such an arrogant fraud in this world, nor could there be such an irrational fraud. Such a crazy increase was very likely to scare off most bidders. In other words, this boy really wanted to bid for the flying great ink dragon armor. Not only did the old man see this, but most of the people in the Emperor realm present also saw this. The person in the third room was definitely a wealthy man. 31 million. After 10 breaths, someone made a new bid with difficulty. 35 million. Kai Yang immediately followed. A sigh suddenly came from one of the private rooms. Soon, more sighs could be heard, but there was no one else who called out a price. An ordinary Emperor artifact could be sold for 15 million to 20 million high-rank source crystals. If it was a defensive Emperor artifact, the price would be higher, 20 to 30 million. Although this flying great ink dragon armor was an Emperor-grade mid-rank defensive artifact, it had some flaws. In terms of value, it was between the defensive Emperor-grade low-rank and Emperor-grade mid-rank. 35 million was almost the bottom line. What's more, such a huge sum of source crystals. Not just anyone could take out such a sum. At the auction in Flowing Shadow City a few months ago, most of the people in the Emperor realm present had a net worth of 10 to 20 million. Very few of them had more than 30 million high-rank source crystals. Therefore, Yang Kai was almost certain that the price of 35 million was enough to seal the coffin. And it was indeed so. The auctioneer watched for a moment. Feeling that no one would bid anymore, he immediately raised his voice. Flying great ink dragon armor, 35 million high-rank source crystals. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? If not, this armor will belong to the friend in the third room. He counted to 3. The beautiful woman looked in the direction of Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Congratulations to the friend in the third room." He couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. This final treasure should have been fought to the death by those from the Emperor realm, and it should have been hard for them to part with it. Only after many rounds of bidding would the dust settle. However, he did not expect that the person in the third room of the heavens would cut the Gordian knot and take it away in a few moves. Most of the people who were prepared to participate didn't even have time to bid. They just watched the show. Having hosted so many auctions, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The person in room 3 was indeed a super big customer. If there was a chance, he would like to get to know him. Maybe there would be a possibility of cooperation in the future. The dust settled on the last treasure armor, and this auction was over. The cultivator in the hall got up and walked out, feeling a little dazzled. The people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms were also led out by the maidservants and left through the secret passage. In the third room, Yang Kai waited for a moment, and then a knock sounded on the door. Yang Kai responded, and the door was immediately pushed open. A maidservant came in with 2 strong men. They carried the fine iron box in, and after a short while, the goods were sold, and someone else led Yang Kai to the secret passage. This was also a way for the auction house to protect their customers. It was to prevent customers from being targeted by their enemies after bidding for a good item. There were hundreds of secret passages in the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's auction house, leading to all directions outside Maplewood City. If one did not know the direction in advance, it would be impossible to follow. Although Yang Kai was not afraid of anything, he did not refuse this arrangement. Soon, under the guidance of the maidservant, he entered an underground passage. In the 9th room of the heavens, Gu Hong knocked on the door and entered. Lu Dong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and asked through voice transmission. Gu Hong could not hide the excitement on his face, and he quickly replied. Lu Dongjing got up, flicked his sleeves, and left. Gu Hong stood in place and thought for a moment, then sneakily followed him out. He was very clear about Lu Dongjing's character. This guy called Kai Yang was actually so rich. This was something he hadn't expected. If Lu Dongjing really did succeed, he didn't believe that the opposite party would keep their promise and give him 50% of the profits. So, it was better for him to keep an eye on him. When Lu Dongjing succeeded, he would catch him red-handed, and Lu Dong would not deny it. This was a big deal that involved tens of millions of high-rank source crystals, so how could Gu Hong not be careful? If he succeeded, he would not have to compete with Kong Si Ran for anything, and he could go anywhere without any worries for the rest of his life. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai and Qin Yu walked out of a small mountain 50 kilometers away from Maplewood City. Looking up, the moon was bright and the stars were few. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi and flew in a certain direction with Qin Yu. Not long after, the two of them arrived above a hill. When they looked down, they saw many people gathered below. As if they had sensed someone approaching, those people all raised their heads and looked over. When they saw a stream of light shooting towards them, they all revealed vigilant expressions. "Grandfather!" Qin Yu shouted. Qin Chaoyang heard this and chuckled. "Don't be nervous, it's brother Yang and Yu." The stream of light landed in front of everyone, and sure enough, Yang Kai and Qin Yu's figures were revealed. Glancing around, Yang Kai said, "Is everyone here?" Before going to the auction, he had sent a message to the Zhang family, asking them to meet with the Qin family here, and now it seemed that everyone was present. Old Madame Zhang said, "Everyone from the Zhang family is here." The Zhang family did not have many people to begin with, and they were almost ready a few days ago. As soon as Yang Kai sent a message, they could set off immediately. The same was true for the Qin family. Even Qin Chaoyang found a way to sell the land deed, so everyone in the family had gathered here with their families. The two small families had about 150 people in total, and their strength was also mixed. The strongest was Qin Yu, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the rest were Origin Kings, Origin Returning Realm, and even Saint Kings, Saints, and Transcendence. Brother-in-law, are we really going to the Northern Territory? Zhang Ruoyu jumped out, her little face full of nervousness and anticipation. She had never traveled so far in her life, and this time, she was going to the extremely distant Northern Territory. As a native of the Southern Territory, the Northern Territory was extremely unfamiliar to her. Brother-in-law. Qin Yu was stunned, her heart in a mess, and a lonely look appeared on her face. Who's your brother-in-law? Little girl, don't call me that. Yang Kai's face turned black. Ning Suwen also shouted, Ruoyu, stand down. Zhang Ruoyu pouted and stood to the side unhappily. Raising her eyes, she met Qin Yu's eyes and smiled, revealing her small canine teeth. Elder sister Qin. Qin Yu reluctantly squeezed out a smile. Little sister Ruoyu, since everyone is here, let's go. If he was alone, he would be able to reach the Thousand Leaves sect in less than 2 days, but with such a large group of people with varying strengths, he estimated that it would take at least half a month to reach the Thousand Leaves sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked behind him, only to see a flowing light rapidly approaching from the horizon. From the looks of it, it seemed to be heading towards them. Qin Chaoyang, Ning Suwen, and the others obviously noticed this as well and immediately became nervous, especially Qin Chaoyang. After all, Yang Kai had just offended a disciple of Star Soul Palace in the Qin family 2 days ago. If a Star Soul Palace master were to come, the Qin family would be finished. You go first, I'll catch up later. Yang Kai had already recognized who this person was when he swept out with his divine sense, and after instructing the Qin and Zhang families, he turned around and waited. Which way? Qin Chaoyang asked. Yang Kai pointed in a direction. Be careful, brother Yang. Qin Chaoyang reminded and nodded slightly to Ning Suwen before the two of them immediately led their family members forward. If they stayed behind at this time, they would only be a burden to Yang Kai, so the two of them made a prompt decision. In the blink of an eye, the 100 or so people gradually disappeared. A moment later, the flowing light fell and the light faded, revealing the figure of an old man. Sect Master Lu, where are you going in such a hurry? Yang Kai smiled slightly as he looked at Lu Dongjing, who was chasing after him. A cold light flashed in Lu Dongjing's eyes as he coldly snorted, Why ask when you already know the answer? Looking at the people from the two families in the distance, Lu Dongjing asked, Are those your people? Yang Kai nodded. Lu Dongjing grinned. Very good, none of them will be able to escape. This old master will slaughter them all. Yang Kai smiled. That depends on whether or not you'll be able to survive until then. Lu Dongjing narrowed his eyes. Little brat, your tone isn't small. Do you think you can beat this old master? Even if Yang Kai's cultivation was similar to his, Lu Dongjing didn't put him in his eyes. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but he had been in this realm for 100 years. How could an ordinary cat or dog be compared to him? A child sitting in a well, looking at the sky like a big well. Yang Kai sneered. Presumptuous. Lu Dongjing was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai, who was supposed to be several dozen meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him, almost touching his face. They were less than 3 inches apart. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk Lu Dongjing sucked in a breath of cold air and was so shocked that all the hairs on his body stood on end. He didn't notice Yang Kai's movements at all, but he was actually right in front of him. The pair of eyes that were so close to him were filled with disdain and ridicule, making Lu Dongjing's heart sink like it had fallen into the depths of the abyss. Instinctively circulating his emperor chi, Lu Dongjing tried to move away from Yang Kai, but he was shocked to find that no matter how he moved, Yang Kai was like a maggot in his bones, unable to get rid of him. Placing a palm on Lu Dongjing's chest, Yang Kai's sneer turned cold. Die. Chapter 2762. Gu Hong chased after Yang Kai without stopping, and he was so tired that he was gasping for breath. He only had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm, so he was much slower than Lu Dongjing. If he didn't know the direction of the secret passage Yang Kai had taken, he wouldn't have been able to track him. After arriving, Gu Hong immediately found a bush and hid in it. At the same time, he restrained his aura and looked around. There were no sounds of fighting or energy fluctuations. Could it be that Lu Dongjing finished off that brat so quickly? That shouldn't be the case. I also chased after him. Even if Lu Dongjing is strong, that brat is from the Emperor realm, so he should be able to hold on for a while. Either he moved the battlefield. Gu Hong felt that this was very likely. Maybe the two of them were evenly matched in strength and were locked in a fierce battle, so he didn't know where they were fighting. It would be best if both sides were injured and he could reap the benefits. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind doing a double cross and killing both Yang Kai and Lu Dongjing. While Gu Hong was fantasizing in his heart, a faint smell of blood suddenly drifted into his nose. After sniffing it lightly, his expression changed slightly. When he looked up again, he saw a person lying on the ground 1,000 meters away from him under the moonlight. This is... Gu Hong's expression turned solemn as he focused his vision. The person lying on the ground had his head slightly tilted. He was facing Yang Kai's direction. It allowed him to see his face clearly. Lu Dongjing. Gu Hong was shocked. A chill ran down his spine, and he shivered. The sect master of Broken Mountain Sect, Lu Dongjing, who left the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce auction right after him, was lying there motionless and covered in blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The possibility of him dying was very high because Gu Hong didn't detect any aura. Yang Kai's blood almost froze. He stood there stiffly and didn't dare to move for a long time. Lu Dongjing was a veteran First Order Emperor Realm Master. It was rumored that he could break through to the Second Order Emperor Realm at any time. How could such a master be reduced to such a state? Who did this? Just a moment ago, he was still alive and kicking, looking like he wanted to find that brat in the third room to take revenge. Why was he like a dead fish now? Gu Hong didn't dare to move for a long time, afraid that there were still strong enemies hiding nearby. If he moved, he was afraid that he would attract a fatal disaster. However, after waiting for 2 hours, there was still nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Gu Hong muster up the courage to stand up. Step by step, he cautiously walked towards Lu Dongjing. After a while, he came to the front of Lu Dong. Gu Hong looked at his tragic death, and his face was awe-inspiring. One move. Lu Dong had been killed in a single move, and there was a clear handprint on his chest. His chest had completely collapsed. There were still traces of blood that had not dried up in his mouth and nose. His widened eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible before he died. Gulp, Gu Hong swallowed hard. A master like Lu Dongjing was a high and mighty existence in his eyes. How strong was the person who killed him in a single move? Regardless of whether it was the brat from the third room or not, it was still related to him. He couldn't stay in Maplewood City any longer. If that brat found out that he was the one who leaked his whereabouts, his end wouldn't be good. Gu Hong shuddered all over. Gu Hong glanced at Lu Dongjing's hand, but didn't see any trace of the space ring. It was probably taken away by the person who killed him. Not daring to stay any longer, Gu Hong pushed his source chi and turned into a stream of light, quickly leaving this dangerous place. The speed of the 100 to 200 people was slower than Yang Kai expected. They walked and stopped all the way, and after 10 days, they had only covered half of the distance. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger. If it were any other time, such a group of people walking in the star boundary would easily attract the attention of some cultivators with bad intentions, but with Yang Kai leading the way, anyone who dared to hunt for food would die miserably. Suddenly leaving the land where they had lived for generations, both the Zhang family and the Qin family were a little disappointed. The older they were, the more so. On the other hand, the young people were full of curiosity and expectation towards the outside world, especially Zhang Ruoyu. Whenever she was free, she would surround Yang Kai and ask him questions. Any strange person or strange matter would make her happy for a long time. This girl's personality was completely different from Ruo Shi's. She was lively and active, as if she had inexhaustible energy and endless questions. Yang Kai didn't show any impatience. It just so happened that he wanted to introduce the situation of the Northern Territory and his sect to the Zhang and Qin families, so he answered Zhang Ruoyu's questions. Gradually, the more than 100 people were filled with yearning towards the Northern Territory and the High Heaven Palace. Like this, after walking for more than 20 days, the group finally arrived at the old site of the Thousand Leaves sect. Leading the two families into the Emperor Heaven Valley, Yang Kai activated the space array and divided the more than 100 people into several batches. One by one, they were transported to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai brought up the rear. When he led the last batch of people into the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi immediately came forward to greet him. Palace Master. When the first batch of cultivators was transported, the 2000 Leaves sect disciples guarding here immediately sent a message to Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi didn't know what was going on and hurried over to investigate. After asking around, she found out that it was Yang Kai who arranged for them to come, so she naturally didn't neglect. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the cultivator of the two families with a faint smile. At this moment, the more than 100 people all had expressions of disbelief on their faces, their eyes filled with shock and joy. Zhang Ruyu even spread her arms wide, her face filled with joy, as if she wanted to embrace the entire world. The High Heaven Palace was originally the foundation of the Seeking Passion sect. This place was filled with spiritual mountains and rivers, and the world energy here was rich. It was not something that Maplewood City could compare to. Now that they had suddenly arrived at such a wonderland, everyone felt as if they had been reborn. If not for them restraining themselves, they might have already made a big fuss. Zhu Qing hasn't returned, right? Yang Kai glanced around vigilantly and asked Hua Qingxi in a low voice. She hasn't. Hua Qingxi shook her head. Very good. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Zhu Qing wouldn't come back so soon, after all, she was going to the frozen earth to track down the source left behind by the dead clansmen. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If Zhu Qing really came back, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get rid of her again. Palace Master, what should we do with the people of these two clans? Hua Qingxi asked. Yang Kai said, You are the head chief, so you should ask me. Just make the arrangements as you see fit, but there is no need to give special treatment. Just find some people with aptitude and select them as the first batch of disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Focus on nurturing them. Understood, Hua Qingxi nodded. Since Yang Kai said so, she felt more confident in her heart. Go and make the arrangements. I have something to tell you later. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Hua Qingxi responded, then flew into the air and shouted, Since you have entered my High Heaven Palace, you are now my High Heaven Palace's people. Follow me. She was still a member of the Emperor realm, so as soon as she spoke, the people of the two clans immediately became solemn and followed her. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people had left. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he returned to his palace. Half a day later, Hua Qingxi came to report the situation. The people of the two clans were arranged to live in a mountain peak filled with spirit energy. There were also ready-made buildings there, enough for them to live in. Hua Qingxi also left some cultivation materials for them and told them to check their cultivation progress a year later. Based on their cultivation progress, they would be given different titles. There was nothing to nitpick about this arrangement, and she believed that the people of the two clans would not complain. Originally, in Maplewood City, the two clans were struggling to survive and were always on tenterhooks. Now that the High Heaven Palace not only provided them with a safe place to live, but also such a good cultivation environment, they were naturally excited and happy. Palace Master, you said that you have something to tell me. May I know what it is? Hua Qingxi asked after reporting the situation of the two clans. It's like this. When I returned to the Southern Territory, I went to the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and made a deal with them. Yang Kai briefly explained his deal. Hua Qingxi asked, and then? Yang Kai said, Then I suddenly thought that the High Heaven Palace could reach a long-term cooperation with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. You see, we are in the Northern Territory, and they are in the Southern Territory. The products between the two territories are different. Some things are abundant and cheap in the Northern Territory, but they are rare and expensive in the Southern Territory. There are also some things that are the opposite. If we can exchange them, buying and selling. Hua Qingxi understood. In the Star Boundary, Many merchants did this. However, they had to experience thousands of mountains and rivers and pass through layers upon layers of dangers and obstacles before they could make a trip back and forth between two large territories. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in the loss of both people and wealth. However, the High Heaven Palace was different. They had a space array that could cross territory, so they could easily travel back and forth between the two territory. With this natural advantage, this business was absolutely profitable. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Even if Palace Master didn't mention it, I also thought about it." "What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at her and said. Hua Qingxi said solemnly, "This idea is very good, and it will definitely work, but there is a problem. I don't know if Palace Master has thought of it." "I would like to hear the details," Yang Kai asked humbly. "Whether we have enough manpower or not is another matter. Palace Master, you also know the situation of our High Heaven Palace. We don't have many disciples, so if we really want to do this, we will definitely need a lot of manpower. However, compared to this, the source of materials is a big problem unless what?" Hua Qingxi chuckled and said, "Unless Palace Master asks people to help collect materials." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "For example, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect." "Sister Hua, you are so naughty." Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, "In any case, those two sects owe us so many source crystals. Asking them to compensate us with materials is already a great favor." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Right, we might as well ask Ice Heart Valley to help. Ice Heart Valley is not like us. They have a deep foundation, so it should be easy for them to obtain materials from the Northern Territory." Chapter 2763. As for what you want to buy or sell, you'll have to carefully consider it. Otherwise, not only will you not make a profit, you might even lose money. Hua Qingxi said, "I'll personally go to the Southern Territory to investigate this matter. If this matter was successful, it would affect the future of High Heaven Palace." Yang Kai was now extremely wealthy, and the Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect both owed a huge debt to High Heaven Palace, but if a sect wanted to survive, it had to have its own business. Yang Kai didn't stay in High Heaven Palace for long and returned to the Southern Territory the next day. A few days later, Yang Kai looked at the rolling mountain range in front of him as his figure moved as fast as lightning. That mountain range was the Azure Sun Mountain Range, and he had to make a trip to Azure Sun Temple. Although he was only registered in Azure Sun Temple, he still had the Azure Sun Golden Token, so neither Wen Zishan nor Gao Shueting valued him. Now that he had returned to the Southern Territory, it was only logical that he return to the temple to take a look. In addition, he had to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror and tell Tianyan the good news that he had found the Flesh Incarnation Fruit. Originally, he had planned to refine the Flesh Incarnation Pill himself, but now that he had Ji Ying as a helper, he naturally entrusted the matter of refining the Flesh Incarnation Pill to her. Before he left, Yang Kai had left all the herbs in High Heaven Palace. He believed that he would be able to obtain the Flesh Incarnation Pill the next time he returned. As long as he had the Flesh Incarnation Pill, Tianyan would be able to reconstruct his physical body and break free from the shackles of the Divine Ascension Mirror. He would be able to enter the star boundary and become a solid backer of High Heaven Palace. With a master on the level of great emperors as their backer, even if High Heaven Palace wasn't a sect of great emperors, it would still become a sect of great emperors. When that time came, its status wouldn't be any worse than Star Soul Palace or Serene Soul Palace. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure stopped. He stopped in the void. He coldly looked to the side and said in a deep voice, "Which friend is sneaking around? Why don't you show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of light suddenly burst out from the void. The light was so dazzling that Yang Kai couldn't help but squint his eyes. Two extraordinarily handsome figures were revealed. One of them was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. His expression was dignified without being angry. The other was a young man who looked about the same as Yang Kai. He was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. The two of them looked somewhat similar, as if they were father and son. The middle-aged man's gaze was calm. However, when the young man looked at Yang Kai, His eyes were filled with eagerness to fight. Master Xiao. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Xiao Yuyang asked, "Are you Yang Kai?" "Exactly." Yang Kai nodded, looked at the young man, and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, how have you been since we parted in the Shattered Star Sea?" They were from Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai recognized both of them. There was no need to mention the young man, Xiao Chen. Yang Kai had dealt with him many times. Every time, he was by Princess Lan Sun's side, acting as her protector. His father, Xiao Yuyang, was one of the first people from the Emperor realm that Yang Kai saw after coming to the Star Boundary. At that time, Xiao Yuyang was the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace, and his cultivation had reached the Second Order Emperor realm. He was an existence that Yang Kai had to look up to, and could kill him with a casual breath. So many years had passed since then. Xiao Yuyang's aura seemed to have become more and more vigorous, reaching the Third Order Emperor realm. As for Xiao Chen, his cultivation was not weak either at the First Order Emperor realm. It seemed that his harvest in the Shattered Star Sea was not small. These two people suddenly appeared here and happened to block Yang Kai's path, so their intentions were obvious. Star Soul Palace's elder Tan Junhao and Deacon Wu Ming were killed. During this time, Star Soul Palace had been investigating this matter, and after some investigation, they naturally found Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai's recent whereabouts had been somewhat elusive. Even if Star Soul Palace was the sect of the Great Emperors and had many informants, they could not grasp his movements. A few days ago, they received a message from a disciple named Luo Ping, saying that he had seen Yang Kai in Maplewood City. Xiao Yuyang rushed over without stopping. Now that Xiao Yuyang was also one of the elders of Star Soul Palace, his cultivation was superb, so he personally came not to give face to Yang Kai, but from the information obtained by Star Soul Palace, Tan Junhao and Wu Ming both died at Yang Kai's hands. With such a valiant battle record, those with low cultivation would not be able to do anything, only those with Third Order Emperor realm cultivation would be able to do anything. For Tan Junhao's matter, the Third Order Emperor realm elders of Star Soul Palace had all been dispatched, searching everywhere for Yang Kai's whereabouts. Xiao Yuyang knew that Yang Kai was a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and secretly felt that since Yang Kai appeared in Maplewood City, he might have returned to Azure Sun Temple, so he set up an ambush here. Facts proved that his guess was right, and after waiting here for half a month, he finally caught Yang Kai in the act. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Xiao Chen sneered, "Who are you? Do I know you?" His nose was up in the air, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes, as if he had a strong sense of superiority when facing anyone. After several encounters, how could Yang Kai not know his character? So he just smiled slightly and didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yuyang and said, "I wonder why Master Xiao is blocking this junior's way? You still dare to ask when you already know the answer?" Xiao Chen was furious and pointed the long sword in his hand at Yang Kai. "Don't you know what you have done? Stop putting on an act here." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I don't understand what Brother Xiao is saying." Xiao Chen said with a sullen face, "Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" Yang Kai ignored him and just stared at Xiao Yuyang, making Xiao Chen angry. Xiao Yuyang clasped his hands behind his back, his face calm, but he was secretly amazed. Before this, he was extremely unfamiliar with Yang Kai. He only vaguely remembered that there was a Dao Source Realm cultivator who refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills and made a name for himself. That person's name was Yang Kai. As for the rest, he didn't know. In the past few days, he had carefully inquired about Yang Kai from Xiao Chen, and only then did he discover that this young man was somewhat extraordinary. All the things he had done, even in his opinion, were extremely difficult. Xiao Yuyang's son could be considered a dragon among men, but compared to this young man, he seemed to pale in comparison. Now that they were face to face, Xiao Yuyang's evaluation of Yang Kai rose again. He was an elder of Star Soul Palace and a Third Order Emperor Realm Master, yet this young man, a First Order Emperor Realm Master, didn't show the slightest fear in front of him. Instead, he spoke with confidence and composure. Did he really kill Tan Junhao and Wu Ming? Xiao Yuyang had deep doubts in his heart. With Yang Kai's strength, Tan Junhao and Wu Ming weren't made of mud, so how could they have died at his hands? However, from the investigation of Star Soul Palace and the testimonies of the more than 20 people from the Emperor realm, even if Tan Junhao and Wu Ming's deaths weren't caused by Yang Kai, they were definitely related to him. Tan Junhao, Wu Ming. Xiao Yuyang didn't say much and just reported two names, his pair of eyes staring into Yang Kai's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of Yang Kai's heart and capture the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "So that's what you want. And if Master Xiao is here to inquire about these two, then this boy can tell Master Xiao that I killed these two." He readily admitted it without the slightest intention of hiding it. Bullshit. Xiao Chen's face was full of contempt and ridicule, obviously not believing him. "I heard that you have a powerful Monster King by your side?" Xiao Yuyang pointed out. "Where is that Monster King?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "The Monster King isn't here." Xiao Yuyang said, "Yang Kai, you are also a promising talent. This king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Tell this king the whereabouts of the Monster King, then come back to Star Soul Palace with me." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Master Xiao thinks that Tan Junhao and Wu Ming died at the hands of the Monster King? Is there another possibility?" Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. He didn't expect that no one would believe him even if he told the truth. After pondering for a moment, his expression became serious and he said, "Tan Junhao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, represents Star Soul Palace and the great emperors. He should have protected the cultivator in my southern territory, but in Flowing Shadow City, he went against the rules and used shameless means to control the Emperor realm. He even ordered the people of the Emperor realm to become enemies with this boy in order to steal treasures from this boy. This little one killed him in a fit of anger, and it can be considered as helping Star Soul Palace to clean up the mess. This little one doesn't ask for the great Emperor or Star Soul Palace's gratitude, as long as they don't come looking for trouble with me. However, Senior Xiao has blocked my path here today. If this is Star Soul Palace's attitude, then this little one is very disappointed in Star Soul Palace. Star Soul Palace's matters are not for you to criticize." Xiao Chen coldly snorted. Xiao Yuyang nodded and said, "Star Soul Palace has investigated the matter clearly. Tan Junhao was inhumane and used his strength to bully the weak. He ruined Star Soul Palace's reputation, so his death is not to be regretted. If you really killed him, then Star Soul Palace would have no objections, but if he died at the hands of a Monster King, the matter is different. Do you understand?" Yang Kai said impatiently, "The Monster King didn't make a move. Didn't the Emperor Realm tell you these things?" Xiao Yuyang said, "They said it, but it's hard to believe, so you need to come with me to Star Soul Palace. This Xiao guarantees that no one will harm you as long as you tell this Xiao where the Monster King is." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Master Xiao, forgive me for not being able to agree to this request." "You don't trust me?" Xiao Yuyang frowned slightly. Yang Kai said, "Master Xiao and I are not related, so how can I trust you? There's no need to talk nonsense." "Father, there's no need to talk nonsense with him, let your son take him down." Xiao Chen had been itching to give it a try for a long time, but at this moment, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He swung his sword, and at the same time, sword light wantonly rushed towards Yang Kai. He coldly snorted and said, "You think you're so great just because you've become an Emperor Realm Master. Today, I'll let you see the difference between you and me." Emperor intent filled the air, and sword intent filled the air. Xiao Chen's expression was solemn as he whispered, "Plum blossoms hide in the snow, fragrance comes naturally, the slanting moon crushes the sky." His first move was an extremely powerful killing move, and the sword momentum was beautiful, dazzling everyone who saw it. Yang Kai laughed loudly, "I'll return your words to you." He made a strange gesture with one hand and slapped his palm towards the center of the sword momentum. When Xiao Yuyang saw his son use this sword move, he was secretly praising him, but when he saw Yang Kai's move, his expression changed. Chapter 2764. As a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, Xiao Yuyang's eyesight was not something a greenhouse flower like Xiao Chen could compare to. With just a glance, he could tell that Xiao Chen was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. Xiao Chen and Yang Kai were both able to break through to the Emperor realm because of the Shattered Star Sea, so there was not much of a difference in time, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Chinter, back off! Xiao Yang shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. From within the sword curtain, a palm suddenly reached out and destroyed everything in its path. The sword curtain instantly withered, and even Xiao Chen's sword intent was thrown into chaos. Xiao Chen turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. However, the palm that destroyed his sword screen followed him like a shadow and was about to land on his chest. At the critical moment, a strong wind blew from the side. It was Xiao Yang who came to the rescue. With a tap of his foot, Kai Yang's figure instantly came to a halt, allowing the wind to brush past his fingertips. Xiao Yang stepped in between Yang Kai and Xiao Chen and said with a dignified expression, "Yang Kai, this king does not want to bully the weak, but he also does not want to fight with you. Can you cooperate?" Yang Kai grinned, "No." Xiao Yang sighed lightly, "Since that is the case, then I will offend you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. As he did so, the entire world seemed to be imprisoned and a buzzing sound could be heard from the void. Facing Xiao Yang's grab, Yang Kai did not dodge and said casually, "Master Xiao, it is not that this junior is looking down on you, but I'm afraid you won't be able to keep this junior here. Perhaps we will meet again someday." Space principles fluctuated. Yang Kai's figure suddenly turned into nothingness, leaving behind only an afterimage. Xiao Yang's expression changed slightly as he broke through the afterimage and shouted, "Space Divine Technique." Turning his head, Xiao Yang Kai could no longer find any trace of Yang Kai. Xiao Yang released his divine sense. Unable to capture Yang Kai's aura, Xiao Yang Kai's face sank. He had personally taken action but still failed to stop Yang Kai. If this matter spread, no one would believe it. Originally, Xiao Yang Kai thought that Tan Junhao and Wu Ming's deaths were caused by the Monster King, but now it seemed there was a slight possibility that Yang Kai was the culprit. With the Space Divine Technique was a miraculous ability. The information also mentioned that this kid had the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's Mountains and Rivers Bell. No one knew how powerful the Mountains and Rivers Bell was, after all, a prehistoric unique treasure. Turning his head to look, he saw Xiao Chen standing there in a daze. The hand holding the long sword was trembling incessantly, and his complexion was ashen. Being defeated by Kai Yang in one move was a huge blow to Xiao Chen. Before this, he had always thought that he had just advanced to the Emperor realm. He was a core disciple of Star Soul Palace and the son of Xiao Yang. He had been trained since childhood and was an elite of Star Soul Palace. Among cultivators of the same level, he could be called an invincible existence. But now, his sense of superiority had been shattered by Yang Kai's palm. It was almost unacceptable. Victory and defeat are commonplace. Rather than bickering over temporary gains and losses, why bother? It's better to think about how to improve your strength. Xiao Yang said lightly. Xiao Chen trembled and finally came back to his senses. He said in a deep voice, "Father is right. Let's go." Xiao Yang stretched out his hand. "Where are we going?" Xiao Chen asked. "Azure Sun Temple." Xiao Yang replied and took the lead to fly out. He had been lying in ambush here and met Yang Kai. Then, Yang Kai's intentions were obvious. He was going to Azure Sun Temple. Since he could not stop him here, he would go to Azure Sun Temple to find him. No matter what, he had to end this matter. "Who are you? Stop right there." Not long after flying forward, two figures rushed in front of him. The leader shouted and blocked Yang Kai's path. Yang Kai had been in and out of Azure Sun Temple many times and naturally knew the rules. He immediately took out the Azure Sun Golden Token and threw it to the two guarding disciples. The leader took the token and his expression changed. Azure Sun Golden Token? This golden token was something only a few core disciples in the temple were qualified to have. Although they were also disciples of Azure Sun Temple, they were far from the core disciples. Looking at Yang Kai, they did not recognize him at all. He was definitely not one of the core disciples in the temple. The leader of the disciples immediately shouted angrily, "Who are you, little thief? How dare you pretend to be a disciple of our temple?" Where did you get this golden token? While talking, the two immediately summoned their artifacts and locked their auras on Yang Kai, ready to fight at any time. Yang Kai was a registered disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and the golden token was given to him by Gao Shueting in Maplewood City. It was not reported to the entire temple, so many disciples did not know Yang Kai at all. At this moment, seeing a stranger holding a core disciple's token, they were naturally very vigilant. Yang Kai said, "The token was given to me by Elder Gao. You can ask Elder Gao or the other elders. Just say that Yang Kai is here, they will naturally explain it to you." Yang Kai. The leader of the disciples frowned and winked at the junior brother on the side, nodded and said, "Wait a minute." While speaking, he took out a communication artifact, presumably to report this matter to the higher-ups. After waiting for a while, the communication artifact shook, and the leader of the cultivators immersed his divine sense into it. Suddenly, a strange look appeared on his face. The elder's message was that this token was real, and this person named Yang Kai was also a disciple of the temple. "Sorry to offend you, brother." Since there was an order from the elder, the disciple guarding the mountain naturally did not dare to stop anything and immediately stepped aside. Elder Gao said that you should go to Myriad Saints Peak to find her. Yang Kai nodded and took back the golden token. When he passed by the two disciples, he suddenly said, "By the way, there will be two guys coming over later. Find a way to stop them for a while." The two disciples did not know the truth and immediately agreed. Myriad Saints Peak was one of the main peaks of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai flew to the sky and saw a white figure standing in front of the main hall from a distance, overlooking this side. The figure was like a white lotus, white and flawless. The fitting dress outlined the beautiful curves, and there was another small figure standing beside her. From afar, Yang Kai showed a smile and went over to greet her. Before he got close, the white figure suddenly raised her hand and a rolling sun-like mirror suddenly rose behind her head, like a blazing sun, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose. Emperor Artifact, Blazing Sun Mirror. Several scorching rays of light shot out from the mirror, turning into beautiful arcs, and instantly blasted in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was shocked and summoned his myriad sword, using the defensive sword style to form a sword curtain in front of him. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the scorching rays of light were blocked by the sword curtain and could not move an inch, but Yang Kai was forced to retreat again and again. After the rays of light were neutralized, a figure flashed in front of him and Gao Shueting suddenly appeared in front of him. She stretched out her jade hand, gently clenched it into a fist, straightened her middle finger, and knocked Yang Kai on the head. Yang Kai did not dare to dodge and took the hit head-on. With a bang, his head was knocked down, and his whole body became shorter. Elder Gao. Yang Kai touched the place where he was hit with an aggrieved expression. Gao Shueting coldly snorted and cast a sidelong glance at Yang Kai, saying, "Have you grown up? Now you dare to fight back?" Yang Kai looked wronged. "It was my instinctive reaction. Do you know why I hit you?" Gao Shueting asked. Yang Kai smiled embarrassedly and said, "I haven't been back for a long time, so I must have made you worry." Gao Shueting snorted and said, "It's fine if you didn't come back, but you caused such a big mess and encountered such great danger, so why didn't you ask for help from the temple? Do you think the temple is an outsider, or are you an outsider?" Yang Kai immediately understood that she was referring to the Star Soul Palace, and he could not help but feel warm in his heart and chuckle. "Don't be so cheeky with me, get down here." Gao Shueting reached out, grabbed one of Yang Kai's ears, and pulled him down towards Myriad Saints Peak. Die. Yang Kai tilted his head and held the myriad sword in his hand as Gao Shueting pulled him along. Even in the face of the great emperors and divine spirits, he could still stand straight, but at this moment he did not dare to resist at all. He felt like his ears were about to be pulled off, and he loudly begged for mercy. Only when they reached Myriad Saints Peak did Gao Shueting release her hand and slap the back of Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai staggered and did not dare to speak. When he looked up and saw Wen Zishan, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Temple Master Wen, good luck." The corner of Wen Zishan's mouth twitched as he looked up at the sky and turned a deaf ear to him. He kindly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai. Little Xue Ting is very angry, let her calm down first, or this temple master will not dare to speak to you. Yang Kai's face darkened as he cast a disdainful look at him. He turned his head and looked at the people beside him. Whether it was Deputy Temple Master Chiu Ran, Elder Chen Qian, Di Rong, or Yu Kuan, they all turned their eyes away and ignored him. Only Gao Xueting stared at him coldly. Her gaze was like a sharp sword, as if she wanted to stab Yang Kai full of holes. Yang Kai obediently walked in front of Gao Xueting and said submissively, "Elder Gao, this disciple was wrong, please punish me." Gao Xueting said indifferently, "What did you do wrong? Why should this elder punish you? By the way, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't saved me last time, this elder probably wouldn't have been able to get away safely." As she spoke, she actually bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly moved to the side. Gao Xueting adjusted her direction and bowed again. Kai Yang scowled miserably. "Elder Gao, what do you want? I'll agree to it." Gao Xueting immediately raised her head and stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Since you've said so, this elder won't make things difficult for you. You only need to promise me one thing, and this elder will let you go this time." "Please say it." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Become an elder of the temple." Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned solemn and he said solemnly, "Elder Gao, this, you dare refuse?" A cold light flashed in Gao Xueting's hand as a sword immediately pressed against Yang Kai's neck. She gritted her teeth and said, "This elder has personally asked, don't you dare refuse." Chapter 2765. Yang Kai was so stiff that he didn't dare to move. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead as he said with a serious face, "Disciple is saying that? I agree. You're worth teaching." Gao Xueting smiled and sheathed her sword. Only then did Vice Temple Master Chiu Ran and many elders step forward with a smile, cupping their fists and addressing Yang Kai as Elder Yang. When Zishan was also full of smiles, "Good, good, my temple has another elder. Congratulations, congratulations. This temple master has decided to hold a grand ceremony in 5 days to announce it to the world." Yang Kai trembled and hurriedly said, "Temple master, there's no need for that. Disciple is now." Before he could finish, when Zishan patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "You don't need to say more, I know." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but thousands of words turned into a sigh. He had killed Tanjun Hao and Wu Ming. Although there was a reason for it, after all, he had gone against a behemoth like Star Soul Palace. Once he became an elder of Azure Sun Temple, he would definitely bring trouble to the temple. It was fine if this matter was done secretly, but when Zishan wanted to hold a grand ceremony to announce it to the world, wasn't this clearly inviting trouble? Yang Kai was moved but also a little uneasy. If he really brought trouble to the temple because of him, it would be terrible. But when Zishan clearly knew this and still insisted on doing so, it was obvious that he wanted to protect him with the power of the temple. Gao Xueting said from the side, "Among the temple's disciples, once they advance to the emperor realm, they can become an elder of the sect and enjoy the authority of an elder. Xia Xing is one of them, so you don't have to feel burdened." Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "There's something I want to tell you. Disciple founded a sect some time ago." "Oh?" When Zishan and Gao Xueting looked at each other, quite surprised. The elders were also stunned. "Disciple is now a temple master. If I become an elder of the temple, I'm afraid there will be some conflicts." When Zishan nodded when he heard this, but Gao Xueting looked suspicious. "Are you lying to us? You want to shirk the position of elder?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. It's the truth." Gao Xueting frowned and said, "Although you're a venerable sovereign and have the qualifications to establish your own sect, you're still young. Getting involved in these things too early won't do you any good in the future. Right now, you should focus on improving your cultivation." "Thank you for your concern, Elder Gao. This disciple understands. However, this disciple has his own reasons for establishing a sect." Yang Kai nodded. Gao Xueting sighed and said, "Since you've already established a sect, you'll have to be careful. They couldn't just disband. How about this? Your sect will form an alliance with the temple. If there is anything you need help with, the temple can help you. The temple can even send some people to help you. That way, you won't have to worry too much about worldly matters. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Someone will take care of the sect's affairs. I don't need to worry about it. That's for the best. You're also a smart person. You should know that your own strength is the foundation of everything." Gao Shueting pondered for a moment and said, "But since you're already a palace master, it's indeed inappropriate for you to become a divine hall elder. How about this? You can be a guest elder. What do you think, temple master?" Wen Zishan smiled and said, "Whatever little Shueting says." Although a guest elder was also a kind of elder, they had more freedom and could come and go freely. It was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's previous status as a registered disciple. However, it was more noble. "By the way, what's the name of your sect? Where is it located?" Gao Shueting asked. Qiu Ran, Chen Qian, and the others also looked at Yang Kai with a curious look. "High Heaven Palace, in the Northern Territory." Yang Kai grinned. "The Northern Territory is so far away." Gao Shueting frowned. Azure Sun Temple was in the Southern Territory, while the High Heaven Palace was in the Northern Territory. The distance between the two was hundreds of millions of miles. Even if they formed an alliance, it would be useless. If something really happened to the High Heaven Palace, Azure Sun Temple would not be able to put out a nearby fire. "How is the strength of your sect? How many disciples do you have?" Yang Kai looked at Gao Shueting awkwardly and asked cautiously, "Elder Gao, do you want to hear the truth, or lies?" "I dare you to lie." Gao Shueting glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He replied, "We don't have many disciples, just 100 or so." 100 or so? Gao Shueting nodded slightly. After all, Yang Kai had just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago. Even if he had established a sect, it would definitely be a small one. It was already good enough that he could recruit 100 or so disciples. Sects were like rolling snowballs that slowly grew. As for strength, there are good and bad people. In the Emperor realm, there are 6 more besides me. What? Many elders were shocked. 6 more? Doesn't that mean there are 7 people in the Emperor realm? Are you sure there are only 100 or so people in your sect? The elders of the Divine Hall could no longer remain calm, and even when Zishan's eyes were wide open. A sect with more than 100 people actually had 7 people in the Emperor realm? What kind of sect was this? Wasn't this ratio a little too terrifying? One had to know that there were tens of thousands of disciples in Azure Sun Temple, but there were only a dozen or so people in the Emperor realm. Gao Shueting was even more stunned. She thought that Yang Kai's sect was just a small one, but now it seemed that this sect was quite amazing. "Those 6, what are their cultivations?" Yang Kai scratched his face and said, "A First-Order Emperor Realm Chief Steward who handles the affairs of the sect for me. There is also a First-Order Emperor Realm Array Master and a Second-Order Emperor Realm Alchemist." Asterisk hiss. Asterisk, a series of gasps sounded. On Myriad Saints Peak, everyone looked at Yang Kai as if they had seen a ghost. A sect with more than 100 people and 7 people in the Emperor realm was already shocking enough, but according to Yang Kai's introduction, there was actually an Emperor Realm Array Master and an Emperor Realm Alchemist in the Emperor realm. How was this possible? Even Azure Sun Temple did not have their own Emperor Realm Array Master and Emperor Realm Alchemist. Only the sects of the great emperors could have such a heritage. What about the other 3? Gao Shueting asked, her eyes filled with shock. Yang Kai tilted his head and said embarrassedly, "Those 3 are Monster Kings." Everyone was dumbfounded. Monster Kings? And there were 3 of them. Only those from the monster race whose strength was comparable to the Third Order Emperor realm were qualified to be called Monster Kings. In other words, any Monster King's strength was not inferior to Azure Sun Temple's Temple Master, Wen Zishan. The temple was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory precisely because of Wen Zishan's leadership. Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land were the same, each having a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. However, in Yang Kai's newly established High Heaven Palace, there were 3 such powerful existences. With such heritage, except for the fact that there were no great emperors and there were only a few great emperors in the emperor realm, in which aspect was it inferior to the sects of the great emperors? If such a sect were to develop and grow stronger, its sharpness would probably overshadow all the forces in the star boundary except for the sects of the great emperors. After a moment of shock, Gao Shueting suddenly said solemnly, "Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. Yang Kai, how can you control those 3 monster kings? How can they be willing to listen to your orders?" When Zishan also nodded seriously, "That's right, you must be careful about this." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Disciple understands. You are not a reckless person. Since you understand, then we won't say anything more." When Zishan gently nodded and suddenly grinned, "But it seems that your High Heaven Palace is really qualified to form an alliance with the temple. It's just that it's a long way to go. What a pity. By the way, since your High Heaven Palace has such a heritage, where did you choose to base your foundation? The strength and development of a sect is closely related to its location, so you must not be careless. Disciple has snatched someone else's territory, so I don't have to worry too much about this matter." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Oh." When Zishan raised his eyebrows, "Which sect did you snatch? Although this temple master doesn't know many sects in the Northern Territory, I have heard of a few." Seeking Passion Sect. When Zishan's expression instantly became very interesting as he stared blankly at Yang Kai, and even many of the elders' jaws dropped. Naturally, they all knew about Seeking Passion Sect. It was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. In terms of status, it was almost the same as Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai had actually snatched Seeking Passion Sect's territory and established a sect there. In other words, Seeking Passion Sect must have been destroyed. On second thought, the High Heaven Palace had such a strong heritage that it was not impossible for them to destroy Seeking Passion Sect. Yes, Seeking Passion Sect's foundation must be extraordinary. When Zishan's face was covered in cold sweat. For the first time, he realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai. In the past, he only felt that he had great potential, so he tried every means to get him to join Azure Sun Temple and finally got him the identity of a registered disciple. But after not seeing him for a few years, this registered disciple had done such an earth-shattering thing. If it weren't for the huge gap between the two territories, this news would have already spread to the Southern Territory and shook the entire Star Territory. Alright, let's cut to the chase. The coronation ceremony will be held in 5 days. There are still many things to be done. Gao Shueting changed the topic. He didn't dare to ask anymore. If he continued to ask, he was afraid that he would hear more shocking news. At this moment, Gao Shueting suddenly frowned and took out her communication artifact. After checking it, she raised her head and said, "Temple Master, Xiao Yuyang is here." When Zishan narrowed his eyes and said, "He came so quickly." Yang Kai said, "I met him on the way, but I got rid of him. He should be chasing after me." When Zishan nodded and said, "I know. Little Shueting, take him away." Gao Shueting responded and said to Yang Kai, "Come with me." Yang Kai cupped his fists to the elders before flying away with Gao Shueting. Although he was not afraid of Xiao Yuyang, it would not be a good thing to meet him face to face at this time, so he simply avoided him. However, he had involved Azure Sun Temple in this muddy water, which made Yang Kai feel a little apologetic. After a while, Gao Shueting brought Yang Kai to Purple Bamboo Peak where she lived. On Purple Bamboo Peak, patches of purple bamboos were swaying in the wind. There was only one building on top of the huge Purple Bamboo Peak, which looked extremely deserted. This should be related to Gao Shueting's temperament. Chapter 2766. In Azure Sun Temple, every elder had their own spirit peak, and this Purple Bamboo Peak belonged to Gao Shueting. If Yang Kai was appointed as an elder of Azure Sun Temple, he would also receive such treatment. But the appointment ceremony was in a few days, so Yang Kai could only stay at Purple Bamboo Peak for a few days. The peak was deserted, and there wasn't even a maid. Gao Shueting arranged for Yang Kai to stay in a guest hall on one side of the peak, and after reminding him not to wander around, she turned around and left. "Elder Gao!" Yang Kai suddenly called out to her. Gao Shueting looked back. This disciple has something else to ask Elder Gao for help with, Yang Kai said solemnly. What is it? I want to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Enter the Divine Ascension Mirror? Gao Shueting frowned. Why? The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's biggest secret. Yang Kai was able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror world because he brought back a few star seals for the temple, making a great contribution. Although Yang Kai was now an elder candidate of Azure Sun Temple and qualified to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror, this matter couldn't be taken lightly, so Gao Shueting naturally had to ask him clearly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and didn't hide anything, telling her about his agreement with Tianyan. Gao Shueting was shocked. You actually met that senior in the Divine Ascension Mirror last time? And you even made such an agreement with him? Yang Kai nodded. I was just casually mentioning it at the time. After so many years, it's about time I gave him an answer. Gao Shueting was slightly absent-minded. I've heard from the Temple Master that there's an incredible master in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. I've entered and exited the Divine Ascension Mirror many times, but I've never had the chance to meet him. I never thought that you would be so lucky. Since there's an agreement, you should fulfill it, but that flesh incarnation pill isn't easy to obtain. The flesh incarnation pill has already been found. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Gao Shueting's expression brightened. Really? Yang Kai smiled. I've already prepared all the materials. The alchemist master from High Heaven Palace will be able to refine the flesh incarnation pill soon. How confident are you? Gao Shueting asked nervously. Although this was the first time she had heard of the flesh incarnation pill, she knew that it was definitely not easy to refine. Even if an alchemy master were to personally refine it, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Yang Kai said, I forgot to tell Elder Gao that I am the Pill Emperor of the High Heaven Palace. He is the 5th disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills. Gao Shueting was dumbfounded. After a while, she said in shock, You've abducted the personal disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills to become an alchemist in your sect? He was too bold. It was already shocking enough that there was an alchemy master in Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace. Who would have thought that this alchemy master had such a great background? He was the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. Even a 3rd-stage emperor realm master would have to treat him with respect. What Gao Shueting couldn't figure out the most was why the great emperors of wondrous pills would agree to such a thing. However, if the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors were to personally refine the flesh incarnation pill, then there should be no chance of failure. If you wanted to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror during normal times, it wouldn't be difficult, but now. Gao Shueting suddenly frowned. Now what? Yang Kai was stunned. Gao Shueting said, You're not an outsider. There's no harm in telling you. Right now, someone is using the Divine Ascension Mirror and can't be easily disturbed. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for you to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror now. Yang Kai had a surprised expression on his face. Among the people he had seen on Myriad Saints Peak before, almost all of the higher-ups of Azure Sun Temple were present. Who else was using the Divine Ascension Mirror? Moreover, they couldn't be disturbed. It seemed that the person using the Divine Ascension Mirror had an extraordinary status. No matter how Yang Kai thought about it, he couldn't think of such a person in Azure Sun Temple. I'll talk to the Temple Master about this and see if we can think of a way to get the best of both worlds. If it really doesn't work, just wait for a while. After all, it's been so many years since your agreement with that senior. You don't have any ready-made flesh incarnation pills on hand. All right, Yang Kai nodded. Now that things had come to this was all he could do. After asking about Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Zhao's situation, he learned that the two of them had been in secluded cultivation ever since they returned from the Shattered Star Sea and showed no signs of coming out. Yang Kai also gave up on the idea of looking for them to reminisce. The two of them were also core disciples of Azure Sun Temple and were future pillars of the sect. However, they were slightly weaker than Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng was able to break through his shackles in the Shattered Star Sea and break through to the Emperor Realm. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao didn't have such an opportunity, but they had also gained a lot in the Shattered Star Sea. This time, they entered secluded cultivation with the resolve to not come out until they broke through to the Emperor realm. After Gao Shueting left, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a large box that seemed to be made of fine iron appeared in front of him. Flying Great Ink Dragon Armor. Yang Kai hadn't had the time to take a closer look at this mid-rank Emperor-grade artifact armor he obtained at the Purple Source auction until now. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai gently stroked the artifact armor in the box. In an instant, a roar suddenly came from the box. Black chi quickly overflowed from the artifact armor and gathered into a mass, turning into an inky flood dragon that sat on top of the box and glared at Yang Kai with its gong-sized eyes. Peh! Yang Kai looked up at the inky flood dragon phantom and grinned. According to the introduction of the Purple Source Chamber of Commerce, this flying Great Ink Dragon armor was refined from the skin of an inky flood dragon. Inky flood dragons were extremely rare and were known for their strong defensive power. When it was refined, the inky flood dragon's monster core should have been integrated into it, which was why the inky flood dragon's soul appeared at this time. In other words, this flying Great Ink Dragon armor seemed to have an artifact spirit. This kind of artifact was refined from the body of a powerful monster beast and could perfectly integrate with the monster core's soul. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce didn't mention this point. Yang Kai guessed that they were afraid of affecting the value of this artifact armor in the eyes of the bidders. Although the value of an artifact spirit was much higher, it also depended on what kind of artifact spirit it was. The artifact spirit of the flying Great Ink Dragon armor was the Inky Flood Dragon soul. Although the Inky Flood Dragon was a flood dragon, it had the bloodline of the dragon race. Such an artifact spirit was not something that ordinary people could subdue. Just like when Yang Kai touched the flying Great Ink Dragon armor at this time, the Inky Flood Dragon's soul artifact spirit suddenly appeared. If he didn't refine this artifact spirit and make it recognize him as its master, it would be impossible to display the artifact armor's effect. The huge Inky Flood Dragon's artifact spirit almost solidified, and the reflection of Yang Kai in its eyes was as small as an ant. But in the next moment, an oppressive and high-pitched dragon roar came from this ant's body. Golden light burst out and the golden divine dragon source strength leisurely swam out. A golden dragon even larger than the Inky Flood Dragon's artifact spirit suddenly emerged from behind Yang Kai's head. The Inky Flood Dragon's artifact spirit, which should have been a dead object and had no sentience, strangely showed a look of fear and lowered its head slightly. The golden divine dragon's aura grew stronger and stronger, causing the Inky Flood Dragon to involuntarily shrink back into the box. The bloodline suppression of the dragon race was a strange and magical phenomenon. No other race could imagine how terrifying this suppression was. Just like how Li Jiao, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't muster up the slightest bit of resistance when facing Zhu Qing, all existences who were tainted with the Dragon Clan's bloodline had to bear this indelible shackle while obtaining great power. If it were another third-layer Emperor Realm Master, even if Zhu Qing could win, it would not be too easy, but if she were to face Li Jiao, she could easily take his life. Are you afraid? Yang Kai grinned like a villain, staring at the Inky Flood Dragon's artifact spirit and said, "If you're afraid, then scram back to me and serve me, otherwise, I'll destroy your soul." It was unknown whether the Inky Flood Dragon's artifact spirit understood, but when Yang Kai's voice fell, the Inky Flood Dragon's artifact spirit actually shrank back, the rich black chi dissipating and merging back into the artifact armor. At the same time, on Myriad Saints Peak, led by Wenzi Shan, the elders of Azure Sun Temple were waiting solemnly. Two streams of light flew over quickly and landed in front of everyone, revealing the figures of Xiao Yuyang and his son. Xiao Chun greets Temple Master Wen and greets seniors. Xiao Chun cupped his fists and bowed. Although he was arrogant in front of his peers, he had a good upbringing after all, so he did not lose his manners on this occasion. When Zi Shan smiled and nodded, young Master Xiao is considerate. He then cupped his fists and said to Xiao Yuyang, "Brother Xiao, long time no see." "Temple Master Wen." Xiao Yuyang responded solemnly. Although he was a member of Star Soul Palace and was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he did not dare to be careless in front of a temple master like Wenzi Shan. Before Xiao Yuyang could speak again, When Zishan spoke first, Brother Xiao has come at the right time, just in time for a joyous occasion in my temple. Brother Xiao must stay in my temple as a guest for a few days. Joyous occasion? Xiao Yuyang frowned. What joyous occasion? When Zishan said, it's like this, my temple is preparing to confer an elder in 5 days. If Brother Xiao does not mind, please stay for a cup of wine. Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Temple Master Wen, as far as this king knows, among the several core disciples of your noble sect, Xia Xing has already broken through to the Emperor realm and is now an elder. The others are all in retreat and will not come out for a while. The person you want to confer an elder isn't the one I'm thinking of, right? When Zishan asked suspiciously, oh? Who is Brother Xiao thinking of? Xiao Yuyang said word by word, Yum? But when Zishan was surprised, Brother Xiao is really clever, you can even guess this. I admire you. Xiao Yuyang shouted angrily, Temple Master Wen. Seeing him pretending to be confused, Xiao Yuyang Qi was speechless. When Zishan chuckled and said, Brother Xiao shouldn't have guessed this long ago, so you came to congratulate us in advance, right? That's very thoughtful of you. The veins on Xiao Yuyang's forehead throbbed as he quickly said, Brother Wen, you and I have known each other for many years. This Xiao advises you not to draw fire to yourself. When Zishan couldn't help but squint, I don't understand what Brother Xiao is saying. My temple is only conferring an elder, how is that drawing fire to myself? Xiao Yuyang stared at Wen Zishan and said, that boy killed Tan Junhao and Wu Ming. Temple Master Wen must know about this. When Zishan was shocked, that's impossible, right? Tan Junhao is a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Wu Ming is a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and Yang Kai is just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he kill them? This is absolutely impossible. Is there some kind of mistake? Xiao Yuyang sneered. More than 20 sects from the Southern Territory have conferred together. How can this be false? Chapter 2767. When Zishan said, what else did the 20 or so people from the Emperor realm testify about? Xiao Yuyang frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before saying, Tan Junhao used his Gu insect technique to control them and make them enemies with Yang Kai, but unfortunately, he was killed by Yang Kai. Wu Ming helped the tyrant and also died on the spot. Tan Junhao acted in such a despicable manner and ruined the reputation of the Divine Palace. His death is not to be regretted. When Zishan's expression turned solemn as he stared at Xiao Yuyang and said, in that case, Yang Kai also cleaned up the Star Soul Palace, so the Divine Palace should be grateful to him. Brother Xiao, are you here just to thank Yang Kai? If so, there is no need for that. Elder Yang's action can be considered as eliminating evil for the people. The Divine Palace is too polite. Xiao Yuyang sighed softly and said in a deep voice, Temple Master Wen, Tan Junhao is an elder of the Divine Palace and a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. His death is not a trivial matter, it concerns the face of the Divine Palace. When Zishan smiled slightly and said, of course it is a big matter, but with the testimony of the 20 or so people from the Emperor Realm, does it not prove anything? Xiao Yuyang shook his head and said, I'm afraid Yang Kai will have to come back to the Divine Palace with me. When Zishan showed a troubled expression and said, I'm afraid that won't do. Yang Kai is now considered an elder of the Divine Palace and the coronation ceremony will be held in a few days. If he is taken away by you, won't the Divine Palace become a laughingstock? The Divine Palace's face is face, and the Divine Palace's face is also face. Xiao Yuyang said, Temple Master Wen also said that the coronation ceremony is in a few days, so Yang Kai is not considered an elder of the Azure Sun Temple. When Zishan grinned and turned back, little Chen Chen. Chen Chen did not say a word and raised her hand to release hundreds of talismans, which turned into streams of light and flew in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She then cupped her fists and said, Temple Master, this subordinate has informed the Southern Territory's sects and families about the coronation ceremony in 5 days. When Zishan nodded slightly, Xiao Yuyang's face darkened. When Zishan, do you know the consequences of this? When Zishan's expression instantly turned solemn. He said calmly, Yang Kai is a member of my divine hall. Even if the divine palace wants to take him away, it will have to get the approval of my divine hall. Xiao Yu Yang sighed softly and also raised his hand to send out a talisman. I have already reported this matter to the great emperors. As for how to deal with it, the great emperors will decide. When Zishan had made it clear that he wanted to use the power of the sect to protect Yang Kai, so even if he had a falling out with Wen Zishan, he would not be able to take away Yang Kai. He could only report this matter and wait for news. When Zishan's expression finally changed, but he still smiled and said, "The great emperors are wise and will naturally provide a fair solution. Since you are a guest, why don't Brother Xiao stay in my temple for a few days?" "Very well, I'll have to trouble you then," Xiao Yuyang nodded lightly. "Please." In the side hall of Purple Bamboo Peak, accompanied by a crackling sound, the black ink dragon armor was draped over Yang Kai's body, adding a majestic aura to his appearance. After the appearance of the golden divine dragon source, Yang Kai found that refining this flying great ink dragon armor was surprisingly easy. It was even easier than refining an ordinary Dao source grade artifact. Now that the artifact armor was draped over his body, it fit him perfectly and was extremely flexible. Even if he used the dragon transformation secret technique, he would not have to worry about it breaking. The only thing that made Yang Kai a little dissatisfied was that the waist area of the artifact armor was missing a lot. The Emperor grade mid-rank artifact had dropped a grade and could only display the power of a low-rank Emperor grade artifact. It was enough. Yang Kai did not buy this artifact armor for its defensive power. He just wanted an artifact that could allow his body to expand after dragon transformation. Whether it was Emperor grade mid-rank or Emperor grade low-rank, it did not make much of a difference to Yang Kai. However, the shape of this artifact armor was still very much to Yang Kai's liking. After wearing it, it was as light as a feather, and after covering it with a layer of clothing, there was nothing special about it at all. After inspecting it for a while, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged again and continued to refine the flying great ink dragon armor. Although Purple Bamboo Peak was full of world energy, it was located in a remote area and few people would come here. Gao Shueting came back a few times, but she saw that Yang Kai had been in retreat. She did not disturb him. 5 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Gao Shueting pushed open the door and entered, alarming Yang Kai. Looking up, he saw a group of 4 or 5 women coming in under Gao Shueting's instructions. Looking at the clothes these women were wearing, they should be disciples of Azure Sun Temple. "Get up." Gao Shueting greeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood up and asked suspiciously, "What is this for?" Gao Shueting gestured to the female disciples as she explained to Yang Kai, "I'll help you tidy it up. Today is your big day." Yang Kai sneered, "You speak as if I'm getting married." Seeing Gao Shueting's cold face, his smile disappeared and he obediently followed Gao Shueting's arrangements. Sitting on a chair next to him, a female disciple immediately walked behind him and combed Yang Kai's hair gently. Another female disciple half-squatted in front of him and carefully tidied his beard. Gao Shueting stood aside and explained to Yang Kai the process of today's conferment as well as many things to pay attention to. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Isn't it a guest elder? Why is there such a big fuss?" He thought it was just a formality, but looking at the situation, it seemed that something was wrong. "Don't worry about it. Just cooperate," Gao Shueting urged. Yang Kai nodded and obediently sat there without moving. He closed his eyes and rested, taking Gao Shueting's words to heart. Several female disciples surrounded Yang Kai and served him. From time to time, they would secretly look at him and click their tongues in amazement. They were surprised that the temple would suddenly confer an elder, especially when they heard that this new elder was about the same age as their big brother Xia Sheng. After all, Xia Sheng's reputation in the temple was not ordinary. Who knew how many female disciples adored him? Now that they looked at Yang Kai, he didn't seem inferior to Xia Sheng. In fact, he was even more handsome. Being served at such a close distance made the hearts of the female disciples pound and their imagination run wild. After a full 2 hours, Gao Shueting dismissed the female disciples and asked Yang Kai to stand up and walk around a few times. After looking at him for a while, She nodded slightly. Yang Kai, who was wearing a purple robe, lacked the vigor of a young man but had more calmness, which made him look more like an elder. Let's go. Gao Shueting waved her hand and took the lead to fly forward. Yang Kai followed closely behind. Originally, Gao Shueting wanted to tell Yang Kai not to be too nervous, but when she probed him with her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai's face was completely calm. He didn't look nervous at all, so Gao Shueting didn't bother to remind him. She knew that Yang Kai had traveled extensively over the years and had seen a lot of big scenes. Although the conferring ceremony was extraordinary, it wasn't enough to shock him. On the Myriad Saints' Peak, the crowd was like a tide. All the guests were arranged on both sides of the square and sat according to their status and cultivation. There weren't many people, only 200 people, but these 200 people represented almost all the sects in the entire Southern Territory. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple were busy shuttling back and forth between the various seats, constantly pouring wine and offering delicious delicacies. The familiar faces of the Emperor Realm were exchanging toasts with each other. It was very lively. It was a rare scene to see so many masters gathered together. Even when Xia Xing was conferred the title of Temple Elder, there wasn't such a big scene. After the event, the temple sent a message to the forces it was on good terms with to announce this matter. But when it came to Yang Kai, it was a scene that everyone in the Southern Territory knew about. This was because time was short, otherwise, there would have been more guests. Xiao Yuyang and Xiao Chen sat together at the head of the table. As an elder of Star Soul Palace and a third-order Emperor Realm Master, there were naturally people who came to propose a toast, but after Xiao Yuyang casually dealt with a few people, he closed his eyes. The rest of the people were too embarrassed to go over. No one dared to say anything. Suddenly, the gong and drum sounded 3 times, and the whole place quieted down. The guests who were shuttling back and forth quickly took their seats. Pairs of eyes looked in the same direction. On the other side, 2 groups of cultivators flew over, one male and the other female. The men were all handsome and heroic, while the women had picturesque features, elegant and refined. All of them were dressed in pure white robes, and all of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. Their auras were pure and vigorous. The 2 teams of men and women opened the way for a beautiful ship behind them. On the deck, Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like he was riding the wind. Gao Shueting stood not far behind Yang Kai with a solemn expression. After landing on the top of Myriad Saints' Peak, the 2 teams of men and women immediately scattered to the sides. The ship stopped, and Yang Kai and Gao Shueting flew down together. In an instant, countless eyes looked at Yang Kai, all of them looking at him curiously. A guy named Yang Kai had killed an elder and a deacon of Star Soul Palace. This matter had spread like wildfire in the Southern Territory in recent days, and those who didn't know about it now knew that this person was the protagonist of today's Azure Sun Temple canonization ceremony. Those who didn't know Yang Kai were naturally curious. What kind of bold guy dared to kill an elder of Star Soul Palace? At a glance, they found that Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. They secretly felt that the rumors were wrong. How could such a cultivator kill Tan Junhao? They were afraid that he couldn't even take a single blow from Tan Junhao. Some people looked at Xiao Yuyang cautiously. Xiao Yuyang was now an elder of Star Soul Palace, so everyone was naturally curious about his reaction after seeing Yang Kai, but to everyone's disappointment, Xiao Yuyang still closed his eyes and didn't say a word. What was the Azure Sun Temple doing? Canonizing a guy who killed an elder of Star Soul Palace as an elder? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Many people couldn't understand. The process of the canonization ceremony was actually not complicated. After all, everyone was a cultivator, and there was no need for so many formalities. Yang Kai walked forward step by step under the guidance of Gao Shueting, ignoring the curious gazes on both sides, and walked all the way to Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan smiled, stretched out a finger, and tapped on Yang Kai's head. Then, one by one, he read out the rites and duties that Yang Kai should perform after becoming an elder of Azure Sun Temple. Chapter 2768. After half an hour, when Zishan finally finished reading, He retracted his hand and looked at Yang Kai. "Do you remember this king's words?" Yang Kai replied solemnly, "I remember." "Very good." Wen Zishan nodded with satisfaction and gestured behind him. Chen Qian, who was standing behind Wen Zishan, immediately held something and handed it to Wen Zishan. "Take this Elder Jade disc. Yang Kai, from now on, you are an elder of my Azure Sun Temple. You will advance and retreat with the temple and live and die together." "Yes, Temple Master." Yang Kai held the Elder Jade disc with both hands and immediately returned the Azure Sun Golden token to Wen Zishan. From this moment on, Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple. The jade disc was not big and very light, but Yang Kai felt it was heavy in the palm of his hand. What was heavy was the care and protection of the elders of Azure Sun Temple. Sacrifice to the heavens. Wen Zishan waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice. "For..." A beast's roar resounded through the sky. Looking in the direction of the beast's roar, they saw Qiu Ran flying over with a cage in his hand. A majestic beast was imprisoned in the cage. The beast was an ape-shaped demonic beast. Its back shone with a golden light, as if it was cast from gold. Even though it was imprisoned in the cage and had a restrictive power on its body, it still exuded a monstrous aura. It kept ramming its body against the cage, but it was unable to break free. It kept roaring in anger. "Golden-backed heaven-piercing ape!" Someone exclaimed. On the square, many people in the Emperor Realm's faces changed. The Elder Conferring ceremony was the last ceremony. It was also a bridge for the newly promoted Elder to show one or two divine secret techniques in public, so that everyone could see the strength of the newly promoted Elder. Generally speaking, the monster beast chosen in this segment was neither strong nor weak. If it was too strong and failed, it would be a laughing stock. If it was too weak, it would not be able to show the ability of the newly promoted elder. However, Azure Sun Temple chose a monster beast like the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape this time, which was really surprising. Although the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape was a 12th order low-rank monster beast, which was only equivalent to a 1st order Emperor Realm Master, if they really encountered such a monster beast, they could only flee at the sight of it. This was because this monster beast's defensive power was astonishing, and its recovery speed was also very strong. If an ordinary 1st order Emperor Realm Master wanted to kill it, they would have to go all out. Even so, they might not succeed. No matter how they looked at it, if they were to meet with the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, would he be able to successfully complete the sacrifice ceremony? Many people muttered in their hearts, afraid that Yang Kai would make a mistake and make Azure Sun Temple a laughingstock. If that happened, there would be no end to this matter. But there were also speculations. The monster beast's strength should be restricted so that it would be easier for Yang Kai to kill it. Just as everyone was wondering, when Zishan nodded slightly to Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran made a few hand seals and suddenly removed the cage imprisoning the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape. With a flash of light, even the seal was undone. Roar! An increasingly terrifying murderous aura burst out. Once free, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape was like a tiger in the forest or a dragon swimming in the sea. Its aura soared as it pounded its chest with both fists, making thumping sounds as its red eyes swept around. Many people were shocked, and their hearts were filled with horror. The golden-backed heaven-piercing ape had completely lost its restraints, and in its rage, it could unleash its full power. Now, a 1st order Emperor Realm Master was no match for it. Only a 2nd order Emperor Realm Master could suppress it. What is Azure Sun Temple doing? When Zishan has been astute all his life, why did he become confused at this time? Something went wrong in the sacrifice ceremony. Isn't this a joke to the world? With a flash of sword light, Yang Kai was already floating in the air. Previously, on Purple Bamboo Peak, Gao Shueting had explained all the segments to him clearly, so he knew what to do in this heaven worship segment. He didn't put a trivial 12th order low-rank monster beast in his eyes. He summoned the myriad sword and pointed it at the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, his murderous intent locked onto the monster beast. As if it had sensed Yang Kai's murderous intent, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape immediately looked back. With a demonic chi rolling around its body, It roared and rushed toward Yang Kai, wanting to tear Yang Kai to pieces. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A stream of light suddenly shot from a distance, as fast as lightning, piercing through the body of the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape and pouncing directly in front of Yang Kai. "Who is it?" Wen Zishan shouted, wanting to rescue him, but it was already too late. With a crisp clang, the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand flashed, and his figure was blasted back, retreating a full 300 feet before stabilizing his body. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not until this time that Wen Zishan stood in front of the stream of light. Gao Shueting also came to Yang Kai's side in an instant, shielding him behind her, her beautiful eyes staring vigilantly at the newcomer. Asterisk pung. Asterisk with a muffled sound, the golden-backed heaven-piercing ape, which was still full of vigor a moment ago, suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist, dripping in midair, not even leaving a corpse behind. Everyone was dumbfounded and stood up together. No one had expected that someone would come out to cause trouble during the last segment of the ceremony. Moreover, that person had killed the sacrificial object in an instant. Not only that, he had also injured the main character of today's ceremony. This was a public slap in the face of Azure Sun Temple. How could this be tolerated? However, to be able to turn a 12th order monster beast golden-backed heaven-piercing ape into a cloud of blood mist in one blow, this cultivation was shocking enough. Among all the people in the Emperor realm present, there were definitely no more than 3 people who could do this. Who dared to be so arrogant? Looking over, everyone could not help but be stunned, faintly feeling that today's coronation ceremony would not end peacefully. Elder Shui. When Zishan's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the newcomer, his tone low and his face a little ugly. The person who had come was actually Elder Shuijing Mao of Star Soul Palace, something Yang Kai had not expected. After all, Xiao Yuyang was already here. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, one of them was enough, so what was Shuijing Mao doing here? Moreover, he came to make trouble on such an occasion, not giving Azure Sun Temple the slightest bit of face. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Yuyang, but saw Xiao Yuyang frowning slightly, as if he knew nothing about this matter. Temple Master Wen. Shuijing Mao replied faintly, his gaze sweeping past Wen Zishan and falling on Yang Kai, saying, "You are Yang Kai? You took a blow from this old master and are fine, but come with this old master first." As he spoke, he directly reached out to grab Yang Kai. When Zishan's expression became angry as he raised his hand and slapped towards Shuijing Mao. "How dare you!" Shuijing Mao shouted as he changed his hand into a palm and collided with Wen Zishan's attack. Shockwaves swept out and the void collapsed as both sides took 3 steps back. They were evenly matched. "Elder Shui, this king respects you as a guest, but you came to capture my temple elder. This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it?" When Zishan coldly snorted. Shuijing Mao said, "You are a temple elder? When Zishan, you are getting worse and worse. Don't you know how much trouble this boy has caused? How dare you protect him? Do you want to ignore the foundation of Azure Sun Temple? I wonder what kind of trouble Elder Yang has caused to make Elder Shui so angry? This king would like to ask for some advice." When Zishan did not back down. "I won't argue with you about this. Today, I must take Yang Kai away." Shuijing Mao coldly snorted, his attitude tough as he turned to look at Xiao Yuyang and said, "Elder Xiao, what do you say?" As soon as this statement came out, Wen Zishan's expression changed slightly. Although he was a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master, he could only deal with one person of the same cultivation level. If Xiao Yuyang had the same idea as Shuijing Mao, then Yang Kai would not be able to escape today. Even if Azure Sun Temple and the Emperor Realm worked together, they would not be able to stop him. Xiao Yuyang frowned and said, 5 days ago, I reported this matter to the Great Emperors and am waiting for the Great Emperors to decide." When Zishan was relieved. It was a good thing for him that Xiao Yuyang did not intervene. He was not afraid of Shuijing Mao alone. Shuijing Mao didn't get the answer he wanted, so he seemed to have some complaints about Xiao Yuyang, but both of them were elders of Star Soul Palace, so no one was more powerful than the other. Even if he was unhappy, he couldn't say anything, so he turned to Wen Zishan and said, Temple Master Wen, the appointment ceremony hasn't been completed yet, so Yang Kai isn't considered an elder of your temple yet. Hand him over to this old master so I can take him away. This will only bring benefits to your temple, no harm. When Zishan shook his head and said, although the ceremony has not been completed, Yang Kai has received the Elder Jade Plate. Who dares to say that he is not an elder of the temple? You are so stubborn. Must you wait until the great emperors are angry before you bow your head? Shui Zhengmao shouted angrily. When Zishan chuckled and said, the great emperors are wise and powerful. How could they be angry over such a thing? Maybe they will even reward Elder Yang for cleaning up the temple. How dare you? Shui Zhengmao's face turned pale. When Zishan said coldly, if you want to take Elder Yang away, you will have to go through this king first. Do you really think I won't dare to attack you? Shui Zhengmao gritted his teeth and shouted. Didn't you already attack me before? When Zishan retorted. These two third-order Emperor Realm Masters continued to argue back and forth, neither of them willing to back down. Their anger grew more and more intense, as if they would fight at any moment, causing the guests present to tremble in fear and sweat to drip down their backs. If these two were to fight, it would certainly be a lively scene, but perhaps they would be dragged into it as well. No one wanted to see such a thing happen. Please calm down, both of you are the mainstays of the Southern Territory. You see each other all the time, so why be so angry? Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple stood up and tried to persuade them. That's right, both of you should not be angry. Sit down and have a cup of tea first. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Sing Yuan also stood up and said. Heavenly Marshal Holy Lands Chen Wenhao quickly said, didn't Elder Xiao say that he is waiting for the Great Emperor's decision? It has already been 5 days, so it shouldn't be long before the Great Emperors make their decision. Why is Elder Shui so anxious? Shui Zhengmao frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, good, then this king will wait here for the Great Emperor's decision. I want to see how you, Wen Zishan, will protect that little brat when the time comes. Saying so, he glared at Xiao Yuyang. He was also very angry about today's matter. He thought that if he stepped forward, Yang Kai would definitely be captured, but he didn't expect Wen Zishan to not give him any face. More importantly, he didn't know that Xiao Yuyang had already reported this matter to the Great Emperors. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have acted like this. In any case, the Great Emperor's decision would be issued soon. With the Great Emperor's order, how could Wen Zishan dare to resist? Chapter 2769. Come, take a seat. Wen Zishan waved his hand, feeling relieved. No matter what, it was good to be able to calm Shui Zhengmao down. No rush. Yang Kai, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Wen Zishan looked at him in astonishment. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai asked, Temple Master, do you have any spare sacrificial beasts? Wen Zishan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was not easy to find a 12th order monster beast, otherwise, its 12th order monster core would not be so expensive. Especially now that they were pressed for time, where would they find another one? The goldback heaven-reaching ape that appeared earlier was personally captured by Wen Zishan from the Barren Mountains. Unfortunately, before Yang Kai could make a move, he was killed by Shui Zhengmao, causing the crowning ceremony to be unable to conclude, making it very awkward. Yang Kai lowered his eyebrows and said, since there is no spare, I can only offend you. When Zishan's heart skipped a beat and he asked subconsciously, what are you going to do? Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When Zishan's expression changed drastically as he vaguely guessed Yang Kai's intention and turned his head to look at Shui Zhengmao. Sure enough, he saw Yang Kai's figure suddenly appear in front of Shui Zhengmao and slash at him with his sword. On the tip of the sword, there was a terrifying 300-meter-long sword chi that seemed to want to shatter the void. Shui Zhengmao was also shocked and raised his hand to strike back. As his vigorous emperor chi surged, the sword chi shattered and Shui Zhengmao's figure swayed. How dare you sneak attack this old master? Shui Zhengmao shouted, his nose crooked in anger. He was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master and an elder of Star Soul Palace, yet this young man sneak attacked him without saying a word? Fortunately, He reacted quickly enough, otherwise he would have suffered a loss. But no matter what, being ambushed in public caused Shui Jingmao to feel slightly embarrassed, and the flames of rage in his heart surged. "I'm just returning the favor," Yang Kai sneered. He abandoned his sword and quickly formed a seal with his hands. The principles of time leisurely pervaded the air, and the law of time rose and fell. Everyone felt a sense of unreality at this moment, as if time had stopped flowing. Even his thoughts paused for a moment. At the same time as the flowing time great emperor struck out, a golden light burst out from his right eye, and a budding lotus flower flashed. The enraged Shui Jingmao's body stiffened, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. A huge lotus flower bloomed in front of him. He was horrified. How could he not know that he would fall into Yang Kai's trap if he was not careful? However, this soul secret technique seemed to be extraordinarily powerful. Was this really a soul secret technique that a first-order Emperor Realm Master could use? He bit the tip of his tongue, and the tingling sensation woke him up for a moment. He pushed his spiritual energy with all his might to resist the influence of the blossoming lotus secret technique. His vision cleared up, and the huge lotus flower disappeared. When he looked up, he was covered in cold sweat. In that moment of delay, Yang Kai's palm was about to hit his chest. He didn't know what was so mysterious about this palm, but it gave him a feeling of extreme unease. He wanted to resist, but he found that his thoughts had become extremely slow, and even his movements were no longer coherent. As he shouted, the aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master burst out, and before he could do anything, the palm had already landed on his chest. His body and mind, which had just recovered, once again showed a momentary pause. At the same time, Shui Jingmao's counterattack landed on Yang Kai's chest. A visible dent appeared on Yang Kai's chest. The clear sound of bones breaking rang out, and his face turned pale. He resisted the urge to make a sound, grabbed the floating myriad sword, and slashed at Shui Jingmao's chest. Chi. Sword light flashed. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he returned to his original position. His body swayed slightly, and his face was as pale as paper. With a gulp, he forcefully swallowed the blood rolling in his chest, and an abnormal flush appeared on his face. This series of movements was too fast for the eyes to take in, and there was also the interference of the time principle. So, it wasn't until Yang Kai hurriedly retreated that everyone regained their senses. They all looked at Yang Kai with a look of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Even when Zishan had a look of shock on his face. Xiao Yuyang had already stood up, his eyes full of disbelief. "I sacrifice the blood of my enemy to the heavens." As Yang Kai shouted, the myriad sword shook, and a bloody mist suddenly burst out from it, filling a large part of the void. Ceremony complete. Chi. At the same time, blood actually sprayed out from Shui Jingmao's chest. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they suddenly gasped. A wound that was around 30 centimeters long had actually appeared on Shui Jingmao's chest. His flesh and blood were torn open, and fresh blood flowed out. Shui Jingmao couldn't believe that he had been injured by a first-order Emperor Realm Master. He was completely stunned, staring blankly at the blood spurting out from his chest. After a while, his whole body shook, and he reached out to his chest, stopping the blood from flowing out. He glared at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Junior, you court death." It was a great shame and humiliation that he had been injured by a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Of course, he had underestimated his opponent, but it was undeniable that this little brat called Yang Kai was quite strong. Otherwise, if it had been any other first-order Emperor Realm Master, no matter how much he underestimated his enemy, he wouldn't have been injured. But at this moment, in front of so many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, how could Shui Jingmao keep his face? His murderous intent surged like a tide, and Shui Jingmao was truly enraged. When Zishan stood in front of Shui Jingmao at the right time. Although he was shocked that Yang Kai could injure Shui Jingmao in an instant, he also knew that Yang Kai had paid a great price. Shui Jingmao's counterattack had definitely injured Yang Kai's inner palace, and Yang Kai seemed to have used several powerful secret techniques to surprise him. If Yang Kai were to fight Shui Jingmao alone, Wen Zishan didn't think that Yang Kai had any hope of winning. Get lost. Shui Jingmao roared, going completely crazy. When Zishan said, Elder Shui, you launched a sneak attack first. Elder Yang is just giving you a taste of your own medicine. As a senior, Elder Shui won't be so stingy, right? Shui Jingmao's face darkened as he immediately remembered what Yang Kai had said before about returning the favor. It was indeed so. When he arrived, he launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai without saying a word. How could he not allow others to launch a sneak attack on him? But this matter absolutely couldn't end like this. He couldn't swallow the anger in his chest. Turning his head and staring to the side, Shui Jingmao called out, Elder Xiao. Xiao Yu Yang sighed, took a few steps, and instantly came to Shui Jingmao's side. Now that things had gotten to this point, it was no longer something that he could just stand by and watch. This was not only related to Shui Jingmao's own face, it was also related to the face of Star Soul Palace, so he had to stand with Shui Jingmao. Entangle Wen Zishan, this old master wants that little brat dead. Shui Jingmao transmitted. Xiao Yuyang replied, it's not a problem to entangle Wen Zishan, but you can't kill that little brat. You underestimate this old master? Shui Jingmao's chest was filled with anger, like a brewing volcano that could erupt at any time. It was just this old master being careless just now. I'm not underestimating you. That little brat is proficient in the space divine technique. Without a perfect arrangement, no one can take him down. Space divine technique. Shui Jingmao's eyes narrowed as a sense of powerlessness welled up in the depths of his heart. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, he was no stranger to the space divine technique. In the past, a guy named Li Wu-yi offended the Flower Shadow Great Emperors and was chased down by the Great Emperors. In the end, he escaped with his life, relying on the space divine technique. Later, the martial beast came forward to intercede for him, and the Flower Shadow Great Emperors let him go. Until now, Li Wu-yi was still alive and well, living freely on Spirit Beast Island. If Yang Kai was really proficient in the space divine technique, Shui Jingmao really couldn't do anything to him. Shui Jingmao frowned as he was in a difficult position. The two great elders of Star Soul Palace stood side by side, and everyone's expression changed. Wen Zishan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and many of Azure Sun Temple's disciples from the Emperor realms surrounded Yang Kai tightly, their faces full of vigilance. No one expected a crowning ceremony to turn out like this. Elder Shui, Elder Xiao, do you insist on this? Wen Zishan said in a low voice, although my temple is not as good as Star Soul Palace, we are not pushovers. Xiao Yuyang didn't say a word, and neither did Shui Jingmao, who just glared angrily at Yang Kai. The other guests who came to watch the ceremony were all on tenterhooks, fearing that the two sides would really fight. Once Star Soul Palace and Azure Sun Temple shed all pretense of cordiality, the entire southern territory would be in turmoil for a while, and it wouldn't be good for anyone. An oppressive and tense atmosphere spread throughout the hall, and the younger generation brought by the Emperor realm were all sweating and pale. In the distance, a soft shout came. The voice was crisp and pleasant, and seemed to have a magical power that made people's tense nerves inexplicably relax. The moment he heard this voice, Xiao Chen, who was staring at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze, suddenly woke up and immediately looked to the side with bright eyes. He saw a ribbon come out of thin air, and a beautiful woman with picturesque features stood on the ribbon. There was a red cinnabar up between her eyebrows, and her black hair was combed into a double moon bun with a few strands of long hair hanging in front of her chest. She wore a light yellow dress, which made her look more elegant and refined. With a light tap of her jade foot, she landed lightly on Myriad Saint's Peak. Prince? Xiao Chen cried out in surprise. Hearing Xiao Chen's shout, how could everyone not know the identity of this person? Shocked, they all stood up in unison and cupped their fists. Greetings, Princess Lan Sun. The Emperor Realm Masters of the older generation were still fine as their temperament and cultivation were far superior. So even though Lan Sun was extremely beautiful, they only caught a glimpse of her beauty. On the other hand, the younger generation who had come with their elders to attend the ceremony, regardless of whether they were men or women, all stared at Lan Sun in a daze, especially the men, who all revealed looks of adoration, their eyes filled with nothing but Lan Sun's dazzling beauty. Chapter 2770. Lan Sun was the daughter of the great emperors. Not to mention the fact that she was beautiful enough to make any man's heart beat faster, even if she was ugly. If one could win her favor, they would have to struggle a few hundred years less. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's face suddenly sank. He snorted softly and took the initiative to greet Lan Sun. When he got closer, he showed a gentle smile and said softly, "Princess, why are you here?" Lan Sun gently nodded at him as a greeting, then her face turned solemn and her red lips opened slightly. "By order of the great emperors, I am here to pass on the oral decree of the great emperors." Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard this. Although there were 10 great emperors in this world, the great emperors mentioned by Lan Sun were undoubtedly the master of Star Soul Palace, the Bright Moon Great Emperors. They were also the stabilizing force of the entire Southern Territory. Just as the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors were respected in the Northern Territory, the Bright Moon Great Emperors were also respected in the Southern Territory. We respectfully welcome the decree of the great emperors. When Zi Shan's expression was solemn as he shouted. Many guests also looked solemn and listened attentively. Lan Sun said, "This is not the place to talk. Would Uncle Wen please prepare a secret room?" She was obviously saying that there were too many people here, but the guests who came to watch the ceremony did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. To some extent, Lan Sun now represented the Bright Moon Great Emperors, so who would dare to be disrespectful? "This way, please." When Zi Shan turned sideways and gestured to the back, Lan Sun nodded slightly and took the lead to walk towards the palace in front. When she passed by Yang Kai, she paused and turned her head. "Brother Yang, come here." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and stepped forward to follow. Lan Sun's appearance here was definitely related to him, so he had to follow. Xiao Yu Yang and Xue Jingmao looked at each other and also followed behind Lan Sun. Xiao Chen, the flower protector, naturally did not fall behind. After a while, a group of people entered the main hall. When Zi Shan waved his hand, the door immediately closed. Lan Sun stepped onto the high platform of the hall before turning around and looking down at the 3 great emperors. The 2 juniors, Yang Kai and Xiao Chen, stood on opposite sides. With a smile, Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yang, from today onwards, you are an elder of Azure Sun Temple." As soon as the statement came out, both Xiao Yu Yang and Xue Jingmao frowned. The information revealed by these words made them vaguely aware of something. Yang Kai said, "Your Highness is too polite." Lan Sun said angrily, "Brother Yang, why are you being so formal? Little sister Little Seven and I are as close as sisters. You treat Little Seven like an elder brother, so just call me Lan Sun." "How dare he?" Xiao Chen immediately widened his eyes. How could any random man enjoy such an intimate address? He and Lan Sun grew up together, and until now he had only called her that in private. When there were outsiders, he still maintained the distinction between seniority and inferiority. Since Lan Sun said so, then I won't be unreasonable. Congratulations on your promotion to the Emperor realm. Yang Kai glanced at Xiao Chen as he spoke. It almost made him explode with anger. The 3 great emperors present, on the other hand, were all taken aback. First, it was Lan Sun's attitude towards Yang Kai. Second, it was Lan Sun's words. A person who could make Lan Sun treat him like a sister was definitely not an ordinary existence. Little Seven? Xiao Yu Yang murmured. Could it be the girl from Spirit Beast Island? Xue Jingmao and Wen Zishan suddenly came back to their senses and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. They did not expect Yang Kai to have a relationship with the princess of Spirit Beast Island, and from what Lan Sun said, it was not an ordinary relationship. "It's that girl from Spirit Beast Island." Lan Sun covered her mouth and smiled. "I'm afraid the few of you don't know, but little sister Xiao Qi and senior brother Yang are very close. Previously, when I went to Spirit Beast Island with my father, that little girl even asked me about senior brother Yang. Unfortunately, brother Yang is a mysterious dragon, so I couldn't tell her anything. She was very disappointed." With the relationship between Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun, even if she knew about Yang Kai, she probably wouldn't tell her. Lan Sun's words were plain, but they set off stormy waves in the hearts of the third-stage emperors. Mo Shaoqi herself was nothing, but the one above her could not be ignored. That was an existence on par with the great emperors of Bright Moon. Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi had such a good relationship that it was equivalent to climbing the towering tree that was Spirit Beast Island. If they wanted to touch him, they would have to think twice. The great emperors of Bright Moon doted on Lan Sun very much, and the martial beast also doted on Mo Shaoqi very much. If their own girl whispered something into their ears, even the great emperor's ears would soften. At this moment, Xue Jingmao couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to Yang Kai before. Otherwise, he might not be able to clean up this mess. Tan Junhao's matter could only be dealt with by the great emperors. With a thought, Xue Jingmao asked, "Princess, what instructions do the great emperors have?" Although he had some guesses, he still had to ask. When Zi Shan and Xiao Yuyang also looked up at Lan Sun. Lan Sun's expression turned solemn as she said, "Tan Junhao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, not only did he fail to set an example for the millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory, he even went against the law and harmed the Southern Territory's emperors. Wu Ming acted as an accomplice to the villain and aided the tyrant. The great emperors have already investigated this matter, and the death of these two is not to be regretted. The great emperors have ordered that the matter of Tan Junhao and Wu Ming ends here. No one is allowed to cause any more trouble." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Yuyang and Xue Jingmao cupped their fists and bowed, "We obey the decree of the great emperors." When Zi Shan grinned and cupped his fists, "Great emperors are wise, great emperors are mighty." Yang Kai also said, "Many thanks, great emperors." He was completely relieved in his heart. Those who could become great emperors were really broad-minded. With this order from the great emperors, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about anything in the future. However, it stood to reason that Star Soul Palace should be grateful to Yang Kai for killing Tan Junhao and Wu Ming, but these were all trivial matters. After all, Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory. Although there was a reason for the killing of their elders and deacons, it was already magnanimous of them not to pursue the matter. How could they still be grateful? "There is one more thing that Father has entrusted me to discuss with Brother Yang." Lan Sun's gaze turned and fixed on Yang Kai. Everyone keenly grasped the change in the way she addressed the great emperors in her words. Since Lan Sun's arrival, she had always addressed him as the great emperors, but just now she had changed it to Father. In other words, the matter to be discussed next was not as the great emperors. "May I ask what it is?" Yang Kai asked. Lan Sun said, "Father wants to know where Tan Junhao's golden armored heavenly book is now." As soon as she said this, everyone in the hall focused their eyes on Yang Kai. Obviously, all the third-layer Emperor Realm Masters present knew about the golden armored heavenly book and the existence of this Emperor artifact. Although there were many Emperor artifacts in the Star Boundary, there were only a few famous Emperor artifacts. For example, the Mountains and Rivers Bell in Yang Kai's hand was an ancient exotic treasure that even the great emperors coveted. Although Tan Junhao's golden armored heavenly book was not as good as the Mountains and Rivers Bell, it was not an ordinary emperor artifact, but a top-grade one. Yang Kai frowned as a bad feeling welled up in the depths of his heart, but he finally said, "The golden armored heavenly book is with me." Saying so, he took out the golden armored heavenly book and held it in the palm of his hand. The dazzling golden light instantly attracted the attention of several pairs of eyes. Lan Sun nodded and said softly, "It's like this, Brother Yang. Father hopes that you can return the golden armored heavenly book to me and bring it back." As soon as she said this, Yang Kai's face sank as he understood that his hunch had come true. He was well aware of the power of this golden armored heavenly book. When he was fighting Tan Junhao, if he had not underestimated his opponent, he would have only needed to display the full power of this golden armored heavenly book. If Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he would have had to pay a much greater price. Yang Kai naturally did not want to give up such a good treasure. Moreover, he had refined the golden armored heavenly book for a while and could use one or two divine secret techniques, so he was very fond of this thing. Now, Lan Sun wanted him to return it with just a few words, which was really unacceptable to him. If he did not return it, there would be no benefits, but he knew that since this was a negotiation, Star Soul Palace would never use force. Looking up at Lan Sun, Yang Kai wanted to hear what she had to say next. The golden armored heavenly book is Brother Yang's spoils of war. Logically speaking, my Star Soul Palace has no right to ask you to hand it over. However, Brother Yang knows that this golden armored heavenly book is not only an emperor artifact, but also the key to open a sealed world in my Star Soul Palace. The key to open a sealed world. Yang Kai was stunned. Lan Sun nodded slightly. My Star Soul Palace has a sealed world called the Great Illusionary Realm. It is an independent small world that can only be opened by the golden armored heavenly book. Elder Xiao and Elder Shui also know this. Xiao Yu Yang and Shui Zheng Mao both nodded, indicating that Lan Sun was telling the truth. In Great Illusionary Realm, I know about this sealed world. When Zishan also echoed, I just didn't expect that this sealed world would require the golden armored heavenly book to open. In the past, this sealed world was under the control of Tan Junhao, so the golden armored heavenly book is in his hands. If we lose this key, the sealed world will never be able to be opened again, which will be a huge loss to my Star Soul Palace. That is where many disciples of my Star Soul Palace go to experience and cultivate, and now there are dozens of disciples trapped in it and unable to come out. Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai sincerely, so, in any case, Lan Sun hopes that Yang Kai can return the golden armored heavenly book. Before I came, my father told me that if Brother Yang can return the golden armored heavenly book, you can choose one of 3 conditions and Star Soul Palace will satisfy you. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. What 3 conditions? If Star Soul Palace really wanted to take back the golden armored heavenly book, Yang Kai would have to pinch his nose and accept it, but now Lan Sun actually proposed 3 conditions, which made him feel a lot better. First, Star Soul Palace will compensate Brother Yang with 200 million source crystals, high-rank source crystals. Lan Sun said. When Zishan's expression changed when he heard this. 200 million high-rank source crystals. This was not a small number. An ordinary Emperor artifact was worth 10 to 20 million, and a better one was 30 to 40 million. 200 million was a very reasonable number. The golden armored heavenly book, as an Emperor artifact, was certainly not worth that much, but it was the key to a sealed world, so its value was much higher. Chapter 2771. 200 million high-rank source crystals was not a huge sum that just anyone could possess. This was equivalent to the total income of the entire Azure Sun Temple for several years. Even Xiao Yu Yang and Shui Jing Mao's expressions heated up when they heard this. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was calm, as if he did not hear 200 million, but 20 million, 2 million. This made several people present a little surprised. In the end, Yang Kai was just a cultivator from the Emperor realm who had just broken through. Even if he had some wealth, it was impossible for him to be too rich, so why was he so indifferent in the face of such a huge amount of wealth? How could they know that Yang Kai was so rich now? 200 million high-rank source crystals was really nothing to him. What's the second condition? Yang Kai asked indifferently. The strange look in Lan Sun's eyes disappeared as she said softly, the second condition is that you can ask my father 3 questions, no matter what kind of questions you ask. As soon as these words came out, Shui Zheng Mao and Xiao Yu Yang's breathing suddenly quickened as a look of fanaticism appeared on their faces. Although they were elders of Star Soul Palace and held high positions in Star Soul Palace, with only one person above them, it wasn't so easy to meet the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor was in seclusion all year round, and his movements were elusive. Basically, they might not even see him once in a few years, let alone ask him a question. If they could get an opportunity like Yang Kai, the 2 of them would be overjoyed because no matter what cultivation a cultivator had, they would definitely have many doubts about the martial Tao. The doubts of masters at their level could only be answered by the great emperors. With just a few words of advice from the great emperors, they might be able to improve their strength by leaps and bounds. Could be said that the second condition was not as straightforward as 200 million high-rank source crystals. However, its value was much greater than the first condition. Source crystals could be earned in the future, but asking the Great Emperor's 3 questions was not something that could be obtained so easily. Even Wen Zishan was tempted when he heard this. He tilted his head and glanced at Yang Kai, hoping that he would agree to it. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's expression was still indifferent. He pondered for a moment and said, "What about the 3rd condition?" Lan Sun said, "The 3rd condition is to enter my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda and cultivate for a month." Yang Kai nodded. He had already stated the 3 conditions. To be honest, Star Soul Palace's approach was indeed very sincere. No matter what condition it was enough for Yang Kai to return the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. Must this Emperor artifact be returned? Yang Kai asked Lan Sun while holding the Golden Armored Heavenly Book. Lan Sun said apologetically, "Brother Yang, I hope you can sympathize with the dozens of disciples of my Star Soul Palace who are trapped in the sealed world. Without the Golden Armor Heavenly Book, they would not be able to open the great illusionary land, and the dozens of disciples trapped inside would never be able to escape." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Then I choose the 3rd option." Lan Sun was overjoyed at first, but immediately said in amazement, "Don't think about it again." Wen Zishan also persuaded, "That's right, Yang Kai. You might as well think about this carefully. Since the great emperors have agreed to your 3 conditions, they will not force you to make a choice immediately. It won't be too late to make a choice after you think about it clearly." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No, I choose the 3rd option." Wen Zishan opened his mouth, but in the end he did not say anything. Thinking about it from his perspective, if he were Yang Kai, he would definitely choose the 2nd option. Although the 5-colored treasure pagoda was extraordinary, cultivating in it also depended on one's opportunities. If there were no opportunities, not to mention a month, even if one cultivated for a year or 10 years, they might not gain anything. It was far better to ask the great emperor's 3 questions face to face. He did not know what Yang Kai was thinking, but in the end, this was still Yang Kai's own business. Since he had made a choice, of course, he could not persuade him. Lan Sun was obviously very surprised. Because in her opinion, the probability of Yang Kai choosing the 2nd option was as high as 90%, but she did not expect things to develop somewhat differently from her expectations. In the end, she just nodded and said, "Then Star Soul Palace will be waiting for Brother Yang at any time." Yang Kai nodded, and with a thought, erased the Golden Armored Heavenly Book's soul brand on his hand and returned it to Lan Sun, who put it into her space ring. Now that this matter was over, Wen Zishan immediately warmly invited Lan Sun and the others to stay in Azure Sun Temple for a few more days, but Xiao Yuyang and Shuijing Mao were not in the mood at all and immediately said goodbye. Lan Sun's task was completed, so she naturally had to leave. Before leaving, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Junior sister Lan, please wait, I still have some private matters to ask you." Lan Sun turned around and asked Xiao Yuyang and Shuijing Mao to wait outside. The 2 naturally had no objections, but Xiao Chen shamelessly stayed behind, his face full of hostility, as if he was worried about leaving Yang Kai alone with Lan Sun. "Brother Xiao, you also go out," Lan Sun glanced at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and was about to say something, but when he met Lan Sun's beautiful eyes, his momentum stagnated and he swallowed all the words on the tip of his tongue. Glaring at Yang Kai bitterly, he turned around and left. After a while, only Yang Kai and Lan Sun were left in the hall. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "There is no one else here. What does Brother Yang want to ask?" Yang Kai said, "Junior sister Lan just said that you went to Spirit Beast Island not long ago?" Lan Sun nodded and said, "Yes, about 3 months ago. Father was invited by Senior Martial Beast and took me to the Eastern Territory." Then, did junior sister Lan see Senior 9 Phoenix on Spirit Beast Island? Yang Kai's expression changed. Auntie 9 Phoenix? Lan Sun was a little surprised. She thought that Yang Kai asked her to stay to inquire about Mo Shaoqi, but who knew that he would ask about 9 Phoenix? As far as she knew, Yang Kai and 9 Phoenix didn't seem to have any intersection, so she shook her head and said, "I didn't see her." After a pause, she continued, "But I heard from little sister Shaoqi that Auntie 9 Phoenix has been in retreat recently and can't be easily disturbed." Yang Kai raised his brow thoughtfully. Nine Phoenix being in retreat was definitely related to Lu Yen. After coming out of the Shattered Star Sea, Lu Yen merged with the Phoenix True Fire and turned into a Phoenix Egg, which was brought back to Spirit Beast Island by Nine Phoenix. There had been no news about him so far. At that time, the Nine-Headed Phoenix had said that the matter would be resolved in 3 to 5 years at the earliest. Although there was Nine Phoenix protecting him, Lu Yen had taken some risks in accepting the Phoenix inheritance this time, which made Yang Kai a little worried. He wanted to inquire about some information from Lan Sun, but he didn't expect that Lan Sun also knew nothing. Seeing his disappointed look, Lan Sun looked puzzled, wondering how Yang Kai got involved with Nine Phoenix again. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "By the way, there is another thing I want to ask junior sister Lan for help with." Lan Sun smiled and said, "Brother Yang, there is no harm in asking." Yang Kai said, "Does junior sister Lan know a person named Hua Qingxi? She is also a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and her honored master is Tan Jun Hao." Less than half an hour later, Lan Sun walked out of the hall. Xiao Chen, who had been waiting outside, immediately greeted her. He looked at Lan Sun nervously, fearing that she had suffered some kind of loss. Seeing that Lan Sun was safe and sound, Yang Kai, who followed her out with a gloomy face, suddenly felt much better. "Brother Yang, whenever you want to go to Star Soul Palace, junior sister will be waiting for you." Lan Sun turned back and said to Yang Kai, "Junior sister Lan, take care." Yang Kai nodded absent-mindedly. Lan Sun gestured to Xiao Yu Yang and Shuizheng Mao, and the few of them immediately turned into streams of light and rushed towards the horizon. On Myriad Saints Peak, many guests watched quietly. The coronation ceremony had been completed, and Yang Kai had also received the Elder Jade Plate of Azure Sun Temple. From now on, he was an Elder of Azure Sun Temple. If it had been an ordinary Elder, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but the key point was that Yang Kai had displayed his strength in front of everyone before, using his blood qi to fight against Shuizheng Mao and even injure him. Although he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, whether it was his courage or his strength, it was enough for everyone to take him seriously. The arrival of Lan Sun and the calm departure of the people of Star Soul Palace made these guests smell a different atmosphere. So at this moment, many people looked at Yang Kai differently. They no longer looked at him as an elder looking at a junior, but as an equal. After a brief silence, the atmosphere became lively again under the mobilization of many of Azure Sun Temple's higher-ups. Although the coronation ceremony had been completed, it was still a rare occasion for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather together. Moreover, they were in the territory of Azure Sun Temple, so they naturally couldn't neglect their guests. When Zishan also took Yang Kai around the venue and toasted him one by one, so that he could become familiar with many people from the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory. Who knows, he might have some dealings with them in the future. During this trip, Yang Kai saw many familiar faces. Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Zhuang Bufan of Orthodoxy Temple, and Luo Yuan of Octagonal Door. Yang Kai had dealt with these people before. These rising stars, who had blossomed with amazing brilliance in the Dao Source realm in the past, had all now broken through to the Emperor realm. Wu Chang and Zhuang Bufan were easy to deal with. They were rising stars in the Southern Territory, and their status in their respective sects was the same as Xia Sheng's in Azure Sun Temple. The cultivation resources and treatment they had were beyond imagination. On the other hand, Luo Yuan came from the Octagonal Door, which was just a small force, not even as good as the original Blue Feather sect, but he relied on his extraordinary aptitude and perseverance to reach the Emperor realm. Now, he even took over the Octagonal Door and became the sect master of the Octagonal Door. When this guy stared at Yang Kai, his face was burning with fighting spirit, as if he wanted to fight Yang Kai at any time. If it weren't for Yang Kai's big day today, he would have already issued a challenge. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, many people came and went, toasting each other, chatting in groups of 3 or 5, and exchanging pleasantries. Most of the people from the Emperor realm who came here brought their own disciples and juniors, so it was a good opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. "Young Master Yang, we meet again." A wisp of fragrance came with the wind, and a plump figure came up to Yang Kai with a smile. "No, I should call you Elder Yang." Yang Kai turned his head and saw a beautiful young woman standing with a glass of wine in her hand. Perhaps because she had drunk some wine, her pretty face was pink, and even her fair neck was red, making her look extremely attractive. Palace Master Hua. Yang Kai recognized this person, smiled slightly, and raised his glass in greeting. Chapter 2772. I have yet to thank you for saving my life, so this mistress offers you a toast. Hua Yulu raised her cup and drained it in one gulp. Although this 100-flower palace master looked delicate and weak, she had the spirit of a woman who was not inferior to men. After draining her cup of wine, her face became redder and redder. Palace Master Hua is too polite. It was Tan Junhao's matter that caused Palace Master Hua to be questioned by Star Soul Palace. Yang Kai smiled slightly and drained his cup of wine. Hua Yulu shook her head and said, "They didn't make things difficult for me, they just asked me a few questions." This mistress told them the truth and didn't make things difficult for Elder Yang, right? Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Palace Master Hua helped me by telling the truth. How could you make things difficult for me?" Hua Yulu looked relieved and turned her head to look around, asking softly, "Why don't I see Xia Sheng?" Last time in Flowing Shadow City, Hua Yulu said that she was Xia Sheng's friend. Now, it seemed that these two were really old acquaintances, otherwise, Hua Yulu wouldn't be so concerned. Brother Xia is on duty at Spirit Lake Palace and won't be back for a while, Yang Kai explained. If Palace Master Hua wants to find Brother Xia, you can go to Spirit Lake Palace to take a look. Is that so? Hua Yulu showed a look of disappointment. Just as they were talking, Gao Shueting suddenly walked over with a cold face. Hua Yulu immediately said, "Elder Yang, this mistress will take a look around." She then turned around and left. "How are your injuries?" Gao Shueting leaned over to Yang Kai and asked softly, her eyes fixed on Hua Yulu's back. "Not bad," Yang Kai replied. If it were any other First-Order Emperor Realm Master who was hit in the chest by Shui Zheng Mao, even if they didn't die, they would be bedridden for a few days. However, Yang Kai's physique was extremely strong, and now that he was wearing the flying Great Ink Dragon armor, he only had a few broken bones. His internal organs weren't damaged. Even if he didn't pay attention to such injuries, he would recover in 1 or 2 days. "How do you know that woman?" Gao Shueting asked abruptly with a look of disdain. Yang Kai replied, "We met once in Flowing Shadow City. But it's nothing. If you're injured, go and recuperate. If you don't have anything to do, don't bother with these shady people. No 3, no 4. Gao Shueting seemed to have a big prejudice against Hua Yulu. Realizing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything else. Gao Shueting snatched the wineglass from his hand. Later on, there will be an exchange between the Emperor Realm. There might be some good stuff there. If you're interested, you can come and take a look. Exchange meeting? Yang Kai's interest was piqued. Gao Shueting nodded and said, "It's rare to see so many people from the Emperor Realm gathered in one place, so we naturally have to take this opportunity to communicate. This is also the Palace Master's intention. It will be held by our Azure Sun Temple. And, if you have any treasures you don't need, you can take them out to exchange." "Okay, then call me when the time comes." Yang Kai nodded. Gao Shueting waved her hand. The coronation ceremony was over, and Yang Kai had become a temple elder. However, time was short and he didn't have his own residence yet, so he could only return to Purple Bamboo Peak. He spent half a day meditating and recuperating, and by evening his injuries were basically healed. The communication artifact placed next to him moved slightly. Yang Kai reached out and picked it up, scanned it with his divine sense, and stood up. It was still Myriad Saints Peak, but this time the exchange meeting was held in the main hall. Many guests should have received the news long ago, so there weren't many people who left, only a few people. They must have encountered something urgent, otherwise, they would never miss this kind of exchange meeting. Several disciples of the Azure Sun Temple were in charge of reception at the door. After seeing Yang Kai, they all showed a respectful look and bowed their heads. "Elder Yang." Yang Kai nodded. Then he strode in. Glancing around, the main hall was already full of people. The guests during the day were basically all present. There were hundreds of people from the Emperor Realm and their disciples and descendants. although there were a lot of people. But the scene was orderly, and there was no noise at all. Even if there was some communication, it was done in private. The hall was brightly lit, as if it was daytime. Over here. While he was still turning his head to look for a seat, Gao Shueting's voice suddenly came to his ears. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and saw Gao Shueting sitting on a chair on the left side of the hall, waving at him. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stepped over there. This place seemed to be where the elders of the Azure Sun Temple sat. In addition to Gao Shueting, the elders in the sect such as Chen Qian, Di Rong, Yu Kuan, and others were all here. When they saw Yang Kai, they all showed a kind smile. Yang Kai greeted everyone one by one before sitting down next to Gao Shueting. "Junior brother, have you ever participated in such an exchange?" Gao Shueting suddenly turned her head and asked. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and looked to the other side of him, but there was no one there. He suddenly came back to his senses and stared at Gao Shueting. "Elder Gao, are you talking to me?" Gao Shueting snorted, "Of course I'm talking to a ghost." Chen Qian, who was on the other side of Gao Shueting, chuckled and explained, "Yang Kai, you are now an Emperor Realm Master and an Elder of the Temple, so you naturally have to talk to us as equals. This is the rule of the temple." Yang Kai looked embarrassed and scratched his head. "I didn't realize it for a moment." Before today, he had always regarded himself as a disciple in front of Gao Shueting. Now that he had suddenly become a junior brother, his status had increased by a lot. This change was too sudden. But thinking about it, Yang Kai was now almost the same as Gao Shueting and the others in terms of cultivation and status, so he did have the qualifications to talk to them as equals. "Ask senior sister to come and listen." Gao Shueting looked at him seriously. "Senior sister Gao." Yang Kai grinned. He was very adaptable. "Good boy, but it's a pity that there's no reward." Gao Shueting smiled and asked again, "Have you participated in such an exchange before?" Yang Kai shook his head. He had participated in many auctions, but he had only heard of such high-level exchanges. "But I know the basic rules, bartering." "That's right." Gao Shueting nodded. "When one's cultivation reaches the Emperor realm, the value of source crystals is not so important. Many good things can't be bought with source crystals, so many people like to directly barter. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of some people exchanging for source crystals, but it all depends on what the owner of the treasure offers." Yang Kai kept Gao Shueting's words in mind and kept nodding. Gao Shueting was very satisfied with his humble attitude of asking for advice. After waiting for a while, the door of All Saints Temple creaked and closed a moment later. Yang Kai knew that the exchange should start soon. Sure enough, the moment the door closed, an elderly man flew up to the high platform. It was none other than Azure Sun Temple's Deputy Temple Master, Chiu Ran. As the organizer, Azure Sun Temple naturally had to be the first to go up and liven up the atmosphere. Chiu Ran coughed lightly and said, "Thank you all for your support and for making tonight's exchange go smoothly. This old man wishes you all a victory and a fruitful return. There's no need to say more about the rules. The exchange will begin now. My temple will throw a brick to attract the jade, so I hope you can take out some good things." With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in Chiu Ran's hand. Raising the jade bottle slightly, Chiu Ran said, "Supreme Soul Refining Pill, an Emperor-grade low-rank spirit pill. Even if an Emperor Realm Master consumes it, after refining and absorbing it, it will greatly increase the strength of their soul. If supplemented with a soul secret technique, the effects will be even better. There are 3 spirit pills in this bottle, and only source crystals will be sold." As soon as his voice fell, more than half of the Emperor Realm's people showed signs of interest. It was none other than Emperor pills. Emperor-grade spirit pills were not so easy to find. Only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine Emperor-grade spirit pills, but how many Emperor-grade alchemists were there in the entire star boundary? Even a big sect like Azure Sun Temple did not have an Emperor-grade alchemist. There was an Emperor-grade alchemist in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, but Grandmaster Huang Fu's alchemy schedule was full. Even if one wanted to ask him for a pill, they would have to queue for several years before it was their turn. In the star boundary, spirit pills below Emperor grade were easy to obtain. After all, although there were not many Dao Source-grade alchemists, there were still quite a few of them. However, Emperor-grade pills were something that could only be found by chance. As the organizer, Azure Sun Temple had actually taken out 3 Supreme Soul Refining pills at once. This was enough to show their sincerity. Moreover, they were only auctioning source crystals, which gave the people of the Emperor realm the opportunity to participate. So, just as Chiu Ran's voice fell, the voices of people bidding rose one after another. The old bids were replaced by new ones as soon as they appeared. For a moment, the 10,000 Saints Temple was as lively as a market. The people of the Emperor realm shouted until their faces were red, as if they were determined to win. Yang Kai was also a little surprised. He did not expect the temple to take out an Emperor-grade pill to auction as soon as they arrived. Even if it was just throwing a brick to attract jade, this brick was not light. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood something. The Supreme Soul Refining Pill's biggest use was to temper one's soul. After taking it, one could cultivate a soul secret technique and increase the strength of one's soul. However, this effect did not seem to be of much use to the people of the Emperor realm. That was because Azure Sun Temple had the Divine Ascension Mirror. When he first came to Azure Sun Temple, when Zishan told Yang Kai that the cultivator of Azure Sun Temple had a higher soul cultivation than the cultivator of other realms. The reason for this was because of the Divine Ascension Mirror. The Divine Ascension Mirror was a sealed world that could improve one's soul. As long as the people of the Emperor realm entered the Divine Ascension Mirror to cultivate, the effects would probably be many times better than taking the Supreme Soul Refining Pill. If they wanted to improve their soul, they could just enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Why would they need to take an Emperor-grade pill? In other words, the Supreme Soul Refining Pill was probably not worth much in the eyes of the people of the Emperor realm of Azure Sun Temple. Chen Qian and the others understood this just by looking at their indifferent expressions. After realizing this, Yang Kai laughed in his heart. 5 million. Suddenly, a person's voice rang out, and the scene fell silent. The bid of 5 million high-rank source crystals immediately made the rest of the people of the Emperor realm shrink back. This price was basically the limit of what they could afford. No one who could cultivate to the Emperor realm was an idiot. Naturally, they would not spend source crystals carelessly. This was just the beginning. Who knew what other good things would appear later on? Chapter 2773. In the end, this bottle of 3 Supreme Soul Refining Pills was bought by a red-robed old man for 5 million high-rank source crystals. This red-robed old man seemed to be the sect master of a third-class sect. His surname was Yu, but Yang Kai couldn't remember his name. Today, when Zishan led him to propose a toast, he had met this red-robed old man, but even if Yang Kai had a good memory, he couldn't remember more than 100 names from the Emperor realm in a single day. It could also be said that he was too lazy to remember. Next, Chiu Ran took out 2 more treasures, like the Supreme Soul Refining Pills, which were auctioned for source crystals. Everyone in the Emperor realm fought over them, and in the end, they were bought by a man and a woman at a high price. After the 3 treasures were auctioned, the atmosphere of the exchange was immediately livened up. After Chiu Ran left the stage, the red-robed old man who had won the Supreme Soul Refining Pills was the first to rush up the stage, bowed, and said with a smile, "This old man has made a fool of himself." As he spoke, he raised his hand and a crimson-red berry appeared in his palm, saying, "A 3,000-year-old jade blood dragon fruit in exchange for a water attribute spirit medicine or emperor pill of the same value." As soon as the bloodshed scarlet dragon fruit appeared, a strange fragrance wafted through the hall, causing those who smelled it to feel refreshed and energized. The people in the Emperor realm present were all people with good eyesight, so they naturally knew that the jade blood dragon fruit was a rare treasure. Many people were immediately tempted, especially those cultivators who cultivated a fire attribute secret art or secret technique. Immediately, 4 or 5 rings were silently thrown up from below. The red-robed old man caught them and checked them one by one, a thoughtful look on his face. In the end, he kept one of the rings and returned the rest. He walked down the stage and handed the jade blood dragon fruit in his hand to the person who made the exchange. With the red-robed old man making a good start, The exchange became more and more lively, and the frequency of the exchange was extremely fast. When one from the Emperor realm came down, another from the Emperor realm immediately jumped up. They took out their items and proposed the conditions of the exchange. Except for a few cultivator who asked for too much or whose conditions were too harsh, everyone else basically got what they wanted. Yang Kai sat below the stage, not intending to participate for the time being. However, he was watching with great interest. Although Yang Kai was now rich and ordinary treasures were nothing to him, the treasures that could be brought to this exchange were all treasures from the Emperor realm. All kinds of strange treasures were an eye-opener for him. After greatly expanding his knowledge, he would be able to recognize similar people in the future. Even Qin Qian and Di Rong, the two elders of the Azure Sun Temple, each made a move to exchange for something they needed from the Emperor realm. In such an exchange, some people might suffer a small loss, but it was not a big deal. If the value of the items exchanged was too different, they could just use source crystals to make up for the difference. Everyone present had the same discerning eyes. No one would let the other take advantage of them. It was impossible to pick up scraps here. You don't have anything you want? Gao Shueting suddenly asked. Yang Kai shook his head and replied, "Let's take a look first. If there's anything you want, just tell your senior sister Qin. Your senior sister Qin is in charge of the temple storeroom, so she can help you exchange one or two things. Consider it a benefit for being an elder of the temple." As the two were talking, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the high platform. Everyone fixed their eyes on the stage and saw a middle-aged man holding a transparent porcelain bottle in his hand. Inside the porcelain bottle, there was a young man. Some liquid swayed slightly, and the strange fluctuation of power was emitted by this droplet-like existence. This is... Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he vaguely felt that he had seen this thing before. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a cry of surprise in his ears, "Supreme Divine Water!" Many people in the Emperor realm were in an uproar. Everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at the liquid in the porcelain bottle. Sure enough, it was Supreme Divine Water. Yang Kai also remembered at this moment. He had indeed seen this thing before, back in the Flowing Time Temple in the Four Seasons realm. A drop of Supreme Divine Water had appeared there. However, that drop of Supreme Divine Water was eventually obtained by Murong Xiao, and he didn't know whether it had been used up or not. In the star boundary, there were 3 great divine waters: soul-cleansing divine water, life-revitalizing jade cream, and immortal source liquid, each of which was formed by seizing the heavens and earth and had a great effect on the growth of a cultivator. Yang Kai had obtained all 3 of these divine waters, but there was another type of divine water that, although not included in the 3 great divine waters, was superior in both value and effect. That was Supreme Divine Water. Because this thing was only used to accelerate the growth of spirit herbs, it didn't have much effect on the cultivator itself, so it wasn't included in the 3 great divine waters, but no one could deny its rarity. If a spirit herb could be nourished by a drop of Supreme Divine Water, its growth period would be greatly shortened. In just a year, it could grow to several hundred years old without any harm, as if it had grown naturally. Supreme Divine Water was also the divine water that alchemists coveted the most. Just imagine, a precious spirit herb would take several hundred years to mature, but if there was a drop of Supreme Divine Water, it might blossom and bear fruit next year, and be used for alchemy. The medicine garden in Yang Kai's sealed world bead contained countless heavy earths and a lot of earth vein beads, which also had the effect of accelerating the growth of spirit herbs. Many spirit herbs grew in the sealed world beads medicine garden, and 1 year of growth was equivalent to 100 years of growth in the outside world. Its effect was similar to Supreme Divine Water, but Yang Kai was still very interested in Supreme Divine Water, because the firmament tree might need Supreme Divine Water to accelerate its sealing power. The sealing power contained in the gold and silver firmament tree could seal the ancient demonic chi in Yang Kai's body, but if Yang Kai used the means to become the demon race, the seal would be broken. At that time, he would need to borrow the power of the firmament tree to reseal the demonic chi, otherwise he would definitely become a demon. The middle-aged man on the stage didn't have much Supreme Divine Water, at most 3 to 5 drops. If it fell into the hands of others, it would only be able to accelerate the growth of a few precious spirit herbs, but in Yang Kai's hands, it might be able to save his life at a critical moment. Thinking about it, Yang Kai already had a plan. The middle-aged man on the stage looked around and smiled slightly. I don't think there is any need for me to explain the Supreme Divine Water's name. Everyone, please bid as you see fit, but I don't need source crystals. If there is something suitable, I will make an exchange. These words sounded too cunning. He didn't offer any exchange conditions, but it gave the impression that he was asking for an exorbitant price, which made many of the emperors in the audience very unhappy. However, this item was his, so whether or not he wanted to exchange it was his business, so even if they were unhappy, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. After a moment of silence, space rings flew onto the stage and were thrown towards the middle-aged man. The contents of these space rings were obviously for exchange. Yang Kai also put some things in his space ring, and he was absolutely sincere. He had too many good things in his hands, so he didn't care about such a small loss. As long as he could exchange for Supreme Divine Water, this price was naturally worth it. The middle-aged man checked the contents of the space rings one by one, but returned them one by one, causing many of the people in the Emperor realm to look disappointed and secretly gnash their teeth, thinking that this guy was insatiably greedy. They thought that the things in their space rings were enough to exchange for Supreme Divine Water, but they were all returned. When it was Yang Kai's space ring, the middle-aged man glanced at it but didn't immediately return it. Instead, he pondered for a moment before holding it in his hand and continuing to check other space rings. This detail made Yang Kai's heart move, knowing that his space ring met the middle-aged man's requirements, but he hadn't made a decision yet. After a while, when the middle-aged man checked another space ring, his eyes lit up, and without hesitation he returned Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's face darkened as he pinched the space ring with a depressed expression. He felt that the price he offered was generous enough, and it was impossible for others to offer a higher price. But the owner of the Supreme Divine Water didn't choose him. So, there were only two possibilities. One was that someone else offered a higher price, but this was unlikely. With Yang Kai sitting here, if he dared to claim to be the second wealthiest, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Then, there was only one other possibility left. The item that the other party sent out for exchange was exactly what the middle-aged man urgently needed, and he immediately catered to his liking. Thank you all for your consideration. This one has decided to exchange with this friend. The middle-aged man finished checking all the space rings, smiled slightly, and threw the porcelain bottle containing the Supreme Divine Water off the stage. One person reached out to grab it and stuffed it into his space ring. Yang Kai glanced at the man and silently memorized his appearance. The exchange continued, and from time to time, good things were presented, causing everyone to scramble for them. However, everyone present was a master from the Emperor realm, so it was impossible for them to mess up the order, so no matter how lively the scene was, it was orderly. Basically, anyone could exchange for an item they were satisfied with, and only a few people returned disappointed. An hour later, a short old man walked onto the stage, a kind smile on his face, making everyone who saw him have a good impression of him, and said, "This old man doesn't have anything good, but since I've come, I can't return empty-handed. I have something I hope everyone can appreciate." As he spoke, he took out an object that looked like a rouge box. The rouge box wasn't big, only about the size of a palm, but it was exquisitely crafted, and its surface was sparkling beautifully. Many women's eyes lit up when they saw it. However, everyone knew that this was definitely not a rouge box. Something that could be taken out by someone from the Emperor realm couldn't be ordinary. Divine senses swept over the box one after another to investigate its contents. After a short while, many people from the Emperor realm had strange expressions on their faces. "Everyone, please take a look." The old man smiled slightly and reached out to touch the lid of the box. In the next moment, a gentle and pleasant tinkling sound came out from the box, composing a simple yet miraculous melody. The sound seemed to contain a strange power, transforming into an invisible hand that calmed the anxiety and impatience in everyone's hearts, causing their hearts to suddenly become calm. Chapter 2774. When the music rang out, the many emperors were fine, But the disciples brought here by their elders had mixed reactions. The lower their cultivation, the stronger their reactions. One of the Origin King Realm cultivator couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, his eyes shining brightly as if he had been enlightened. Ding-dong sounds continued to ring out as the box rose higher and higher. Only now did everyone see that the box was not a rouge box, but something that looked like a pagoda. After it rose higher and higher, the pagoda began to take shape. It was about 3 feet tall, and a rough count revealed that there were actually 9 levels to it. Each floor was rotating, left or right, fast or slow. As the pagoda rotated, the music gradually changed, but it was still pleasing to the ears. When the pagoda was completely formed, a layer of hazy mist emerged. This mist was blue in color and soon filled the hall. Looking up again, the hall was actually a star field, dotted with stars. They did not seem to be in the All Saints' Hall, but in the boundless starry sky. When they stretched out their hands, it was as if the stars were within reach, giving off a wondrous feeling. The faces of the cultivators from the Emperor Realm turned solemn as they faintly realized the magical use of this treasure box. They were all calculating in their hearts what price they would pay to exchange for this treasure box. Asterisk voila, asterisk with a light sound, the stars in the sky shattered and disappeared. The extremely beautiful scenery also disappeared without a trace. Accompanied by the pleasant melody, the treasure box slowly shrank and once again transformed into the appearance of a rouge box. From the outside, there was nothing strange about it. The Tao Source Realm and Origin King Realm cultivator also came back to their senses in an instant, each of them showing a look of longing as they stared at the treasure box with fiery eyes. Holding the treasure box, the old man smiled and said, "Heavenly Note treasure box, the sounds of nature and the illusions it creates are of great benefit to the cultivation of any cultivator below the Tao Source Realm. If you can cultivate with the assistance of the Heavenly Note treasure box, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, there are no negative effects. This treasure box was obtained by this old master by chance when he was young and has been with this old master since he entered the Saint Realm. It has been 1,000 years, and this old master's achievements today are all thanks to it." After listening to the old man's explanation, everyone immediately understood that their previous guess was correct. Although the cultivators from the Emperor Realm present couldn't feel the magical effects of the Heavenly Note treasure box, they could infer from the reactions of the later disciples that this treasure was indeed of great help to the cultivation of a lower cultivator. With the help of the strange and magical music and the beautiful illusions, it brought great benefits to the cultivation of a cultivator. This was not something that could be compared to taking spirit pills. Every kind of spirit pill had a trace of toxicity. It was fine to consume a small amount, but if one consumed too many, it would be detrimental to a cultivator's growth. However, the Heavenly Note treasure box was different. Everything was natural. Everyone was even more curious. Who was the one who refined such a treasure? And from what the old man said, the Heavenly Note treasure box had been with him for 1,000 years. In that case, this thing was definitely not something that the current artifact refiners could refine. It was very likely that it was something that had been passed down for a very long time, perhaps even dating back to the ancient era. The old man continued, "To be honest, this old master is not willing to exchange such a treasure. It's just that this old master has no descendants and no disciples. If this Heavenly Note treasure box continues to stay in this old master's hands, it will be like a pearl covered in dust. This old master hopes that it can play its role again. Consider it my thanks for helping this old master all these years." The old man's words were a little lonely, but it shocked everyone who heard it. Generally speaking, for a cultivator like this old man who had no sect or background, his path of cultivation would be full of thorns and obstacles. It was rare for him to achieve great success, and it was extremely difficult for him to break through to the Emperor Realm. But he was now a master in the Emperor Realm, most likely because of the Heavenly Note treasure box. But there is one thing that everyone should know. Although this Heavenly Note treasure box is magical, it has no effect on the Emperor Realm. Even Tao Source Realm cultivators are greatly reduced. Only cultivators below the Tao Source Realm can understand the wonders of this Heavenly Note treasure box. The old man seemed to be an honest person, So he did not hide anything and told everyone about the drawbacks of the heavenly note treasure box. But even so what? The emperors present were not existences like this old man. They either had countless disciples or their own family descendants. Those who had disciples below the Tao source realm were countless. Take Azure's Sun Temple as an example. Such a large sect, there were cultivators of all levels. There were plenty of cultivators below the Tao source realm, so the heavenly note treasure box was of great use to them. If Azure's Sun Temple could get the heavenly note treasure box, then disciples below the Tao source realm would have one more choice for cultivation in the future. The attraction of this thing to sects and families was huge. So when the old man's voice fell, someone in the audience could not help but ask, "Old Lu, may I ask what you want to exchange this heavenly note treasure box for?" "Yes, Old Lu, name a price so that everyone can prepare. We will not let you down." There were even some sect masters who secretly transmitted sound transmissions to Elder Lu, promising him the position of elder or even vice sect master, hoping that he would join their sect. Unfortunately, the result was destined to disappoint them. There were countless people like Elder Lu in the star boundary. Some of them didn't have the opportunity to join the sect, and some of them didn't have enough aptitude, so they couldn't join the sect. However, there were also some who were idle and didn't want to be bound by the sect. Old Lu was undoubtedly the latter kind of person. Otherwise, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he would be welcomed to join any sect. Even Azure's Sun Temple would have a place for him. Elder Lu politely rejected those who secretly sent him voice transmissions. After a while, Old Lu said, "This old man began to cultivate a secret technique a few years ago and needs a monster beast's monster core. So this old man hopes to exchange this heavenly note treasure box for a monster beast's monster core." Monster beast's monster core. When the crowd heard this, some were happy, some were sad, and some had different expressions. The monster core this old man needs must be a 12th order monster beast's monster core, and this old man wants to exchange it for 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores. 5 elements monster cores? 2 sets? There was a burst of exclamations. Many people in the Emperor realm frowned, feeling that this old Lu was asking for too much. A 12th order monster core, even if it was a low-rank one, was worth 2 million to 3 million high-rank source crystals. A set of 5 elements monster cores included the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The average price was at least 10 to 15 million, and because it was a complete set, the price was even higher, probably close to 20 million. A set of 5 elements monster cores was 20 million, so 2 sets were 40 million. This was calculated based on the 12th order low-rank monster cores. Although the heavenly note treasure box was extraordinary, it was only useful for cultivator below the Tao source realm. Who would be willing to spend tens of millions of high-rank source crystals to buy this? Even if there was, it was not cost-effective. So when Old Lu said this, the people in the Emperor realm, who were originally interested, were silent. However, many people turned their eyes to Qiu Ran and several Azure's Sun Temple elders. 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores, the people in the Emperor realm present definitely could not take out. Only the owner of this place, Azure's Sun Temple, could take it out. Everyone immediately understood that Elder Lu had thrown out the heavenly note treasure box on such an occasion because he was aiming for the Azure's Sun Temple. He wanted to make a deal with the Azure's Sun Temple. If even the Azure's Sun Temple couldn't satisfy him, then this exchange could only be called off. Sure enough, the divine soul power of several Azure's Sun Temple elders fluctuated, obviously communicating with each other through voice transmission. After a while, Qiu Ran slowly shook his head. Old Lu, who was standing on the high platform, suddenly looked disappointed. "The temple doesn't want this treasure box?" Yang Kai asked Gao Shueting. He was a guest elder of the temple and had no right to decide matters related to the temple's interests, so Qiu Ran and the others did not inform him when they were discussing. "The asking price is too high, and the temple does not have a set of 5 elements monster cores," Gao Shueting replied. 12th order monster beast monster cores were rare, and a set was even rarer. Although there were more than a dozen 12th order monster beast monster cores in the Azure's Sun Temple's warehouse, and they were all in good condition, only the earth attribute was missing. Naturally, it could not meet Old Lu's requirements. If the temple doesn't want it, then I'll take it, Yang Kai grinned. Gao Shueting looked at him in surprise. You have 2 sets of 5 elements monster cores? Yes or no, discuss it with him. Yang Kai smiled slightly, looked up at the high platform and said, Old Lu, take a look at this. It may meet your requirements. While speaking, he raised his hand and threw a space ring. Old Lu caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. At first, he was overjoyed, but then he frowned and said, Elder Yang, this seems to be a bit lacking. There was a set of 12th order 5 elements monster cores in the space ring, but there was only 1 set. The remaining 2 sets were high-grade 11th order monster cores. Yang Kai shook his head and said, a 12th order monster beast monster core, and a set at that. How could it be so easy to obtain? Even these are things I obtained by chance. Old Lu, take a look and see if you can exchange them. If not, then forget it. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood that Yang Kai's exchange items might not meet Old Lu's requirements, but they should be what he needed, which was why Old Lu was so hesitant. Old Lu was silent and did not immediately give an answer. Yang Kai suddenly transmitted his voice. However, there is a piece of news I can give Old Lu. It's about the 12th order monster beast monster cores. What? Maplewood City's Violet Source Chamber of Commerce will produce 2 12th order monster cores every 6 months, and there are even high-grade monster cores. Old Lu, you should pay more attention to them. You might be able to get another set. How did you know about this? Old Lu was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. I was the one who provided those monster cores, so how could I not know? Yang Kai found it funny, but he replied, I'm good friends with a manager in the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and he told me about this. Chapter 2775. Good. Old Lu was overjoyed. If things were really as Yang Kai said, then he didn't need to rush to get 2 sets of monster cores. He could just get 1 set for cultivation first and figure out how to get the rest later. These things can be exchanged, but this old master hopes that Elder Yang can compensate me with 10 million high-rank source crystals. After all, these things are too different from this old master's price. This old man looks very simple and honest, but he's so black-hearted. Yang Kai cursed silently and said without thinking, 5 million. Old Lu was silent for a while, seemingly considering, but finally nodded and said, Deal. Yang Kai immediately sent another 5 million high-rank source crystals to exchange for the Heavenly Note treasure box from Old Lu and stuffed it into his space ring. Junior brother, you've just become an elder of the temple, yet you're already spending so much for the temple. Senior sister must thank you on behalf of many disciples. In the future, when the disciples are successful in their cultivation, they will definitely remember your kindness. Gao Shueting's voice suddenly drilled into Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai's face darkened and he turned his head to look, only to see Gao Shueting staring straight at the stage, as if she wasn't talking to him. Senior sister Gao, this treasure box is mine. Gao Shueting tilted her head and her eyes sharpened. Yang Kai immediately corrected himself. Of course, it's not a problem for the temple's disciples to use. Gao Shueting nodded and said, Junior brother, you're too kind. Laughing dryly, Kai Yang felt like he had eaten a bitter pill. In his heart, he was thinking about how to get the best of both worlds. The following exchange still had many treasures on the stage. Many disciples of the Emperor Realm went on stage one by one, presenting their treasures that they had kept for many years. It often caused a commotion. However, this was Azure Sun Temple's territory. Everyone obeyed the rules. Even though the deal had failed, they still maintained their composure. No one dared to stir up trouble. Yang Kai also took action a few times in exchange for some rare materials and even an ancient pill recipe. It wasn't until dawn the next day that the exchange ended and everyone got up together. As the host, the Azure Sun Temple's higher-ups led by Chiu Ran naturally politely asked them to stay, but no one really stayed and they all said goodbye. Not long after, the 100 or so Emperor Realm Masters and the disciples they had brought with them all left. Junior brother Yang, come to this old man's spirit jade peak later, it's time to choose a place for you. Chiu Ran suddenly said. Brother. As he spoke, he dashed out of the hall. He turned into a stream of light and flew out. Chiu Ran frowned and said with a sigh, "Young people are always in a hurry." He didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do at this time, but even something as important as choosing a spirit peak had to be postponed. It seemed like he was going to deal with something urgent. Looking around, his eyes fixed in a certain direction. He cupped his fist and said, "Sect Master Zhang, I've been waiting for a long time." There was a ripple in the void. In the center of the ripple, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He walked step by step from the void with a hint of surprise on his face. Elder Yang has good eyesight. He hid there with some vigilance in his heart, but he didn't expect to be seen through by Yang Kai at a glance. He was indeed capable to be conferred as an elder by Azure Sun Temple. The key was that he was young enough. Compared to him, Zhang Dashan gave birth to a feeling of being in his twilight years. "I don't know why Elder Yang sent me a voice transmission and asked me to wait here." "What's the matter?" When the exchange ended, he was about to leave when he heard Yang Kai's voice transmission, so he deliberately waited here. Otherwise, he would have returned to his sect long ago. If it was someone else who sent him such a voice transmission, he would have ignored it, but Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so he had to treat it with caution. He could only wait here. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Zhang, please forgive me. I want Sect Master Zhang to transfer something to me." Zhang Dashan frowned and understood at once. "What about Divine Tai E water?" When the owner of Divine Tai E water took out this thing to exchange, Yang Kai also offered a bargaining chip. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. In the end, Divine Tai E water fell into his hands. Zhang Dashan and Yang Kai had never interacted before. If Yang Kai was looking for him for something, it could only be Divine Tai E water. Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Dashan immediately showed a look of vigilance. His divine sense swept around, as if he could be ambushed at any time. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Sect Master Zhang, you don't have to be like this. I came alone because I sincerely want to exchange this Divine Tai E water with Sect Master Zhang." Zhang Dashan frowned and said, "If that's the case, then I'm sorry. This Divine Tai E water is also very useful to me, so I have to disappoint Elder Yang." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Sect Master Zhang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me guess what you want this Divine Tai E water for." Zhang Dashan's frown deepened. He was quite impatient because of Yang Kai's pestering. He had already refused, what else did he want to say? Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and said, "The function of Divine Tai E water is nothing more than to promote the growth of spirit medicine. For alchemists, it is a good thing that can only be found but not sought. I'm afraid this is also why Sect Master Zhang wants this Divine Tai E water, right?" Zhang Dashan nodded and admitted. This was not difficult to guess, so it did not show any wisdom. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's just that I see that Sect Master Zhang's hands are delicate, without any smoke or fire aura, and there are no traces of spirit medicine. Therefore, Sect Master Zhang should not be proficient in alchemy." Zhang Dashan shook his head and said, "The path of martial arts is long and difficult. I don't have the leisure or the ability to study alchemy." Yang Kai looked confident and said with a smile, "So, Sect Master Zhang, this Divine Tai E water is a gift to someone? What's more, it's an alchemy grandmaster. For Sect Master Zhang to give such a big gift, it seems that Sect Master Zhang has something to ask of the other party. It should be a pill request, right?" After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Grandmaster Huangpu?" Zhang Dashan finally showed a trace of surprise. "Elder Yang can even guess this." Yang Kai sneered. "There are not many famous alchemists in the Southern Territory, and I'm afraid that only a few alchemy emperors can make Sect Master Zhang give away such a treasure like the Divine Tai E water. There is no need to mention the other alchemy emperors, as they all have their own affiliations, and it is extremely difficult to meet them, let alone ask for alchemy pills. However, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce is open to business, and Master Huangpu has been refining pills for people all year round. Generally speaking, people will only ask for alchemy pills from him." Zhang Dashan did not hide anything and nodded. "Yes, This divine Tai water is indeed a gift to Master Huangpu. Yang Kai said, Sect Master Zhang wants to use this treasure to let Master Huangpu have the priority to refine your spirit pills. Why not? Of course not, it's just that Master Huangpu is famous outside, and there are countless people who ask him for alchemy. Who wouldn't give him a valuable gift? Sect Master Zhang's divine Tai water is precious, but it may not be the best. Maybe even if Master Huangpu accepts the gift, you will have to wait for a while. Zhang Dashan frowned. This Zhang naturally knows this, but as long as Master Huangpu accepts the gift, there should be a result within 3 months. It's better than waiting for a few years. 3 months? Yang Kai sneered and raised a finger. I can let Sect Master Zhang get the spirit pills you want in 1 day. What? Zhang Dashan trembled. 1 day? That's impossible. Whether it's possible or not, it depends on whether Sect Master Zhang is willing to believe me or not. Zhang Dashan's expressions suddenly became hesitant. If Yang Kai had said this to him yesterday, he would have only scoffed, but today was different. Yang Kai was now an elder of Azure Sun Temple, and with the golden name of Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai's words had some credibility. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Dashan said, Elder Yang, which alchemy master do you know? I wonder if Sect Master Zhang has heard of the name Jiying? Yang Kai asked. Ting? Zhang Dashan murmured and fell into deep thought. Soon, his expression brightened and his eyes lit up. Master Jiying? The one under the wondrous pill Great Emperors? Who else could it be? No way. Zhang Dashan was very surprised. That master is in the Northern Territory, Elder Yang. You said before that within 1 day. Yang Kai interrupted him. Jiying is now in Azure Sun Temple, and I have some friendship with him. It's not a problem to ask him to refine a spirit pill. Zhang Dashan was dumbfounded. Asking an alchemy master to refine a spirit pill, and a disciple under the wondrous pill Great Emperors, was this something that could be done with a little friendship? The most unbelievable thing was that this Master Jiying was now in Azure Sun Temple. Just as Zhang Dashan's imagination was running wild, Yang Kai's voice sounded again. Sect Master Zhang, do you want to give a valuable gift and wait 3 months or even longer to get a spirit pill, or are you willing to try and get a spirit pill within 1 day? But then again, even if Sect Master Zhang can really ask Master Huangpu to refine a spirit pill for you within 3 months, I'm afraid the sky-high service fee will not be reduced. But if you ask me to do it, the service fee will be waived. The service fee will be waived? Zhang Dashan's eyes lit up. To ask an alchemy master to refine a spirit pill, not only must one provide the materials, but also pay a very high service fee. Otherwise, how could those damn alchemy masters be so rich? Only this time. Yang Kai said seriously. Zhang Dashan immediately smelled a different kind of information from this sentence and said excitedly, then next time, this Zhang can, of course, next time there will be a fee. Yang Kai chuckled. Zhang Dashan was ecstatic. If he could get on Master Jiying's good side this time, he would no longer have to wait bitterly when he wanted to ask for spirit pills in the future. As for the service fee, it was a matter of course. Observing his expression, Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot and said, to be honest, Sect Master Zhang, I want this supreme divine water because I want to give it to Master Jiying. Sect Master Zhang, name a price and I can buy it. There is no need. Zhang Dashan was also a decisive person. Since he had made a decision in his heart, he would not hesitate. After a little tidying up, he directly threw a space ring to Yang Kai. The supreme divine water and the materials needed for alchemy are inside. I will have to trouble Elder Yang with this. Yang Kai reached out and took it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he smiled and said, Sect Master Zhang, please wait here for a day. I will come to you tomorrow. Thank you. Chapter 2776. The reputation of an Azure Sun Temple elder was indeed useful. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to get the supreme divine water from Zhang Dashan's hands with just a few words. Zhang Dashan was not a fool. How could he casually give away such a precious treasure like the supreme divine water? It was precisely because of Yang Kai's identity as an elder of Azure Sun Temple that he trusted him. Watching Yang Kai's figure disappear, Zhang Dashan was both excited and nervous. He was excited because he might be able to establish a relationship with Grandmaster Ji Ying through this transaction. If he wanted to ask for any emperor pills in the future, he would be able to get them first. He was nervous because he didn't know if the emperor pill he was going to refine this time would be successful. Alchemy was a skill. Even if it was an alchemy emperor, there was a certain chance of failure. Once he failed, the herbs he had painstakingly collected would all be destroyed. It took him 5 years to collect all of them. Just as he was thinking about this, Zhang Dashan was shocked again and slapped his thigh in annoyance. He was so excited that he forgot to tell Yang Kai what kind of spirit pill he was going to refine. However, after thinking about it again, with Grandmaster Ji Ying's eyesight and alchemy skills, he should know what kind of spirit pill he was going to refine after seeing the herbs he had prepared. A day passed as Zhang Dashan waited anxiously. It felt as long as a year. Suddenly, a stream of light shot over from afar. Zhang Dashan was shocked and looked up. Yang Kai's figure reappeared and threw a jade bottle to Zhang Dashan and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Hearing this, Zhang Dashan's heart pounded with excitement. He took the jade bottle and opened it to take a look. Sure enough, there were 6 round emperor pellets lying quietly in the jade bottle. Taking a whiff of their fragrance, he felt refreshed. Laughing heartily, a look of gratitude appeared on his face as he sincerely said, "Many thanks, Elder Yang. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could he get these spirit pills in a day?" According to his plan, he had to go to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's headquarters to ask for Grandmaster Huangpu's Supreme Divine Water and then wait for a few months to get these spirit pills from Grandmaster Huangpu. Even so, taking 3 or 4 spirit pills was the limit. Who would have thought that in just a single day his wish would come true? Not only that, there were as many as 6 pills, each of which was of high quality. As expected of the great emperors of wondrous pills, his foundation and ability in alchemy were amazing. He was much better than Master Huangpu. Zhang Dashan couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Yang Kai had asked him to stay behind via telepathy yesterday. Fortunately, he had trusted Yang Kai for once. Otherwise, how could such a good thing happen to him? For a moment, they were very grateful to Yang Kai. "Sect leader Zhang is too polite, we're just taking what we need." Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists and said, "Farewell. Elder Yang, please wait." Zhang Dashan suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Sect leader Zhang, do you have any other orders?" Zhang Dashan stammered, "I would like to ask Elder Yang, if I were to ask for a pill in the future." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Feel free to come to Azure Sun Temple and find me." Anyway, with Ji Ying as a coolie, he could refine emperor pills at will, and he could also collect some fees. Zhang Dashan was overjoyed. "Thank you, Elder Yang." Yang Kai nodded. His figure swayed, and he returned the way he came. Azure Sun Temple, Lingyu Peak, where Deputy Temple Master Chiu Ran lived. "Brother Chiu, I'm here." Yang Kai shouted after breaking in, and soon saw Chiu Ran standing there quietly, as if waiting for him. "Hey, Brother Chiu, you don't look so good." Yang Kai looked at Chiu Ran in surprise. Chiu Ran said with a dark face, "Didn't you ask this old man to wait for a moment yesterday? Is this moment a day?" Yang Kai understood why Chiu Ran looked at him with a bitter face, as if he had abandoned him. He immediately scratched his head and smiled. "I ran into something. I was delayed." Chiu Ran shook his head helplessly, too lazy to argue with him, and waved his hand. "Come with me." Yang Kai followed obediently. As Chiu Ran entered the hall, Chiu Ran waved his hand. The hall immediately closed. Yang Kai looked around and only noticed traces of spirit arrays in the hall, but he couldn't see what kind of spirit array it was. At the center of the hall, there was a huge sand table. At first glance, one could see that there was a huge sand table. This sand table seemed to have a trace of spirituality, flowing slowly, but upon closer inspection, it was a dead object. It was very strange. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is this Azure Sun Mountain Range?" Chiu Ran nodded and said, "Yes, this is my Azure Sun Mountain Range's mountain range map." While speaking, Chiu Ran waved his hand, and under his Emperor Qi, the sand table immediately came to life. Verdant trees, mountain ranges, and rugged rocks appeared, just like a miniature version of the Azure Sun Mountain Range. Every mountain peak and ravine in the Azure Sun Mountain Range could be found here. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, wondering if he should let Hua Qingxi create such a mountain range map when he returned to the High Heaven Palace. This kind of thing should not be rare in a great sect, but it needed to be refined very carefully. With the current heritage of the High Heaven Palace, it should not be difficult to do so. My Azure Sun Temple is located in the Azure Sun Mountain Range. The mountain range is named after the temple. There are a total of 1352 large and small spirit peaks. Among them, there are 27 main peaks for the elders to live in. Now, most of them are empty. You can choose which of the remaining ones you like. Chiu Ran pointed to the mountain and said. Yang Kai looked carefully for a while and said, Brother Chiu, these green places are inhabited, right? Chiu Ran nodded and said, Yes, the green peaks are inhabited and the white peaks are unoccupied. Saying so, he pointed to a position on the mountain range map. This is this old master's Spirit Jade Peak. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. With Spirit Jade Peak as a reference, the structure of the mountain range map became clearer. Of the 27 spirit peaks, except for about 10 occupied by the temple's elders, there were still more than a dozen. Yang Kai looked at them and felt a little dizzy, unable to make a decision for a long time. Chiu Ran pointed to a spirit peak and said, This is not bad, junior brother, why don't you consider it? Yang Kai looked in the direction of his finger and pointed to a nearby peak. If I remember correctly, this is Purple Bamboo Peak, right? This is Junior Sister Gao's Purple Bamboo Peak. Then forget it. Yang Kai had a look of disdain. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, the person he was most afraid of was Gao Xueting. Although with his current strength, if he really fought with Gao Xueting would most likely lose, but it was better to avoid being neighbors with Gao Xueting. Then take a look yourself. Chiu Ran did not comment. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai suddenly pointed and said, Let's go with this spirit peak. Chiu Ran glanced at it and nodded slightly. Lingjian Peak is not bad. But the location is relatively remote, and the peak is not too big. The 27 spirit peaks for the elders to live in were not very different in general, whether it was the scale or the density of the world energy. After all, they were all at the level of the main peaks. It was just that this Lingjian Peak was a little farther from the core area of the Azure Sun Mountain Range, but with the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, it was not a big deal. Since Junior Martial Brother has already chosen, then Lingjian Peak will do. Chiu Ran waved his hand, and the mountain ripple map disappeared in an instant, revealing the appearance of the sand table again. He said again, Junior Brother, your elder's token can open the many restrictions of Lingjian Peak. After you go there, remember to refine the Elder's Token and Lingjian Peak into one. From then on, Lingjian Peak is your territory. Without your permission, even this old man can't enter and leave at will. Thank you, Brother Chiu. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Chiu Ran waved his hand. Yang Kai immediately left. Out of Lingyu Peak, he identified the direction and flew all the way to Lingjian Peak. In less than a cup of tea's time, a straight and steep mountain peak came into view from afar. At first glance, this mountain peak was like a sharp sword piercing straight into the ground, giving off a threatening aura. This was also where the name Lingjian Peak came from. The mountain peak was towering and steep, and the terrain was strangely high. Clouds and mist surrounded the mountainside, and there were many birds and beasts in the mountain peak. It was like a fairyland. Yang Kai glanced at it from a distance and was very satisfied. Although he was the master of the High Heaven Palace, who occupied a large part of Lingchuan Mountain, and was just a guest elder of the Azure Sun Temple, he now had his own place in the Southern Territory. This scene was very gratifying. He turned into a stream of light and flew to the top of the mountain. After landing, he looked around and saw several exquisite palaces. Although no one lived in them all year round and they were not renovated, with the protection of the spirit array, these palaces did not show the slightest sign of dilapidation. In fact, they were spotless. Standing in place, he released his divine sense, pouring out like a tide, covering the entire Lingjian Peak. In a flash, Yang Kai knew the situation of Lingjian Peak like the back of his hand. After withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai walked around, inspecting his territory like a king of a country. After wandering for half a day, when Yang Kai returned to the palace on the top of the mountain again, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Brother and senior sister, why are you here?" Gao Shueting and others were waiting here. Seeing Yang Kai return, Gao Shueting pursed her lips and smiled. "We're here to congratulate you." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Didn't you already congratulate me yesterday? Am I not welcome?" Gao Shueting looked at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai was surprised and hurriedly said, "How dare I, it's just a pleasant surprise. Everyone, please come in." While talking, he invited the elders of the temple into the palace. Without waiting for Yang Kai to settle down, Gao Shueting suddenly waved her hand, and hundreds of jars of fine wine were placed on the ground. She then said in a forthright manner, "The temple has gained another elder. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Chen Qian's pretty face turned pale. "Senior sister, don't be impulsive." Di Rong's face also changed, and his body involuntarily stepped back, saying, "I suddenly remembered that the temple master is looking for me, so I'll go first." Gao Shueting squinted her eyes, and a sound came out of her nostrils. Di Rong suddenly stiffened and turned to look at Yukuan, hoping that he could save him from this disaster. However, he saw that Yukuan was sweating and his face was pale. Chapter 2777. Half a day later, a group of people huddled together in a corner, their faces pale. Chen Qian and another female elder were shivering. Yang Kai looked in horror at the beautiful figure dancing like a fairy with an emperor artifact sword in her hand. He swallowed hard and asked, "What's going on?" That figure moved about freely, swaying and on the verge of collapse. He held a wine jar in his hand, and his eyes were scarlet red. From time to time, he would take a sip of the wine and say that it was good wine. When he drank to the peak, he would find it even harder to control himself. His long sword trembled, creating sword flowers, and cold light wantonly. Di Rong said bitterly, "Junior brother Yang, you entered the temple late, so I'm afraid you don't know the 3 taboos of our temple. I didn't expect you to see them on your first day as an elder. It's really worthy of celebration." Yang Kai was stunned. 3 taboos? What 3 taboos? Chen Qian whispered, "Temple master, brother Chiu is angry and senior sister Gao is drinking." What kind of taboos are these? Yang Kai's face was filled with amazement. Looking at the person in front of him again, he felt that the noble and holy image of this woman in his mind had completely collapsed. Now, this woman was just like a crazy woman. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, Yang Kai asked, "Why does senior sister Gao seem to have changed into a different person after drinking? Could it be that she has been possessed by some evil person?" "It's not that serious." Yu Kuan quickly waved his hand and said with a strange expression, "It's just that junior sister Gao was born unable to drink." "That can't be, right? Senior sister Gao is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. No matter how powerful the spirit wine is, she can easily dissolve it with her Emperor Qi. How did it become like this?" Chen Qian sighed. "It's all because of our temple master." "What does it have to do with the temple master?" Yang Kai was surprised. He felt that what he saw today had turned his worldview upside down. Chen Qian said, "Senior sister Gao was raised by the temple master. You should know about this, right?" I vaguely heard about it," Yang Kai nodded. Chen Qian showed a sad expression and then said, "When senior sister Gao was young, she was very young. The hall master then forced her to drink wine. Every time she drank, she would get drunk. In the end, there was one time when she drank too much and went crazy for several days and nights. Ever since that time, senior sister Gao became like this whenever she touched alcohol." In just a few words, he outlined Gao Shueting's tragic childhood life. It was really sad and made people cry. This is simply devoid of conscience. How infuriating! Yang Kai cursed angrily. These words resonated with the other elders and they all nodded in agreement. Their eyes did not conceal the disdain they had for the hallmaster. Startled for a moment, Yang Kai said. Since she can't drink, she should know it herself. Where did she get so much spirit wine? As he spoke, Yang Kai took a sniff of the wine and praised, "This is spirit wine that has been sealed for hundreds of years. Tiske, it's wasted just like that. Who knows where she got it?" Qin Qian was about to cry. "I'm probably in a good mood these few days. Last night, she went to my little spring peak and chatted with me for most of the night before she went back." Another female elder continued, "She came to find me in the latter half of the night." Yang Kai sighed. "Now that things have come to this, what should we do? When will she stop acting crazy?" Qin Qian said, "Everything will be fine after she finishes the wine." Yang Kai glanced around and said with a headache, "There are still 100 jars left. How long will it take? At her speed it will take at least a few days and nights. There is no other way." Qin Qian shook her head. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, and a look of determination flashed across his face. He stood up. "Junior brother Yang, what are you doing?" Yukuan was shocked. "Drink with her. The sooner we finish the wine, the sooner we can be done." As he spoke, he strode forward. Even if there were thousands of people, he would still go. All the elders showed a look of admiration in an instant. Looking at his back, they were shocked for a moment. "Yang." Di Rong shook his head and sighed. "Don't talk nonsense. Take advantage of junior brother Yang's entanglement with her. Let's go quickly." Yu Kuan winked at the crowd. He glanced at Yang Kai, who was suddenly hugged by Gao Shueting and forced to drink wine. He immediately looked away and couldn't bear to look anymore. "Junior brother, we will remember your kindness. We will repay you generously in the future." Everyone understood tacitly and held their breaths as they tiptoed out. Just as they walked to the door of the main hall, a light suddenly slashed at them and brushed past Yu Kuan's cheek. A few strands of black hair were cut off and fluttered in the air. A deep gully was cut in the ground. If it weren't for the protection of the array, this blow would have made the main hall collapse. "Want to leave?" Gao Shueting's face was as cold as the north wind from hell. Even the air seemed to be frozen. Her cold voice echoed in everyone's ears, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. "Take another step and let me see." Qin Qian looked at Gao Shueting pitifully and whispered, "Senior sister Gao, you're drunk." Gao Shueting threw Yang Kai aside and her figure flickered. In an instant she appeared at the gate and blocked the way. She slashed down with the long sword in her hand and looked at Qin Qian with an imposing manner. "How am I drunk?" Qin Qian was at a loss. At this moment, the dignified the Emperor realm was like a mouse seeing a cat. She couldn't say a word. "Don't talk nonsense. Come and drink." Gao Shueting hugged Qin Qian and clamped her neck in her arms. She grabbed the wine jar and poured it into her mouth. Qin Qian only drank a few mouthfuls before she couldn't help but spit it out. The wine dripped down her slender neck and wet her clothes. Her gentle image of a pretty girl from a humble family was gone. After finishing the jar of wine, Gao Shueting let go of Qin Qian and abandoned her. Qin Qian immediately collapsed on the ground like mud. She hammered her chest with her hands and coughed continuously. Her face was flushed red. "Ha!" Gao Shueting laughed. She seemed to be in an extremely good mood. She turned her beautiful eyes and stared at Yu Kuan. Yu Kuan immediately jumped up and reached out to grab a jar of wine. He quickly said, "Junior sister Gao, you don't have to do anything. I'll help myself to my brother." After he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank boldly. Only then did Gao Shueting show a satisfied look. Her beautiful eyes turned again. All the elders who were targeted by her looked as if their parents had died. They quickly took the wine and drank it in big mouthfuls. Gao Shueting laughed mischievously. She had completely lost her mind. She shook the long sword in her hand again and danced with it in the main hall. For a moment, sword chi flew everywhere, hitting Yang Kai and the others and making them flee in embarrassment. "Junior brother Yang." Qin Qian finally came back to her senses. She wiped the corner of her mouth and kindly reminded him, "Don't use your cultivation to dissolve your drunkenness. Otherwise..." "Otherwise what?" Yang Kai asked in horror. He asked a little too late. Gao Shueting suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. She reached out and grabbed his collar. She lifted him up like a chicken and said in a cold voice, "You little brat, you're dishonest. How dare you cheat?" As she spoke, the long sword in her hand trembled as if it would fall out of her hand at any time. Yang Kai's face was pale. He clamped his legs and exclaimed, "Senior Sister Gao, please show mercy." You want me to show mercy?" Gao Shueting snorted coldly. She looked Yang Kai up and down and nodded. "That's easy." She flicked the long sword, and a jar of spirit wine appeared on the tip of the sword. Then, she steadily sent it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately showed a bitter expression, but under Gao Shueting's threatening gaze, he could only grit his teeth and pick up the wine jar. He drank heartily. Good, good, good. Gao Shueting clapped her hands and jumped around happily. She looked like a little girl who had gotten a new toy. After Yang Kai finished drinking, another jar of wine was sent to him. Yang Kai looked at her with a bitter expression. "Are you going to drink or not?" Gao Shueting's face suddenly turned cold. "Drink, drink, drink, drink." Yang Kai stared at the long sword under his crotch and nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. After drinking 13 jars of spirit wine that had been sealed for hundreds of years, Yang Kai burped and his body swayed. Under the sympathetic gazes of many elders, he struggled to open his mouth and said, "Brothers, senior sister, this little brother will take his leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell on his back. Trash! Gao Shueting kicked Yang Kai mercilessly. She sneered and leaned on Yang Kai, using Yang Kai as a cushion. She held the jar of wine with both hands and poured it into her mouth. The pure, dry, and strong wine turned into a rain of arrows, and was finished in a few breaths. With Yang Kai's example as an example, many elders did not dare to hesitate anymore. Each of them held a jar of wine and began to drink. For a time, the entire hall was filled with a gloomy fog, as if Azure Sun Temple was going to be destroyed by someone else. The spirit wine was very strong, and it could not be dissolved by using one's secret art. Even the emperors could not bear it. After a while, Qin Qian could not hold it anymore. She only felt that the whole world was shaking, and her eyelids seemed to be pressed by several mountains. She could not open her eyes. Her body tilted and she lay on the ground and fell asleep. After a while, another female elder followed in her footsteps. Yu Kuan and Di Rong were put down one after another. After another half a day, the hall was filled with snoring sounds. The elders of the Azure Sun Temple all fell to the ground. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked. When had the high and mighty the Emperor realm ever lost their self-control like this? And it was not just one or two, but a group. Gao Shueting was the only one who persevered and fought with the wine. It was not until she finished the last jar that she smacked her lips and fell to the ground. "How dare you gather in broad daylight to drink? What a scandal!" On Lingyu Peak, Deputy Temple Master Qiu Ran slammed the table. His beard was in a mess. The group of Azure Sun Temple elders in front of him all lowered their heads and looked embarrassed. "You are all elders of the Divine Hall. Each of you holds an important position and is the cornerstone of the Divine Hall. If there was a strong enemy yesterday, where would the Divine Hall's thousands of years of foundation go?" Qiu Ran said angrily, spittle flying everywhere. "Brother, we know we were wrong." Gao Shueting lowered her head and readily admitted her mistake. "You know you were wrong?" Qiu Ran was even more annoyed. He glared at Gao Shueting and shouted, "Do you think you can just say you know you were wrong?" Chapter 2778. Gao Shueting tilted her head and muttered, "What else do you want from me? No wonder you can't find a dual-day partner. You deserve to die alone." "What did you say?" Veins popped out on Qiu Ran's forehead. "Nothing." Gao Shueting's face was cold as she faced Qiu Ran's storm. She said responsibly, "But this happened because of me. Brother, if you want to punish someone, punish me alone. It has nothing to do with them." As soon as she said that, many elders nodded. Yu Kuan said, "Yes, brother. This happened because of Junior Sister Gao. We're all victims. If you want to punish someone, punish her alone. Punish her heavily. Don't punish her to appease the public's anger." Yang Kai stared at him as if he was meeting Yu Kuan for the first time. Qiu Ran sneered, "Who forced you to drink? Di Rong scratched his face and said, "Brother, you have sharp eyes." "That's right." "Bullshit." Chiu Ran was furious. "None of you can escape from what happened yesterday." When the group heard that, they were all dejected as if they had lost their parents. "If you want to punish someone, just do it. Why are you being so long-winded?" Gao Shueting shouted impatiently. "You have no sense of seniority at all." Chiu Ran slammed the table again. After a while, he said, "Yesterday's incident had a very bad impact. If the disciples know that they followed the example of their superiors, then what future does the temple have? In view of this, I'll punish you by deducting 3,000 elder contribution points." "No, Brother Chiu. 3,000 elder contribution points. Just kill me." "Brother, please have mercy." The group of elders suddenly yelled as if Chiu Ran had cut off a few pounds of their flesh. Chen Qian looked at Chiu Ran pitifully and said, "Brother, don't be like this." She actually used gentleness to launch an attack. She almost went up and acted coquettishly. "Don't embarrass yourself in front of me. If you dare to be long-winded again, I'll deduct another 2,000 elder contribution points." Chiu Ran's face was stern and detestable. His words seemed to pinch everyone's Achilles heel. The yelling stopped abruptly. Chiu Ran looked coldly at Gao Shueting. "As for you, you're the culprit. I'll deduct another 1,000 contribution points from you. A total of 4,000 elder contribution points and 3 months of confinement. If you do it again, you will be severely punished." Gao Shueting pursed her lips. It was obvious that she was dissatisfied, but she didn't say anything. Yang Kai felt sad. In the past, when he was a registered disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he did not have much contact with these elders. Even if he did have occasional interactions, there was a gap in status between them. He couldn't see their true nature. Today, as an elder, he was on equal footing with them. Only now did he have a comprehensive understanding of the noble character of this group of people. For a moment, Yang Kai felt as if his understanding of them had been refreshed. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and walked up to her with a dry smile. Chiu Ran pondered for a moment and said, "Junior Brother Yang, since this is your first offense, I'll let you off for now. Many punishments can be waived." Hearing this, Yang Kai looked happy and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Brother Chiu. Brother is really a good person." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes glared at him with hatred. "This is the only time. There won't be a next time. If there is a next time, there won't be a next time." Yang Kai promised solemnly. "That's for the best." Chiu Ran sighed deeply and said earnestly, "Junior Brother Yang, you have achieved so much at such a young age. You must have a promising future, so don't associate with this group of people. You must stay true to your heart." In a single sentence, Yang Kai didn't know whether to accept or not, making him feel extremely awkward. Fortunately, Chiu Ran didn't say anything more. He reprimanded the crowd a little and waved his hand to dismiss them. The group of elders also felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly left. After leaving Ling Yu Peak, the group of elders was dejected. Gao Shueting, who was leading the group, kept muttering, vaguely cursing. Her whole body was emitting a chilling aura that made people stay away. It was simply shocking. "Sigh, I just talked about the 3 taboos of the Divine Palace yesterday. I didn't expect that in just 2 days, Junior Brother Yang would be lucky enough to see 2 of them." Yu Kuan sighed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. He asked with concern, "Junior Brother, you didn't get scared, right?" "It's okay." Yang Kai nodded and asked curiously, "Why is everyone so afraid of Brother Chiu?" Chen Qian came up and whispered, "Brother Chiu is not only the deputy temple master of the Divine Palace, but also the Torture Hall elder. He is in charge of the temple masters and elders, and he is in charge of all the disciples. Who dares not to be afraid of him? Even the temple masters have to give him some face." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai understood and asked again, "Then, what is the elder contribution points?" When Chiu Ran said that he would deduct 3,000 elder contribution points from them, many of the elders acted as if their parents had died. This elder contribution point was obviously a good thing. Yu Kuan explained, "Junior Brother Yang, you have only been an elder for a few days, so you haven't come into contact with this thing yet. Every sect has elder contribution points, just like the Divine Palace. The disciples have disciple contribution points, and the elders have elder contribution points. These elder contribution points can be exchanged for many benefits in the Divine Palace. Intuitively speaking, one elder contribution point is equivalent to 1,000 high-rank source crystals. So expensive? Yang Kai was taken aback and silently calculated in his heart. 3,000 elder contribution points, wouldn't that be equivalent to 3 million high-rank source crystals? The 3 million high-rank source crystals they had spent on this meal were gone. No wonder these temple elders were so distressed. 3 million high-rank source crystals was not a small amount for them. Although elder contribution points can be exchanged for source crystals, there is a limit to the amount that can be exchanged for each year. Each person can only exchange for 2,000 elder contribution points each year. If you want more elder contribution points, you can only do things that are beneficial to the Divine Palace, such as completing various elder missions. Generally speaking, the amount of elder contribution points we can save up every year is no more than 5,000 to 6,000. That's right, elder contribution points are also very useful to us. For example, if you want to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror, you need elder contribution points. 2,000 elder contribution points are required to enter it once. You need elder contribution points to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror? Yang Kai was shocked. He really didn't know about this. Yu Kuan patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said sincerely, "Junior brother Yang, let's work hard together in the future." Yang Kai nodded casually, but Yu Kuan moved closer and said mysteriously, "I'll let you know in advance. In 3 months, you'll be the temple master. During that time, if you can go out, or enter secluded cultivation. Don't show yourself easily." Chen Qian nodded vigorously on the side as if she had experienced this before. "That's right, junior brother Yang. You've already seen 2 of the Divine Palace's 3 great taboos, so you definitely won't want to see a third." Yang Kai's face turned pale. Can it be more terrifying than senior sister drinking? Chen Qian carefully assessed the situation and said, "It's not that bad, but, in any case, it's not a good thing." Yu Kuan couldn't help but shudder. "I won't say any more, I have to go back and recuperate. My heart hurts so much, I'm going as well. Junior brother, if you have time, come visit my little spring peak." Chen Qian turned around and headed in another direction. After a while, all the elders dispersed and returned to their respective peaks. Gao Shueting, who had left first, was nowhere to be seen. She had probably returned to Purple Bamboo Peak. Qiu Ran had grounded her for 3 months, so she would definitely be angry for a while. Yang Kai returned to his Spirit Sword Peak and sighed as he looked at the messy wine jars in the Spirit Sword Hall. He reached out and picked up the wine jars, throwing them down the mountain. When he reached the 10th wine jar, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the jar and pounced at him. Yang Kai remained calm and pointed a finger at the black shadow. He immediately heard a whimper as the black shadow bounced back and fell to the ground. Looking down, Yang Kai was a little surprised. He saw a small black beast on the ground. It was only about the size of a palm. At first glance, it looked like a puppy. It was crawling on the ground, baring its teeth at Yang Kai and making a threatening sound from its throat. Where did this little thing come from? Yang Kai was surprised. The most important thing was that he didn't find any trace of this little beast before. Although he didn't deliberately investigate anything, such a living thing hiding in the wine jar should have been discovered. But in fact, Yang Kai didn't notice it until the little beast suddenly attacked. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that this little beast didn't seem to be anything special. It appeared in the wine jar of the Spirit Sword Hall because it was attracted by the wine. There were many birds and beasts in the Spirit Sword Peak, so this little beast should be a native of the Spirit Sword Peak. After observing for a while, Kai Yang sneered and stretched out his hand to grab the little beast. But he didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary little beast would sense danger approaching and try to dodge. As a result, it was still caught by Kai Yang. Caught in an instant, the little beast suddenly restrained its hostility. It drooped its tongue and huffed at Yang Kai like a real puppy. "You really know how to judge the situation," Yang Kai grinned, exerting a little force in his hand, and tossing the little beast away. After dealing with this inexplicable guest, Yang Kai took out the Elder's jade disc and opened the restriction formation of the Spirit Sword Peak. According to Chiu Ran's instructions, he was ready to refine the Spirit Sword Peak's earth vein and the jade disc. Only in this way could he really become the master of the Spirit Sword Peak. Refining was not difficult, but it consumed a lot of divine sense. It was easy for Yang Kai to find the location of the earth vein and grasp the fluctuations of the earth vein. After refining for 3 to 5 days, a stream of light flashed on the jade disc. At the same time, Yang Kai had a wonderful feeling in his heart, as if the jade disc in his hand and the whole Spirit Sword Peak were integrated into one. With a thought, the whole Spirit Sword Peak was under his control. The refining was complete. As soon as he put away the jade disc, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a familiar fluctuation of power outside the restriction formation. He was surprised and opened a hole in the restriction formation to let the outside person in. After a while, a stream of light flew in front of the Spirit Sword Hall, revealing Gao Xueting's figure. Chapter 2779. Senior Sister Gao, why are you here? Yang Kai was shocked. While speaking, he quietly looked outside to make sure that no one had seen him before closing the door of the Spirit Sword Hall. Gao Xueting frowned and said, "Why are you so sneaky? What are you planning?" Yang Kai glared at her and said, "What could I be planning? It's you who dared to run around after being grounded by Brother Chiu for 3 months. If Brother Chiu knew about this, he would definitely deduct your elder contribution points until you die." Gao Xueting sneered. "That old bastard just put me in confinement, but he didn't say that I was going to be locked up in Purple Bamboo Peak. I can go wherever I want in this divine palace." "That works?" Yang Kai was shocked. Most importantly, he was shocked by the way Gao Xueting addressed him as an old fart. Yang Kai felt that it was necessary for him to get to know Gao Xueting again. Gao Xueting sneered, "Sooner or later, I will take his position as an elder of the disciplinary hall. I will let him taste what it feels like to have his elder contribution points deducted and grounded." Yang Kai's mood was a little complicated. He didn't know if his decision to let Gao Xueting join Azure Sun Temple as a guest elder was the right one. As the saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. He originally thought that Gao Xueting was a noble and holy woman, but now it seemed that she was brought up by Wen Zishan. Her childhood memories were destroyed, and her body and mind were not healthy. How noble and holy could such a person be? His previous impression of her was just a facade. After really understanding her deeply, his worldview was completely destroyed. "By the way, Senior Sister Gao, why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai didn't want to talk about usurping power with her, so he quickly changed the topic. "Well, there's something." Gao Xueting nodded solemnly. Immediately, she flipped her palm and a space ring appeared, which she handed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and swept it with his divine sense. He raised his eyebrows and said, "So many emperor-grade spirit herbs. Is this the benefit of becoming an elder of the temple? The temple is really thoughtful, but I have a lot of spirit herbs here. You don't need these." Gao Xueting looked at him and said lightly, "You misunderstood. This is not your benefit. Spirit Sword Peak is your benefit. If you want, you can also ask Junior Sister Chen Qian for some conscript disciples to come to Lingjian Peak and help you manage the flowers and plants. This is also a kind of welfare. As for these spiritual herbs, what do you do?" "I want you to refine a spiritual pill," Gao Xueting replied. "Refined into pills?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "So many emperor-grade spirit herbs. Doesn't that mean I'll have to refine an emperor pill?" "That's right, I'm concocting the emperor pill." Gao Xueting nodded. "Our deity hall doesn't have an alchemist emperor of our own, but we have accumulated a lot of emperor-grade spirit herbs. It's rare for you to join us, so naturally, I'll leave them to you." Yang Kai was speechless. Gao Xueting chuckled and said, "Capable people are always busy. Junior brother, you refine something like the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. Although it has been many years and others may not remember it, as the leading elder, I remember it clearly. I've inquired about it. Being able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill means that you were almost at the level of an alchemist emperor at that time. After a few years, you should have made great progress in the alchemy Tao. If I don't leave these spiritual herbs to you, who else can I give them to? Do you want us deity hall elders to chew on peonies and waste God's gifts? By the way, the day before yesterday, you seem to have refined a furnace of emperor pills at my purple bamboo peak. TSK, you succeeded in half a day. You're really amazing. Although there are a lot of herbs, I believe in your ability. You should be able to finish refining after a year or so of seclusion. Yang Kai was silent for a while, then said seriously, "Can I refuse?" "Yes." Gao Shueting nodded. "No one forced you to do this." "Then I refuse." Yang Kai returned the ring. Gao Shueting took the ring, turned around, and left. As she walked, she sighed. I was kind enough to help you, but you didn't appreciate it. Forget it. I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the divine ascension mirror for the rest of your life." Yang Kai immediately raised his hand. "Senior sister, please wait." Gao Shueting turned around and looked at him with a smile. "Junior brother, do you have anything else to say?" Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "Senior sister, I would have forgotten about the divine ascension mirror if you hadn't mentioned it. A few days ago, I said that I wanted to enter the divine ascension mirror, but you said that someone was using it and that I shouldn't disturb it. May I ask when I can go in?" "Do you have elder contribution points?" Gao Shueting asked back. Gao Shueting sneered. 2,000 points per entry. You don't even have elder contribution points, yet you still want to enter the divine ascension mirror? Are you still drunk? But last time you weren't a deity hall elder. Now that you're a deity hall elder, you naturally have to follow the rules. Otherwise, anyone can enter as they please, and the experience in the divine ascension mirror won't be so precious anymore. Senior sister, how can you be like this? Yang Kai was heartbroken. Gao Shueting turned around and said sincerely, "Junior brother, with great power comes great responsibility. As the only alchemist in the deity hall, you have to shoulder the responsibility of refining emperor pills for the deity hall." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "Senior sister, you tricked me into becoming a deity hall elder a few days ago because you had this plan in mind. I'm so young, yet you had the heart to lie to me." Gao Shueting smiled. "When you refined the extraordinary treasure pill back then, I already had this plan in mind. I really was blind." Yang Kai lamented bitterly, as if a beautiful dream had been shattered by someone. When he woke up from his dream, he felt like he was being stabbed by a knife. His face was covered in blood and tears as he complained. Gao Shueting said, "Don't be angry. If you don't want to perform alchemy, there's another way." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Senior sister, please enlighten me. Didn't you say last time that the fifth disciple of the extraordinary treasure pill great emperors is the chief alchemist of your high heaven palace? Since you have subordinates, there's no need for you to do it yourself." That's not a bad idea. Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he pondered. After a while, Yang Kai made his decision and asked, "What are the benefits?" "One emperor pill is worth 10 elder contribution points. As long as you can take out 200 emperor pills, you can enter the divine ascension mirror once." "What a joke!" Yang Kai stomped his feet and said, 10 elder contribution points is only worth 10,000 high-rank source crystals. Which alchemist would give out something so cheap? Damn it. Those bastards ruined my plans and even told you the exchange rate. Gao Shueting's face darkened as she muttered angrily. Yang Kai's face darkened. "I heard them." Gao Shueting curled her lips. "Then what do you want?" "One emperor pill for 100 elder contribution points. That's acceptable." 100 elder contribution points was equivalent to 100,000 high-rank source crystals. Generally speaking, it was impossible for an alchemist to refine just one pill per batch. They would usually refine at least 4 or 5 pills. Alchemists outside would need to refine at least 500,000 high-rank source crystals per batch. Yang Kai's offer was almost the same price as the temple's alchemist outside. 20. Gao Shueting bargained without hesitation. 100. Yang Kai did not back down. In your dreams. 100 it is. 30 at most. After an arduous tug-of-war and haggling, Yang Kai finally gave in and agreed that one emperor pill was worth 50 elder contribution points with no upper limit. Come. Sign this soul contract. Gao Shueting flipped her hand and a contract exuding a strange fluctuation appeared. It was the soul contract produced by the Serene Soul Palace. This thing was common in the Eastern Territory, but it was priceless in the Southern Territory. Yang Kai had no idea where she got it from. Senior sister, aren't you looking down on me too much? Junior brother, although I'm young, I won't go back on my word, Yang Kai said with an insulted expression. Just sign it, Gao Shueting urged. Yang Kai could not persuade her and could only brand his soul brand on the soul contract. After signing the contract, Gao Shueting immediately beamed with joy and carefully put away the soul contract. She patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, Junior brother, senior sister's happiness in the future depends on you. Yang Kai was flattered by her words, but after thinking for a while, his face suddenly darkened and he said bitterly, Senior sister, this is the mission given to you by Brother Chiu, right? How many elder contribution points will you get after completing this mission? Same as you, Gao Shueting said without raising her head. What do you mean by same as me? The old bachelor offered me 1 emperor pill for 100 elder contribution points and asked me to persuade you to refine pills for the temple. I'll give you 50 elder contribution points, and I'll also get 50 elder contribution points. Naturally, I'll be the same as you. Haha. Yang Kai's smile suddenly became extremely sinister. Senior sister, it must have been hard for you to tell me this news so casually. Senior sister, you're such a good person. I'll remember you. Gao Shueting said lightly, young people, there are always many thorns on the road to growth. You'll learn from your mistakes and slowly get better. I really have to thank senior sister for her teachings. Yang Kai squeezed out these words from between his teeth, feeling the blood in his chest roil and a sweet taste in his throat. Gao Shueting smiled sweetly. Don't forget, you signed a soul contract. Then work hard. When you can enter the divine ascension mirror will depend on your progress. She turned around and lazily stretched before opening the door of the Spirit Sword Hall and looking up at the sky. The weather's pretty good. Her delicate body flickered and turned into a streak of light, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai clutched his chest with a pained expression. Half a day later, in a remote mountain valley behind Spirit Sword Peak, Yang Kai held the Elder's jade disc in his hand. With a single thought, he mobilized the power of the Earth Vein and Spirit Sword Peak's barrier, concealing a corner of this mountain valley. With this action, even if a third-layer Emperor Realm Master came to this mountain valley, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. Yang Kai sighed and took out all kinds of materials from his space ring, preparing to arrange a space array here. He didn't plan to hide this and even wanted to tell Wen Zishan about it, because once Azure Sun Temple and High Heaven Palace were connected, it would greatly benefit both sects. Hua Qingxi was currently collecting specialties from the Northern Territory, and as long as they transported them to the Southern Territory, they would definitely make a huge profit. Correspondingly, if Azure Sun Temple collected supplies from the Southern Territory and transported them to the Northern Territory, they would definitely make a huge profit. Not to mention, if they used a space array to connect the two places, the two sects would be able to help each other. Chapter 2780. Although the arrangement of the space array didn't have any effect in a short time, in the long run, it had a huge impact on both sects. This was also one of the reasons why Yang Kai agreed to become an elder of Azure Sun Temple. As long as he became an elder, he would have his own spirit peak, and the arrangement would be much simpler. But now that he had been cheated by Gao Shueting, Yang Kai had to reconsider. If Gao Shueting knew about this, then Ji Ying might become the exclusive alchemist of the temple in the future, and the High Heaven Palace would never be able to touch him again. For the time being, it was better to carry out this matter quietly. When the time was right in the future, it would not be too late to reveal everything. Half a day later, a brand new space array was set up, with the Elder's jade disc mobilizing the power of the Spirit Sword Peak to hide it. Unless Yang Kai himself was willing, even if Wen Zishan came here, he wouldn't be able to find it. Source crystals were inlaid on the space array, and the power of the space law was activated. With a flash of light, Yang Kai disappeared. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure appeared on the space array of the High Heaven Palace. After a while, on the main peak of the High Heaven Palace, Yaodan Peak, Yang Kai found Jiying. Seeing him again, Jiying was extremely surprised. "Brother Yang, you're back so soon?" Yang Kai looked helpless. He took the tea offered by the eldest disciple, sat down, and said with waning interest, "Don't mention it." Jiying smiled. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had encountered, he could see that he was in a bad mood, so he took out a jade bottle and threw it over. Yang Kai caught it and asked suspiciously, "What is this?" "Dragon blood pill." Jiying explained, "It's a spirit pill refined with the dragon blood flower from last time as the main material. It should be useful for Brother Yang." "This is the dragon blood pill?" Yang Kai was extremely surprised. He opened the jade bottle and poured out 3 blood-red pills. Each pill was about the size of a fingernail and exuded a bloody smell, but it was not pungent. Instead, it made people feel as if their blood was boiling. And from the looks of it, this dragon blood pill should be a low-grade emperor-level spirit pill. This is my first time refining this kind of spirit pill. It was inevitable that I was a little rusty. In the end, I only managed to form 3 pills. I hope Brother Yang doesn't blame me. Jiying said somewhat guiltily. Yang Kai laughed. "Brother Ji, you're too modest. 3 is already a very good result." Jiying was a pill emperor. Furthermore, he was the direct disciple of the great emperors of wondrous pills. However, he was able to refine 3 pills on his first try. This was enough to show his profound foundation in alchemy. If it was any other pill refiner, they definitely wouldn't have done as well as Jiying. Jiying waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "Brother Yang, you flatter me." In front of Yang Kai, who had defeated him fair and square with his alchemy skills. Jiying really couldn't be arrogant. After a pause, Jiying said, "But then again, although I've come to the High Heaven Palace, what exactly does Brother Yang want me to do? A few days ago, I went to look for General Manager Hua. She only told me to rest for a while and didn't give me any specific tasks. Now that I'm the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace, I can't just sit here and wait to die, right? I don't specialize in anything but alchemy." Yang Kai smiled and said, "What I want is Brother Ji's alchemy skills. Take a look at this." As he spoke, Yang Kai threw the ring that Gao Shueting gave him over. Jiying caught it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he was slightly stunned. So many emperor-level spirit herbs. Yang Kai said, "Brother Ji, you can refine as you see fit. There's no need to rush. Just let nature take its course." "All right, it's definitely not Brother Yang's request. There's another thing I need to ask Brother Ji. Please speak." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he asked, "How much does Brother Ji know about the flesh incarnation pill?" "Flesh incarnation pill?" Ji Ying's expression froze and his breathing became slightly hurried. Could it be that Brother Yang has a flesh incarnation fruit? Yang Kai thought to himself, "Not only do I have a flesh incarnation fruit, but I also have a flesh incarnation fruit tree. However, the ripe fruits on the fruit tree have already been picked, so the rest will probably take a long time to grow." Without hiding anything, Yang Kai reached out and took out a flesh incarnation fruit. Ji Ying's eyes lit up and he quickly got up. Carefully taking the flesh incarnation fruit, he swept it with his divine sense and examined it carefully. The more he looked, the more delighted he became. He nodded repeatedly and said, "It really is a flesh incarnation fruit. It's exactly the same as recorded in the ancient records. Wasn't this thing extinct long ago? How could it appear now?" While looking at it, he scratched his ears and cheeks. He simply couldn't bear to part with this flesh incarnation fruit. The so-called extinct thing is just that no one has discovered it. I obtained this thing by accident. Yang Kai had more than one flesh incarnation fruit in his possession, so he had a deep understanding of this. Ji Ying suddenly raised his head and asked, "Brother Yang wants to refine a flesh incarnation pill?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded and said somewhat awkwardly, "I wanted to refine it myself and have almost gathered all the materials, but I always felt that something was wrong. If the refinement fails, there won't be a second flesh incarnation fruit in this world, so I wanted to ask Brother Ji if he has a chance of successfully refining it. Ji Ying frowned and pondered for a while before carefully assessing the situation and replying, less than 30%. 30% was already a very small probability. Even Ji Ying only had a 30% chance of successfully refining a flesh incarnation pill, so even if Yang Kai's chances were better, it wouldn't be much better. Looking at it this way, it was indeed a wise decision not to rush into refining a flesh incarnation fruit. Can you ask the great emperors to take action? Yang Kai asked solemnly. Honored master? Ji Ying raised his head and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. Honored master has not performed alchemy since 3,000 years ago, but if it's a flesh incarnation fruit, he should be able to make an exception. I need to return to Medicine Pill Valley and report this matter to Honored Master. As for whether Honored Master will take action or not, that will depend on the will of the heavens. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Ji. This matter is not urgent. Brother Ji can return whenever you have time. I'll leave now. Ji Ying stood up. It seemed that the appearance of this flesh incarnation fruit was quite attractive to the great emperors, otherwise, Jing would not be in such a hurry. Yang Kai naturally did not urge him to stay. After sending Jing off, Yang Kai went to find Hua Qingxi and discussed the mountain ripple diagram with her. Hua Qingxi really knew about the mountain ripple diagram, but although she knew about it, she did not know how it was arranged. After all, she had only broken through to the Emperor realm a few years ago, so there were many things she did not know about before reaching the corresponding level. The South Gate Army should know about it, right? Hua Qingxi suddenly thought of someone. The mountain ripple diagram should be a miniature version of a spirit array. As an Emperor Array Master, the South Gate Army should know about it. Call him over. Hua Qingxi immediately took out a communication artifact and sent a message to the South Gate Army. After waiting for less than a cup of tea's time, the South Gate Army appeared in front of them. Palace Master, Head Chief, are you looking for me? The South Gate Army seemed to be doing well these days. At this moment, their faces were glowing and their previous dejection was swept away. Previously, they were tempted by Yang Kai with the Tao of Spirit Arrays and had no choice but to agree to join the High Heaven Palace for 10 years. In fact, the South Gate Army was quite unwilling, but as time passed, they seemed to have accepted their fate. Especially after Yang Kai gave full authority to arrange the spirit arrays of the entire High Heaven Palace, the South Gate Army gradually adapted to his identity as the Chief Emperor Array Master. These days he had been searching everywhere to repair and perfect the High Heaven Palace's spirit arrays, consuming countless materials. This feeling of squandering made him feel inexplicably wonderful. In the past, when he was alone, although he had freedom, his financial resources were limited. There were many profound and exquisite spirit arrays that he could not arrange even if he wanted to, but now that he had the entire High Heaven Palace as his backing and support, those theoretical spirit arrays were actually blooming brilliantly under his hands one by one. There was nothing that could make the South Gate Army happier than this. He suddenly realized that joining the High Heaven Palace seemed to be a good choice. Of course, the most important thing was still freedom. Although he was now the Chief Array Master of the High Heaven Palace, basically no one cared about him. He was completely in a state where he could do whatever he wanted. These days, he was extremely carefree and had a huge blueprint in his heart. He was just waiting for a long time to arrange a shocking spirit array in the High Heaven Palace. At that time, it might even be able to defend against the attacks of the great emperors. As for the attacks of the Emperor realm, as long as the spirit array was activated, they could only suffer outside. This dream was not impossible to realize, but the prerequisite was that the High Heaven Palace had enough financial resources to support his actions. Did the High Heaven Palace have the financial resources to do so? The South Gate Army felt that they did. That spirit array that could cross territory was a huge source of income. So when he heard Yang Kai's summon, he immediately put aside the matter at hand and rushed over without stopping. Hua Qingxi said, "Palace Master wants to make a mountain ripple diagram in the palace. Can you do it?" "Head Chief, are you looking down on me?" The South Gate Army squinted at Hua Qingxi and snorted, I don't even know how to make a mountain ripple diagram, so how can I call myself an array master? Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Then I'll leave this matter to you and head Chief Hua. The South Gate Army suddenly scratched his face and said, but I can't make a mountain ripple diagram by myself. But Yang Kai frowned. Just now, this guy was acting like he was the boss, but in the blink of an eye, he actually chickened out. What was the meaning of this? The South Gate Army said, it's like this, Palace Master. The mountain ripple diagram is both simple and difficult. Not only does it need an array master, it also needs an artifact refiner. Both of them need to work together to arrange it. Artifact refiner? That's right. Strictly speaking, the mountain ripple diagram is an artifact. Naturally, it needs an artifact refiner. Also, the requirements for the artifact refiner are very high. Ordinary artifact refiners can't refine the mountain ripple diagram at all. At the very least, they need to be DAO source grade high rank. The requirements are quite high. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered. He felt that it was a bit difficult. It couldn't be helped. Although the High Heaven Palace was small, it had everything. Whether it was an alchemist, an array master, or even a puppet master, they had all kinds of skills. The only thing they didn't have was an artifact refiner. The Southgate Army's words made Yang Kai realize a problem that couldn't be ignored. Should the High Heaven Palace recruit or train their own artifact refiners? In a large sect, all kinds of talents were indispensable. Chapter 2781. It was unrealistic to train an artifact refiner himself. Not only did it require a huge amount of resources, but it also required the accumulation of time. Maybe it would take decades, or even centuries. High Heaven Palace had just been established, so how could it have so much time to train an experienced artifact refiner? If the sect was on the right track in the future, it would be possible to train an artifact refiner himself, but for now, Hua Qingxi obviously also considered this issue and asked, Palace Master, why don't we recruit an artifact refiner? Anyway, the sect doesn't lack source crystals now. Just name the price and someone will come. Yang Kai nodded, I'll leave this matter to you. Palace Master, I have a candidate in mind. Nan Gate Dajuan suddenly interjected, if it's that person, the trivial mountain ripple diagram is nothing. You know an artifact refiner? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. In that case, invite him over. If this matter is successful, High Heaven Palace will not treat him unfairly. Nan Gate Dajuan laughed awkwardly and said with some embarrassment, this person is strong and his artifact refining skills are also very good, but he is a little troublesome. If I go alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to invite him. So arrogant? Yang Kai was surprised. You are also an array master, who would dare not give you face? Nan Gate Dajuan scratched his face and said, actually, I'm very approachable. Hua Qingxi looked at him with disdain. They had known each other for a long time, so she had some understanding of Nan Gate Dajuan's nature. It was also because the High Heaven Palace had shown great financial resources and strength, as well as Yang Kai's example of destroying the Seeking Passion sect, that they were able to suppress Nan Gate Dajuan, an array master. Otherwise, if it were someone else or another sect, Nan Gate Dajuan would have taught them what it meant to be arrogant and haughty. Any artifact refiner, alchemist, or array master with a little bit of skill, which one of them wasn't arrogant? Only the Palace Master, an Emperor Realm alchemist, usually didn't show off. He was an anomaly. Then let the Chief Steward accompany you. Yang Kai waved his hand. Okay. Hua Qingxi nodded. The South Gate Great Army said embarrassedly, I feel that this matter must be handled by you, Palace Master. Yang Kai was amused. This Palace Master has a myriad of affairs to attend to every day and is busy with official business. Where would I have the time to run around? Hua Qingxi's face was also filled with anger. I'm still the Chief Steward of the High Heaven Palace. Who would dare to look down on him? Could that person be an Emperor Weaponsmith? The Southern Gate Army's expression turned solemn as they nodded slightly. Yang Kai's expression shook as he asked in surprise, an Emperor Weaponsmith? Not bad. So, Palace Master, it's best that you make a trip there personally to show your sincerity. Kai Yang rubbed his chin, his eyes turning. If that's the case, indeed it's worth a trip. However, in your opinion, can this Emperor weaponsmith be used by our High Heaven Palace? The Southgate Army's expressions suddenly became strange. Palace Master, do you mean to recruit this guy into the sect? Yes. Yang Kai nodded matter-of-factly. From what you've said, this Emperor weaponsmith should be someone who doesn't belong to any sect. My High Heaven Palace is currently lacking talents in this area. It's rare to meet someone like this. How can we miss this opportunity? Oh. The Southgate Army suddenly felt a little awkward. After hesitating for a while, he said, Palace Master, if it's a short-term cooperation, then this Emperor weaponsmith will definitely help us. Once this person works with me to set up Mountain Ripple Map, I will chase him away. That person is indeed a very good choice. But if you want to keep him in Towering Palace, I don't recommend it. Yang Kai laughed and said, It said that people of the same trade are enemies. You're an array master and he's a weaponsmith. Both of you are proficient in different territories. There shouldn't be any conflicts, right? That's not the problem. It's just that, AI, Palace Master, if you see what that person looks like, you'll know what I mean. Regarding this Emperor weaponsmith, the Southgate Army seemed to be quite afraid and didn't explain it in detail. Yang Kai asked too many questions and just wanted to let Yang Kai see it for himself. He didn't want his words to cause Yang Kai to have preconceived notions. However, since there was an Emperor weaponsmith who was like a wild crane, Yang Kai could only follow the Southgate Army on this trip. Fortunately, there wasn't anything urgent to do recently. By the way, is there still no news from Zhuqing? Before leaving, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and asked Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, Is Palace Master worried about her? If you are, I'll ask Monster King to go and look for her. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand. He casually threw a jade slip and said without turning his head, This is the Star Soul Palace's decision on your punishment. Take a look. Hua Qingxi was shocked and reached out to take it. Her divine sense invaded it and checked it. Soon, her nervous expression disappeared and was replaced by a smile. The decision on her punishment in the jade slip was very simple. Hua Qingxi was still a disciple of the Star Soul Palace, but the Star Soul Palace would not interfere with her freedom. In other words, she could go wherever she wanted and it didn't matter even if she never returned to the Star Soul Palace. Although it was just a simple jade slip and not an official document of the Star Soul Palace, the jade slip contained Princess Lan Sun's soul brand. With this jade slip in hand, even if Hua Qingxi still had the status of a disciple of the Star Soul Palace, it was equivalent to leaving the Star Soul Palace and she would no longer have to worry about it in the future. This was the result of the discussion between Yang Kai and Lan Sun a few days ago. Although Lan Sun was the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon Palace and had a higher status than even the elders in the Star Soul Palace, Hua Qingxi was now a master in the Emperor realm. Even Lan Sun did not have the right to expel her at will. She gave Yang Kai face and since she could not expel Hua Qingxi from the Star Soul Palace, she would no longer restrict her freedom. Outside the High Heaven Palace, the Southgate Army threw out an object which suddenly grew in midair and turned into the shape of a small boat. He smiled and said, Palace Master, please. Yang Kai glanced at the flying boat and raised his brow. This thing is pretty good. This was obviously a flight-type artifact, and it was an Emperor artifact at that. Pretty good was more than enough to describe it. There weren't many Emperor artifact flight-type artifacts in the entire star boundary, and they were worth at least tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. The fact that the Southgate Army could have one showed how rich they were. The Southgate Army gave a hollow laugh. I won it from a bet. I can't afford this thing. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement and stepped up to the flying boat. This flying boat didn't look big to the naked eye, only about 10 meters in length, and could only accommodate 3 to 5 people standing side by side. However, when Yang Kai raised his foot, the Southgate Army suddenly formed a seal. A vortex-like passage immediately appeared above the flying boat. Yang Kai stepped into the vortex and his vision suddenly changed. He was stunned in place. What he saw was no longer a simple flying boat. The interior space was actually incomparably large. There was a large hall in front of him that could accommodate at least a few dozen people without feeling crowded. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that there were a few extremely luxurious rooms inside. There was even a staircase on the side, winding upwards. The interior of the flying boat had 2 levels of space. It was clearly a huge ship with multiple towers. The Southgate Army's figure appeared beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. "You won this treasure from a bet?" Previously, Yang Kai thought that this was just a simple flying boat artifact and estimated that it was worth tens of millions of high-rank source crystals, but now it seemed that this thing was worth at least hundreds of millions, perhaps even more. "I was just lucky." The Southgate Army laughed dryly, his expression a little unnatural. Obviously, he didn't want to continue discussing this topic, so he stretched out his hand and said, "Palace Master, you can find a place to rest. It's not far or near and will take about 3 days to get there." Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded and walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor, where he randomly found a room, pushed the door open, and glanced around. He found that this room was luxuriously decorated but also exquisitely. There was a sculpture of a monkey's head standing on one side, shading its eyes with its hand as it looked into the distance. It was a lifelike sculpture. Yang Kai frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that this monkey looked a little familiar. At that moment, the flying boat buzzed and sped up. Its speed went from slow to fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was no slower than a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master rushing at full speed. This made Yang Kai sigh even more. This was a good thing. He flew onto his bed, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Along the way, the flying boat was extremely smooth and didn't even feel the slightest vibration. No one dared to block the way and rob them. But then again, with how fast this flying ship was, perhaps only a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master would be able to stop it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The speed of the flying boat suddenly slowed down a lot, then it buzzed and came to a stop. Yang Kai opened his eyes and heard a knock on the door. Yang Kai got up and opened the door, only to see the Southgate Army standing outside. He said, "We're almost there, Palace Master. We'll need to fly the rest of the way." "Are there any barriers blocking the flying boat?" Yang Kai asked. "That's not it." The Southgate Army smiled awkwardly and explained, "It's just that we can't let that guy see this flying boat, otherwise it'll be a little troublesome." He didn't explain clearly, so Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and disembarked with the Southgate Army. Immediately, the sound of the rising and falling waves could be heard. The sea breeze that carried a slight fishy smell could be felt, making people feel relaxed and happy. Looking up, the sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. After flying all the way, they actually arrived at the sea. "That person lives on an island?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Yes." The Southgate Army nodded and led the way. "This way." The two immediately flew away. Although the Southgate Army had the Emperor Realm's cultivation, he wasn't good at fighting, and his Emperor Chi wasn't very pure, so his speed wasn't very fast. Yang Kai followed behind him unhurriedly. Looking down, the sea stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, some sea beasts would show up, which was quite interesting. After an hour, they suddenly heard the sound of seabirds. Yang Kai immediately understood that they should be arriving soon. In this vast sea, there were only a few islands where these ordinary birds would appear. Chapter 2782. Sure enough, after a short while, an island that was neither big nor small appeared before their eyes. It could be said to be a kind of visual enjoyment for an island with green mountains and clear waters to suddenly appear in this boundless sea. The island wasn't very big, only a few dozen acres in size. On the beach, the waves were breaking and birds were flying. Yang Kai and the Southern Gate Army landed. "Huh." Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked at the Southern Gate Army strangely. "Isn't that Grandmaster from No Sect? Why are there so many people on this island?" When he scanned the island with his divine sense just now, he clearly found traces of people on this island. There were at least 20 people, and there were even 5 or 6 people from the Emperor Realm among them. If it weren't for so many people from the Emperor Realm, Yang Kai would have thought that this island was the base of some small sect. However, no small sect could have so many people from the Emperor realm. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the Southern Gate army was about to explain when a stream of light suddenly rushed over. Obviously, it had sensed the auras of Yang Kai and the Southern Gate army and came to investigate. Palace Master, don't say anything later. I'll deal with it. The Southern Gate army hurriedly sent a message, as if he was afraid of something. Yang Kai frowned, feeling that this trip was a little strange. The stream of light dissipated, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man who was exuding a second-order Emperor realm cultivation. The man glanced at Yang Kai and the Southern Gate army and asked casually, "Who are you?" He didn't care too much about two first-order Emperor realm masters, so he wasn't too vigilant. When he asked the question, there was a faint trace of arrogance on his face. The Southern Gate army immediately gritted his teeth and replied, "We're here to collect debts." Debts? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the Southern Gate army, only to find that he had a serious and resentful look on his face, as if he was a creditor. What's going on? Yang Kai was full of doubts, but he couldn't ask clearly. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. "So you're a kindred spirit. How much does that guy owe you?" The Southern Gate army did not even need to think. 5 million high-grade source crystals. What about you? The middle-aged man snorted, 20 million. If I find him, I'll definitely skin him alive. How despicable. The South Gate army nodded in agreement. Pulling out his tendons and flaying his skin is too easy. If he falls into my hands, I will definitely let him taste all the torture in the world. Ha! The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. Very good. The army at the South Gate asked, "Are the people here all here to collect debts?" Not bad. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "We've also reached an agreement. If we can find that bastard, we'll stall him immediately and then warn him." The rest of the people immediately rushed over and made it impossible for that guy to escape. "Since the two of you are also here to collect debts, then I'll count you in. However, I have to remind you that there seems to be an extremely brilliant array formation on this island. Don't let go of anything suspicious." "Thank you." Da Juan cupped his fists. "It doesn't matter. We're all victims. We should help each other," the middle-aged man replied politely. He gave the army at the South Gate a few more words before turning around and flying off into the distance. The army at the South Gate watched him leave, then winked at Yang Kai before quietly moving to the other side of the island. "What's going on with that artifact refining Grandmaster?" Yang Kai asked. "So many people are here to collect debts. How much money does he owe?" "Who knows?" The army at the South Gate had a look of disappointment on his face. Yang Kai clicked his tongue and said, "Seeing how skilled you are in dealing with it, you seem to have expected this scene long ago." The army at the South Gate said with a bitter face, "That's why that guy is so hateful. This isn't the first time something like this has happened." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Isn't he an artifact refining Grandmaster? Shouldn't a few Emperor artifacts be enough to pay off the debt?" The army at the South Gate sighed. No matter how many Emperor artifacts he refines, he can't afford to gamble. "This Grandmaster actually gambles?" Yang Kai said in shock. "More than that, he's simply addicted to gambling." "That's fine, but he loses every time he gambles," the army at the South Gate said with a look of disdain. "That's why I said this guy is a bit troublesome." Yang Kai was suddenly startled and asked, "That flying boat Emperor artifact, don't tell me you won it from this Grandmaster?" The army at the South Gate blushed and said, "I was forced to do it. It wasn't my will." With just a few words, Yang Kai had a deep understanding of this Emperor artifact refiner he had never met before. This guy is really strange. He actually gambled with a flying Emperor artifact worth hundreds of millions of gold coins and lost. No wonder so many debtors are blocking his door. Although he's an Emperor artifact refiner, his life is really miserable. While talking, the two arrived at a mountain wall. The army at the South Gate sneakily released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that no one was paying attention, he suddenly took out a token and waved it. A ripple immediately appeared on a stone wall of the mountain wall, revealing a passage big enough for one person to enter and exit. The army at the south gate hurriedly rushed in and called out to Yang Kai at the same time. After Yang Kai entered, he closed the entrance. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's suspicion, the army at the south gate took the initiative to explain, "I helped her arrange this spirit array. Without this illusion array, she would have nowhere to hide." "You have a good relationship?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Palace Master, don't compare me to her." The army at the south gate had a look of disdain on his face. "If others know that I know her, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble." "Is it that serious?" Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. Southgate Dajuan poured out his grievances and said, "Palace Lord, you haven't experienced her shamelessness. Back then I helped her pay off a lot of debts. Those creditors came to me one by one. Even now, I still remember it vividly." As he said this, he actually shivered. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. It seemed that this Emperor Artifact Master had left a lot of psychological trauma in the army at the south gate. They walked all the way inside. After walking for several incense sticks worth of time, the front suddenly opened up. A huge karst cave appeared in their field of vision. There was nothing in the karst cave, but there were many forks in all directions. They didn't know where they led. "Palace Master, please wait a moment." After the army at the south gate said this, he turned his head and looked at the forks. After a short while, his eyes locked onto one of the forks and he coughed lightly, "Little Market, come out." No one responded, only the voice of the army at the south gate echoing in the karst cave. "Come out, do you think I can't see you?" The army at the south gate's face darkened and he shouted, "Don't come over or I'll die before you." Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded, but it was extremely weak, as if she had suffered a serious injury, and her words were full of self-abandonment. "A woman?" Yang Kai was stunned. Previously, when Nan Men de Jun introduced this Emperor Artifact Master, his face was full of disdain and disgust, and his words were like, "This guy is a bastard." Yang Kai thought it was a man, but he didn't expect it to be a woman. This came as a surprise to Yang Kai, but he soon relaxed. It wasn't as if he had never met a female artifact refiner before. Yang Yen was a top artifact refiner and spirit array grandmaster. The army at the south gate's face darkened and he angrily said, "Idiot, can't you recognize my voice?" The woman hidden in the forks was silent for a moment, but Yang Kai clearly felt a pair of eyes observing this place. A moment later, a figure wrapped in a breeze rushed over and stood not far away. "De Jun, it's you!" The woman cried out in surprise. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that although this woman's appearance wasn't enough to cause the downfall of a nation, she was still quite extraordinary. She wore a long floral dress that gave her a cute and playful appearance, but her figure was full of maturity. However, for some unknown reason, her expression was somewhat dispirited. The woman was very happy to meet an old friend after a long separation, and after a short pause, she rushed straight towards the army at the south gate. "What are you doing?" The army at the south gate was obviously prepared. He stretched out a hand and pressed it on her head, his emperor chi surging, firmly fixing her in place. The woman smiled flatteringly and said coquettishly, "De Jun." Yang Kai felt goosebumps all over his body, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable. "How dare you be so presumptuous?" The army at the south gate shouted angrily, his emperor chi surging in his palm as he tried to push her away. The woman resisted the pressure and took a few steps forward, rushing into the arms of the army at the south gate. She turned around and lightly landed on a smooth stone not far away, giggling. "My ring." The army at the south gate's face was dark as he touched his empty middle finger. When he looked up, he saw that the woman was holding the ring in her hand and waving it at him as if she was showing it off. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. Everything happened too quickly. Although he didn't see it too clearly, he still vaguely caught a trace of it. This Emperor Artifact Master was really fast. Even though the army at the south gate was prepared, she still managed to snatch away his space ring in an instant. Was she really an artifact refiner? "Give it back." The army at the south gate reached out to the woman with a cold face. The woman pouted her rosy lips and wiped away the soul imprint on the south gate Dajuan's ring. After searching for a while, She laughed and took out a few jars of wine from the ring. She said happily, "I knew you were the best to me." Saying so, she lay down on her side, tore open the seal, and poured the wine into her mouth. The space ring, however, was silently bounced back to her. The army at the south gate took it with a sullen face, not saying a word. Only the sound of gulping wine could be heard coming from the cave. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Before, when he learned that this Emperor Artifact Master was a gambling addict, Yang Kai did not feel much, but now that he saw her acting like a veteran drunkard, he even felt like leaving. Damn it. Another woman who was drinking. Gao Shuiting's actions a few days ago after drinking had cast an indelible shadow over Yang Kai's heart. Now that he saw this woman drinking, he could not help but recall the tragic experience of that day. His heart was beating like a drum. Chapter 2783. After downing several jars of wine, the woman let out a loud burp. With a comfortable expression, she wiped the wine from the corner of her mouth and let out a long sigh. "I'm finally alive." The dispirited look on her face was swept away and replaced with a rosy glow. There were still 2 jars left, but she didn't drink them and instead put them away in her space ring as if they were precious. Raising her head, she asked, "Dejun, are you here to save me?" Southern Gate Dejun smiled coldly. "What do you think?" "Then when will our wedding be held?" the woman asked. Scram. The woman curled her lips and muttered something under her breath. Looking at her mouth, it seemed like she was cursing, but in the blink of an eye, she looked at Yang Kai and asked Southern Gate Dejun with a smile, "Who is this little brother? He has a good figure. Do you have money? Do you have wine?" "Don't be presumptuous." Southern Gate Dejun coldly snorted, "This is my High Heaven Palace's palace master. You stupid woman, quickly come and greet him." "High Heaven Palace?" The woman tilted her head and thought for a moment before giggling, "I've never heard of it. Where did it come from?" Southern Gate Dejun quickly said, "It doesn't matter whether you've heard of it or not. What's important is that this king is now the chief array master of High Heaven Palace." The woman's cheeky grin instantly froze on her face as she stared at the Southern Gate army in astonishment, then glanced at Yang Kai before stepping forward and reaching out to touch the Southern Gate army's head. "What are you doing?" Southern Gate Dejun vigilantly took a step back. "Are you sick?" the woman asked curiously. "You're the one who's sick." Southern Gate Dejun angrily rebuked, "Your whole family is sick." The woman giggled, turned around, and landed on the shiny stone, then said condescendingly, "Since you're not sick, why did you join a sect? Didn't you always look down on those big and small sects before?" "Since I joined High Heaven Palace, I naturally have my reasons." Southern Gate Dejun hesitated for a moment before replying. The woman's face suddenly became serious. She had known Southern Gate Dejun for many years, from when they were still weak. They had cooperated many times and grown step by step to where they were today. It could be said that they knew each other very well. She was very clear about the attitude of the Southern Gate army towards those sects. If the Southern Gate army wanted to join any sect, it could be said that they could choose any sect in the entire star boundary. Even the sects of the great emperors were no exception. But in fact, the last time she saw the South Gate army, he was still alone. Now, she suddenly heard that this guy had joined a sect called the High Heaven Palace. The woman was extremely surprised. Palace Master of High Heaven Palace? He was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, so how powerful could the sect he founded be? What was so special about it that could attract people like the Southern Gate army? The woman tilted her head and carefully examined Yang Kai. It was as if she wanted to see a flower from him. Yang Kai looked back at her with a smile, but deep down he was worried. He thought to himself, should I just go back? Such an unreliable Emperor Artifact Master? Even if I did recruit her into the High Heaven Palace, it wouldn't be a good thing. After a while, the woman clenched her fist and hammered her palm. With a look of realization, she looked at the Southern Gate army in surprise. Dejun, after knowing each other for so many years, I finally know that you don't like women. No wonder you didn't want to marry me. The Southern Gate army was furious. He pointed at the woman and said with a trembling finger, "Stupid woman." He turned to look at the ashen-faced Yang Kai and said anxiously, Palace Master, this woman is crazy. Don't pay attention to her. Who are you scolding? The woman glared at him. Yang Kai took a step forward and said indifferently, I heard from Dejun that Sir is a top-notch Emperor artifact master. This young master came with great sincerity and expectations, but now it seems, tisk tiske, what do you mean by tiske tiske? The woman was unhappy. She rushed in front of Yang Kai and glared at him. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's collar and said angrily, explain yourself, or you'll get it. Let go. The Southern Gate Army was startled and quickly shouted. He wasn't worried about Yang Kai. He was just afraid that Yang Kai would be angry and the woman wouldn't have a good time. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so even if the woman was strong, she was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him and looked at the woman with disdain. He sneered, since you are a Grandmaster, you should act like one. I don't see a trace of a Grandmaster's demeanor on you. Instead, you look like a common woman. To be honest, this young master is very disappointed. The woman let go of his collar and sneered, what a joke. Do you think that a so-called Grandmaster must be sanctimonious and serious? This old lady was born like this. Yang Kai chuckled, so, you think you are a Grandmaster? The woman coldly snorted, I don't dare to say anything else, but when it comes to artifact refining, no one can surpass me in this world. Such big words. Be careful not to bite your tongue. The woman sneered, her confidence overflowing in her words. Anyone can talk, but I don't know what will happen when it comes to fighting. You want to fight? The woman glared at Yang Kai. Seeing his provocative look, she immediately became angry and said, good, 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 elder sister will let you die with understanding. She stretched out her hand and said to the Southern Gate Army, bring some materials. The Southern Gate Army glanced at Yang Kai inquiringly. At this time, he also understood what Yang Kai was planning. He obviously wanted to see the woman's artifact refining skills, so his words were so vicious. The woman did not fail to see Yang Kai's intentions, but being questioned in her own territory, she was naturally angry. Knowing that Yang Kai was using words to provoke her, she could only go with the flow. Seeing Yang Kai nod in agreement, the Southern Gate Army asked, what materials do you want? Anything. Only then did Southgate Dejun start searching through his space ring. During this period of time, as the Chief Array Master of Towering Palace, he had been busy with the matters of array formations. Setting up array formations required a large amount of materials, so there was a lot of materials in his space ring. Finding n or the size of a human head, he threw it to the woman. Yang Kai glanced at it and recognized that it was a piece of red feather corundum, which was famous for its toughness. When refining an artifact, if mixed with it, it could improve the toughness of the artifact. However, because of this, red feather corundum could only be used as an additive material, not as the main body of an artifact. But now that the Southern Gate Army had chosen such a piece of and no other materials, obviously he also intended to let the woman show off her skills. Open your eyes and look carefully, little brother, and don't blink. The woman took the red feather corundum and smiled coldly at Yang Kai. Her 5 fingers danced flexibly, and the head-sized red feather corundum rotated in her hand in an instant. The woman did not rush to refine, but instead took out a jar of wine and drank a big mouthful. After putting away the wine jar, the woman opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of wine. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk a burst of fire burst out, and the temperature in the cave rose sharply. The fire was not a normal color, but a faint white. It should be a special kind of heaven and earth flame. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Whether it was an artifact refiner or alchemist, the requirements for flames were extremely high. Having an excellent flame could often improve the efficiency and quality of alchemy and artifact refining. When the woman made this move, Yang Kai could see that she must be really skilled. Not to mention that she didn't even take out an artifact refining furnace. Obviously she was going to refine in the air. This kind of refinement had extremely high requirements for the refiner. Ordinary people simply could not do it. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that the woman's control over this flame had reached a transcendent level. The spirit wine flame directly wrapped around Chiyu Gang's stone, not a bit more, Not a bit less, not a bit more, not a bit more, not a bit more. In the high temperature, the head-sized red feather corundum stone melted quickly. The woman held it with one of her jade-like hands, and her 5 fingers moved nimbly. Drops of impurities were removed, and the red feather corundum stone continued to shrink. Just like when refining pills, one had to condense the medicinal liquid. When refining tools, one had to first remove the impurities. This was the most basic step, and also the step that tested the skills of alchemists and tool refiners the most. It would directly affect the quality of the final product. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully examined the situation of Akabane adamantium. The result was astonishing. After spending about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the woman actually removed all the impurities from the red feather adamantium stone, leaving not a trace behind. In this segment, she had already achieved perfection. Just this alone showed that she was worthy of the title of Grandmaster. Yang Kai showed a look of approval. Because of the various actions of this woman, his prejudice against her was slightly reduced. As long as she had real skills, some of the problems in life were not unbearable. After an incense stick worth of time, the head-sized red feather corundum stone had turned into a ball of pure mineral liquid the size of a fist. The woman raised her head and looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. "Little brother, it's not too late to beg for mercy. As long as you can give me a few million source crystals, this elder sister will be merciful enough to forgive you for your previous rudeness." "Ha!" Yang Kai sneered. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I hate stubborn men like you the most." The woman grit her teeth as she spoke to Yang Kai, her hands not stopping for a moment. The fingers of her small hand that was holding the mineral liquid continued to move, forming a series of seals and branding them into the mineral liquid. At the same time, the white flame in her hand also fluctuated between high and low, obviously trying to control the temperature of the flame. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the mineral liquid was slowly elongated, gradually taking the shape of a sword. With the passage of time and the woman's movements, the appearance of the long sword became clearer and clearer. The edge of the sword flashed with a sharp cold light, and a complex pattern appeared on the hilt. This refining process was a bit boring, and there was no particularly thrilling scene, but whether it was Yang Kai or the Southgate Army, they all watched intently. About an hour later, the woman suddenly grabbed the wine jar again and drank a mouthful of wine. At the same time, the strange flame suddenly disappeared, accompanied by a sizzling sound, and bursts of light appeared on the long sword. "Finish." The woman threw the long sword into the air, and after it fell straight down, it was firmly inserted in the ground, more than a foot into the ground. Chapter 2784. The ground of this cave was extremely hard, but now, the red feather steel sword was able to sink a foot into the ground due to the inertia of falling from the air, which was enough to show how sharp this sword was. What was even more remarkable was that this sword was refined from a piece of red feather steel stone without any other materials, so although its toughness was good, it was definitely not known for its sharpness. This point alone allowed Yang Kai to have a general evaluation of this woman's artifact refining skills. Reaching out, the scarlet feather steel sword landed firmly in Yang Kai's palm. When Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, the sword hummed and vibrated. With a shake of his hand, the long sword actually formed a wave-like trajectory, as soft as a rope. Dao Source Grade Low Rank. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. "Haha." The woman stood on top of the rock, opened her arms, and laughed wildly. "All of you will submit to this old lady's magical and great artifact refining skills." The Southern Gate Army's face went black. "Palace Master, why don't we just go back now?" If the Southern Gate Army had made such a suggestion before this woman began her artifact refining, Yang Kai might have just gone with the flow, but after seeing this woman's artifact refining skills, he had other plans. Although the woman in front of him looked extremely unreliable, she was very capable. Moreover, she wasn't just an ordinary person. "Little brother, are you convinced now?" The woman looked at Yang Kai triumphantly, with a look of worship on her face. "Not bad," Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Not bad." The woman's expression became fierce as she said slowly, "Not wrong." Such a miraculous method was actually exchanged for a mere, not bad, evaluation? The woman's face turned cold as she waved her hand like she was swatting a fly. Go, 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 you are not welcome here, get as far away as you can. Originally, seeing that this boy was a guest brought by the Southern Gate Army, the woman had to give him some face, otherwise, she would not have deliberately shown her artifact refining skills. But now, Yang Kai's indifferent evaluation made her burn with anger, so she directly tried to drive him away. She no longer had the slightest interest in talking to him. She hated this kind of guy who didn't know how to appreciate and pretended to know. Yang Kai smiled. Not bad indeed. The woman's expression turned cold, and she said indifferently, Little brother, be careful that trouble comes from careless talk. Don't look at me like this. I only need to say a word and you will die without a burial ground. Southgate Dajuan chuckled and said, Little Mari, your words are too big. Be careful that you won't be able to clean up the mess. The woman snorted, I'm an emperor weaponsmith. If I really wanted to kill someone, would I be afraid that no one would do it for me? Don't look at how those fellows outside are jealous of this old lady's debt collection. If this old lady really wants to negotiate with them, they can all become hired thugs. The Southgate Great Army said indifferently, The Palace Lord is a pill emperor. The woman looked at Yang Kai in surprise, then tilted her head to look at Southgate Dajuan, as if she could see traces of lying on his face, but the result made her extremely disappointed. Southgate Dajuan's face was serious, and his expression was solemn. Furthermore, based on her understanding of the Southgate Army, he would never lie about something like this. Pill Emperor? So young? The woman was a little frightened. However, she still stubbornly said, So what? Emperor Weaponsmith, Emperor Pill Emperor, everyone is about the same. Thinking about it, it was funny. This nameless island actually gathered an Emperor Weaponsmith, an Emperor Pill Emperor, and an Emperor Array Emperor. Such a lineup could be said to be terrifying. Most likely, any sect that saw this would have their eyes lit up and would try to rope them in at all costs. Yang Kai said, Grandmaster Ho, right? It seems that Grandmaster Ho is very dissatisfied with this young master's evaluation. The woman snorted, Whatever, I'm not related to you in any way. How you evaluate is your own business. If this young master says it's not bad, that's because I've seen better weaponsmiths. As soon as these words came out, the woman immediately jumped up and cursed, Nonsense! How can there be a better weaponsmith in this world than this old lady? In the Tao of weaponsmithing, this old lady is number one in the world. She turned to glare at Southgate Great Army and gritted her teeth. Can I beat this kid? Southgate Great Army shook his head and said, What number one? In any territory, no one dared to claim to be number one in the world. Perhaps the wondrous Pill Great Emperors could boast so much in the Tao of alchemy. But this woman obviously did not have such weight. You don't believe me, Grandmaster Ho? Yang Kai's mouth hooked up, revealing a subtle smile. The woman snorted, Since you say so, then take me to find a better weaponsmith. This old lady wants to see who's stronger and who's weaker. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know where she is now. The woman curled her lips with a look of disdain, obviously thinking that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. But Yang Kai changed the topic. If I can prove that there is someone in this world who is better than you in weaponsmithing, then what? What's the harm in marrying you? The woman sneered as she tugged at her floral dress, puffed out her chest and said, This old lady has face, breasts, and figure. Even now, I am still a virgin, so don't say you don't like me. Yang Kai glanced at Southgate Great Army, who stretched out his hand and put a helpless expression on his face. Obviously, he had long since learned about this woman's shamelessness. Yang Kai nodded before taking out an object from his space ring and tossing it to the woman. Then please take a look at this, Grandmaster Ho. The woman reached out and caught it, glanced over it, and sneered disdainfully, An origin-grade artifact? Where did this toy come from? Oh, it's a battleship. An origin-grade artifact was something only an origin-returning realm cultivator could use. For someone at her level, it was indeed a toy that had no use at all. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, The simpler and lower the grade of an object, the better one's ability to refine it, isn't that so? The woman frowned slightly, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view in a rare moment. You're right. Just like cooking, what tested a chef's foundation was not some expensive dish, but the simplest stir-fried potato shreds. The woman's expression suddenly became serious, and the contempt in her eyes disappeared, replaced by caution and surprise. She turned the small battleship over and over in her hand, her divine sense surging, apparently to investigate its internal structure. Palace Master? Do you really intend to recruit this woman into High Heaven Palace? Southgate Great Army quietly asked. You've seen what kind of virtue she has. If she really enters High Heaven Palace, who knows what kind of trouble she'll cause. She's eccentric and does whatever she wants. It's just that she hasn't met anyone who can subdue her. Is Palace Master confident in subduing her? Yang Kai shook his head. If I want to subdue her, the only way is to defeat her in her territory. I don't have that ability. In this regard, Southgate Great Army deeply understood. The reason why he agreed to join High Heaven Palace was not because Yang Kai was sincere, nor was it because Yang Kai was good to him, but because there was something in High Heaven Palace that interested him in his territory that he could not decipher. This was the main reason. Although I don't have this ability, others do. Yang Kai showed a mysterious smile. This is an origin-grade ship? Southgate Great Army frowned, realizing the crux of the problem. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and no longer said anything. An origin-grade ship, for Yang Kai, was far too low of a grade, but it was a battleship personally refined by Yang Inflammation, something Yang Kai had brought from Shadowed Star. Yang Inflammation's artifact refining skills were something Yang Kai had deeply experienced. If this Grandmaster Ho's artifact refining skills were even better than Yang Inflammation's, then Yang Kai would naturally have nothing to say. However, Yang Kai felt that this was unlikely. This could be seen from the dignified expression on the woman's face at the moment. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. A trivial origin-grade ship, in the eyes of Yang Kai and Southgate Great Army, was just a low-grade artifact, but in the eyes of this woman, it was an extremely exquisite artifact. Time passed slowly and the cave remained silent. The woman's expression became more and more dignified, a fine layer of sweat oozing from her forehead. This detail shocked and horrified Southgate Great Army. The woman's reaction was obviously because this origin-grade ship had given her a great shock. Although the Southgate Great Army did not acknowledge her claim to be the world's #1 artifact refiner, they subconsciously felt that in terms of artifact refining, there was basically no one in the entire star boundary who could match her. But now, it seemed that in this world, there was always a mountain higher than the other. Who had refined this origin-grade ship, and where had the Palace Master obtained it? How could it have such a magical effect? Activate it. The woman suddenly raised her head and ordered Yang Kai, her tone not polite at all. Yang Kai didn't pay her any mind and simply formed a seal with his hand, causing the palm-sized battleship to immediately swell up to 15 meters in length and pitch black in color. Yang Kai opened the hatch again and the woman entered the battleship in a flash. From the looks of it, she would need to carefully inspect the ship from inside out. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and simply waited outside with the Southgate Great Army. By this time, Yang Kai was already 80% sure that this was the case, so it all depended on whether the woman admitted it or not. Half an hour later, the woman suddenly walked out of the battleship with a dull look on her face. She was like a walking corpse, like a young girl who had been brutally ravaged by dozens of burly men. Even her footsteps were stiff and mechanical. Only her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Her lips gently opened and closed, but no one knew what she was muttering. Yang Kai and the Southgate Great Army glanced at each other and tactfully chose not to disturb her. 1 hour, 2 hours, half a day, one night. After a full 2 days, the woman suddenly changed. Her eyes became brighter and brighter as she suddenly jumped up and clapped her hands. I understand, so that's how it is. She had actually gained something. Seeing this, the Southgate Great Army breathed a long sigh of relief. 2 days ago, he had been very worried. Although after so many years of being together, this woman had often done some infuriating things, in the end, they were still old friends. Seeing this woman's demonic appearance, the Southgate Great Army was really worried that she would become the demon race. But now, it seemed that he had been worried for nothing. This allowed the Southgate Great Army to feel relieved, but at the same time, they also felt a little angry. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. With this woman's previous actions, it was likely that she would live as long as the heavens and earth, shining as brightly as the sun and moon, so what was the point in worrying about her? Chapter 2785. How is it? Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. Oh. The woman scratched her head, turned her eyes to the side, and said with a hollow laugh, "This battleship is really good, huh?" Southgate Army commander smiled and said, "Little Ho, do you still remember what you said before?" The woman glared at him fiercely before putting on a stubborn posture and looking at Yang Kai. She said, "All right, although I have some small flaws in my character." Small flaws? Southgate Army commander's forehead bulged. "But I also have my advantages. My biggest advantage is that I accept defeat." The woman looked at Yang Kai and said, "Since that's the case, when will we get married?" "There's no need to get married." Yang Kai raised his hand and refused. "Grandmaster Ho is a Grandmaster Artifact Refining. This young master came here mainly to invite you to the High Heaven Palace as the Chief Artifact Refiner. I hope Grandmaster Ho won't take offense if I offended you before." The woman covered her mouth and giggled. Little brother really knows how to talk. Her face suddenly became serious as she said, "Let's be clear, it was you who didn't want me to fulfill the agreement, not me. My reputation cannot be tarnished." Army commander can testify. Yang Kai smiled and added, "The premise is that Grandmaster Ho is willing to return to the High Heaven Palace with me." When the woman heard this, her expression became serious. She tilted her head and cast a glance at the army at the south gate. After careful consideration, she said, "If it weren't for the army, no matter how many benefits your towering palace has, I wouldn't have considered it. But since Army Commander has already joined, let's join in the fun. I won't let Grandmaster Ho down." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Don't be in such a hurry." The woman raised her hand and said, "Before that, I have a condition." Yang Kai frowned and nodded. "Speak." The woman turned around and came to the back of the rock. She lifted her leg and pressed her floral dress to her waist. She stepped on the rock with one foot, leaving half of her body exposed, but she didn't care. It was unknown when a dice cup appeared in his hand. He shook it in a daze for a while. A series of crackling sounds came from the dice cup. After a moment, he covered the rock. He roared, "Let's make a bet. The stake is this battle arc." "That's your condition?" Yang Kai asked in astonishment. "That's right." The woman nodded. Yang Kai was speechless. He had heard from the soldiers at the south gate that Master Ho was a gambling addict, but he had never had the chance to learn from him. He did not expect him to do something like this before he left. This origin-grade boat refined by Yang Yen should be extremely attractive to her. That was why she wanted to use Yang Kai as a stake. Alright. Yang Kai naturally didn't have a problem. It was just a gamble. "If I win, so what? What's your bet?" "I have something to compensate you." The woman snorted and shouted, "Big or small?" Yang Kai glanced at the Southgate Army, who said, "Palace Master can bet as much as you want. You don't have to worry about her doing anything. This girl is extremely serious when it comes to gambling. She won't go back on her word." "Then let's bet big," Yang Kai said casually. In any case, winning or losing didn't matter. Even if he lost, it was just a matter of losing an origin-grade boat. The Southgate Army quietly took out a space ring, threw it on the rock, and said, "I'll bet big too." The woman sneered at the Southgate Army, "Be careful not to lose everything." "Don't worry, I can beat you with my eyes closed." Come, place your bets. Open." A moment later, the woman's left hand grabbed her right wrist and shook it vigorously. Her eyes were filled with pain, as if she had killed her father. "Cut off my hand." "How can it be big?" The Southgate Army calmly took back the space ring and said, "Little Marquis, you owe me a total of 50 million source crystals. Keep the tab." The woman glared at him angrily before looking at Yang Kai. Sighing, she said, Since you've lost, I'll give you something. While speaking, she reached into her clothes, grabbed something, and tossed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it without any warning, but after taking a closer look, he almost had a nosebleed. The woman chuckled, "Our corset. It's still warm." Yang Kai's face darkened. "What do I need this for?" The woman said meaningfully, "Who knows?" Yang Kai sighed and was about to return the exquisite corset to the other party when he suddenly frowned. He stretched out his hand and shook off the corset, spreading it on his palm to examine it carefully. The woman was planning to laugh at Yang Kai, but when she saw him like this, her heart skipped a beat and she quietly sent a message to the Southgate Army. "Army, is our palace master a novice? Won't he eat me if I tease him like this?" The Southgate Army smiled contemptuously. "What's wrong with me?" The woman suddenly became unhappy. Yang Kai, on the other hand, saw a clue and looked up at the woman in amazement, asking in surprise, "Are you Master Monkey?" The woman was stunned for a moment before blinking. "Yes, my surname is Ho and my name is Yu." "So you are Master Monkey." Yang Kai laughed and pointed to the monkey head symbol on the corset. Ho Yu understood what he was talking about and smiled slightly. "So you were talking about this?" "Yes, I am the elusive artifact refining Grandmaster, Master Monkey." "It's you." Yang Kai's eyes widened, but then he nodded slightly and said, "I should have known." On the airship of the Southgate Army, Yang Kai saw a monkey head sculpture. At that time, he vaguely felt that he had seen it before, but before he had time to think about it, he was interrupted. At this moment, seeing the monkey head symbol on the corset again, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he took Qin Yu to an auction in Maplewood City a few days ago, he bought her a flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, which cost a lot of high-rank source crystals. The flowing cloud butterfly hairpin had a monkey head symbol on it. According to Qin Yu at that time, Master Monkey was a very mysterious artifact refining Grandmaster, and no one even knew whether he was a man or a woman. However, the artifacts refined by Master Monkey were all high quality and could be sold at a high price. Master Monkey's name was well known in the southern region. However, no one would have expected that Master Monkey's true identity was actually a woman. Moreover, she was a strange woman who liked to drink, gamble, and lose every time she gambled. This was really a pleasant surprise. Originally, Ho Yu's artifact refining skills were extremely good, and with the addition of Master Monkey's name, High Heaven Palace had profited greatly this time. Now, High Heaven Palace had gathered Emperor Alchemists, Emperor Array Masters, Emperor Artifact Masters, and even dabbled in the Tao of puppetry. With 3 Monster Kings in charge and a space array connecting the territory, it was easy to imagine that no one could stop the rise of the sect. Yang Kai was in a good mood and waved his hand. "This Origin Grade boat is a gift to you. In any case, for me, it's just a token of remembrance." "Really?" Ho Yu was overjoyed and a smile spread across her face as she bowed to Yang Kai and said gently, "Then this mistress thanks Palace Master for the gift." Yang Kai was not used to her suddenly acting like this. In the blink of an eye, Ho Yu returned to her usual self and rushed to the Origin Grade boat, opening her arms and hugging it as if she was holding a peerless treasure. Yang Kai removed the soul brand and Ho Yu refined it again before putting it away solemnly. "Palace Master, if there is a chance in the future, I hope you can introduce me to the person who refined this battle boat." Ho Yu walked back and said with a solemn expression. "There will be a chance." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Do you have anything else to pack? If not, let's go." Ho Yu sneered, "I don't have anything on me." Years of gambling had caused her to lose almost all of her family's property. Although she was an Emperor Artifact Master, she was actually very poor. "Then let's go," Yang Kai said. "Please don't resist." Saying so, Yang Kai wrapped them in his space principles and Emperor Qi, and with a single thought, they disappeared from the cave. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them reappeared above the island. The Southgate Army was already prepared, so they did not feel anything, but Ho Yu was taken aback and asked in amazement, "Spatial teleportation?" In an instant, they had teleported from the cave to this place, breaking through many barriers and spirit arrays. Ho Yu did not feel any trace of Yang Kai using an artifact at all, so there was only one explanation for this. "Palace Master, Are you proficient in space principles? Our palace master's divine technique is vast. You will be amazed in the future. The Southgate army grinned meaningfully. Hou Yu's heart trembled as he secretly rejoiced that he did not confront Yang Kai head-on before, otherwise his strength would not be enough. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so how terrifying would an opponent proficient in space principles be? Not good. Hou Yu's pretty face suddenly turned pale as she urged Yang Kai. Let's go, or it will be too late. Yang Kai naturally knew what she was worried about and said, in the future, my High Heaven Palace's name will shake the world, and as the chief artifact refiner of my High Heaven Palace, you will not be able to hide it. Instead of letting these people come to High Heaven Palace and ruin my High Heaven Palace's reputation in the future, it is better to pay off your debts now. Palace Master, Hou Yu showed a moved expression. But Yang Kai's next words shattered her feelings completely. All the repayment today will be deducted from your future monthly salary. Stinking woman, you finally came out. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. At the same time, a stream of light flew over from the distance, and at the same time, a warning whistle rang out in all directions. A moment later, a figure appeared from the stream of light. It was the middle-aged man Yang Kai and the Southgate army met when they first arrived on the island 2 days ago. This man's second-order Emperor Realm aura was extremely powerful and unstoppable, and his divine sense was locked onto Hou Yu, making it clear that he would not allow her to escape. He pounced forward and stretched out his hand to grab Hou Yu. An astonishing pressure descended like a mountain, and Hou Yu could not help but turn pale. Even the Southgate army's figures swayed. Both of them were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so facing an angry Second-Order Emperor Realm Master was naturally difficult. Ing Qifeng even found it difficult to breathe. Chapter 2786. Facing the middle-aged man's terrifying attack, Yang Kai took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the pressure weighing down on Hou Yu and the Southern Gate army instantly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai gently pointed his finger forward. It seemed simple, but it was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he hurriedly clenched his fist and pushed his Emperor Qi to meet Yang Kai's attack head-on. With a soft poochie sound, the middle-aged man's aura instantly deflated like a deflated balloon. He couldn't help but take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. On the other hand, Yang Kai was as still as a mountain. His aura was steady, and as the sea breeze blew, his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Hou Yu was stunned as he stared at Yang Kai's back in a daze. For a moment, Yang Kai looked like a celestial being. Am I seeing things? How can a First-Order Emperor Realm Master be so powerful? Hou Yu and the Southern Gate army were also First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but under the suppression of this attack, they found it extremely difficult to breathe. However, this High Heaven Palace Master was able to repel them with a single finger. You! The middle-aged man was also shocked. In that instant, what he saw was not a finger, but a sharp blade slashing towards him. The aura of death enveloped his body, making it impossible for him to dodge or block. Just when he thought he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die, the other party easily broke through his defenses and only forced him to retreat. He didn't really kill him, nor did he even hurt him. All he did was cause his aura to become slightly chaotic. Are you in cahoots? The middle-aged man recognized Yang Kai and the Southern Gate army at this moment. He had seen these two when they first arrived on the island 2 days ago. At that time, the other person said that they were here to collect a debt, and he naively believed him. But now, it seemed that these two were not here to collect a debt, but were clearly accomplices of that hateful woman. If they were ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, he wouldn't need to worry about them, but he had just taken Yang Kai's finger and witnessed Yang Kai's strength. He was very wary of them. If they really shed all pretense of cordiality and fought, he might not be his opponent. As his mind raced, the middle-aged man regained his composure and shouted, "No matter what. Today, you can either return the money or pay with your life." As soon as he finished speaking, figures rushed over from all directions and gathered around the middle-aged man. Those people had all stayed on the island the entire time. They were looking for Hou to collect their debts. There were more than 20 of them, 5 of which were from the Emperor realm. Other than the middle-aged man, who was a second-order Emperor realm master, the remaining 4 were all first-order emperors. With so many people standing by his side, the fear in the middle-aged man's heart lessened slightly. He alone was not a match for that young man, but with so many people, how could he not be a match for him? A fierce tiger does not fight against a pack of wolves, and 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. No matter how strong the other party is, he can't beat one person. As soon as these people appeared, they all looked at Hou with hatred and anger. It was as if they had some sort of irreconcilable enmity with her. However, they didn't speak casually. It was obvious that they were following the lead of the middle-aged man. "Friend, this woman owes us a lot of source crystals. If you insist on sheltering her, don't blame us for not giving you face." The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. "Is everyone here?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and swept his gaze across the crowd before landing on the middle-aged man again. He said calmly, "Debts must be repaid. What she owes you, I will pay it back for her." "You paid it back for her?" The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard this. Looking at Yang Kai, he asked, "Do you know how much she owes?" "I'll pay as much as she owes," Yang Kai said lightly. Hou gulped and quietly poked the Southern Gate Army, asking, "Is our palace master very rich?" The Southern Gate Army glanced at her and sneered, "What does it have to do with you? Anyway, palace master will pay off your debt this time and deduct it from your monthly salary. I guess you will have to stay in High Heaven Palace for the rest of your life." Hou heard this. Her pretty face suddenly changed as she grabbed the Southern Gate Army's arm and said, "Army, you can't abandon me. I joined the High Heaven Palace because of you. If you want to leave in the future, you can't go alone. You must take me with you." The Southern Gate Army continued to sneer and pulled his arm out. On the other side, hearing Yang Kai's bold words, everyone had different reactions. Some looked happy, while others looked skeptical. After all, the amount of debt owed by this woman was not small, but this young man actually said that he would pay it back. Did he have the financial resources to do so? Those were not low-rank or mid-rank source crystals, but tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Even the High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace would not be able to bear such a debt easily. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" The middle-aged man frowned and looked at Yang Kai. "With such amazing strength and the courage to boast so shamelessly, you can't be a nobody, right? It's just paying back the debt. Why are you asking so much?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. The Southern Gate Army said, "This is the High Heaven Palace's palace master, Yang Kai. You should be familiar with him, right?" "What? The High Heaven Palace's palace master? The High Heaven Palace that destroyed the Seeking Passion sect and took over the nest of a magpie? I heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master is a young man, and his cultivation is indeed at the First Order Emperor realm. It seems..." "See." Hearing the Southern Gate Army's introduction, the group of people was shocked. While gasping, they began to look at Yang Kai again. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. It turned out that this was the High Heaven Palace's palace master, who had been the talk of the town in the Northern Territory recently. The destruction of the Seeking Passion sect had caused an uproar in the entire Northern Territory. Although the High Heaven Palace had just been established, its name was like the sun in the sky. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory, so anyone with a little bit of information would be familiar with this name. To be able to destroy a deep-rooted behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect, the strength of the High Heaven Palace could be imagined. It was rumored that there were 3 monster kings in the High Heaven Palace, and even the Seeking Passion sect's sect master, Feng Xian, was destroyed with a snap of his fingers. But now, it seemed that High Firmament Palace didn't just rely on the 3 monster kings to succeed. This seemingly young palace master wasn't easy to deal with either. With just a First-Order Emperor realm cultivation, he was able to easily suppress Yang Kai. Even in the entire star boundary, there weren't many people who could do this. Fortunately, the conflict between them wasn't too deep, otherwise, there would be no place for Yang Kai in the Northern Territory in the future. Thinking so, the middle-aged man's expression turned solemn as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "So it is Palace Master Yang. Please forgive my rudeness." Seeing him like this, the others also hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted him, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Xiao Ho is a member of my High Heaven Palace. She has caused trouble for everyone during this time. And how many source crystals does she owe you? Everyone, please give me a price. This palace master will help her pay it all." Everyone suddenly looked at each other in dismay. Before they knew Yang Kai's identity, it was reasonable to doubt whether he had the ability to pay back the money, but now that they knew that he was the High Heaven Palace's palace master, they had a headache whether to collect the debt or not. After all, these debts were gambling debts, not serious transactions. If they offended the High Heaven Palace because of this matter, they were afraid that the gains would not make up for the losses. But if they didn't accept it, they would be unwilling. This was not a small number. So, although Yang Kai was very sincere in wanting to pay back the money for Hoyu, no one spoke up. Yang Kai observed them carefully, so how could he not know what they were afraid of? With a thought, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I remember that Xiao Ho owes your excellency 2,000 high-rank source crystals, right?" The middle-aged man nodded and admitted. This was what he had told Yang Kai and the Southgate Army 2 days ago. "Then please count, the number is correct." Yang Kai casually tossed a space ring to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man reached out and caught it. After sweeping it with his divine sense, he confirmed that the number was correct. With things having reached this point, he could only say, "It is indeed 20 million. With this opening, the rest of the people no longer hesitated and one by one reported the number of source crystals Hoyu owed them or the forces behind her. The minimum was 1 or 2 million high-rank source crystals, while the maximum was tens of millions. More than 20 people, Yang Kai spent a total of 70 million high-rank source crystals to pay it all back. After receiving the money they owed, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Among them, the earliest ones had been here for a year, but they had not been able to find any trace of Hoyu, let alone get back the money they owed. But now that happiness had suddenly fallen from the sky, they were all overjoyed. Getting back the money they owed meant that they no longer had to suffer here. The money has been paid back. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd indifferently. "This palace master has a small matter to attend to now and hopes that you can help." The middle-aged man leading the group wore a solemn expression and cupped his fists. "Palace Master Yang is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask." The rest of the people also echoed in unison. Yang Kai smiled and said, "After you return, please spread a message for me. If any sect or person gambles with Xiao Ho again in the future, High Heaven Palace will not let them off easily." Everyone was shocked, and Hoyu even shouted exaggeratedly, "Palace Master, just kill me." If this news were to spread, how could she gamble with others in the future? Suddenly she regretted joining this bullshit High Heaven Palace. Now, even her greatest pleasure had been ruthlessly deprived of, causing Hoyu to feel a sense of despair. Damn it. The middle-aged man obviously breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "This matter is easy to handle, Palace Master Yang can rest assured. We did not know that this madam was a member of High Heaven Palace. If we had known earlier, there is no need to mention the past again." Yang Kai waved his hand. Having no intention of continuing to exchange pleasantries with these people, he turned to Hoyu and the Southern Gate Army and said, "Let's go." The Southern Gate Army immediately threw out the Emperor artifact flying ship and the three of them entered it one by one, soon turning into a stream of light and flying towards High Heaven Palace. "Do you want to gamble?" Inside the ship, Yang Kai looked at Hoyu, who looked like a frosted eggplant, and asked. Hoyu raised his head and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Pay back the 70 million high-rank source crystals first," Yang Kai grinned. "It won't take long, just 100 years. Hoyu's eyes rolled back and he instantly fainted to the ground. Chapter 2787. 3 days later, the three of them returned to High Heaven Palace. During this period, Hoyu tried to escape many times, but she was caught by Yang Kai every time. She didn't have the slightest temper. I don't believe you can watch me for 100 years. When you're not careful, I'll have plenty of chances to escape. Hou Yu sneered in her heart. Unfortunately, this wishful thinking was ruthlessly shattered after returning to High Heaven Palace for an incense stick's worth of time. Monster King? And there are 3 of them? Hou Yu looked at the 3 terrifying existences in front of her who were rolling demonic chi and exuding a terrifying aura. Her face was filled with shock. She didn't know that High Heaven Palace had such a heritage. After all, Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How many masters could there be in High Heaven Palace? Along the way, she didn't have the chance to ask about the High Heaven Palace in detail. Now that she was here, she was shocked. With 3 Monster Kings in charge, their heritage was not ordinary. No top sect in the Northern Territory could compare to them. This is my High Heaven Palace's newly recruited chief artifact refiner. Yang Kai introduced Hou Yu to the 3 Monster Kings. Just call her Xiaohou. Xiaohou is a lively and active person, but this young master hopes that she can be more stable in High Heaven Palace. So, Ying Fei immediately said, Young Master Yang, rest assured. The 3 of us will take turns watching her. We definitely won't let her cause any trouble. Shi Lei and Xie Wei also expressed their positions. Hou Yu's face suddenly became extremely pale. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and cried out, How can this be? Being watched by 3 Monster Kings in turn, how could she live in the future? If that was really the case, forget about escaping. She might not even have the slightest bit of personal freedom. That's good. Yang Kai nodded gently. He said to Ying Fei, Take her to the chief steward and register her name. Then arrange a place for her to stay. Ying Fei replied, extending his hand towards Hou Yu. Miss Hou, please. I don't want to. Hou Yu clenched his teeth and turned to run. Ying Fei glanced at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ying Fei sneered. He turned into a stream of light and chased after her. In the blink of an eye, he caught Hou Yu and lifted her up like a chick. Then, he flew into the distance at a moderate speed. Shi Lei and Xie Wei looked at each other and slowly hurried over. From afar, Hou Yu's cursing voice could be heard before it gradually faded away. Yang Kai took out his communication compass and left a message for Hua Qingxi. Then, he looked at the South Gate Army and said, About the Mountain Ripple map. Get it done as soon as possible. Don't worry, Palace Lord. With little Marquis help, the Mountain Ripple diagram won't be a problem. Also, tell the head chief to refine a flight-type artifact for me after I'm done with the Mountain Ripple diagram. I want it to be big and good, so there's no need to worry about the cost. The matter of the chief refiner had also been settled. Yang Kai was in a good mood. After a while, he returned to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. On Lingjian Peak, Yang Kai had just stood still when his expression suddenly changed. He looked to the side and saw that in the valley over there, a sneaky and dark little beast was curiously looking at this side. Its eyes were rolling around as if it was looking for something. However, because the place where the space array was located was hidden by Yang Kai with the power of the Lingjian Peak, in the eyes of the little beast, there was nothing special about this place. Yang Kai chuckled softly and recognized that this little beast was the one he had met in the wine jar before. It looked strange and somewhat like a puppy. It should be the native monster beast of Lingjian Peak. It was just that its strength was not strong. Anyway, Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of power from it. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. When his figure suddenly appeared, the little beast was obviously startled and crept back a few times vigilantly. Its round eyes stared at Yang Kai, flashing a trace of human-like vigilance. However, after recognizing Yang Kai, that trace of vigilance quickly disappeared. Instead, it stuck out its tongue and kept panting, as if it was acting coquettishly to please him. Yang Kai found it interesting. He reached out and grabbed it, touched its head and sneered, "Are you lost? This is not a place where you can casually come." Although the level of the birds and beasts on Lingjian Peak was not too high, many of them could not be resisted by this little beast. Especially in this valley, there were still many powerful monster beasts. If it was really encountered by those powerful monster beasts, he was afraid that it would be swallowed in one bite. In fact, Yang Kai was also very curious. How did such a black dog-like little beast survive in Lingjian Peak? After being touched by Yang Kai's hand, the little black dog showed a trace of joy. Its eyes narrowed, and it quietly climbed on Yang Kai's hand, motionless. Gently shaking his head, his figure flickered, and he appeared outside Lingjian Hall. Bending down, Yang Kai placed the little black dog down, but he didn't expect that the little guy would actually cling onto him tightly, unwilling to let go. Yang Kai was suddenly happy. He bent his finger and flicked it on the little black dog's forehead. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The little black dog, which had been calm and well-behaved, opened its mouth without warning and bit Yang Kai's finger. One man and one beast, for eyes looked at each other. Yang Kai was startled for a moment. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Immediately after, Yang Kai furrowed his brow, because a trace of pain was transmitted to him from his finger. At the same time, a trace of violent power suddenly shook his dantian. His face changed, and before he could think, the little black dog actually ran away with its tail between its legs without looking back. Its mouth was still whimpering, as if it had been greatly frightened. Yang Kai raised his hand and examined it in front of his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Under the little black dog's bite, his finger was actually bitten open. There were several clear teeth marks that went deep into his bone, and golden blood quickly flowed out. Was it bitten open? How was this possible? Yang Kai's physical fitness was strong. Even in the Emperor realm, it could be said to be the best. Except for some gifted monster clan, Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone in terms of physical fitness. Not to mention a little beast that looked unremarkable, even if he was bitten by someone in the Emperor realm, under the condition that he did not use his strength, his skin and flesh would not be bitten open. But in fact, the little black dog did so. It looked like it was just a casual bite, and it did not even use much strength. How could its little teeth be so sharp? Yang Kai frowned, and his expression was strange. He vaguely felt that the little black dog was not ordinary. What shocked Yang Kai the most was that after the little black dog bit his finger, the ancient demonic chi that had been sealed in the dantian shook. One must know that the ancient demonic chi had always been sealed by the Tsangshu's gold and silver powers, and was extremely stable. For so long, Yang Kai had not felt any abnormalities. But today, it was unexpectedly triggered, and it was triggered by a little black dog. What was going on? Carefully examining the seal on his dantian, Yang Kai determined that there were no hidden dangers. That little riot just now seemed to be a sudden event, but with such a coincidence, Yang Kai couldn't help but associate it with the little black dog. He swept out his divine thoughts and soon found the little black dog in a cave not far away. At this moment, it was hiding more than 100 feet underground, and for some reason, it had fallen asleep. It was unknown what frightened it in its sleep, but its body was trembling. It had bitten someone, but it still pretended to be hurt. Yang Kai was speechless. He wanted to catch it back and check it carefully, but now he could only give up. What's going on? A cold shout came. Yang Kai looked up and saw Gao Shueting suddenly appear on the Lingjian Peak. Her beautiful eyes swept around as if she was looking for something, and she asked, "What happened here just now?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a blank face, "What do you mean?" Gao Shueting said, "I felt a familiar energy fluctuation, a very annoying energy fluctuation. Is there anything unusual here?" "What's unusual?" Yang Kai denied flatly, "I was just experimenting with my new divine technique." He had to admit that Gao Shueting's perception was extremely sharp. The ancient demon chi in his dantian had only moved for a moment, and it had already been withdrawn, but she had not noticed it. In the past, when Yang Kai was first eroded by the demonic chi and became the demon race, he had fought against 3 opponents: Gao Shueting, Chen Wenhao of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Feng Ming of the Orthodoxy Temple. At that time, Yang Kai was only in the Dao Source realm. Facing the 3 great emperors, he was under a lot of pressure. In the end, he had to use his trump card after becoming the demon race to escape. Even now, Yang Kai did not dare to confess to Gao Shueting. If she knew that he was the demon from back then, God knows if Gao Shueting would chop him with her sword. "Is that so?" Gao Shueting frowned slightly. Obviously, her doubts had not disappeared. If Yang Kai was just experimenting with the divine technique, she would definitely not feel disgusted, but the energy fluctuation just now made her instinctively feel disgusted. It was just that the energy fluctuation lasted too short, and it disappeared before she could feel it clearly, so she could not remember where she had encountered it. Of course. Yang Kai's back was also covered in cold sweat, but his face was serious as he changed the topic. Senior Sister Gao, Purple Bamboo Peak is very far from here. How did you get here so quickly? Gao Shueting said, I was just passing by. I just came from the temple master. After a pause, she continued, but then again, where have you been hiding? Why couldn't I find you when I came here the day before yesterday? I was still in the Northern Territory the day before yesterday, so of course you couldn't find me. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai replied, I went into secluded cultivation for a while. Gao Shueting looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai's evasive answer made her a little suspicious, but since Yang Kai did not want to talk about it, she did not want to get to the bottom of it. She just nodded and said, Then do as you please. I'll take my leave first. Senior Sister Gao. Yang Kai raised his hand and called out to her. Is there anything else? Gao Shueting paused and asked. Yang Kai said, Senior Sister Gao Shueting seems to be in a hurry, and you look worried. Did you encounter some trouble? Maybe I can help you. Gao Shueting said lightly, This is a secret of the temple. You're just a guest elder, so you're not qualified to know too much. Well, if you're willing, Senior Sister, don't say any more. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Yang Kai was already forced to become a guest elder of the temple, so how could he remove the word guest? After all, he was also a temple master. By the way, I'm going to go out soon. Go if you want, no one will keep you. Gao Shueting's voice came, and she disappeared. Chapter 2788. Brother Yang. In the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch, Kong Si Ran walked in with a beaming face and cupped his fists enthusiastically. Yang Kai got up and returned the greeting, Brother Kong. Sit down and talk, you and I are not outsiders, Kong Si Ran gestured, then turned around and saw a maidservant serving excellent tea outside the door. After closing the door, Kong Si Ran said, Brother Yang, did you come here to pick up the goods? And the 2-month deadline is almost up. How are your preparations? Kong Si Ran smiled and said, Brother Yang's business is big, so President Liu is naturally working hard. Space spirit crystals and space spirit jades have been prepared. Saying so, he took out a space ring and put it on the table before pushing it towards Yang Kai. These goods are worth a total of 40 million high-rank source crystals. Brother Yang, please check them. No need, Yang Kai shook his head. If it was someone else doing this business, Yang Kai might have really checked to see if these goods were enough, but since it was Kong Si Ran, there was no need to do so. Kong Si Ran definitely wouldn't cheat him. In fact, the space spirit crystals and space spirit jades worth 40 million high-rank source crystals needed to be transferred from the major branches in the Southern Territory within 2 months. It took a lot of effort and a lot of manpower and financial resources were consumed during this period. Of course, with Lu Qi's full operation and Kong Si Ran's constant monitoring, they finally managed to gather enough. There was still some left, but they were all given to Yang Kai by Kong Si Ran. Compared to such a big business deal, these additional goods were not worth mentioning. How much do I have to pay? Yang Kai asked. Brother Yang previously paid a deposit of 10 million, and the other 2 12th order monster cores are worth 13 million, so Brother Yang still needs to pay 17 million high-rank source crystals, Kong Si Ran reported. In addition, Vice President Liu said that if Brother Yang doesn't pay in source crystals, it's fine if he takes the 12th order monster cores. Yang Kai grinned, That's a good plan, President Liu. I'll pay in source crystals. Although he had a lot of monster cores, he couldn't take them out casually. Once there were too many 12th order monster cores circulating on the market, the price would affect the market. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't do something like digging his own grave. As for the source crystals, he could even pay off Ho Yu's 70 million gambling debt. What was 17 million to him? So, after completing the transaction, Kong Si Ran took out a document and the two of them left their soul marks on each other, indicating that this transaction had been successfully completed. Yang Kai said, "I'll have to trouble Brother Kong to continue purchasing space spirit crystals and space spirit jades for me. Help me send it to Azure Sun Temple." "No problem." Kong Si Ran nodded. "Speaking of which, congratulations to Yang Kai for his promotion to the position of Elder of Azure Sun Temple." "Just an honored guest elder." Yang Kai shook his head. Kong Si Ran said, "The Chamber of Commerce also received an invitation last time, but this Kong was busy with space spirit crystals and space spirit jades and couldn't get away. I'm ashamed that I couldn't go and congratulate you." "Brother Kong, don't be so polite. Let's not talk about it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. The transaction was completed, so the two chatted casually for a while. After asking about Kong Si Ran's recent situation, Yang Kai learned that he was now like a fish in water in the branch in Maplewood City. Originally, he only had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm. He couldn't sit in the position of branch manager no matter what. However, because he was very familiar with Maplewood City, he was given an important position. However, before encountering Yang Kai's business, he had already reached the end of his career as a steward. It wouldn't be long before he was transferred out of Maplewood City, a place that was overflowing with wealth. At that time, he might even be sent to some remote place. But Yang Kai's huge business deal allowed him to turn over a new leaf, and he was highly valued by Lu Qi, a transaction worth 40 million, who could be so generous. Not to mention, Yang Kai also promised to bring 2 12th Order Monster Beast monster cores to Violet Source Chamber of Commerce every 6 months. This was a long-term business deal. Because of this, Kong Si Ran's position as a branch manager couldn't be replaced. After all, Yang Kai gave face to Kong Si Ran. That was why he made such an agreement with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Now, among the several branch managers, Lu Qi looked at Kong Si Ran in a new light, and many big customers were appointed to him. Especially after the branch manager named Gu Hong left Maplewood City, all the customers that belonged to Gu Hong were taken over by Kong Si Ran. Now, Kong Si Ran was the #1 manager of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. Then, Gu Hong left Maplewood City? Yang Kai was a little surprised, thinking that it was no wonder he didn't see him on this trip. Yes, since Brother Yang came last time, he took the initiative to ask to be transferred out of Maplewood City. President Lu naturally had no reason to refuse, so he immediately waved his hand and let him go. Kong Si Ran grinned from ear to ear. Originally, the competition between him and Gu Hong was fierce, and he had no hope of winning, but in the end, he had the last laugh, and Gu Hong, who had the absolute advantage, took the initiative to leave. He probably felt that there was no possibility of him staying. This is all thanks to Brother Yang. Kong Si Ran kept thanking him, feeling that it was all Yang Kai's credit. When Yang Kai heard this, he faintly felt that he had grasped something, so he asked, "What was the situation when Gu Hong left?" Kong Si Ran didn't know why he asked this, but he still thought for a while and said, "He was in a hurry, and he seemed to be in a bad mood, as if a disaster was about to befall him." "That scoundrel!" Yang Kai slapped his thigh and coldly snorted. "What's wrong?" Kong Si Ran was startled. Yang Kai sneered, "I understand why he suddenly asked to be transferred out of Maplewood City. He was afraid that I would come to settle accounts with him." Kong Si Ran asked suspiciously, "How did Gu Hong offend Brother Yang?" Yang Kai said, "What kind of crime is selling a customer's information in the Chamber of Commerce?" Kong Si Ran was shocked when he heard this and said solemnly, "This is a serious crime, and if it is verified, he will be executed immediately." "What does Brother Yang mean?" Yang Kai continued, "After participating in the auction in Maplewood City, I was stopped by the sect master of Broken Mountain Sect, Lu Dongzheng, when I was leaving the city. At that time, I found it strange. How did this guy know where I was going? Furthermore, he was able to accurately intercept me. Now, it seems that someone is behind this." "What? Lu Dong was killed by Brother Yang?" Kong Si Ran was taken aback. Kong Si Ran was aware of the news of Lu Dongzheng's death. After all, he was the sect master of a sect and a big client of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran would naturally pay attention to this matter, especially after he took over Gu Hong's client. Lu Dong was originally Gu Hong's customer, and since Kong Si Ran took over, he naturally had to pay him a visit. But when he went to Broken Mountain Sect, he learned that Lu Dong's natal light had gone out, and he had obviously died an unnatural death. After Lu Dong's death, Broken Mountain Sect also scattered, and its thousands of disciples went their separate ways. After inquiring about the time, Kong Si Ran learned that Lu Dong died after the auction. Not many people knew about this matter, and Kong Si Ran did not know who killed Lu Dong, but now he understood that it was Yang Kai who did it. Although his cultivation was not high, as the manager of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, his mind was extremely sharp, and from Yang Kai's words, he was able to guess the truth of the matter. Obviously, after the auction, Gu Hong had revealed Yang Kai's whereabouts to Lu Dongzheng, and then Lu Dongzheng had wanted to intercept and kill him, but his skill was inferior and he had been killed instead. Yang Kai and Lu Dong had a grudge, and Kong Si Ran knew about it. The reason why Gu Hong targeted Yang Kai was even simpler. He was competing with Kong Si Ran for the position of manager, and when he saw that Kong Si Ran's position was stable because of Yang Kai, he naturally became anxious. Thinking so, Kong Si Ran said with a sullen face, "This matter is of great importance. Brother Yang, please wait for a moment, I have to report this to President Lu." Yang Kai said, "Forget it, since Lu Dong is dead and Gu Hong has taken the initiative to transfer, this matter ends here. There is no need to trouble President Lu." A trivial Gu Hong was nothing in his eyes, so there was no need for him to make such a big fuss. Kong Si Ran said, "Brother Yang, you don't know, the Chamber of Commerce values its reputation the most. Without it, the Chamber of Commerce would be finished. Gu Hong dared to privately leak information about our customers, which is absolutely unacceptable to the Chamber of Commerce. If we let him go this time, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause next time." Since he mentioned the Chamber of Commerce's reputation, Yang Kai could not stop him, so he said, "But there is no real evidence." Kong Si Ran said, "There is no need for evidence. This matter is obvious. I believe President Lu can see it." Saying so, he walked out. It could be seen that Kong Si Ran was not trying to take advantage of the situation. Although the competition between him and Gu Hong had been quite unpleasant, Kong Si Ran was not a narrow-minded person. His actions were obviously for the sake of Purple Source Chamber of Commerce. A piece of rat's droppings could occasionally spoil a pot of porridge. After a short while, Kong Si Ran returned. As for Gu Hong's fate and Lu Qi's punishment, Kong Si Ran did not say, and Yang Kai did not ask. Kong Si Ran only expressed a slight apology on behalf of Lu Qi and said that if Yang Kai wanted to buy anything from the Chamber of Commerce in the future, he would give him a 10% discount. Obviously, this was Lu Qi's hush money. Gu Hong's actions were a disgrace to the Chamber of Commerce, so naturally, it could not be spread outside. A 10% discount was very generous, especially since Yang Kai's business with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was extremely large. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said goodbye and left. He went straight to Spirit Lake City. Halfway there, he took out the Elder Jade plate and imprinted a message to Xia Sheng. When Yang Kai arrived at Spirit Lake Palace, Xia Sheng was already standing there with a smile. When he saw Yang Kai, he waved enthusiastically. Yang Kai walked over, and Xia Sheng directly put his arm around his shoulder and said with a smile, "Junior brother Yang, congratulations on becoming an elder of our temple." Yang Kai said, "Brother, don't laugh at me. How is this a joke? This is a great thing for you and the temple." Xia Sheng patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "I heard that you have seen 2 of the temple's 3 great taboos." It would have been better if Xia Sheng did not mention this, but when Xia Sheng mentioned this, Yang Kai could not help but think of Gao Shueting's heroic figure when she was drunk, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Xia Sheng laughed, "It's good to get used to it, it's good to get used to it." Chapter 2789. Xia Sheng warmly welcomed Yang Kai into his room. After the two sat down, Yang Kai asked about Bian Yuqing's situation. That woman successfully broke through to the Emperor realm half a month ago. The commotion she caused that day was not small. Xia Sheng's expression turned solemn. Broke through to the Emperor realm? Yang Kai raised his brow. This news was both expected and unexpected. Originally, according to Bian Yuqing's aptitude, even if she could enter the heaven-grade secluded area of the Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate for 2 months, the possibility of her breaking through was very small. After all, her talent in the martial Dao was not very good, and she had been wasting so many years in the Dao Source realm. Her spirit had long been worn away, and she had lost the will to improve, so how could she make a breakthrough? If nothing unexpected happened, the third-order Dao Source realm would be the peak of her life. However, Ko Wu's death had greatly stimulated her, and with the help of Yang Kai, as well as the large number of source crystals and emperor pills he had given her before he left, it was only natural that she would be able to make a breakthrough. In any case, this was a happy event, and it meant that the High Heaven Palace had gained another Emperor Realm Master. The Spirit Lake Palace had been established for many years, and countless cultivators had broken through their shackles here, prying into deeper mysteries of the realm, but there were not many who broke through to the Emperor Realm here. The commotion caused by Bian Yuqing's breakthrough that day shook the entire Spirit Lake City, especially the cultivator who had been waiting in line to enter the Spirit Lake Palace. All of them seemed to have seen new hope and were full of enthusiasm, waiting for their turn to enter the Spirit Lake Palace's secluded area to cultivate. She has been stabilizing her cultivation for the past half a month, so she should be able to come out in a few days. Xia Sheng smiled faintly. As one of the 3 great deacons of the Spirit Lake Palace, he naturally knew Bian Yuqing's situation like the back of his hand, not to mention that Bian Yuqing was brought here by Yang Kai, so he would more or less take care of her. That's good, Yang Kai nodded happily. Junior brother, did anything happen recently? Xia Sheng suddenly changed the topic and asked. Yang Kai said, I need to go to Star Soul Palace. What orders does Big Brother have? Go to Star Soul Palace. Xia Sheng was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask why Yang Kai was going to Star Soul Palace. After pondering for a moment, he asked, How long will it take? 1 to 2 months will do. If that's the case. He grinned and said, I want to ask Junior Brother for a favor. I don't know if Junior Brother is free. Brother, please speak. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Xia Sheng didn't say what it was. Instead, he turned to look at the room behind him. He said, Little Blossom, come out. You know Junior Brother Yang, so don't hide anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman in a palace dress walked out of the room. She was wearing a long dress that wrapped around her exquisite body. There was a smile on her face that made people's hearts ripple. Her eyes were watery, and she seemed to want to say something. Palace Master Hua. Yang Kai looked at the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared in surprise. This woman was the Palace Master of 100 Flower Palace, Hua Yu. He had met her in Azure Sun Temple a few days ago. He didn't expect to meet her again here. That day, Hua Yulu also inquired about Xia Sheng. It seemed that she came directly to Spirit Lake Palace after leaving Azure Sun Temple. Although Yang Kai had noticed that there was another person's aura in the room before, since she was hiding, he didn't investigate further. Now that he saw the real person, he was shocked. He couldn't help but be surprised. There seemed to be some adultery between this man and woman. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became meaningful. Hua Yulu seemed a little embarrassed, her cheeks blushing slightly. She walked closer and bowed, softly saying, This concubine greets Elder Yang. Palace Master Hua is too polite. Yang Kai hurriedly raised his head. Not to mention that Hua Yulu's cultivation was similar to his, and she was a palace master. Just based on the unclear relationship between her and Xia Sheng, Yang Kai couldn't accept her courtesy. Yang Kai turned to look at Xia Sheng and said, Brother, you said you wanted my help. Is it related to Palace Master Hua? Xia Sheng smiled slightly, Yes. It is indeed related to Little Hua. He looked up at Hua Yulu and said, Little Hua, you tell me yourself. Hua Yulu nodded slightly and opened her red lips, slowly saying, It's like this. 3 months ago, when I went to the southern swamp to look for herbs, I accidentally found an ancient cave mansion. An ancient cave mansion? Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. Hua Yulu nodded. It is indeed an ancient cave mansion. That cave mansion has been around for a long time, and it exudes an extremely ancient aura. I don't know who left it behind. This concubine and 2 other people took the risk and went in to investigate. Although we tried our best to break through a few layers of old restrictions and obtain some benefits, in the end, we were stopped in front of an even more powerful restriction. We couldn't enter. Why are there two other people? Yang Kai frowned. Hua Yulu said, although the southern swamp is full of dangers, there are also many opportunities. It is said that the southern swamp is the place where the ancient cultivator rose and gathered, so there are many good things hidden there. Moreover, the special environment there can also produce some peerless spirit herbs. Many experts will explore the southern swamp. When that ancient cave mansion appeared, there was a small commotion. If it wasn't for that, this concubine wouldn't have discovered it. The other two people were also attracted. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this, vaguely understanding the situation at that time. Hua Yulu continued, among the other two people, one of them knew a little about restrictions and formations. According to that person's speculation, the restriction that blocked our way couldn't be broken through even if the three of us worked together, so we could only seek help from others. Therefore, the three of us agreed to find a helper each and meet in the southern swamp half a year later. And you found Brother Xia? Yang Kai asked. Hua Yulu smiled bitterly. Although this concubine knows many people in the Emperor realm, there are not many that I can truly trust. It was not uncommon for a cultivator to forget righteousness in the face of profit and kill others to steal their treasures on the path of cultivation. When it came to finding people to cooperate in an exploration, it was natural to find people that were trustworthy. Otherwise, if they randomly found someone, they might die an unnatural death. Xia Sheng said, Junior Brother Yang, this brother really can't leave. The temple sent me here for a full 3 years. Before the time is up, I can't go anywhere. Otherwise, there would be no need to trouble Junior Brother. It's not a big deal. We're just going to explore an ancient cave mansion. Yang Kai waved his hand and looked at Hua Yulu. It's just, are you familiar with the other two? Can you trust them? Hua Yulu replied, I'm not familiar with them. It was the first time we met, but they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. As for whether I trust them or not, since it was the first time we met, how could I trust them? However, I don't trust them, and they certainly won't trust me. So, when we separated, the three of us each made a great heart demon oath, swearing not to casually reveal the matter of this ancient cave mansion. We were only allowed to find helpers below the Second-Order Emperor realm, and each of us could only bring one helper. So it's like that. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered. Although great heart demon oaths were just empty words, when one's cultivation reached the level of the Emperor realm, this kind of oath could not be made casually. Once broken, a heart demon might appear and affect one's future. Since they were bound by great heart demon oaths, for the time being, they could trust that the other two would not casually leak the information. This matter was still a possibility. If I'm not wrong, those two will definitely find helpers at the Second-Order Emperor realm. Hua Yulu looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze and said, if Elder Yang has any scruples, this mistress will think of another way. It wasn't that she couldn't find helpers at the Second-Order Emperor realm, but they really couldn't cooperate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng was the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple before the Emperor realm. Although he had just reached the First-Order Emperor realm, if he really went all out, it wouldn't be easy for a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master to kill him. As for Yang Kai's strength, Hua Yulu had seen it with her own eyes on the day of the coronation ceremony. He could even injure an elder of Star Soul Palace. Although she was also heavily injured, her strength was definitely not simply at the First-Order Emperor realm. She should be on par with Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng said from the side, Junior Brother, you can consider this matter yourself. Don't worry about me. I just mentioned it casually. It's up to you whether you agree or not. He was obviously afraid that Yang Kai would be worried about his face and reluctantly agree. Yang Kai smiled and said, I am also very interested in the ancient cave mansion. Hua Yulu's beautiful eyes lit up and she said, does that mean Elder Yang agrees? Yang Kai didn't answer, but said, that ancient cave mansion can make the three of you so obsessed, and you even went through so much trouble to find helpers to explore it. Presumably, you obtained some benefits from it? There are indeed benefits. Hua Yulu nodded calmly. Even if Elder Yang didn't ask, this mistress was prepared to explain it. The three of us didn't explore the ancient cave mansion deeply. Although we broke a few barriers, we only obtained a few benefits. This is the benefit this mistress obtained from the cave mansion. While speaking, Hua Yulu flipped her hand and took out a small flower drum. The small flower drum didn't look special, only about the size of a person's palm. It was unknown what it was made of, but as soon as it was taken out, a very special aura rippled out. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Ancient exotic treasure. This flower drum was actually just like his mountains and rivers bell. It was a genuine primeval treasure that emanated a pure primeval aura. In ancient times, the world energy tide was very different from the present, so the various secret techniques and divine abilities cultivated by the ancient cultivators, and even the artifacts they used were very different from those of this era. But it was undeniable that ancient exotic treasures should not be underestimated. It was just that ancient exotic treasures were too rare. For nearly 10,000 years, only the mountains and rivers bell seemed to be recorded. Perhaps there were other unknown ancient exotic treasures, but in the entire star boundary, there were definitely no more than 10. Now, one had appeared in Hua Yulu's hands. Chapter 2790. This soul-absorbing drum can intimidate the mind. It's not very powerful, but it's good in concealment, making it impossible to guard against. As Hua Yulu spoke, she suddenly reached out and patted the small flower drum lightly. Strangely enough, there was no sound at all. At the same time, a silent force rippled outwards, like a sharp blade cutting towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Caught off guard, Yang Kai's mind moved. However, as Hua Yulu said, this soul-absorbing drum wasn't very powerful, so it couldn't break through the defense of his knowledge sea. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Hua Yulu hadn't completely refined it and didn't fully activate it. Even so, it was still very impressive. Imagine, when two people were evenly matched in strength and were fighting to the death, Hua Yulu suddenly activated the power of the soul-absorbing drum, and her opponent would definitely suffer. If this soul-absorbing drum was used well, it was definitely a weapon that could turn defeat into victory. It was more versatile than an ordinary emperor artifact. Good stuff. Yang Kai personally tested the power of the soul-absorbing drum and praised it generously. Hua Yulu said, "Elder Yang, you flatter me." Yang Kai said, "When the three of you went to explore, you got the soul-absorbing drum. What did the other two get?" Hua Yulu replied, "One of them cultivated a secret technique in the cave mansion. This mistress doesn't know what it is exactly. That person didn't show it, but judging from his expression at that time, it should be quite powerful. The other person's cultivation increased greatly in the cave mansion. Originally, that person's strength was the lowest among the three of us. He should have just broken through to the First Order Emperor realm not long ago. However, when he left, his aura was already the strongest among the three of us. It can make one's cultivation soar." Yang Kai was shocked. It was rare to see an opportunity that could make one's cultivation soar in the Emperor realm. This showed that this ancient cave mansion definitely had a great background. The methods of the ancient almighty were really extraordinary. After so many years, there were still so many opportunities hidden in that cave mansion. If they really explored it completely, who knew how many benefits they would gain? Previously, when he agreed to accompany Hua Yulu to explore the ancient cave, it was more or less out of respect for Xia Sheng. However, at this moment, Yang Kai was truly interested. A cultivator's cultivation was not a closed door. Going out to gain experience was the most important path. Occasionally obtaining an opportunity was often better than cultivating in seclusion for many years. Since Elder Yang is interested, how about we meet in the southern swamp in 2 months? Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai and asked. All right. Yang Kai nodded, naturally not having any objections. He would take advantage of this time to go to Star Soul Palace and enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda to cultivate. The two of them immediately exchanged contact information and each engraved their divine soul brand on the other party's compass. In this way, as long as they were not too far apart, they could communicate with each other. Then it's settled. When the time comes, I'll need you to take care of Little Blossom, junior brother. Xia Sheng smiled. Yang Kai said generously, Brother, don't worry. I will definitely bring Palace Master Hua back in one piece. Xia Sheng smiled and declined to comment. On the other hand, Hua Yulu's cheeks flushed red. She secretly glanced at Xia Sheng and immediately showed a disappointed expression. Looking at the expressions of these two people, Kai Yang vaguely understood the relationship between these two people. I'll be staying in Spirit Lake City for the next few days. If Bian Yuqing comes out of seclusion, please let me know, brother. Don't worry, Xia Sheng said seriously, I will see her from time to time. Yang Kai said his goodbyes, but when he turned around and prepared to leave, he suddenly turned back and said, By the way, Palace Master Hua, do you remember the barrier that blocked your way? Hua Yulu was startled and nodded. I remember. Does Elder Yang need it? I can draw it for you to see. That would be best. Hua Yulu immediately took out a blank jade slip, immersed her divine sense in it, and recorded the brand she saw that day. She handed it to Yang Kai and said, This is the barrier. It should be an ancient spirit array. This mistress doesn't understand spirit arrays and can't see anything special about it. I just memorized it, but there shouldn't be any mistakes. At her level of cultivation, having a photographic memory was the most basic ability. I don't understand it either, but I can ask someone else. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hua Yulu's eyes lit up. Elder Yang knows someone who is proficient in spirit arrays? That would be best. This mistress was planning to go to the Gong family in Heavenly River Valley, but now it seems that there is no need. The Gong family in Heavenly River Valley was recognized as a master of spirit arrays in the Southern Territory. Hua Yulu was not an ignorant person, so she naturally couldn't completely trust the other two emperors. If she wanted to break this spirit array and enter the depths of the ancient cave mansion, she naturally had to investigate this spirit array. The Gong family in Heavenly River Valley was the best choice. However, with Yang Kai's words, she saved herself some trouble. After all, if she went to Heavenly River Valley and the Gong family asked about the origin of this spirit array, Hua Yulu could only lie. Leave this matter to me. Palace Master Hua, recuperate for the next 2 months. When the time comes, we will meet again in the Southern Swamp. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Yang. Hua Yulu nodded and thanked him. As soon as Yang Kai left, Xia Sheng stood up and said, Little Hua, you can do as you please. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Hua Yulu looked at him angrily. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you afraid that I will eat you? The corner of Xia Sheng's mouth twitched, and he said, Why would I be afraid of you? It's just that if I don't work hard to cultivate, I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep my position as the eldest brother. With his hands behind his back, he shook his head and walked out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Stinky man. Hua Yulu puffed up her cheeks in anger, her face full of indignation. The host had already left, so as a guest, what was the point of her staying? She could only follow him and leave, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Kai Yang had stayed in an inn in Spirit Lake City for less than 3 days when Bian Yuqing, who was emitting a strong aura, came knocking on his door. In the room, 4 pairs of eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded lightly, Not bad. Bian Yuqing stroked her hair behind her ear and smiled bitterly, It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Bian Yuqing was also shocked. She thought that after breaking through to the Emperor realm, she wouldn't feel any pressure when facing Yang Kai, but after meeting him this time, she was shocked to find that she couldn't see through his depths. If she didn't know that he was also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Bian Yuqing would have suspected that he was a Third-Order Master. Why is the gap still so big? You can release it, but you can't retract it. You haven't yet reached a stable realm, Yang Kai commented. Only when you retract your aura can you be considered to have completely stabilized. I will remember. Thank you for your guidance, Palace Master. Bian Yuqing responded honestly, but she couldn't help but feel a little strange. More than a decade ago, she was high and mighty in front of this young man, but after more than a decade, the roles were suddenly reversed. It was all thanks to this person that she could survive and break through to the Emperor realm. Thinking back on the past, she couldn't help but sigh. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It seems that you are ready to join my High Heaven Palace. Bian Yuqing smiled. Does Palace Master not want me? Of course not. Yang Kai got up and said, "Let's go." After leaving Spirit Lake City and flying forward, Bian Yuqing constantly stabilized her newly broken through cultivation. After 2 days of this, the results were very obvious. Her aura from the Emperor realm was obviously much more restrained. "Palace Master, where are we going now?" Bian Yuqing couldn't help but ask when she saw Yang Kai's leisurely appearance. "I'll send you back to the High Heaven Palace," Yang Kai replied. "Back to the palace?" Bian Yuqing was startled and asked in surprise, "But isn't the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory?" The Northern Territory and the Southern Territory were hundreds of millions of kilometers away. If they flew all the way there, it would probably take several years. If there were any delays along the way, it wouldn't be strange to spend 10 years. Originally, Bian Yuqing wanted to persuade Yang Kai to speed up or use the space array to teleport a few times. This would save some time, but seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of doing so, Bian Yuqing didn't say anything. In any case, she had now joined the High Heaven Palace, so Yang Kai could do whatever he wanted. There was nothing for him to worry about, and he had even saved her life. After 3 days, the two arrived at a desolate and dilapidated place. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Thousand Leaves sect, right? Bian Yuqing followed Yang Kai and landed on the ground. She then turned her head to look around and asked, "It is indeed Thousand Leaves sect." Bian Yuqing sighed. The rise and fall of a sect is like the tide. Without strength, one really can't survive. She seemed to have some thoughts. Looking at the destroyed Thousand Leaves sect, she couldn't help but think of Blue Feather sect. Speaking of which, the two sects had similar strength, so their endings were almost the same. "Come in." While she was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already stood on the space array in the mountain valley and called out. Although Bian Yuqing found it strange, she still obediently stepped forward. In the next moment, the two appeared in this small world. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just led Bian Yuqing straight to Emperor Heaven Valley. After Bian Yuqing saw the territory crossing space array, a look of shock appeared on her face and she said in horror, This, could it be?" Yang Kai said, "You can return to the High Heaven Palace through this. I have 3 jade slips for you to take back." Bian Yuqing collected her thoughts and took the 3 jade slips, asking, "Who should I give them to?" Yang Kai said, "Give this one to a person called Hua Qingxi. She is the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace and is in charge of all affairs in the palace. Give this jade slip to her and she will arrange it for you. As for the other 2, let Hua Qingxi pass them to the South Gate Army. Do you remember?" Bian Yuqing nodded seriously. "Yes, I remember." "Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. Bian Yuqing walked onto the array and stood there. Yang Kai's hand moved and many high-rank source crystals were accurately inserted into the grooves. When he urged his space principles, the array hummed and activated. With a flash of light, Bian Yuqing disappeared. Vaguely, before Bian Yuqing disappeared, her lips opened and closed, as if she was thanking him. Yang Kai smiled and turned around to leave Emperor Heaven Valley. Destination, Star Soul Palace. Chapter 2791. There were not many great emperors' sects in the star boundary, at most 3. The Serene Soul Palace of the Great Emperors in the Eastern Territory, the Star Soul Palace of the Bright Moon Great Emperors in the Southern Territory, and the Shadow Killer Temple of the Night Shadow Great Emperors in the Western Territory. Of course, Medicine Pill Valley and Spirit Beast Island were also considered forces of the Great Emperors, but they were not considered sects. After all, they did not recruit disciples. Whether it was Medicine Pill Valley or Spirit Beast Island, they were just places where the 2 great emperors lived in seclusion. Ordinary people had no chance of entering. And any of the great emperor's sects were the stabilizing force of the territory where the sect was located, the god of protection, awe-inspiring and inviolable. As the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace had played such a role for tens of thousands of years, making hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory worship it. For tens of thousands of years, the source chi of all living beings had gathered, and the existence of Star Soul Palace was closely related to the fate of the entire Southern Territory. Someone once said that if Star Soul Palace was destroyed one day, the entire southern territory would be plunged into an abyss of suffering and suffering beyond redemption. However, with the bright moon great emperors in charge, it would not be easy to destroy Star Soul Palace unless there was another turbulence like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's era. When Yang Kai arrived at Star Moon Mountain, it was already 7 days later. Star Moon Mountain was extremely high, towering and precipitous, as if it was connected to the 9 heavens. One could pluck the sun and moon with one hand and cover the stars with a flip of the hand. A thick and vicissitudes of life rushed towards him, as if what in front of him was not a mountain range, but a living giant that had stood in the southern territory for tens of thousands of years, overlooking the rise and fall of the common people. Yang Kai was knowledgeable and experienced, and had seen a lot of great sects. Not to mention a top sect like Azure Sun Temple, even Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were on par with it, but no sect could compare to Star Soul Palace. Standing here, it was as if one's entire being had obtained an indescribable sublimation, and it gave birth to an extremely subtle feeling of excitement and delight. In the mountains and fields, rare birds and beasts were frolicking about. Hidden in the clouds and mist, pavilions and buildings were faintly discernible. It was a scene of paradise that was too beautiful to behold. It was so enjoyable that one would forget to leave. "This is the sect of the great emperors?" Yang Kai murmured. "Who is it?" Yang Kai had only been standing there for a short while when he heard an angry shout. 2 streams of light flew over from afar and turned into 2 figures. Both of them were young men, and their Tao Source Realm auras were vigorous and pure. At a glance, one could tell that they had a solid foundation and a promising future ahead of them. It was very likely that he would break through the shackles of the Emperor Realm and become a master of his generation. Such an outstanding cultivator, if placed in any sect, would be fully nurtured as a successor. But looking at the appearance of these 2 people, it seemed that they were just guarding the mountain. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Star Soul Palace was indeed Star Soul Palace. Only the Serene Soul Palace and Shadow Kill Palace, which were also Great Emperor's sects, could compare with them. This is Star Moon Mountain. Idle people are not allowed to trespass. Go back to where you came from, or we will not let you off easily. Among the 2 Tao Source Realm cultivators, the one on the left who looked more stable, shouted at Yang Kai. Although his cultivation was much lower than Yang Kai's, he didn't fear either of them. But whether it was him or the other person, neither of them showed the slightest fear, instead shouting at Kai Yang. This was the confidence of the disciples of Star Soul Palace. In the eyes of the disciples of Star Soul Palace, there were only 2 kinds of cultivator in the entire southern territory. One was from the same sect, and the other was not. Yang Kai was undoubtedly the latter, so no matter how high or low his cultivation was, they didn't need to care too much. Glancing at the 2 people, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "This one was invited by someone and came to keep an appointment. Please don't be impatient." Invited by someone? The young man who spoke before frowned. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, he said, "Who invited you? Do you know your name? My brother will pass the message for you." Since this person in front of him was invited, it meant that he had some relationship with his fellow sect members. It wasn't good to offend him easily, so his tone softened a little. Yang Kai was about to tell the truth, but suddenly his expression changed and he smiled. "No need, someone is here to pick me up." When the 2 brothers heard this, they both turned their heads to look. They saw a colorful light approaching from afar. It came quickly and stopped not far away in the blink of an eye. The light dissipated, revealing a beautiful figure. "Brother Yang," Lan Sun greeted with a smile. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have lost its color. "Your Highness the Princess?" The 2 senior and junior brothers were dumbfounded in an instant as they stared at Lan Sun, who had suddenly appeared, their eyes almost frozen. Originally, when they heard Yang Kai say that he was invited by someone, the 2 didn't care too much. It was nothing more than an outsider who had some relationship with their fellow sect members, but now it seemed that the person who invited him was actually the princess of Star Soul Palace. How could it be Her Highness the Princess? Her Highness the Princess was outstanding. Not only did she inherit the bright moon body of the great emperors, But her talent in the martial Tao was also unparalleled. She was born with a heavenly fragrance and was easygoing and approachable. She was very popular in the entire Star Soul Palace and was the dream lover of many young talents. Even the arrogant disciples of Star Soul Palace were proud to be able to speak with Her Highness the Princess. There were very few people who could get this honor. Only Brother Xiao Chen, who guarded Her Highness the Princess all year round, could see the smile of Her Highness the Princess at all times. How could such a person who was regarded as a goddess by countless disciples of Star Soul Palace invite a man here? Shocked, the two of them could hardly think. "Junior sister Lan, you came so fast," Yang Kai replied. When he came to Star Moon Mountain earlier, he contacted Lan Sun, but the other party only told him to wait a little. He didn't expect her to come so soon. She actually called him Junior Sister Lan. The eyes of the two disciples of Star Soul Palace widened even more. Seeing Yang Kai and Lan Sun's extremely intimate appearance, their hearts inexplicably clenched, and they felt so much pain that they wished they were dead. The reaction of Her Highness the Princess made them feel that life was worse than death. Brother Yang sent a message, so little sister naturally hurried over. Lan Sun smiled and gestured with her hand, "Brother, please." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded and stepped into the air. When he arrived next to Lan Sun took a step forward and led the way. It wasn't until the figures of the two disappeared that the two disciples of Star Soul Palace looked at each other in a daze. When Lan Sun appeared earlier, she didn't say a word to them from beginning to end. She didn't even look at them. Instead, all her attention was on the outsider. What did this mean? This meant that Her Highness the Princess valued that person very much. Otherwise, the usually kind Her Highness the Princess wouldn't even give them a smile. Brother Xiao is in trouble." The junior brother, who had been silent all this time, said sadly. "I don't know if Brother Xiao knows about this." If Brother Xiao knows, the Brother Xiao that the two of them were talking about was naturally Xiao Chen. Among the disciples of the same generation in Star Soul Palace, the one who had the most contact with Her Highness the Princess was undoubtedly Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was fine in other aspects, but he was extremely narrow-minded when it came to Lan Sun. If any brother spoke to Her Highness the Princess, Xiao Chen would hold a grudge against them and find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. However, Her Highness the Princess only treated him like an elder brother and never had any romantic feelings for him. But now it seemed that the outsider had the intention of poaching Brother Xiao. If Xiao Chen knew about this, what would happen? Brother Xiao is one thing, but the key is Brother Lei. At the mention of Senior Brother Lei, a trace of fear suddenly appeared on the faces of the senior brother and junior brother, as if they had received a great shock. They hurriedly glanced left and right, and after confirming that there was no one around, they hurriedly fled. At the same time, in the Hall of Stars, the core hall of Star Soul Palace, a young man sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with stars, and they were blazing. When he looked up, his gaze, as sharp as an eagle's, seemed to be able to pierce through the ninth heaven and reach the sky. Suddenly, the young man frowned and said in surprise, "9 stars to the moon? How could it be 9 stars to the moon? This king's name is Bright Moon, and it's coming for me. This is an ominous sign, an ominous sign." Few people in the world knew that the great emperors of Bright Moon, whose name shook the star boundary and was like a guardian deity of the Southern Territory, actually looked like a young and inexperienced youth from the outside. As he spoke, he lowered his head again and formed an extremely strange seal with one hand. A strange aura spread out, while his other hand moved his 5 fingers, the tips of his fingers continuously pointing. After a short while, the young man pulled the corners of his mouth, loosened the seal and muttered, "Old man Tianji's secret technique is really nonsense. He can't calculate anything, yet he still has the nerve to claim to be able to discern heaven's secrets. When I see him, I will definitely pluck out his beard." After thinking for a while with his hand on his cheek, the young man said with flagging interest, "Forget it, it's just a small disaster, not worth the trouble." After saying so, he closed his eyes again and adjusted his breathing. "Brother Yang, stay here for now, on South Dipper Peak," Lan Sun said after arranging for Yang Kai's accommodation. Yang Kai asked, "Junior Sister Lan, when can I enter the five-colored treasure pagoda?" If he had not made an agreement with Hua Yulu, Yang Kai would not have been in a hurry. After all, this was the sect of the great emperors, so staying here for a while would not be a bad thing. Maybe he would even have some unexpected gains. However, with the agreement he was afraid of delaying. After all, even if he entered the five-colored treasure pagoda, he would still have to cultivate for a month. It would take time to travel back and forth, so he could not delay for too long. Lan Sun smiled and said, "Brother Yang, rest assured, since father has promised you, he will not go back on his word. It's just that the five-colored treasure pagoda will not open for another half a year, but since we have made a promise to Brother Yang, my Star Soul Palace will need to make some preparations, so it should open in 5 days at the latest." "That's good." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Lan Sun smiled and said, looking at Brother Yang's eagerness, "Could it be that you have an appointment with a beautiful woman?" She joked casually, but Yang Kai was startled and suddenly asked in surprise, "Do you really have an appointment with a beautiful woman?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "Don't talk nonsense, but there is indeed an agreement." Lan Sun smiled tenderly, "Brother Yang doesn't need to explain. I'll go first. I'll inform you when the five-colored treasure pagoda opens." Chapter 2792. South Dipper Peak was a secondary peak of Star Moon Mountain, where Star Soul Palace was located, but the cultivation environment there was extremely good. The world energy here was rich, not inferior to the main peak of High Heaven Palace. The place where Star Soul Palace was located was where hundreds of millions of cultivator-sourced chi gathered in the Southern Territory. Not only was it closely related to the Southern Territory, but it also suppressed the earth veins of the entire Southern Territory, so it was natural for it to have such abundant world energy. After arranging for Yang Kai's accommodation, Lan Sun left. For a time, South Dipper Peak was quiet, and Yang Kai's state of mind seemed to be affected a little, becoming extremely calm. Since no one disturbed him, he closed his eyes and meditated, cultivating the dragon transformation secret technique that Zhu Qing had taught him before she left. Time flew by, and soon it was night time. Yang Kai, who was cultivating, seemed to feel something and suddenly opened his eyes, his figure flickered, and he stood on South Dipper Peak. What he saw caused him to involuntarily open his mouth wide. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and as far as the eye could see, there seemed to be a beautiful painting spread out in the sky above the Star Moon Mountain. Every star was emitting a dazzling light, as if they could touch it with their hands. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that among the stars, there was a brilliant light that connected the heavens and the earth. The brilliance of the stars seemed to contain a magical power, making the world energy of the entire Star Moon Mountain more lively. The heavens and earth were filled with a kind of charm that could not be experienced during the day. It was ethereal, but it was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao. The entire Star Moon Mountain at this moment looked like a paradise, making people forget to return. Yang Kai stared at it in a daze, even forgetting to breathe, his mind unprecedentedly calm. This is the star tide, which occurs once a month. The great emperors said that the power of the star tide contains the great Tao of heaven and earth, and if one can learn a thing or two from it, they will benefit immensely. In fact, many disciples of my Star Soul Palace have gained a lot of benefits from the star tide. They have broken through the shackles of their cultivation, or gained inspiration to comprehend the divine technique. Especially for those disciples of my Star Soul Palace who cultivate the Star Moon Divine Secret Art, the benefits are even greater. A person's voice suddenly sounded not far away. "I see." Yang Kai was not surprised at all. He was immersed in this starlight, but he didn't know if it was because he wasn't a disciple of Star Soul Palace. But even though he felt that this star tide was quite mysterious and marvelous, he didn't get any benefits. After a short while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at a sturdy young man with his hands behind his back. "What's your name?" The young man turned around and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Thunder." Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment. "I have long heard of the 4 great emperors of Star Soul Palace. Among them, Great Elder Lei Hong is the strongest, far surpassing ordinary third-layer emperors. What is your relationship with Great Elder Lei?" Lei Ting curled his lips as if he was not happy to hear Lei Hong's name, but he still answered truthfully, "Uncle and nephew." Yang Kai said, "Oh, so you're Elder Lei's nephew." Lei Ting's eyes turned cold. "I prefer to hear you say that he's Thunderbolt's uncle." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said, "Sorry, I have only heard of great Elder Lei's fame." Lei Ting immediately snorted coldly, light blue arcs of lightning swimming through his hair, crackling as he said in a deep voice, "I am in seclusion in Star Soul Palace all year round and rarely travel outside, so you naturally haven't heard of me. But it doesn't matter, you will often hear of my name from now on." "Then Brother Lei." Yang Kai smiled slightly, not very interested in his boasting. "Why are you visiting so late at night?" Lei Ting's eyes drooped as a cold light bloomed from his eyes. "I heard that when you came today, Her Highness the Princess personally came to greet you?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. Lei Ting's aura surged. Gritting his teeth, he said, "So you and Her Highness are very close?" "Not really, we've only met a few times." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said with a headache, "I think I understand why Brother Lei is looking for me." "It's good that you understand. Let's fight. If you lose, get out of Star Soul Palace immediately. You are not allowed to see Her Highness ever again." With a thunderous roar, the aura of a First Order Emperor Realm Master surged, as if the person standing in front of him was not the Yang Kai he had just met, but an enemy who had killed his father and stolen his wife. Yang Kai was stunned. "You chose the wrong opponent, didn't you? Shouldn't your enemy be Xiaoqin? He is the biggest obstacle between you and Her Highness the Princess." Lei Ting sneered, "Xiaoqin is nothing. If he dares to be disobedient, I will beat him until his father can't recognize him." Yang Kai was stunned. Xiaoqin was a rising star of the Southern Territory, and now he had even broken through to the Emperor realm. Lei Ting might seem stronger, but he was only a First-Order Emperor, so how could he dare to boast so shamelessly? However, Yang Kai had never heard of this Lei Ting before. He had always thought that this generation of Star Soul Palace was led by Xiaoqin and Lan Sun, but now it seemed that there was one more person. Thinking about what Lei Ting said before, Yang Kai quickly felt relieved. If he was in retreat in Star Soul Palace all year round and did not go out, it was not strange that he was not famous. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said seriously, "Brother Lei, I think you have some misunderstanding about me." Lei Ting's attitude of finding fault with him made Yang Kai a little unhappy, but no matter what, he was still a guest. If he really had a conflict with Lei Ting, he might offend the higher-ups of Star Soul Palace, especially since Lei Ting's uncle was Great Elder Lei Hong. It would be bad if his plan to cultivate in the five-colored treasure pagoda was ruined. Yang Kai was only halfway through his words when Lei Ting shouted in a low voice, "Why are you talking nonsense? Hurry up and fight." As soon as his words fell, he raised his hand and a dark purple bolt of lightning crackled, condensing into a lightning whip in his hand before sweeping it towards Yang Kai with great force, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth apart. The rest of Yang Kai's words were stuck in his throat as his expression turned cold. As soon as Lei Ting made his move, he could tell that this guy was indeed stronger than Xiaoqin. Furthermore, Lei Ting was stronger than all the First Order Emperor Realm Masters he had seen. It could even be said that Lei Ting was not inferior to an ordinary Second Order Emperor Realm Master. This was the result of Lei Ting not using his full strength. If he used his full strength, even a Second Order Emperor Realm Master might not be his opponent. Sure enough, he has some skill. No wonder he dared to come looking for trouble. As the lightning whip struck, Yang Kai summoned his myriad sword and held it in front of him. With a clang, sparks flew. Although the lightning whip was blocked, the terrifying electric current was transmitted through the myriad sword to Yang Kai's hand. In an instant, electric snakes swam around Yang Kai's body, causing his hair to stand on end. His emperor chi shook, dispelling the electric current that invaded his body. Before Yang Kai could react, the lightning whip had already returned. In mid-air, the head of the whip twisted and transformed into a huge lightning python. Opening its bloody mouth, lightning and thunder crackled as it bit towards Yang Kai's head with a terrifying momentum. Yang Kai formed a seal with one hand and flicked his finger, sending out a moon blade. It cut through the lightning python's head and split it in two. Lei Ting was obviously very surprised. He had cultivated this thunder attribute secret technique for many years and only he knew how powerful it was. It was impossible for an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master to break it like this, but Yang Kai had split the lightning python in two with just a casual blow. Moreover, the divine technique gave off a very strange feeling. It actually contained fluctuations of space principles. The lightning python dissipated, but Lei Ting had already taken advantage of its cover and moved forward. In a flash, he was already within 3 feet of Yang Kai. He raised one of his fan-like palms. Electricity surged in his palm, crackling as it slammed down on Yang Kai. "That's enough!" Yang Kai shouted angrily, raising his finger and pointing at Lei Ting's palm. If this finger landed, Lei Ting's palm would definitely be pierced through. Yang Kai might also be injured, but it wouldn't be too serious. Just as their fingers and palms were about to collide, Lei Ting's body suddenly trembled. A trace of panic appeared on his face as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. That palm that was slapping down also froze in midair in an instant. He didn't move, and Yang Kai also stopped. He pointed his finger at Lei Ting's palm, condensing his power but not releasing it. "Damn, Xiaoqun, you've ruined my plans." Lei Ting suddenly cursed, retracted his divine technique, turned around, and left. After taking a few steps, Lei Ting turned around again and stared at Yang Kai seriously. "I haven't been here tonight. You and I haven't met before, and we haven't even fought. Understand?" Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said leisurely, "The night is so alluring." Lei Ting still wanted to say something, but it was obviously too late. He glared hatefully at Yang Kai, then his figure flickered, turned into a bolt of lightning, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Less than 3 breaths after he left, a ray of light fell on South Dipper Peak. Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Brother Yang, are you okay?" "I'm fine, what could be wrong?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "The night at Star Soul Palace is pretty good, so I came out to get some fresh air." "I heard Lei Ting came. Did he cause trouble for you?" "Who is Lei Ting?" Yang Kai looked at Lan Sun in amazement, a blank expression on his face, but his erect hair betrayed him deeply. Lan Sun glanced at him and smiled. Yang Kai casually wiped his hair and said lightly, "The night wind messed up my hair." Lan Sun said, "Lei Ting has gone crazy from cultivating. He's a little unreasonable. Brother Yang, the next time you see him, let me know immediately. I will deal with him." Yang Kai was silent for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." "Then Brother Yang, you continue enjoying the breeze. This little sister will go back first." Lan Sun covered her mouth and giggled, then turned and left. "Lei Ting." Yang Kai touched his chin, thought for a while, and suddenly showed a smile. Not far from the side of South Dipper Peak, Lei Ting grabbed Xiaoqun's clothes and said fiercely, "You did it, didn't you? It was definitely you. If you hadn't informed little sister Sun, how could she have come here so coincidentally? You bastard, give me a little more time and I will be able to drive that guy out of Star Soul Palace. Let go of me and talk, don't drag me around." Xiaoqun lowered his eyes and stared at Lei Ting's big hand with a disgusted expression. Chapter 2793. Lei Ting snorted, but he let go of his hand and said indifferently, "I heard you fought with that guy before and didn't get the upper hand?" Xiaoqun asked with a serious face, "You also fought with him just now. Can't you see how strong he is?" Lei Ting's expression turned serious. He thought seriously for a while and nodded. "This person is a strong opponent." Xiaoqun said, "What's even more hateful is that Sun Er seems to see this guy in a different light. So Lei Ting, let's put aside our differences for now and work together to drive this guy away from Sun Er." Lei Ting sneered, "Work together? Do I need to work together with you? What a joke." Xiaoqun said, "Do you dare to talk to Sun Er? Do you dare to look into her eyes?" Lei Ting's aura suddenly disappeared. After a while, and said indignantly, "Who doesn't have a weakness?" Xiaoqun sneered, "You don't even have the courage to look at Sun Er and talk to her. If Sun Er is with him, how are you going to deal with him? Then what do you think I should do?" Lei Ting was annoyed. Xiao Chen smiled and said confidently, "The five-colored treasure pagoda will open in a few days. You and I will definitely go in. It will last for a month. Are you afraid we won't find an opportunity? Once we find an opportunity, we will give him an unforgettable lesson. At that time, he will have no face left." Work together to beat him up? Lei Ting was a little hesitant. That's not good, right? Bullying the weak with numbers is not something we do. Xiao Chen said, "Or you can fight him one-on-one. I will be in charge of restraining Sun Er and not let her disturb you." When Lei Ting heard this, he thought seriously for a while and nodded. "Yes, that's good." He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, "Then you will be in charge of Sister Sun. I will deal with that guy." "So you agree to work with me?" Xiao Chen revealed a hidden smile. Work together, work together. Since your junior brother has said so, as a brother, I naturally have to cooperate." Lei Ting laughed. He was in a very good mood. Xiao Chen said with a sullen face, "I'm too lazy to argue with you about brother and junior brother matters. As long as I can accompany the princess, I will have a chance to get close to her. As for you, you idiot, just expel the enemy and don't worry about the rest." After the discussion, the two of them parted ways and went to conserve their energy. Ever since that night when Thunder came looking for trouble, no one came to Nandu Peak to cause trouble anymore. The entire Star Soul Palace seemed to be busy with the opening of the five-colored treasure pagoda, and even Lan Sun didn't come to find Yang Kai. With a rare few days of leisure, Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion on the South Do Peak. He also consumed the 3 dragon blood pills refined by Ji Ying. The dragon blood pill was indeed amazing. After refining the 3 spirit pills, Xiao Chen was shocked. Yang Kai clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved a little. Although it wasn't much, at his level, every bit of improvement was valuable. If he had more dragon blood pills, he might be able to raise his physical body to a higher level. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. As for the dragon blood pill that Ji Ying said had the effect of purifying the dragon race bloodline, Yang Kai didn't feel anything. After thinking about it, Yang Kai concluded that he wasn't a true dragon race descendant and had only obtained the golden divine dragon source. The effects of this pure dragon race bloodline naturally had nothing to do with him. 5 days later, Yang Kai had just finished refining the 3rd dragon blood pill. Feeling the improvement in his physical fitness, Yang Kai was still immersed in joy when he noticed someone flying in from outside. After a while, Lan Sun's voice reached his ears. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai got up and walked out of the hall. Lan Sun said, "Today is the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Is Brother Yang ready?" "There's nothing to prepare." "Then come with me," Lan Sun said and led the way. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was one of the most important cultivation grounds in Star Soul Palace. It could be said to be an extremely large sealed world, from the Origin King realm to the Emperor realm. A cultivator of all realms could experience it and obtain unimaginable benefits. It was rumored that the space sealed inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda was a broken world, so a cultivator could easily comprehend the world principles inside. Although the world principles were broken, they were much easier to comprehend and had miraculous effects on a cultivator's cultivation. The existence of the Divine Ascension Mirror allowed the soul of the entire Azure Sun Temple's masters to surpass that of a cultivator of the same realm. The existence of the 5-colored treasure pagoda also allowed a cultivator of Star Soul Palace to have a far greater comprehension of the world principles. The deeper one's comprehension of the world principles was, the purer the cultivation of a cultivator would be. It would also be easier for them to cultivate. It could be said that the 5-colored treasure pagoda was one of the foundations of Star Soul Palace. However, even Star Soul Palace couldn't open the 5-colored treasure pagoda casually. Every time it opened, it required a lot of manpower and resources. Not only did it require several great elders to work together, but Star Soul Palace also consumed countless precious treasures. Basically, Star Soul Palace would only open the 5-colored treasure pagoda once every 3 years to select disciples to enter. There was also a limit to the number of people who could enter. In order to obtain an opportunity to cultivate, The disciples of all realms in Star Soul Palace would often have to participate in a large-scale martial competition half a year in advance. Only after obtaining a certain ranking would they be qualified to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda. This time, the opening of the five-colored treasure pagoda was originally scheduled for half a year later. However, because of Yang Kai, it had to be brought forward. Of course, if Star Soul Palace had to open half a year later, Yang Kai would have had no choice but to wait. However, as the pillar of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace had always kept its word and would not do anything that would damage its reputation. The early opening of the five-colored treasure pagoda this time caused the manpower and resources consumed by Star Soul Palace to increase exponentially. Yang Kai had entered the five-colored treasure pagoda once before. When he arrived in Maplewood City at the beginning of the year, Xiao Yuyang had opened the entrance from afar and allowed all the Origin King Realm cultivator in Maplewood City to enter for experience. Yang Kai had obtained a lot of benefits and had a vivid memory of this magical sealed world. The reason why he chose to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda for a month instead of asking the great emperors the 3 questions was because of his previous experience. The five-colored treasure pagoda was filled with a large number of broken world principles, which were not only of great help to Yang Kai's cultivation, but also of great help to the sealed world bead. Although the sealed world bead was a small world of its own, the world principles it contained had never been complete. Yang Kai had obtained them for many years but had never had a chance to repair them. Last time, inside the five-colored treasure pagoda, the sealed world bead had absorbed a lot of these broken world principles, allowing the sealed world bead to become much more complete. Later, in the Shattered Star Sea, the sealed world bead had absorbed a large number of broken world sources, allowing it to become more and more complete. If Yang Kai could absorb enough broken world principles from the five-colored treasure pagoda this time, or even absorb complete world principles, the sealed world bead would most likely become completely perfect. A perfect sealed world bead would truly be a small world, no different from the star boundary. Perhaps it would bring about unexpected benefits. Compared to asking the great emperors the 3 questions, Yang Kai was more willing to let the sealed world bead have this opportunity. This would be of unimaginable significance to his future comprehension of the world principles and his aspiration to become one of the great emperors. Last time in Maplewood City, Xiao Yuyang had joined forces with several people from the Emperor Realm to open an entrance to the five-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai had not seen the actual five-colored treasure pagoda, but this time, he was fortunate enough to witness it. The five-colored treasure pagoda was really a pagoda, towering into the clouds and exuding an extremely mysterious aura. When Lan Sun led Yang Kai to this place, he found that no less than 1,000 people had gathered around the five-colored treasure pagoda. Among these 1,000 people, there were cultivators from the Origin returning realm to the Emperor Realm, and no matter what their cultivation was, each of them had a calm aura. Obviously, they were all future pillars of Star Soul Palace. These 1,000 people were the disciples who would be entering the five-colored treasure pagoda for life experience this time. When the two arrived, thousands of pairs of eyes stared at them. Every Star Soul Palace disciple, regardless of whether they were men or women, showed a look of infatuation, but when they turned to look at Yang Kai, their gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, creating a stark contrast. Yang Kai didn't care about the gazes of these 1,000 people, but there were a few other sharp gazes that forced him to treat them seriously. In front of the five-colored treasure pagoda, 4 people stood side by side, their auras as deep as the sea, like 4 towering pillars. These 4 people were the current 4 great elders of Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yuyang and Shuijing Mao, whom Yang Kai knew, were among them. The other 2 were old men, one with a ruddy face and a burly figure, while the other had white hair and was hale and hearty. Xiao Yuyang nodded lightly to Yang Kai, but Shuijing Mao, who had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands, snorted lightly. "This boy is Yang Kai?" The ruddy, burly old man looked at Yang Kai and asked. Xiao Yuyang said, "And he is Yang Kai. He is a dragon among men, but he is only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How did he manage to hurt junior brother Shui?" The burly old man frowned. Shuijing Mao's expression was a little unnatural as he said, This boy is proficient in the space divine technique. Junior brother was caught off guard, allowing him to launch a sneak attack. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so being injured by a junior like Yang Kai was really embarrassing. Even if it was a sneak attack, it is still very impressive, the burly old man nodded lightly. Great Elder thinks too highly of him. Shui Zhengmao looked indignant. If we really fought, this old master would have taken his life in 3 moves. The burly old man was the Great Elder of Star Soul Palace, Lei Hong, known as the #1 Emperor Realm Master in the Southern Territory. Lei Hong chuckled. It's not that this old master thinks too highly of him, but have you forgotten how Tan Junhao died? Shui Zhengmao snorted. Didn't the news say that this boy had a monster king by his side? Tan Junhao must have died at the hands of that monster king. What does it have to do with him? Lei Ting shook his head and didn't say anything more. He knew that Shui Zhengmao was quite dissatisfied with Yang Kai, and if he continued to speak, he might become angry out of shame. They were all fellow disciples and elders of Star Soul Palace, so there was no need to provoke him. However, it had been a long time since a young man could hurt a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Xiao Yuyang looked at Yang Kai, then at Xiao Qin and sighed. Although he felt that his son was quite good, compared to Yang Kai, he seemed to pale in comparison. Chapter 2794. Yang Kai and Lan Sun landed together, and Xiao Chen and Lei Ting immediately greeted them. Princess. Xiao Chen greeted with a smile, but Lei Ting, who had come with him, looked a little uneasy as he glanced around, as if he was extremely uncomfortable. Brother Xiao, Brother Lei. Lan Sun smiled and glanced at the two. Oh. Lei Ting hesitated as his face suddenly flushed red, not even daring to look directly into Lan Sun's eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he looked at Lei Ting and then at Lan Sun, a playful grin appearing on his face. Brother Yang. Xiao Chen cupped his fist to Yang Kai, his demeanor amiable and easygoing, completely different from his previous overbearing demeanor. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Brother Xiao, Brother Lei, we meet again, Yang Kai returned the greeting. Lei Ting snorted softly and turned his head to the side. Yang Kai didn't mind and said, Are there only 4 of us from the Emperor Realm entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time? Although there were many cultivator gathered here, it seemed that there were only 4 of them from the Emperor Realm. Although the 4 third-order Emperor Realm elders were also here, they definitely wouldn't enter. Lan Sun nodded and said, there are only 4 of us. The Emperor Realm cultivators from the Emperor Realm have to pay a high price to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda, and they will take up more spots, so there can't be too many people from the Emperor Realm entering each time. Yang Kai nodded. Lan Sun continued, Brother Yang, although you have entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda once for life experience, the situation at that time is different from this time. The 5-colored treasure pagoda has a total of 5 floors, and each floor has many broken spaces. Some of these broken spaces are connected to each other and can be entered and exited from, while others are completely sealed. The higher the floor, the more obvious this situation becomes. The first floor is suitable for Origin Returning Realm Cultivator, the second for Origin Kings, the third for Dao Source Realm Cultivators, and the fourth for the Emperor Realm. The top 5th floor can only be entered by the strongest masters from the Emperor Realm. Only then can you enter. Is there some kind of seal? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Lan Sun nodded. If you're not strong enough, you can't enter the next layer. The higher the floor, the more dangerous it was. More than 10 years ago, when the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, an ancient wood spirit appeared on the 2nd floor, killing many people in Maplewood City. Big Brother Yang personally experienced this matter, so it should still be fresh in your memory, right? Yang Kai said seriously, How can I not remember? The wood spirit disaster had caused thousands of deaths in Maplewood City. Yang Kai had experienced the whole process and naturally remembered it clearly. Lan Sun sternly said, Although the experience inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda is of great help to a cultivator, it is also very dangerous. Every time the 5-colored treasure pagoda opens, some of my Star Soul Palace's disciples die inside. Can't guarantee their safety? Yang Kai frowned. Lan Sun said, "There's no other way." It was said that the shattered spaces sealed within the five-colored treasure pagoda were all ancient battlefields. Various worlds had been shattered. Although these worlds were shattered, they were still in the five-colored treasure pagoda. Although these worlds are broken, many of the world principles still remain, allowing many ancient races with tenacious vitality to find a way to survive. Later, a powerful master collected these shattered worlds and refined them into the five-colored treasure pagoda. The five-colored treasure pagoda experienced many vicissitudes and passed through many hands before it was obtained by my father. However, even my father cannot fully control the countless shattered spaces inside. After a pause, Lan Sun smiled. Of course, even if he can control them, my father probably won't interfere. If there is no danger in this experience, what kind of experience is it? Yang Kai deeply agreed and nodded. Junior sister Lan is right. Lan Sun smiled. So when big brother Yang enters the five-colored treasure pagoda, you must be careful. Don't be careless. I will remember, Yang Kai nodded seriously. At the same time, almost all the Star Soul Palace disciples participating in the five-colored treasure pagoda experience had arrived. Great Elder Lei Hong lightly coughed and the noisy crowd below instantly quieted down as thousands of pairs of eyes focused on him. The five-colored treasure pagoda will open today. All of you are the elites of my divine palace, the future mainstays of the divine palace. This old master and the elders hope that you can gain something from the pagoda. Of course, the premise is that you must protect your own lives. As fellow sect members, you should help and support each other in the pagoda. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lan Sun quietly sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him about the five-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai committed everything to memory. Lei Hong did not speak much, only saying a few words before waving his hand and saying, "If you remember, then get ready to go in." As soon as his words fell, he and the other three elders glanced at each other before moving to the four corners of the five-colored treasure pagoda, urging their secret arts and forming hand seals. As their emperor chi surged, the four of them stretched out their hands and pointed downwards. With a rumble, the doors of the five-colored treasure pagoda, which had been closed, suddenly opened. Although their movements were quick, the four great elders were sweating profusely at this moment. It was obvious that opening the pagoda was not a small burden for them. When the door opened, a slowly rotating pitch-black vortex appeared from within the door. It was like the huge mouth of a ferocious beast that was about to choose a person to devour. When the vortex first appeared, it was not very stable, constantly twisting and changing, sending out waves of energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. But as the four great elders continued to pour in their strength, the vortex gradually stabilized, and the disturbing fluctuations gradually disappeared. This situation lasted for about an incense stick worth of time before the four great elders suddenly stopped, all of them pale and panting, their auras extremely weak. At this time, if a random second-order Emperor Realm Master appeared, they would not be their opponent. If we don't go in now, then when? Great Elder Lei Hong suddenly shouted. How could the Star Soul Palace disciples, who had been eager to try, hesitate? Their figures flickered, and one by one, they rushed into the vortex and disappeared. The modesty and courtesy of the disciples of great sects was reflected. Over 1,000 people moved out, and although each of them was as fast as the wind, there was no crowding or shoving, instead appearing extremely orderly. First, the Origin returning realm cultivators entered, followed by the Origin kings, and then the Tao Source realm. In less than 50 breaths of time, almost all of the thousands of people had left, leaving only Yang Kai and the other three from the Emperor realm. Let's go, Lan Sun called out and took the lead to fly forward. Before rushing into the dark vortex, Lan Sun exhorted, "Brothers, take care of yourselves." "Your Highness, you too." Xiao Chen smiled faintly, showing a timely expression of concern. Sun. Lei Ting stammered, but before he could finish his words, Lan Sun had already disappeared, leaving him with a frustrated look. "I'll make a move first." As Xiao Chen laughed, he charged into the whirlpool. Lei Ting turned his head and glared at Yang Kai fiercely. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai glared back at him. "Don't let me meet you in there, Or you'll die, Lei Ting coldly snorted. Yang Kai sneered and took the lead to rush into the vortex. His vision blurred and he did not fall into a broken world as Yang Kai had imagined. The moment Yang Kai rushed into the five-colored treasure pagoda, a strange power fluctuation suddenly blocked his figure and he involuntarily mobilized his strongest strength to prepare for the unexpected. As the space principles fluctuated, Lei Ting felt as if he had hit a ball of cotton and was bounced back. What he saw next shocked Yang Kai. It was as if he was floating in a void. As far as the eye could see, there were balls of clouds and mist all around him. They were illusory. Moreover, these clouds and mist were of different colors. Some were colorful and pleasing to the eye, some were dim and lifeless, and there were even some that were pitch black, causing him to feel uncomfortable. Such existences were everywhere around Yang Kai. There were simply too many to count. What's going on? Yang Kai's head was a little dizzy. This was a little different from what Lan Sun had told him before. The five-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 layers, each of which contained many broken spaces. Some of these spaces were connected to each other, while others were completely closed off. The cultivator who entered the five-colored treasure pagoda would be automatically placed into a suitable layer and space according to their cultivation. For example, an origin-returning realm cultivator would directly enter a broken space in the first layer through the gate of the pagoda. Another example would be an origin king cultivator, who would enter a broken space in the second layer. A first-order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai would definitely enter the 4th layer. There was no way to enter the 5th layer directly through the gate of the pagoda, so one had to find an entrance from the 4th layer. Yang Kai thought he would definitely appear in a broken space in the 4th layer, as Lan Sun had also said, but now it seemed that something was wrong. This was definitely not a broken space in the 4th layer, because Yang Kai could not feel any principal strength here. What were those clouds and mist of different colors? Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai was both shocked and horrified, because he found that these clouds and mist were actually some kind of entrances to void corridors. After passing through these entrances, Yang Kai did not know where he would be sent to. Frowning, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while before suddenly waking up and looking behind him. What he saw was a huge dark vortex slowly rotating behind him. Isn't this the entrance to the five-colored treasure pagoda? How could it appear behind me? If behind me is the entrance, then in front of me is the way out. Am I in a buffer zone inside the five-colored treasure pagoda? Yang Kai's mind raced and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that these cloud-like entrances to the void corridors are... Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai identified a cloud that exuded a dazzling golden light and his figure flickered as he rushed in. His vision turned upside down and the world spun as a strange principal strength lingered around him. By the time Yang Kai came back to his senses, he had appeared on a vast plain. In this plain, there was not a single blade of grass and gravel, looking extremely desolate. There was no sun, moon, or stars, but it was as bright as day. What a rich metal attribute aura! Yang Kai felt it for a moment and a look of shock appeared on his face. The world energy here was a bit strange and extremely rich, but it only had one attribute, not natural attribute, but metal attribute. Chapter 2795. If a cultivator who cultivated a metal attribute secret art or secret technique were to come here, they would likely be overjoyed by such a cultivation environment. In such a place, the efficiency of cultivation would definitely increase by 10 or even 100 times. Is this the shattered space of the 4th layer? Yang Kai mused. Sure enough, it's a bit distorted. Lan Sun had said before that because the spaces inside the five-colored treasure pagoda were fragmented and incomplete, even the world principles were broken. In some spaces, the world principles had become extremely distorted over the years. There might be situations where one or more world principles were extremely strong while the other world principles were weak or even missing. This was the case in this fragmented space. The metal attribute world principles had almost dominated the world, leaving no place for other world principles. This distortion was really fierce. Yang Kai had chosen an entrance that exuded a golden light to enter this place. In other words, the color of the clouds and mist should represent the world principles inside the fragmented space. The clouds and mist were the entrances to the fragmented spaces. Through the clouds and mist that exuded different colors, one could enter a fragmented space. Why was this happening? Yang Kai was sure that the other Star Soul Palace disciples had not encountered such a thing because if it had happened before, Lan Sun would have definitely mentioned it. Since Lan Sun did not mention this, Yang Kai's experience was unique. This was good news because in such a buffer zone, Yang Kai had the freedom to choose which fragmented space to enter, provided that Yang Kai could return to the buffer zone. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai immediately took action. The space principles fluctuated. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore the void in front of him. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly. He did not encounter much resistance. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai was relieved. After all, this side of the world was fragmented and the world principles were not complete, so how much interference could it bring to Yang Kai? A void crack appeared and Yang Kai's figure flickered and entered it. When he reappeared, he was back in the buffer zone, just like last time. An inexplicable force came and bounced Yang Kai back. Instinctively urging his space principles, he immediately stabilized himself in the magical buffer zone, surrounded by clouds and mist. Huh, so that's how it is. Yang Kai laughed. When he first entered this buffer zone, Yang Kai did not know what was going on, but now that he had come here a second time with the purpose of probing, he finally understood. Space principles. According to Lan Sun, when a cultivator in the Emperor realm passed through the gate of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, they would be automatically thrown into a fragmented space in the 4th layer, which inevitably involved the world principles of the space principles. However, Yang Kai was someone who was proficient in space principles, so under the influence of his principles, he was able to repel this attractive force, so the 5-colored treasure pagoda had no way of throwing him into any of the shattered spaces. He could only let him stay in the buffer zone. Now I can do whatever I want? After figuring out the whole story, he said, so I can't do anything I want now. When others entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, they could only rely on luck. If they accidentally entered a death zone, they could only blame themselves for not checking the almanac before leaving the house, but for Yang Kai, there were many things he could freely control. Once he had made up his mind, Kai Yang immediately began to look around. Naturally, there was no need to pay attention to the dark clouds and mist filled with death chi. Entering them would definitely lead to death, and even the world principles would not be left. What he was looking for was the brightly colored clouds and mist. Because the color of the clouds and mist was directly related to the hidden fragmented space, the brighter the color, the more outstanding the fragmented space would be, and the more useful it would be to him. Not long after, Yang Kai identified a colorful cloud and rushed straight in. Sure enough, this was not the case. Although the laws of heaven and earth in this broken world were still broken, they were not distorted. Unexpectedly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be extremely rich, not inferior to that of the first-class sects in the Southern Territory. However, when Yang Kai released his divine sense, he could not help feeling a little stunned. So small. He found that this fragmented space was extremely small, occupying only a few dozen square meters. The edges were filled with nothingness and chaos, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Such a small space was similar to Thousand Leaves Sect's Emperor Heaven Valley. There were some plants, but no living creatures. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept out, nothing in this world could hide. So what if it was small? It was better than nothing. Yang Kai also wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to the sealed world bead after refining and absorbing the world principles of this world. He would just treat this as an experiment. With this in mind, Yang Kai immediately summoned the sealed world bead, sat down cross-legged, and placed his palms together, placing the sealed world bead in his palms. With a thought, the sealed world bead's entrance opened. Yang Kai immersed his mind into it, silently circulating his secret art while controlling the sealed world bead to devour the world energy and fragmented world principles of this world. In an instant, the surrounding world energy was continuously devoured by the sealed world bead, like a sea of water. At the same time, Mysterious and almost unfathomable world principles poured into the sealed world bead through the entrance, filling up the small sealed world. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly, suddenly feeling a hostile aura enveloping him from all directions. Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that there was some danger here that he had not noticed, but upon closer inspection, he found that things were not as he thought. There were no living creatures in this world, but the hostility was clear and tangible, as if it was everywhere, wrapping around him. Yang Kai instantly felt like he had fallen into a sea full of hostility. World force. Yang Kai's expression froze as he immediately realized what this hostility was. Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to refine and devour the world principles of this world, so naturally, it would cause this world to reject him. The heavenly way was constant, and the heavens were unpredictable. Even if this was a fragmented world, it was still a world of its own. Amidst the thunder and lightning, bolts of lightning struck down from above. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was immediately struck, twitching all over as he hurriedly circulated his emperor chi to resist. Only then did he feel a little better. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This was just a small sealed world that covered an area of only a few dozen acres, yet it was already so powerful. If it were a larger world, how strong would the repulsion and hostility be? Fortunately, Yang Kai had chosen this fragmented small sealed world to experiment with at the beginning, otherwise, if he had rashly tried to touch a larger world, he might have failed miserably. While secretly rejoicing in his heart, Yang Kai clearly felt a strong repulsive force pressing down on him from all directions, as if it wanted to squeeze him out of this world and prevent him from doing whatever he wanted. However, this repulsive force was not strong, so Yang Kai only needed to resist for a moment before remaining as steady as a mountain. Lightning flashed and thunder roared even more violently. Yang Kai sat cross-legged with a look of indifference on his face as the lightning continued to fall from above his head. It was as if he was a rogue who had broken into the home of an unarmed old farmer and was about to rob him of everything. World force. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Instead of feeling frightened, he felt somewhat happy. A few years ago, in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai witnessed the shocking battle between the two great emperors, which allowed him to understand a kind of power called the world force. It was a power that was even more profound than principal strength, a power that only the great emperors could control. Wasn't this world force the world force? Although the world force of this side of the world was not strong, it was, after all, a legitimate seedling. Not only was it unable to harm Yang Kai, but it also gave him an opportunity to come into contact with and comprehend this power in advance. Faintly, Yang Kai gained some insights. However, good things did not last long. Only 3 hours later, the lightning and thunders suddenly disappeared, and even the hostility of the entire world was annihilated without a trace. This situation did not occur because the world had acknowledged him, but because the sealed world bead had swallowed up the world force of this side of the world. Even the remnants of the world force had disappeared, and this side of the world could no longer display any hostility or repulsion towards him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and smacked his lips, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. It was at this moment that the world suddenly collapsed. Huge cracks appeared in the sky one after another, as if a mirror had been smashed by someone. The ground also trembled, and ravines suddenly appeared. Even the surrounding void also appeared, and the aura of chaos and nothingness emanated from it. Yang Kai hurriedly got up, stretched out his hand, and tore space, escaping from this side of the world and returning to the buffer zone. Just as he returned to the buffer zone, a cloud in front of him suddenly burst apart, turning into dust and dissipating. This side of the broken world had disappeared just like that. Yang Kai muttered to himself, his figure flickering as he swam through the clouds. It didn't take long for him to enter another shattered world. There were many broken worlds here, and although they varied in size, there were still traces of them upon careful observation. Yang Kai did not dare to touch those worlds that were too big, so he only looked for those small worlds to start with. Following the same pattern, in just 3 days, the sealed world bead had swallowed up the world force of more than a dozen small worlds, completely shattering them. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there were some changes in the world inside the sealed world bead. The world force was undoubtedly more complete, but it was still some distance away from perfection. This made him very happy. During these 3 days, Yang Kai was in a wonderful mood, but inside Star Soul Palace, outside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the 4 great emperor's 3-layer elders were all wearing worried expressions. Because after the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened this time, some strange things had happened. Some strange things that had never happened before. 3 hours after the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, a burst of light suddenly burst out from the 4th floor. At that time, the 4 great elders were all meditating near the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so when this strange event happened, all of them clearly saw it. Lei Hong was shocked and immediately went to investigate. However, he couldn't find anything. The remaining 3 great elders also couldn't find anything. Chapter 2796. Just as the 4 of them were trying to figure out the reason, the scene from before happened again. It had already happened more than a dozen times. For this to happen in the 4th layer, it was undoubtedly because the juniors from the Emperor realm had encountered something while they were in the 4th layer. Among these juniors, Yang Kai wasn't included, but Lan Sun, Xiao Chen, and Lei Ting were all descendants of Star Soul Palace's upper echelons, so no accident could happen to any of them. This matter was of great importance, so Great Elder Lei Hong didn't dare to delay it any longer and could only send a message to the Great Emperors to report this matter and ask the Great Emperors to decide how to deal with it. The Great Emperors still haven't given any instructions? Xue Zhengmao paced back and forth impatiently before suddenly pausing and asking Lei Hong. Although none of the disciples in the 4th layer were his descendants, as one of the 4 great elders of Star Soul Palace, his life was tied to Star Soul Palace, so he was very concerned about everything in Star Soul Palace. If not for this, he wouldn't have bullied the weak that day and dealt with Yang Kai. Lei Hong just shook his head when he suddenly saw a white light rushing over from the distance. Immediately startled, he reached out and caught it, but after sensing it, his expression suddenly became strange. What did the great emperor say? Xiao Yuyang asked in a deep voice. Lei Hong glanced at the other 3 elders and replied, wait and see, how could that be? Xue Zhengmao muttered, not expecting the great emperor's instructions to be like this. Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before saying, since the great emperor said so, they naturally have their reasons. We can't interfere rashly. No one dared to disobey the great emperor's orders. Since the great emperors had clearly given instructions, no one dared to disobey. Everyone could only obey. Everyone secretly guessed. Those juniors might not be in any danger in the 4th layer, so the great emperors weren't worried. Half a month later, in a broken space, Yang Kai frowned. During this half a month, he had shuttled through various broken spaces and urged the sealed world bead to devour the world principles of these broken spaces, gaining a lot. Not to mention that he had some understanding of the power of the world. Just the number of laws of heaven and earth that the sealed world bead had absorbed was unimaginable. The shattered worlds were completely annihilated, and each annihilated world represented the laws of heaven and earth that the sealed world bead had completely devoured. And every time, Yang Kai would encounter rejection and hostility from those worlds. There were big and small worlds, and there were strong and weak enmity. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lightning strikes were common occurrences. There were even some hidden ancient species in the broken worlds. Every one of them was powerful, and they were driven by the will of the world. These ancient remnant beasts came one after another to fight Yang Kai to the death, all for the sake of driving away the external enemy. No matter how well Yang Kai hid, he couldn't escape this fate. Fortunately, this was only the 4th level. Even if there were remnants of ancient remnant beasts, their strength would not be too terrifying. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, it would not be too difficult to deal with them. If it was the 5th level, which was the highest level, perhaps it wouldn't be the case. However, it was impossible to enter the 5th floor directly from the buffer zone. He could only find the entrance from some of the shattered spaces on the 4th floor. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had destroyed dozens of shattered spaces, and Yang Kai had killed countless ancient remnant beasts. However, Yang Kai had never found the entrance to the 5th floor. He didn't know if it was because his luck was too bad, or because there were too few entrances. After half a month of hard work, his harvest was naturally not small. However, Yang Kai now encountered a difficult matter. He could clearly sense that the sealed world bead had devoured enough laws of heaven and earth. Not only was it enough, it had even reached the point of saturation. However, it still hadn't evolved from quantitative to qualitative. It seemed that something was still missing, and the sealed world bead was unable to take that final step. This inevitably made him feel a little conflicted. Tao begets one, one begets two begets three begets all things, yin and yang become the 5 elements, the 5 elements become one, the world begets 5 elements, 5 elements. As he muttered, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had vaguely grasped something. A moment later, he suddenly stood up, stretched out his hand, and tore space, returning to the buffer zone. His eyes exuded a sharp light as he searched through the countless clouds. After a while, his eyes flashed, found it. His figure flickered, and he rushed directly into a cloud exuding a dazzling golden light. The next moment, his figure appeared in the world distorted by golden laws. This was the first shattered world Yang Kai entered half a month ago. Since he lacked the 5 elements, he would make up for it. The 5-colored treasure pagoda didn't lack these things. Summoning the sealed world bead, Yang Kai opened the entrance and devoured the laws and metal attribute aura here with all his strength. Yang Kai divided a part of his mind to be vigilant of his surroundings. Having done this kind of thing many times, Yang Kai also had the experience of dealing with it. In any case, this world would definitely not stand by and let him seize its laws. It would definitely interfere and reject him. It was just that depending on the world and its laws, the methods of interference and rejection would also be different. There were no signs of clouds gathering in the sky, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. During this time, he had been struck by lightning many times, and whenever he heard an explosion, he would tremble. Fortunately, the golden laws here were distorted and there was no place for other laws, so naturally, no lightning would appear. However, the hostility and rejection of this world was unprecedentedly fierce. If it weren't for Yang Kai's solid foundation and strength, he would have been pushed out long ago. What could it be? Yang Kai's expression was not nervous, but instead a little excited. This kind of experience of being an enemy of an entire world was not something that everyone could experience. Every time one resisted, one could grow. The worlds Yang Kai had searched for before were all worlds with a mixture of different elemental laws. This was the first time he had encountered a world with a single elemental law, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. Asterisk, a clear cry suddenly sounded, like a sword being unsheathed. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the sound and suddenly raised his brow. Not far away, a sharp blade exuding a golden radiance suddenly took shape and floated in the air. The long sword rotated slightly, its tip pointing towards where Yang Kai was. Golden sword. Yang Kai grinned. A bit interesting. Jing. Clear sounds rang out one after another, interrupting Yang Kai's soliloquy. In the next moment, hundreds of golden swords suddenly appeared from all directions, each one seeming to have been carved from the same mold. Moreover, each of these golden swords exuded an extremely sharp aura, as if they could split mountains and sever seas. Gulp. Yang Kai could not help but gulp, his expression becoming a little difficult. With so many golden swords appearing at the same time, each one filled with a strong hostility, Yang Kai really could not be happy. Not only that, there were even more golden swords condensing. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai seemed to be wrapped in a sea of golden swords in the sky and on the ground. Being in such an ocean, he was like a lonely boat, in danger of capsizing at any time. After the countless golden swords appeared, they did not immediately attack Yang Kai. Instead, they moved together and gave him a warning, gathering a shocking sword intent that seemed to want to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Yang Kai was unmoved, but his expression was solemn as he waited. After 3 breaths, the golden swords began to tremble and quickly rotated at high speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It was as if they were being controlled by an invisible hand, breaking through the barriers of space and instantly bombarding Yang Kai. The myriad sword had already been summoned, and the supreme sword intent erupted. Yang Kai waved the long sword and defended himself like an impregnable fortress. But this defense only lasted for a breath before it was broken. With a series of clanging sounds and sparks flying, Yang Kai opened up and more golden swords came at him, as if they wanted to crush Yang Kai to pieces. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he did not underestimate the power of these golden swords, he still underestimated them. In a hurry, he hurriedly urged the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi to surround himself, but it was broken in an instant. Asterisk Qi 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 Qi. Asterisk with a series of soft sounds, Yang Kai was soon in rags and looked extremely embarrassed. There was even a bloody wound on his cheek, revealing his white bone and blood. It was an extremely terrifying sight. After a round of attacks, the golden swords calmed down a lot and did not launch another attack. Heaven's way was to take away what was surplus and make up for what was lacking. For the world will of this side, it would not be so extreme as to force Yang Kai to retreat. Yang Kai had experienced such a scene countless times and was naturally familiar with it. Therefore, although he had suffered a slight setback, he had no intention of stopping and instead urged the sealed world bead to devour the world principles here. The world was furious. The countless golden swords exuded an even more astonishing sword intent and began to rotate more and more violently. Asterisk so, asterisk with a soft sound, the golden swords attacked again. Yang Kai was already prepared and quickly shouted, "Dragon transformation." The power of the golden divine dragon source suddenly appeared and a huge golden dragon head flashed behind Yang Kai and entered his body. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure soared and his body, which was already a little taller than an ordinary person, suddenly grew to more than 10 meters. Scales began to appear on his exposed skin and a bulge appeared on both sides of his head, as if something was about to break out. His hands became dragon claws and were incomparably sharp. A dragon tail appeared on his back and the flying great ink dragon armor was draped over his body, giving him an awe-inspiring appearance. During this period, whenever he had free time, Yang Kai had been cultivating the true dragon transformation secret technique. With the help of the golden divine dragon source, this secret technique was twice as fast with half the effort. Today, Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique seemed to be even stronger than the last time. The last time he had dragon transformed in front of Hua Qingxi, Yang Kai remembered that he was only 6 meters tall, but now he was already 10 meters tall. If he continued to cultivate, he would likely grow even taller. If it were not for the Emperor artifact, the flying great ink dragon armor, Yang Kai would likely be naked again. The dragon transformation only lasted for an instant before the thousands of golden swords arrived in front of him. Stretching out his dragon claws, Yang Kai grabbed a dozen golden swords and exerted a little force. With a crack, these golden swords turned into fluorescent light and disappeared. Chapter 2797. 2 days later, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's eyes were wide open, and his body was covered in blood, as if he had experienced hundreds of life and death battles. His dragon transformation secret technique was still maintained, and except for the places covered by the flying great ink dragon armor, there were wounds everywhere. Hundreds and thousands of wounds of various sizes were extremely terrifying, and even a section of the dragon horn on his forehead was broken. Although his aura was weak, his fighting spirit was as hot as fire. In front of him, a giant golden blade more than 100 feet long stood in the void, facing him from a distance. The terrifying sword intent seemed to be able to cut space apart. For 2 days, Yang Kai had fought desperately with this metal-type world. He had used all his means and taken countless pills, and he had finally persevered until now. If it were not for his strong foundation and outstanding physical fitness, he would have been excluded or killed by this world long ago. It was really satisfying to be an enemy of the world. However, Yang Kai was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and correspondingly, this world was not much better. For 2 days, the sealed world bead had been devouring the world's world principles and world energy, wearing down the world's spirituality. If it were not for Yang Kai's huge consumption of energy, This situation alone would have been enough for him to conquer this world. However, it was almost time to end it now. Come, let's see who lives and who dies with the final blow. Yang Kai stared at the giant golden blade and laughed. As if responding to his provocation, the giant golden blade buzzed and chopped down at Yang Kai. This blow was the final blow of this world's power. This blow was also the final display of hostility from this world. Such a terrifying blow was enough to overturn rivers and seas. It was enough to shatter the void. A huge pitch-black mark appeared in the sky. It was like a wound that could not be healed. Yang Kai roared and did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward, swinging his dragon tail, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. A loud dragon's roar sounded, and the giant golden dragon's figure appeared, wrapping Yang Kai's body. The giant dragon's body was more than 100 feet long and lifelike. When it shook its head and tail, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as violent energy ripples swept out in all directions. The space within a radius of 100 miles shattered inch by inch. 2 dazzling golden lights exploded in midair, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The whole world was filled with a golden ocean. Crack! At the same time, a crisp sound was heard. A huge crack appeared on the golden blade. Soon, with this crack as the origin, dense cracks covered the golden blade like a spider web. Crash! Like a broken mirror, the giant golden blade suddenly shattered and turned into specks of fluorescent light. It filled the world. Yang Kai left quickly. His return was also quick. His entire body was like a meteorite falling from the sky, crashing straight into the ground. Even the giant dragon projection covering his body suddenly shattered. Yang Kai fell heavily to the ground and bounced back up. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was so weak that he looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. He lay motionless on the ground. Only the sealed world bead continued to devour the nomological laws and spiritual energy in this place. After a long time, Yang Kai let out a groan and moved slightly. He felt pain all over his body, as if all his bones were broken. Taking out spirit pills from his space ring and swallowing them, Yang Kai forced himself to sit cross-legged and silently operated his secret art. Half a day later, Yang Kai slowly got up, his face still pale. The previous battle had consumed too much of his strength and he would need to rest for a while. However, he could not stay here any longer. He clearly felt that this world was showing signs of collapse and the surrounding space had become unstable. Taking back the sealed world bead, Yang Kai took one last look at this side of the world before returning to the buffer zone. Another day later, Yang Kai rushed into a cloud of dazzling green light and entered a world with distorted would attribute nomological laws. In this world, Yang Kai encountered an old acquaintance, the wood spirit. Not just 1 or 2 wood spirits, but tens of thousands of them. The vitality of the wood spirits was extremely strong, and their seeds had the ability to parasitize. Any wood spirit was an existence that was difficult to kill. Unfortunately, they had encountered Yang Kai. The wood spirits were most afraid of fire attribute secret arts and secret techniques. Although Yang Kai now cultivated the space divine technique, when he first entered the martial Dao, he had cultivated a fire attribute secret art and his conflagrated knowledge C. The wood spirit could be said to have encountered its natural enemy. In this world, Yang Kai's situation was much better than in the world with distorted metal attribute nomological laws. Defending his position alone and enveloped by his conflagrated knowledge C, the wood spirit could not approach him at all. After another 2 days, the sealed world bead had completely devoured the nomological laws of this world. Returning to the buffer zone, Yang Kai did not stop, unwilling to waste a single moment as he purposefully searched for the nomological laws of the 5 elements. The monstrous waves of the water attribute world, the ocean cage, the earth stone mongoose of the earth attribute world, each of which had the power to destroy a country, were all cut down by Yang Kai's sword one by one. 25 days after entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, in the fire attribute world, Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he swung his myriad sword, pouring all of his emperor chi into it to break through the ancient flame demon's body. Space principles fluctuated, and hidden in the sword light, The shattered space turned into a vortex, forming a dark black hole that sucked in the ancient flame demon's body one by one. The ancient flame demon let out a mournful howl, as if unwilling to accept such a fate, but it was still unable to escape the devouring of space and eventually disappeared. Yang Kai let out a soft breath. The ancient flame demon he encountered in the fire attribute world was not as sharp as the one in the metal attribute world. Its defensive power was not as strong as the one in the earth attribute world. It was not as flexible as the one in the water attribute world, and it did not have as many wood spirits as the one in the wood attribute world. The most troublesome thing about this ancient flame demon was its almost immortal body. No matter how serious its injuries were, as long as it absorbed some fire attribute energy, it would be able to heal. Fortunately, Yang Kai's space divine technique allowed him to banish this ancient flame demon into the endless void, otherwise, he would not have known how to kill it. With the ancient flame demon banished, the greatest threat to the fire attribute world had disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly felt relaxed and focused on urging the sealed world bead to devour the fire attribute world principles here. According to his previous conjecture, the reason why the sealed world bead had not been able to take the final step was because the 5 elements were incomplete. Since the 5 elements were incomplete, Yang Kai had to make up for them. Yang Kai put this conjecture into action. The 5 element principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all devoured. Now, the sealed world bead was filled with a magnificent 5-colored brilliance that connected the heavens and the earth. The power of the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, circulating endlessly, seemingly undergoing some magical transformation, giving Yang Kai more confidence in his conjecture. A day later, the fire attribute world principles were completely devoured, and the world was on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai put away the sealed world bead but did not have time to investigate what kind of changes were taking place. Instead of returning to the buffer zone like he had done several times before, his figure flickered as he flew off in a certain direction. There was a void corridor there. It should be the entrance to the 5th layer. Over the past 20 days or so, Yang Kai had shuttled through dozens of broken spaces and had finally found an entrance, so naturally he would not let it go. He wanted to know what was inside the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Secretly on guard, Yang Kai plunged into the void corridor and immediately felt a sense of weightlessness. However, he soon landed on solid ground, and before Yang Kai could observe his surroundings, he suddenly felt a pair of sharp eyes staring at him. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he circulated his Emperor Qi and looked up, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "Brother Lei?" The person staring at him was actually Lei Ting. Yang Kai was quite surprised to encounter Lei Ting here. "You really came to the 5th layer." Lei Ting was not surprised at all and instead grinned as if he had expected this. "My 10 days of waiting for you here was not in vain." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Brother Lei was waiting for me?" Lei Ting was furious. "Don't play dumb, we haven't finished our battle yet. Don't tell me you want to be a coward." Yang Kai was surprised for a moment before he burst into laughter. "I thought we were done fighting." Lei Ting snorted. "How can we be done without a victor being decided?" "Why do we need to decide a victor?" Yang Kai asked back. Lei Ting said, "Of course." At this point, he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry so much, we'll talk about it after the battle." As soon as his words fell, Lei Ting threw a punch towards Yang Kai, lightning crackling around his fist, giving off a terrifying aura. Kai Yang indifferently took a step forward, and without any change in expression, he stepped forward to greet him. Lei Ting's fist instantly stopped in front of him, the electric arcs making Yang Kai's hair stand on end. "What are you doing?" Lei Ting glared at Yang Kai. "Do you know that if I don't withdraw my fist in time, someone will die?" Just now, when he threw a punch, Yang Kai did not retreat, but Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of condensing his strength, letting him hit him as if he did not resist at all. This made Lei Ting feel like he had punched cotton. Although he wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson, what was the point of fighting if his opponent did not fight back? What he needed was a real battle, a fair and square victory. Yang Kai said lightly, "Brother Lei's strength is profound. This one humbly admits defeat." The veins on Lei Ting's forehead throbbed. He felt like a volcano was brewing in his chest, as if it could erupt at any time. Yang Kai, however, turned a deaf ear to Lei Ting's words, glanced ahead a few times, then looked back and asked, "What is this place? Why is there a corridor?" It was not until this moment that he discovered that he was in a long corridor. The place where he appeared was a space array, and the end of the corridor was pitch black, like a beast with its mouth open. Lei Ting said in a muffled voice, "Between the 4th and 5th layers, after crossing this corridor, you will reach the 5th layer. As for what lies on the other side, it depends on your luck." Yang Kai rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and muttered to himself, "It's a bit similar to the 4th layer." The 4th layer also had a buffer zone, but not everyone could enter it. Only he who cultivated the space divine technique was able to repel the suction force, so he could stay in the buffer zone. Chapter 2798. The corridor in front of him was a buffer zone for the 5th layer, and anyone could come in, provided that they could find the entrance to the 4th layer. No wonder Lei Ting had been waiting here. It turned out that he had already expected him to come to the 5th layer. Brother Lei doesn't want to go in and take a look? Yang Kai glanced at the dark entrance and asked. "There's no hurry," Lei Ting replied lightly. Yang Kai counted on his fingers. "If I remember correctly, this 5-colored treasure pagoda adventure will end in a few days, so if we don't seize the opportunity now, I'm afraid we won't have another chance." Lei Ting sneered, "That's only for you." He was the nephew of Star Soul Palace's great elder and one of the leaders of Star Soul Palace's younger generation. The 5-colored treasure pagoda opened once every 3 years, so as long as he wanted to, he could enter almost every time. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to explore the 5th layer. On the contrary, Yang Kai had obtained this opportunity by chance, so if he didn't seize it, he might not have another chance to come to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in the future. "That's true." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled. "In that case, I'll take my leave first." "Where do you think you're going?" Lei Ting roared, his aura firmly locked onto Yang Kai, as if he would teach him a lesson if he dared to move. Yang Kai frowned and said somewhat impatiently, "Brother Lei, you and I have no grievances, so why be so aggressive?" Lei Ting sneered, "We do have no grievances, but you are a rare opponent, so I can't just let you go." Yang Kai thought for a moment before looking at him seriously and saying, "Is this just an excuse? The biggest reason is Her Highness the Princess?" Lei Ting blushed and waved his hand. "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai grinned, "I can see that. Brother Lei cares for Her Highness the Princess and admires her. Brother Lei is afraid that my appearance will arouse Her Highness' interest, so you want to use force to show off your strength and make Her Highness look at you differently?" Lei Ting wore an embarrassed expression. "Is it that obvious?" Yang Kai pointed at his eyes and said, "I'm not blind." After being exposed by Yang Kai, Lei Ting seemed to be more at ease. He relaxed and said, "You're right. Sun Er and I grew up together. I've never seen her treat any man so passionately before. You give off a very dangerous feeling, so I have to treat you seriously." A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. He smiled and said, "That would be an honor. But Brother Lei, you're mistaken." He shook his head as he spoke. Lei Ting was startled. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai sternly said, "Your Highness is indeed an outstanding beauty with an easygoing temperament. But with Your Highness's status and vision, how could you casually fall in love with a man? It was a matter between men and women. Not only do they have to be in love with each other, but they also have to be of equal social status." Lei Ting thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, you're right." Yang Kai continued, "Brother Lei and Your Highness are childhood sweethearts. You should understand her temperament the best. Moreover, you and Great Elder Lei are uncle and nephew. Great Elder Lei is the Great Elder of the Divine Palace, under the Great Emperors. With Brother Lei's status, you're barely worthy of Your Highness. Being of equal social status is naturally not a problem. As long as Brother Lei can capture the heart of Your Highness, you'll naturally achieve good things." Lei Ting laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be so interesting." His face suddenly turned cold. He suddenly changed the topic. "Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I'll believe you just because you said a few words? Yang Kai was stunned. He sighed and said, Brother Lei, oh Brother Lei, I just want to tell you. I'm not your enemy. Your enemy is someone else. Lei Ting snorted. Yang Kai blinked and said, Who else could it be? Xiao Chen. Brother Lei, don't you know that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first? When you and I are confronting each other here, I'm afraid Brother Xiao is accompanying Her Highness the Princess. Moreover, Xiao Chen's cultivation and background are not below yours. I have seen Xiao Chen accompanying Her Highness the Princess several times, taking care of her every need. Men and women are different. After interacting with each other for a long time, love will naturally develop. Let me ask Brother Lei, are you afraid? Lei Ting sneered. Xiao Chen? With just him? Who does he think he is? I, Lei Ting, can kill him casually. But you… Well, Sun Er's attitude towards you is very unsettling. While speaking, he clenched his fists, making crackling sounds. He approached Yang Kai with a grim smile. Don't worry, I won't take your life. At most, I'll cripple you. As long as I get rid of you, you won't have the face to appear in front of Sun Er. Then, Sun Er will be mine. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked seriously, Brother Lei, do you know that trouble comes from the mouth? Is it really okay to say such irresponsible words? Lei Ting curled his lips and said, There's no need to say anything more. Hurry up and fight. Oh, it turns out that to Brother Lei, I'm actually in your bag. A clear and melodious voice suddenly came from behind Lei Ting. Lei Ting's ferocious face instantly stiffened and his hair stood on end. His fighting spirit seemed to have been drenched from head to toe by a basin of cold water. Swallowing hard, Lei Ting's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He mechanically turned his head and saw Lan Sun and Xiao Chen standing side by side on the space array. The former looked at him indifferently while the latter had a look of ridicule and schadenfreude on his face. When Lei Ting was horrified and felt his heart sink, as if he would fall into the depths of purgatory and never be able to turn over again. He kept wailing in the depths of his heart. It's over, it's completely over. Sun Er heard what I said. I'm afraid she won't give me any face in this life. What was most unbelievable to him was that he didn't notice when two people appeared behind him. If not, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. It's Yang Kai. He's deliberately diverting my attention. That's right, he used the law of space just now. I thought he was on guard, but now it seems that he's not on guard at all. He's clearly interfering with my judgment. Lei Ting, how can you say that? Quickly apologize to Her Royal Highness. Xiao Chen was suddenly filled with righteous indignation and shouted angrily. Lei Ting's face instantly flushed red and he said helplessly, Lan Sun slightly raised her chin and stared at him, as if waiting for him to explain. Lei Ting couldn't say a word at all. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and rushed directly to the entrance in front of him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lei Ting, come back here. You want to leave without explaining clearly? Xiao Chen was furious. Knowing that Lei Ting couldn't come back, he still kept shouting, but the corners of his mouth hooked up in a subtle arc. Lei Ting was completely out of the game. He was not good with words in front of Her Royal Highness, and now that he was cheated by Yang Kai, he probably wouldn't have the face to appear in front of Her Royal Highness in the future. His love rival had been eliminated. Xiao Chen was very happy in his heart as he slowly glanced at Yang Kai. He was different from Lei Ting. Although Yang Kai was a bit of a threat to him, he didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Kai's words were right. The pavilion closest to the water could catch the moon first. After this experience in the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai would leave Star's Soul Palace. He didn't know if he would have a chance to meet Her Royal Highness again in the future, so how could he be a threat? Only an idiot like Lei Ting would believe his bewitchment. Isn't it a bit cruel? Yang Kai looked in the direction Lei Ting left and rubbed his chin as he asked himself. Lan Sun said, It's Brother Lei who is pestering you. Brother Yang, you don't have to worry too much about it. Yang Kai smiled and said, Well, if he can understand the word love, his future achievements will be higher. Just treat it as a test. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled, looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Brother Yang, you seem to be speaking from the bottom of your heart. Yang Kai coughed lightly. My life experience is a bit richer. Xiao Chen watched coldly from the side. Seeing the two fighting fiercely, he knew something was wrong and quickly jumped out. Brother Yang also found the entrance. Congratulations. It's just a coincidence. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang looked at them suspiciously and asked, But you two, why are you together? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Fate. After entering the 4th floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had been looking for Lan Sun. During this period, he had gone through more than a dozen broken spaces and finally found her a few days ago, taking on the role of a flower guardian. Lan Sun said, There are only a few days left before the 1-month deadline. The 5th floor is right in front of us. Brother Yang, do you want to take a look? Of course. Yang Kai nodded and said, But what is the difference between the 5th floor and the 4th floor? Lan Sun said, Of course there is a difference. Answer me. Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. Xiao Chen interrupted, The space of the 4th floor is a shattered world. The laws of the world are imperfect. Although there are many spaces in the 5th floor, they are not like the 4th floor. They are independent secret realms. Secret realms? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Xiao Chen said, Yes. Those secret realms were born from the broken worlds of the first few floors. When the ancient Almighty refined the 5-colored treasure pagoda, they merged the many broken worlds together to form the first 4 floors of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. As for the secret realms left behind in these broken worlds, they were extracted and placed in the 5th floor. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, So, the secret realms in the 5th floor may be related to one of the broken worlds in the first 4 floors? Exactly, but the connection is not big. The many secret realms in the 5th floor are all different, just like the countless broken worlds in the first few floors. Which secret realm to enter is based on luck and cannot be freely chosen. Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he sighed. The 5-colored treasure pagoda is really amazing. Before understanding the truth of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai only felt that its existence was of great significance to Star Soul Palace. But now that he understood all aspects, he realized that it was simply a treasure. Millions of cultivators in the star boundary cultivated, and what they sought was opportunities. And where did opportunities come from? Secret realms were the biggest source. Chapter 2799. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for an ordinary person to find a sealed world. Many cultivators would never have the opportunity to enter a sealed world for life experience and treasure hunting, but on the side of Star Soul Palace, there were countless sealed worlds waiting to be explored. Did the sect of the great emperors have such a terrifying heritage? Lan Sun smiled lightly and said, Brother Yang, do you remember the golden armored heavenly book? Yang Kai laughed and said, I'm not old yet. This thing was taken away by Lan Sun not long ago. So how could Yang Kai forget? It was also because Lan Sun took away the golden armored heavenly book that Yang Kai had the opportunity to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for life experience. Something that happened not long ago was naturally fresh in Yang Kai's memory. However, when she mentioned the golden armored heavenly book at this time, it was obviously not a casual remark, but Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, Is the golden armored heavenly book related to the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Lan Sun nodded and said, Yes. The golden armored heavenly book was taken out by Martial Uncle Tan Jun Hao from the sealed world in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Not only is it a powerful emperor artifact, but it is also the key to opening that sealed world. Yang Kai was shocked. In other words, that sealed world was originally in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but because Tan Jun Hao took out the golden armored heavenly book, Star Soul Palace's disciples can enter that sealed world without needing to go through the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Exactly. Lan Sun nodded. That sealed world originally existed in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to enter it, they would have to pass through the 4th layer and have some luck. But since Tan Jun Hao took out the golden armored heavenly book, disciples can enter and exit it at will. Tan Junhao's luck is not small. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Lan Sun smiled lightly. According to my father's master speculation, there should be many sealed worlds in the 5th layer like that one. They have their own keys. As long as they can find that key, they can open the entrance to sealed world at any time and allow disciples to enter it for life. Yang Kai shook and exclaimed, "There is such a thing?" Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed and he quietly whispered to Lan Sun, "Your Highness, you've said too much." This matter was a secret of Star Soul Palace, and although it wasn't a top secret, it wasn't something that could be casually revealed to others. However, Lan Sun's identity was different. No one could blame her for saying this. Lan Sun shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, that key is not something that can be found easily. My divine palace has been searching for so many years, but we have only found the key to one sealed world." Yang Kai pondered seriously for a while, then cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your advice." Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. Talking so much has wasted a lot of time. "Brother Yang, let's go to the 5th floor first." Yang Kai nodded. "All right. Junior Marshal Sister Lan, please." Lan Sun's expression turned solemn as she exhorted, "There is one thing that Brother Yang should know. In the many sealed realms in the 5th layer, anything can happen. You must guard your heart and not be swayed by external forces." "Got it." Yang Kai nodded. While speaking, the three arrived at the end of the corridor. Looking around, at the end of the corridor was a rotating nebula, which looked mysterious and unfathomable. A strange aura came from the nebula, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. "Brother Yang, this little sister will go first. Take care, see you outside." After Lan Sun said to Yang Kai, she jumped into the nebula. She disappeared. Xiao Chen stood in place inside. He seemed a little depressed. This time, he found Lan Sun on the 4th floor with great difficulty. Originally, he wanted to accompany her until the end of the training. Who would have thought that Lan Sun would insist on coming to the 5th floor? Now they had to part. Glancing at Yang Kai leisurely, Xiao Chen was not in the mood to talk to him and also jumped into the nebula. Soon, only Yang Kai was left in the same place. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai naturally did not hesitate. Anyway, since Lan Sun and Xiao Chen had both gone in, he naturally had to follow. The moment he stepped into the nebula, Yang Kai immediately urged the space principles, trying to see if he could stay in a buffer zone like on the 4th floor. If so, then he could have a lot of room to control, and he could choose a sealed realm that was suitable for him to experience. But this time, he was a little disappointed. Under the urging of the space principles, there was no reaction at all. When his vision was restored, Yang Kai immediately heard an anxious shout in his ears, "An Nyo, wake up, wake up. The beast tide is attacking, wake up quickly, what are you in a daze for?" At the same time, there seemed to be a big hand grabbing his shoulder and shaking it vigorously. Yang Kai was shocked, not knowing what was going on. His face sank as he reached out to grab the other party's big hand. But who would have thought that the other party's reaction would be so fast? Just as Kai Yang was about to make a move, the other party had already grabbed his wrist. An unimaginably violent force was transmitted from the other party's hand, instantly suppressing Kai Yang's brute force, making him unable to move at all. Yang Kai's expression changed again. While he was shocked by the strength of the other party's strength, he immediately urged his Emperor Qi, and then, there was no reaction at all. His body was completely empty, without a trace of Emperor Qi. In an instant, Yang Kai was so shocked that his face turned pale and his soul almost left his body. Before entering the 5th layer of the sealed realm, Yang Kai was still quite confident. After all, his current strength was not to be underestimated. More than 1/3 layer Emperor Realm Master had died at his hands. Even Lan Sun, Xiao Chen, and Lei Ting dared to enter the 5th layer of the sealed realm, so he had no reason to be afraid. He felt that even if he encountered any danger, his life would not be in danger. With the space principles, even if he could not win, he could still escape. But this sudden change left him at a loss. Why was his Emperor Qi gone? Without his Emperor Qi, was this still the Emperor realm? He was not even a beginner cultivator. What was going on? While he was still in shock, Lan Sun's words echoed in his ears. In the many sealed realms in the fifth layer, anything can happen. Big brother, you must guard your heart and not be swayed by external forces. Yang Kai's heart shook and his expression calmed down in an instant. Don't panic, don't panic. First, I need to figure out what's going on. Perhaps this sealed realm has a principle that suppresses my strength, so I can't feel any trace of Emperor Qi. And although the person who grabbed his wrist was extremely strong, he did not have any hostility or malice, so he should not be a threat to him. Raising his head, he saw a pair of crimson eyes close in on him. They were bloodshot. His field of vision expanded, and a bearded face came into view. This was a young man who looked about the same age as Yang Kai, but his appearance was extremely rough and his body was burly. He did not look like a human, and he was a little different from the people Yang Kai usually saw, as if he had a different bloodline. His clothes were also very simple, only wrapped in animal skin that covered his vitals, leaving the rest of his body exposed. His muscles were as hard as iron, and at a glance, Yang Kai could tell that he was full of explosive power. Yang Kai looked at himself again. Compared to this young man, his arms and legs were as thin as heaven and earth. Having said that, although Yang Kai's body was not burly, it was still quite strong. It was just that this young man was too strong. But why was there a living person here? Was this a dream or an illusion from a sealed realm? It couldn't be a dream, but if it was an illusion, then it was too realistic. Kai Yang couldn't feel the slightest trace of falsehood from the bearded young man in front of him, as if he was a real person with flesh and blood. And the environment here was very simple. It seemed to be just a shabby wooden house. There were no furnishings in the wooden house, only a simple stool made of tree roots, a few wooden planks made of a table, and there were pots and pans on the side. There were a few pieces of unknown beast meat hanging on the wall, which were blackened by smoke. There were some wild vegetables in the wooden basket, and there was a stone bowl with some cold leftovers. What was this place? Just as Yang Kai was thinking, the bearded young man shouted at Yang Kai, "Are you stupid? I told you that the beast tide is coming. Did you hear me?" His voice was full of anxiety, and it was deafening. Yang Kai nodded blankly. "I heard you. If you heard me, then hurry up and help. There are not enough people in the village, and the defense is about to be broken." As the bearded young man spoke, he grabbed Yang Kai and rushed out, as if he was flying. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask, "I haven't asked." The bearded young man stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. His pair of red eyes were full of bestiality, which made people's hair stand on end. After a while, the young man sighed and said, "Are you stupid again? I'm Ahu." Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he asked, "You said my name is Anyo? Anyo. Are your mother Nyo?" He was called Anyo. What kind of bullshit sealed realm was this? The other party was called Ahu, which was a very simple name. "I don't have time to talk to you about this. Hurry up and help. I'll talk to you after the beast tide is over." Ahu hurriedly pulled Yang Kai and ran. Not far from the wooden house, there was immediately a burst of shouts and shouts. Not far away, there was also a burst of beast roaring, which resounded through the sky. Even the earth seemed to be shaking and roaring. Yang Kai looked around and was suddenly shocked. He saw that the people running around were all men like Ahu, who were tall and sturdy like iron towers. All of them seemed to be very strong. Even the women were tall and sturdy. They were unbelievably strong. A woman was carrying a huge stone with a diameter of 20 feet. She ran as if she was flying, as if she was weightless. Yang Kai didn't feel any fluctuation of power from her body. In other words, she was carrying the stone with only the strength of her body. There were also some obviously underage children, who seemed to be in their teens, but they all picked up weapons. Their childish faces were full of a common enemy and an expression of facing death with equanimity. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of his head. Everyone was in a hurry, converging in a certain direction. Everyone was wrapped in a few pieces of animal skin. Even the simplest clothes couldn't be seen here. Yang Kai looked down and found that he was the same. His exposed skin was as white as snow, which was a sharp contrast with Ahu's dark skin. Forget it, this is just a small matter," Yang Kai comforted himself. Chapter 2800. There were many wooden houses all around, which were just like the man's appearance, simple and crude. Yang Kai looked into the distance and saw that not far away, there was a fence made of logs and stones. This should be a village, and it looked like a very primitive and ancient village. And the waves of beastly roars that made one's heart palpitate came from outside the fence. On the fence, many villagers were standing on it. Some were holding boulders and throwing them down, while others were holding bows and arrows and shooting them. The flames of war were swirling, and the air was filled with the smell of blood, which made people feel nauseous. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. From a corner of the fence, a 30 feet long, incomparably muscular leopard rushed up like a whirlwind. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the head of a villager. Although the villager was also tall and sturdy like an iron tower and struggled with all his might, how could he fight against such an existence? He only struggled for a moment before his head was bitten off by the leopard. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, which was extremely dazzling under the scorching sun. The villagers around the fence were shocked and angry. They roared and rushed toward the leopard. At the same time, dozens of sharp arrows flew and stabbed into the leopard's body. Under the pain, the leopard roared and was a little unstable. It was pushed down the fence by a villager, and the villager also fell down. No one knew what happened to him. This unforeseen event caused a corner of the fence to lose its defense. The rest of the villagers were quite flustered, and all of them roared continuously. Quick, quick, quick! Ahu pulled Yang Kai all the way to the bottom of the fence and stretched out his hand. He threw Yang Kai up the fence. He said to a strong woman standing on the fence, "Ahua, I'll leave Anyo to you." The woman called Ahua glanced at Anyo. Her thick eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if she was a little disgusted. When she was about to say something, she saw that Ahu had already rushed toward the village gate. "Forget it, it's better than nothing." Ahua muttered impatiently. He stretched out his hand toward Yang Kai and said concisely, "Arrow." Yang Kai was slightly stunned. To be honest, since he entered the secret realm until now, Yang Kai was still slightly dazed, and he was utterly unable to recover from his shock. This dazzling and unforeseen event caused him to be utterly unable to figure out the situation he was in now. He only knew that he inexplicably appeared in this somewhat primitive and ancient village, inexplicably had the name Anyo, and inexplicably got involved in a great war. He had explored many mystic realms before, but there had never been a situation as complicated as this one. Faintly, he felt that the secret realm he had experienced this time seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He secretly decided to treat it with 120% of his attention. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. As for whether these villagers were his hallucinations or not, he had no time to care about it. Everything would go right when it came to it. There was always a way to solve the problem. "Arrow, are you deaf?" Yang Kai was still in a daze. The woman called Ahua could not help but roar angrily. Her pair of eyes were incomparably red like Ahu's. They were bloodshot, and the anger and hatred in her eyes were almost tangible. This kind of anger and hatred was not directed at Yang Kai, but at the helplessness of seeing so many villagers die in the mouths of wild beasts. Not even their bones were left behind, and she was powerless to avenge them. After being yelled at by her, Yang Kai finally recovered. He hurriedly looked around and saw a pile of wooden arrows at his feet. He did not know what kind of wood they were made of. Each of the wooden arrows was over 10 feet long and as thick as a baby's arm. They looked extremely frightening. Reaching out to pick them up, Yang Kai was surprised because these wooden arrows were incomparably heavy. They were not inferior to the arrows made of fine iron. It was hard to imagine how an ordinary person without Yuan Qi would be able to control them. "Your task is to deliver these arrows to me." Ahua looked at Yang Kai seriously and shouted, "Do you understand?" Yang Kai nodded obediently and took the opportunity to look at the woman called Ahua. The villagers here were generally rough and old, but this woman called Ahua had delicate facial features and a hot body. Her chest was wrapped in animal clothing, revealing deep cleavage. Her waist was enchanting, her lower abdomen was flat, and her buttocks were round and round. Well, if she was not so tall, she would be an extraordinary beauty. However, in this kind of environment where natural selection was the rule, it was destined that no one would be able to give birth to a pretty girl. Mortals without power were destined to die. Ahua's appearance had a different kind of beauty. Once the arrow was in her hand, Ahua immediately pulled the bowstring. The huge bow was instantly pulled into a full moon shape, which made Yang Kai's eyes twitch. This huge bow was able to shoot an arrow that was 10 feet long and as thick as a baby's arm. One could imagine how big the bow was, but in Ahua's hands, it was as light as a feather. Buzz! At the same time, the arrow spun and rushed forward. Yang Kai could clearly see that in front of the arrowhead, there was a burst of air. The power of this arrow was terrifying. A huge beast that was flying in the air was nailed into its eye socket by the arrow. The 10-feet-long arrow pierced through the beast's skull, bringing with it a spray of blood. The huge beast fell heavily to the ground and struggled for a few moments before it stopped moving. Amazing! Yang Kai praised sincerely. Ahua looked at him coldly and stretched out her hand. Yang Kai quickly picked up an arrow from the ground and handed it to her. Ahua pulled the bowstring again and the arrow flew out. Every arrow could kill a huge beast. Ahua's archery was extremely accurate. Almost all of the arrows were shot at the eyes of the beasts and directly pierced through their skulls. It could be said that none of the arrows missed their targets. On the fence, there were more than 10 archers like Ahua. Each of them was excellent at archery, which made Yang Kai gasp in amazement. In such a harsh environment, if the villagers did not have such rare skills, they would not have been able to survive. The battle on the fence wall was relatively peaceful. Ahua and a dozen other archers drew their bows and arrows in an orderly manner. There was no need for them to fight the giant beasts head-on. However, outside the village, there were hundreds of villagers holding all kinds of weapons, fighting the giant beasts to the death. The roars of the beasts and the angry voices of the people were intertwined. Blood splattered everywhere, and flesh was torn apart. One by one, the beasts fell, and one by one, the villagers died. In front of this nameless village, there was a fierce battle of life and death. It seemed that there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two sides. Only when one side was destroyed would the other side be satisfied. On the battlefield, there was an old voice playing an ancient melody. A stooped old man, holding a walking stick, strolled on the ground covered in blood and flesh. Accompanied by his rhythmic shouts, the walking stick flickered with an inexplicable brilliance, as if it had a mind of its own, and flowed into the bodies of the villagers who were fighting. Every villager who was shrouded in the brilliance suddenly became very brave and powerful. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their skin suddenly turned red, and there was a layer of dark red light on the surface of their bodies. In the midst of their angry roars, they knocked the beasts to the ground. The strange thing was that although the hunchbacked old man looked weak, he was walking on the battlefield defenseless. The giant beasts ignored him as if they couldn't see him at all. Yang Kai's eyes widened and he cried out, "Barbarian technique! Barbarian tribe? Ancient barbarian tribe?" He did not know what this primitive and ancient village was, but after seeing the old man's magical skills, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and vaguely realized something. It was said that in ancient times, before the cultivator was popular, natural and man-made disasters were endless. In order to survive, humans fought against the heavens. Barbarian technique was born because of this. The ancient barbarian tribe focused on the cultivation of the physical body. It was said that when the physical body was cultivated to the extreme, one could almost become a saint. They were immortal and were not inferior to today's great emperors. In that era, there were no endless secret techniques, no dazzling secret treasures. The only thing people could rely on was their own strength and their own flesh and blood. The humans of that era were called the ancient barbarian tribe. They were the ancestors of today's human race. Among the barbarian techniques, the most famous and the most practical one was the bloodthirsty technique. Just like what the old man was using now, it stimulated the power of the human body with an inexplicable force, and burned the essence of blood to obtain a leap in power. However, the bloodthirsty technique had a lot of hidden dangers. Once it was used, Not only would it cause a long period of weakness, it would also affect one's lifespan. If it was used too many times, it might even cause death. This was because the bloodthirsty technique burned the innate essence of the human body. No wonder the villagers here looked so rough and old. It seemed that this was not the first time they used the bloodthirsty technique. When the innate essence of blood was consumed, the person would undoubtedly age faster. In the ancient barbarian tribe, only a small number of people had the opportunity to master the barbarian techniques. Most of them could only cultivate their physical body. Those who could practice the barbarian techniques were called wizard. The barbarian techniques were also called wizard techniques. The old man was undoubtedly a wizard. However, Yang Kai did not know what level of wizard he was. After all, these things were from a long time ago. Yang Kai had only occasionally heard about them after wandering in the astral world for a long time. How would he know the division of power in ancient times? It was actually the ancient barbarian tribe. It was actually the wizard technique. In other words, where he was now was the ancient era? How was this possible? The ancient era was far too long ago. It had long been annihilated in the long river of history. However, in this secret territory, there was a complete ancient style. Was this place real or fake? Was his name really Anyo? Then what was the matter with Yang Kai? Was he dreaming? The village chief is a wizard. You only found out today? What have you been doing all these years? After hearing Yang Kai's words, Ahua could not help but scold him. Her spittle flew towards his face. You better remember that the village does not raise useless people. If Ahu had not been giving you food, you would have starved to death. Today, you must prove your worth to me. Don't embarrass Ahu. Chapter 2801. After a short pause, Hua's face turned cold and she said, If you can't prove it, then jump off the wall yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out an arrow. The huge force behind the arrow directly killed the giant beast in midair, but the cold and disdainful eyes were still staring straight at Kai Yang's face, not shifting from beginning to end. Trash. Yang Kai murmured. He looked down at his own body and then looked at the bodies of the villagers on the fence. Well, this body type was indeed trash in this era. However, the old man with the crooked body was the village chief, which surprised Yang Kai. Although he didn't know what kind of witchcraft the village chief used to make those giant beasts ignore him, it was definitely not because of his good luck. As for the wizard, from the name, it should be the lowest level of existence, right? It seemed that in this ancient era, there were very few wizards. On the fence, Yang Kai and Hua worked together. After experiencing the initial discomfort, Yang Kai also calmed down and was no longer at a loss. No matter what, he had to get through this hurdle first. Maybe this was a test of this mysterious land. One by one, Yang Kai passed the arrows to Ahua, and the pile of arrows at their feet decreased at an extremely fast speed. But soon, a brute race youth came over with spare arrows to replace them. This boy looked to be around 13 or 14 years old and was obviously underage, so he couldn't go into battle with the giant beasts and could only do some logistics work. However, even if he was only 13 or 14 years old, he was still more burly and majestic than most of the people Yang Kai had come into contact with. His bulging muscles were simply not something a person his age should have. In the village, there were many underage barbarians like this boy who were busy working. Time passed slowly. With the village chief's bloodthirsty spell, the attacks of the beasts were greatly suppressed. The villagers paid a very small price to kill the beasts, and there were many casualties. Every villager was extremely excited, as if they saw the hope of victory. Hua's bow was drawn again and again. There was a burst of sound in the air. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. Unlike the optimism of these ignorant villagers, Yang Kai felt that the situation was very unfavorable for the village. On the surface, the giant beasts seemed to be suppressed, and there were many casualties. However, in reality, the villagers had consumed too much energy. After a long and high-intensity battle, it was difficult for the villagers to continue. Just look at Ahua. In the beginning, her arrows were like the wind, one after another, almost without stopping. Every arrow could kill a giant beast. But now, she was unable to fully draw the bowstring, and her hands were trembling slightly. There were several times when she needed 2 arrows to kill a giant beast, and the interval between each arrow was getting longer and longer. Ahua was like that, and so were the other shooters. The situation of the villagers outside the village was even more worrying. They, who had been blessed with the bloodthirst technique by the village chief, had overdrafted their innate blood essence. Once the bloodthirst technique loses its effect, when the aftereffects occur, the hundreds of villagers who were fighting outside the village would instantly be covered by the giant beasts, and they would not be able to resist at all. On the other hand, although the attack of the beast tide was still fierce, Yang Kai clearly sensed that the beast tide was stalling for time. It was as if there was a superior being commanding the countless beasts to quietly hibernate, waiting for an opportunity to turn the tide. It was time to act. Yang Kai did not act rashly at the beginning because he did not understand the situation he was in. He did not know what kind of changes would occur if he acted rashly. However, after watching for so long, Yang Kai had been infected by the enthusiasm of these barbarian villagers. The inexplicable identity of a Nyo seemed to have become more real, and he had a faint sense of belonging to this strange village. These barbarians were admirable. It was they who stubbornly survived in ancient times, resisting natural and man-made disasters, allowing the human race to flourish and become the mainstream of the world. It was they who passed down their power generation after generation, allowing the human race to gain a foothold in this world. Protect this land, protect this village. My name is Nyo. The blood in his body boiled in an instant. Yang Kai bent down and picked up a giant bough beside him. This giant bough originally belonged to another villager, but its head was bitten off by a giant leopard that pounced on it. He reached out and pulled the bowstring. With a clang, it was as if a war drum was beating in his heart, making him involuntarily have the desire to charge forward. Arrow! Ahua stretched out her hand, her red eyes staring straight ahead, flashing with the light of hatred. However, she did not receive any support from Yang Kai. Ahua suddenly turned her head and was about to open her mouth to curse, but the words were stuck in her throat. She looked at Yang Kai and the giant bough in his hand and said in shock, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white teeth and said, "You should rest. You are too tired." Ahua's outstretched hand was trembling nonstop. Her fingers were full of cuts and blood was dripping. It was a ghastly sight. Their eyes met, and Ahua suddenly exploded. Rest? There is no time to rest. Do you know what will happen to the brothers and sisters below without the support of us archers? I know. Yang Kai was still smiling. He reached out to pick up an arrow and put it on the bowstring. He tilted his head and looked at Ahua. So leave it to me. You. Ahua still wanted to say something, but her eyes suddenly widened, and her face was full of shock. God, what did she just see? Nyo, who was called trash in the village, actually pulled the bowstring? How could he pull the bowstring? How could he have so much strength with such thin arms and legs? Ahua instinctively thought that she was seeing things because she clearly remembered that during the last training, Nyo was extremely difficult to even pick up the giant bow and arrow, let alone pull the bowstring. But now, what happened in front of her completely overturned her understanding of Nyo. Nyo in front of her did not seem to use much strength because Ahua did not feel the explosive strength from his muscles at all. It seemed that he just pulled the bowstring casually, but the bowstring that made her feel a little tired was actually pulled completely by him. The bowstring was full, and the arrow was released. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Ahua could not help but look at the arrow's flight path. In front of the arrowhead, the airflow of the explosion was clearly visible. It was obvious that Nyo's arrow contained a huge amount of power, and it was not inferior to her own attack. Such an attack was enough to penetrate the body of any giant beast. Inexplicably, Ahua had a trace of confidence in the trash in front of her. She felt that with this arrow, he could definitely kill a giant beast. Whoosh! The arrow flew past the body of a giant beast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the villager who was fighting with the giant beast was shocked because at that moment, if the arrow had been a little bit off, it could have killed him directly. Ahu turned his head and looked at the people standing on the fence. He shouted, "Ahua, watch it!" But Ahua opened her mouth, and her face was full of grievance. How could such a lousy arrow be shot by her? Even if she closed her eyes, she would not make such a mistake. It was obviously a Nyo who did it, okay? After feeling wronged, she was angry. She turned around and stared at Yang Kai. She was blind to have confidence in this trash. I have a feeling. As Yang Kai spoke, he picked up another arrow and put it on the bowstring. This is not a place for you to play. If you don't want to help me, get out of here. Ahua shouted angrily. Although Ahua was surprised that a Nyo could draw the bowstring fully, what was the use of shooting without accuracy? It was better to go down and fight with the giant beasts directly. At least he could be of some use. Excellent archers had gone through thousands of training and countless life and death battles to train. A Nyo obviously did not have such experience. Trust me. Yang Kai looked at Ahua seriously. His hands were as steady as a rock as he pulled the bowstring. Ahua's face was full of anger. She sighed and said, "Shoot at a place where there is no one." Compared to his previous performance, this time he could pick up the bow and arrow and share some of the pressure of the village's pressure. His way of doing things was acceptable. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This time it won't happen again." The target was still the giant beast that was fighting with Ahu. When the arrow was shot, Ahua almost did not dare to look at it, for fear of seeing Yang Kai accidentally injure Ahu. But in fact, when the arrow was flying, the giant beast jumped into the air and opened its mouth to roar. The 3-meter-long arrow poured into the giant beast's mouth and shot out from its tail. The horrible power of the arrow stirred the giant beast's internal organs into a mess. It fell to the ground and whimpered. Blood flowed out like a fountain. "Did you really do it?" Hua stood rooted to the ground, a little dumbfounded. If she remembered correctly, a Nyo couldn't even pull the bowstring before, let alone shoot an arrow. In other words, this should be the first time he really shot an arrow. Although the first arrow was a little off, which gave people a false alarm, the second arrow was very accurate. What was wrong with this trash? While she was lost in thought, Yang Kai picked up another arrow. Without any pause, he pulled the bowstring and shot the arrow. A giant beast in the distance was killed in an instant. Although Yang Kai could not feel any trace of Emperor's Qi in this secret realm, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. Although the giant bow and arrow were difficult to control, it was nothing to in the Emperor realm. The first arrow was just an experiment. With a standard in mind, the next thing was simple. None of the arrows missed their target. A bundle of 10 arrows was shot out by Yang Kai in less than 3 breaths. Except for the first arrow, which did not work, the other 9 arrows all killed. "Brother Nyo, you are so powerful?" The barbarian boy in charge of logistics ran up with a few bundles of arrows and saw the scene of Yang Kai's great power. He immediately admired him. Master Nyo was despised by all the master, saying that he was the trash of the village. He did not contribute at all and wasted food. Many masters suggested that a Nyo should be banished from the village and left to fend for himself. If it were not for the kindness of the village chief, Ahu would have given his food to a Nyo, and Aniu would have starved to death. A Nyo, who was called Trash, was actually so powerful. He was not inferior to Sister Ahua, who was the best archer in the village. The boy was confused. Chapter 2802. It was snowing heavily. No one knew when the snow started to fall in this ancient and primitive world. The sight was dyed white, and the red blood on the ground was even more shocking. Despite the extremely cold environment, the villagers seemed to be unaware of it. Everyone's exposed skin was steaming hot. Outside the village, hundreds of villagers were holding stone axes, stone spears, and other primitive weapons to fight the beasts. On the fence, more than a dozen archers were providing strong support with their exquisite skills. The hunchbacked village chief was still running in the battlefield. His black walking stick would burst out 1 or 2 weak lights from time to time. He was using his poor wizard skills to resist the invasion of the beasts. The blood on the villagers who had been affected by the bloodthirsty spell were getting dimmer and dimmer. That was a sign that the bloodthirsty spell was about to lose its effect. Once the bloodthirsty spell lost its effect, these villagers would fall into a long period of weakness and would no longer have the power to fight. If the beasts were not defeated before then, there was only one fate waiting for the village: destruction. Hundreds of the strongest warriors would become food for the beasts during the winter, and the old, weak, women and children in the village would not be able to escape the fate. At that time, the beasts' iron hooves would trample the earth, and the earth would groan. If the beasts did not retreat, the villagers would fight to the death. Behind them was their home, and no one would retreat. Whoosh! Yang Kai's arrows missed 3 times, and the 3 giant beasts were instantly killed. Hua was dumbfounded by his miraculous skill. If the fact that Kai Yang had pulled the bowstring and not missed his target had shocked her, then the scene that she had just witnessed had left her speechless. Her mind was completely blank. Bow and arrow could be used like this. As the best archer in the village, she had her own pride. Competing in archery skills. No one in the whole tribe could compete with her, but Yang Kai's archery skills of missing 3 times in one shot was something she had never heard of or seen before. They could win. They could definitely win. Anyo's sudden outburst made Hua see the hope of victory. As long as he could maintain his current state, the beasts were nothing to worry about. Sister Hua, brother Anyo. Oh no, we don't have many bows and arrows left. These are the last 5 bundles. Aunt Lee asked me to tell you to use them sparingly. The young man who was in charge of logistics ran up with a few bundles of arrows in his arms. With a shout, Hua felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. A bundle of arrows meant 10 arrows were lost, and 5 bundles meant 50 arrows. Taking everything into account, he could only kill 50 giant beasts. However, how could the beast tied below be calculated by a mere 50? Hua's face turned pale. If they did not have the support of the archers, Tiger and the others who were fighting below would definitely die. She turned around and glared at the young man. How can there not be many left? Where are the arrows in the storehouse? Didn't you take it out? The youth said with a sullen face, I've taken them all out. But you're using up too much energy. Auntie Lee and the others are working on it now, but they still don't have enough time to replenish it. Fast consumption? It wasn't that it was fast, but that it had taken too long. There had never been a beast tide that lasted so long. The giant beasts had paid such a heavy price, but they still didn't back down. This was completely different from the beast tides they had encountered before. Looking up at the sky, the snow was falling like goose feathers. The biting cold wind carried the sound of the wind horn, echoing in the forest. It was winter, and the beasts had to stock up on food to survive the winter. Otherwise, the cold environment would make them starve to death in the cave. What should I do? What should I do? Hua was shocked by this despairing news. She was on the verge of collapsing. She bit her pale lips so hard that they almost bled, but she didn't seem to feel it. She turned her head and looked out of the village. Looking at the villagers who trusted their backs to her, Hua felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. I'll leave this place to you. Hua was stunned when she heard that. She turned her head to look at Anyo and asked, What? Yang Kai took a deep breath and put down the giant bow in his hand. He tilted his head and smiled at Hua. I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped off the fence and rushed toward the battlefield that was full of blood and internal organs. Hua's eyes widened. She opened her mouth to shout, but her shout was drowned out by the whistling cold wind. She didn't know if Anyo heard her or not. He was courting death. Although Anyo's performance was not bad since he was able to pull the bowstring to kill the beasts, long-distance shooting and close combat were 2 different things. Fighting with the beasts that were 30 to 40 feet long required extraordinary physical fitness and courage to face death with equanimity. Regardless of Anyo's courage, his physical fitness was obvious. His body was even smaller than that of the underage children in the village. Even if such a person went to the battlefield, what could he do? He was probably not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the beasts. Getting off the fence, Kai Yang picked up a stone axe. Braving the biting cold wind, he stepped on the strange monsters that were a mixture of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the crowd of beasts. He was like a sheep that had just been born and rushed into a group of tigers. His body was drowned in a moment. Hua couldn't bear to see it anymore. She reached out and picked up a bow and arrow. She secretly decided to avenge Anyo. Sister Hua, look. The young man hadn't left yet. He suddenly pointed his finger and said excitedly. Ahua looked in the direction he was pointing at. She saw that the giant beasts were sent flying into the air one after another. They flailed their arms and legs in midair before falling to the ground, bleeding profusely. They had all died in an instant. Even more giant beasts exploded in midair. Some were even split in two. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen beasts gathered in one place were swept away. A figure that was not very tall and strong stood there like a javelin. The stone axe in his hand was full of blood and pieces of internal organs. How could it be? Hua was dumbfounded. More than a dozen excellent archers on the fence were also dumbfounded. They even forgot to continue to support with their bows and arrows. They all stared at the weak body in a daze. This body, which they had criticized in the past and even despised to the point that they wanted to banish, was actually as tall and mighty as the god of berserkers on the battlefield that was forged from blood and flesh. He stood there as if he could block all the storms, giving people an unprecedented sense of peace. There seemed to be a laugh coming from there. The wind was too strong to hear it clearly, but everyone clearly saw that Anyo's face was full of excitement and joy. The movement here soon alarmed the other beasts. Pairs of red eyes looked in this direction. Vaguely there was a low roar. Immediately, some of the beasts that were besieging the villagers moved closer to Yang Kai to surround him. With the axe in his hand, Yang Kai's momentum was rising steadily. His sharp eyes swept over the beasts, which made them pause slightly and stop moving forward. Beasts had instincts. Their instincts told them that the person in front of them was not a pushover. The low roar hidden in the cold wind came again, and the beasts started to move again. There was an incomplete body of a villager next to him. Until the moment of his death, the villager was still holding his stone spear tightly and stabbing it into the soft abdomen of a beast. He died with the beast, but half of his head was bitten off by the beast. The blood had already coagulated. Yang Kai reached out and picked up the stone spear. He twirled the spear and the axe in his hand. He took a deep breath and stamped his feet on the ground. Like a thunderclap, he rushed into the crowd of beasts like lightning. Pick, chop, lift. Like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, Yang Kai's movements were simple and boring. The weapons he used were also the simplest stone spear and stone axe. But in the hands of the Emperor Realm, whose power was suppressed, these two simple weapons had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. Not a single giant beast could withstand its attack. One by one, the giant beasts were flipped over and slashed to the ground. Each of the giant beasts had shocking wounds on its body. Those wounds were enough to kill. Whimpering sounds rang out continuously as the giant beasts were forced to retreat again and again. The encirclement formed by hundreds of giant beasts was directly torn apart by Yang Kai. By the time Yang Kai rushed out, 1/3 of the beasts had already fallen. In front of him, a hunchbacked old man who had used countless methods to hide his presence and figure looked like he had seen a ghost. His turbid eyes stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen him for the first time. Because his mind was too unstable, a flaw appeared in his wizard spell. His hidden figure was exposed, and the beasts next to him opened their mouths to bite him. If there was an accident, this old man would definitely die in the beasts' mouths. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot the beasts to the ground. The hunchbacked old man turned his head and saw Ahua nodding slightly at him from the other side of the fence. "Village chief, give me one." Yang Kai was covered in blood, and the internal organs of the beasts were still hanging on his body. His entire body was filled with murderous intent, but he grinned at the old man. The old man inexplicably shuddered, but he still raised his crutch as he was told, and an obscure voice came out of his mouth. With a wave of the crutch, a ray of light hit Yang Kai's body right in the middle. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt the blood in his body boil as if it was on fire. A thick layer of golden light appeared on the surface of his body, making him look solemn and dignified. The shock in the old man's heart grew even stronger, as if a stormy sea had been set off. His turbid eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. "This is the bloodthirst spell." Yang Kai took a light breath and clearly felt the increase in his strength. However, This bloodthirst spell seemed to have some drawbacks. While it strengthened his strength, it also weakened the senses of the people's 5 senses. Only Yang Kai, who had the foundation of the Emperor realm, could ignore this kind of weakening. Ordinary people like Hu would definitely not be able to resist. It was no wonder that these villagers who were affected by the bloodthirst spell were not afraid of death when they fought. Of course, their courage played a part, but it should also be the bloodthirst spell's credit. Their senses were deprived, so they could not feel much pain or fear. Naturally, they were braver than others when they fought. However, the layer of golden light on Yang Kai's body was a bit of a crane in a flock of chickens. When the others were affected by the bloodthirst spell, their bodies were glowing red, but he was the only one who was golden. It could not be helped. The bloodthirst spell stimulated the congenital blood in the human body, and his blood was golden. Chapter 2803. Village Chief, take care of yourself. Don't run around at your age. Go back and rest. Yang Kai grinned at the old man, turned around, and rushed into the horde of beasts again. The old man's mouth twitched. While he was shocked, he did not forget to cast a concealment spell on himself. He was the village chief and a highly respected wizard. Everyone in the village respected and loved him. In the past, Anyo did not even have the courage to look him in the eye. Why did he dare to talk to him like that today? Anyo did not contribute anything to the village in the past. He even took away food and shelter. He had thought of doing what the villagers said and banishing Anyo, leaving him to fend for himself. However, Anyo was still a villager. The village chief always felt that Anyo would grow up one day and play his role. But in fact, Anyo's performance over the years was really disappointing. Until today, Anyo was shining so brightly that no one could look at him directly. God of barbarians bless us. God of barbarians bless us. The village chief opened his mouth and mumbled to himself. He saw Yang Kai return to the horde of beasts and destroy the horde of beasts that had gathered into a sea. He was like a sharp sword in the hands of the god of barbarians. He moved freely in the battlefield and was invincible. Even the thick snow could not hide the glaring golden light. The golden light dashed left and right on the battlefield, quickly plowing open areas of the battlefield one after another. The giant beasts screamed in fear and slowly retreated. The villagers became braver as they fought. 3 people formed a wall and 5 people formed a shield. It was the simplest combination attack. They chased the beasts out of their homes with unnecessary bravery. Yang Kai had already changed the stone axes and stone spears in his hands. Finally, when the sound of the wind died down and the snow weakened, the horde of beasts retreated. They left behind corpses and blood all over the ground. The villagers chased them for dozens of feet before they slowly stopped. Then they let out roars that shook the sky. The roars were like the roars of beasts, causing the fleeing giant beasts to panic even more. We won! We won! The villagers cheered. They were in high spirits because they were able to survive the horde of beasts. Everyone's face was filled with joy as they jumped and shouted. Anyo, it's really you! Ahu ran out of nowhere, covered in blood. It could be seen that he was not seriously injured, but his abdomen seemed to have been bitten. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes and patted him heavily on the shoulder. I thought I was seeing things. How could he be mistaken? In the entire village, only Anyo had such a physique. Although Ahu had noticed the existence of Yang Kai before, he couldn't believe it until he saw him face to face. Only then did he confirm it. The surviving villagers also looked at Yang Kai curiously. Everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration. At the last moment, if Yang Kai had not rushed into the horde of beasts and turned the tide, the fate of the village would have been obvious. The world of the barbarian race was very simple. The strong were the kings. This rule had lasted until today, but it lacked the simplicity of the ancient barbarians. This is a gift from the barbarian god. The old village chief trembled as he walked up, holding the black walking stick in his hand. Yang Kai said in his heart that this was his contribution, and it had nothing to do with the barbarian god. However, he definitely could not say this out loud. Otherwise, no matter how much he had contributed to the village, he was bound to become the enemy of the entire barbarian race. Blasphemy against the barbarian god. It was the biggest sin in the ancient barbarian race. Village chief, we killed so many beasts this time, shouldn't we celebrate? Ahu looked at the village chief excitedly, and the other villagers were also full of expectation. There was a shortage of food in the village. This time, hundreds of beasts had died in the horde, which was enough for the village to eat for a long time. A few days ago, the village chief was still worried about the food for winter. Every winter, many villagers would starve to death, and this year would be no exception. But he didn't expect that happiness would come so suddenly. With the corpses of these beasts, he didn't have to worry about food this winter. The village chief smiled and was about to speak when Yang Kai stepped forward and said, "Village chief, don't you think that the horde of beasts this time is a bit strange?" The village chief frowned and looked at Yang Kai. "You also noticed it." Yang Kai was stunned. "Village chief, what did you notice?" The old village chief was silent for a while before he said, "Savage beast, there is a savage beast that is commanding the horde of beasts." When he said this, many of the villagers' faces changed. Savage beasts were very powerful existences, and only those wizards could deal with them. Flesh and blood were nothing in front of a savage beast. "So it's called a savage beast." Yang Kai followed the words. What he felt was just a monster beast that didn't have any intelligence, and that was why it was able to command the horde of beasts, making it so difficult to deal with this time's horde. Winter is coming. Those wild beasts must be looking for food. Although we have repelled them this time, if we don't eliminate them completely, they will definitely come back. The villagers' faces changed again. They all knew that Yang Kai was right. If there was no savage beast, those beasts wouldn't be a problem. But if there was a savage beast commanding them, then the situation would be different. If the horde of beasts attacked again one day, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the village. The village had lost enough warriors today, and they might not be able to deal with the next horde of beasts. "Village chief, why don't we ask for help from the tribe?" Ahu suggested. The village chief shook his head. "If we ask for help, then we will have to give more than half of the spoils we got today to the tribe. Are you willing to do that?" When the villagers heard this, they all shook their heads. So many people died to get these spoils of war. No one would agree to give more than half of it away. In this place, food was the foundation of survival. Then what should we do? Ahu frowned. Yang Kai said, "I'll go and kill it." As he spoke, he turned and chased in the direction where the horde of beasts retreated. Ahu was shocked. He grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said anxiously, "I know, don't be impulsive. You can't deal with a savage beast." Yang Kai gently opened his hand and said with a smile, "It's just a savage beast. You just wait for the good news." Ahu was startled, because when Kai Yang had pried open his hand, he had felt a shocking power. Was this still the Anyo he knew? "I'll go with you," Ahu said and wanted to chase after him. But after just 2 steps, he felt dizzy and staggered. The bloodthirsty skill had ended, and the sequela was about to break out. At this time, even if he went with Yang Kai, it wouldn't be of any help. Instead, he would become a burden. She watched helplessly as Kai Yang disappeared into the snowstorm. He turned his head and asked the village chief, "Village chief, what's wrong with Anyo?" The villagers all wanted to know the answer. The Anyo of today was almost a different person from the one they knew before. The village chief was silent for a long time before he said, "The barbarian god gave Anyo the power to be reborn." The villagers suddenly understood. They didn't seem to doubt this explanation. No one even showed a look of jealousy. Yang Kai went alone with the stone axe in his hand. This experience was something he had never experienced before. He was a living person and a living battle. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of time and returned to the ancient times. He had become a member of the ancient times and witnessed the style of this era. He didn't know what he could gain from this experience, but he knew that the village he appeared in was the key. If he could win the villagers' favor, there might be unexpected gains. Therefore, he traveled alone to hunt that cunning and despicable savage beast. When the horde of beasts retreated, they left a lot of clues. The snow was full of footprints of ferocious beasts. Although the snow was heavy, it didn't cover these traces in time. Yang Kai continued to chase after them, but it didn't take him much effort to catch up to them. However, these beasts moved very fast. It would be impossible to catch up with them in a short period of time. It wasn't until the evening that Yang Kai chased them into a canyon. The snow had stopped. There were countless footprints and dark red blood on the canyon's snow. Looking from the outside, this canyon looked like a gourd. It was small on the outside and big on the inside. The surrounding cliffs were like mirrors. Even in the middle of the night, Yang Kai's eyesight could reach up to 10 kilometers away. He saw the end of the canyon. It was a dead end. Things were simple. Yang Kai grinned. He didn't want to make things too complicated. It was just a monster beast that had gained intelligence. He stood at the entrance of the canyon with the golden, bloodthirsty light on his body. He put the stone axe on his waist and punched the cliffs on both sides. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noise echoed in the gourd canyon, startling the horde of beasts that had just returned. Countless beasts roared and rushed out from their hiding places. From a distance, they saw the dazzling golden light. The beasts stopped and looked in horror at the only exit of the canyon blocked by falling rocks. During the day, their companions had died under the hands of this golden light. At this moment, seeing this familiar and deadly golden light, they were naturally afraid and hesitated. If they could escape, they would run away as far as possible. They absolutely didn't want to meet this golden man. But now that the only exit of the canyon was blocked, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They had always been the ones to attack the barbarian villages. But they never thought that one day, the barbarians would attack them right at their doorstep. These ferocious beasts who lacked wisdom and experience were at a loss for a moment. They didn't know how to react. At this critical moment, a low roar came from the depths of the canyon. As if it was an order, the beasts reluctantly stepped forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned brightly, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. He took the stone axe from his waist and stepped forward to meet the horde of beasts. A moment later, the slaughter resumed. Wherever the golden light passed, the beast hordes collapsed like bubbles, falling into pools of blood one after another. Yang Kai's pace was fast and firm as he slaughtered his way into the depths of the canyon. Roars and howls rang out one after another. Soon, the canyon was filled with a thick stench of blood that was extremely pungent. The stone axe in Yang Kai's hand was shattered. He simply abandoned the weapon and punched the beasts, breaking their bones and tendons.